Thousands of years ago, an old beggar gave you a bowl of hot porridge, allowing you to meet the immortal who descended the mountain to eliminate demons, thus embarking on the path of cultivation. After you have improved your cultivation, you found the old beggar to repay your gratitude. Unfortunately, when you met again, the old friend had already died at the hands of demons. At the moment of his death, his greatest wish was that there would be no more demons in the Southern Territory. After that day, an unnamed sword cultivator appeared in the Southern Territory. Within 10 years, you broke through 10 realms and beheaded 80,000 savage demons, all to repay a meal of kindness. In the end, it was the demon clan of the 13 realms who entrusted the Moon Elder with the sword, not looking at the cultivation base but purely dividing it by the purity of the Tao heart, severely injuring it. From then on, you suppressed the border demons with the identity of a hidden official, preventing them from entering Guinan. 7,000 years ago, the demon-sealing Great Wall was repaired, erecting a barrier between the Southern Territory and the Great Wilderness once again, causing countless demons to retreat. It was not only because of the demon-sealing Great Wall, but also because of the figure of a person and a sword on that wall. However, the Great Wall, which once made countless powerful demons afraid to show their faces and guarded the southern border for thousands of years, is now openly judged by the world with the so-called 3 major charges. As your thoughts are pulled back to reality, you can't help but smile. 3 major charges. In order to bring down me, this hidden official of the Great Wall, it really troubles you to put in some effort. Can't you see it for yourself? These people fabricate charges against themselves. Isn't it just to obtain the position of the hidden official? Isn't it to be certain that there are secrets in the Great Wilderness outside the Great Wall, and that I am preventing them from exploring? Xu Tang, you still have the face to smile. You are truly hopeless. The 3 major crimes you have committed are all proven, so don't try to argue here. I warn you, if you confess and accept the punishment, considering that you have worked hard for so many years without much credit, maybe the Southern Kingdom will go easy on you. But if you dare to resist, don't blame me for being ruthless. The purple-robed cultivator gave you a cold look, then took a step forward. A terrifying pressure instantly spread from him, causing even the void to tremble. The surrounding cultivators felt this terrifying pressure and exclaimed in shock. 12 Realms Cultivator. The Purple Dragon Master has actually become a 12 Realms Cultivator. No wonder he dares to judge this so-called hidden official. 2 more figures fell like meteors, landing beside you, forming a triangular encirclement with the purple dragon. One of them was dressed in a black robe, exuding a powerful aura, also a 12 Realms Cultivator. The last person was wearing official attire, none other than the Prime Minister of the Southern Country, Song Yao. His aura was no weaker than that of the purple dragon and the black-robed cultivator. Xu Tang, today you must not resist stubbornly. The 3 of us joining forces make us invincible in the Great Wilderness. I hope you accept judgment to avoid bringing disgrace upon yourself. You look at the 3 people in front of you, your eyes flashing. No wonder they dare to judge you openly. It turns out they rely on 3 level 12 cultivators, but I have already reached level 14. You murmur in your heart, but you don't want to change anything. On the contrary, you prefer to accept this outcome. A long-lost sense of relaxation springs up in your heart, making you feel relieved. In the depths of your mind, you see the cause and effect of the gratitude from 10,000 years ago finally coming to an end, and the bottleneck of the 14 realms loosening a bit. This made you unable to help but smile, then nodded slightly. Okay, but it's not you who exiled me. You don't have that qualification yet. Remember, it was me who took the initiative to leave the Southern Territory. From today on, all matters big and small have nothing to do with me. At the same time, just as these words fell, in the core area of the Great Wilderness Demon Clan, a coffin suddenly exploded, and a terrifying figure quietly appeared. It was none other than the 13-realm Great Demon, Tu Yu, who was severely injured by you 10,000 years ago. He looked at the other 2 coffins, his face filled with surprise. The fool from the Guinan County gang actually took the initiative to sever ties with Xu Tang. Shang Tsung, Lian Hai, wake up quickly, Xu Tang will leave soon. At that time, swallow and return to the south with me, and create the great achievement together. On the other hand, the 3 people on the trial stage who heard your words were undoubtedly pleased. It is said that the spiritual energy of the town's demon-sealing Great Wall is extremely abundant, and there are many Tao rhymes left by predecessors on it, which are very beneficial for cultivation, and there is even a high possibility that it contains a method to extend one's lifespan. Otherwise, how could a 12-realm cultivator like Xu Tang have lived for thousands of years? It's a pity that for thousands of years, Xu Tang has monopolized the demon-sealing Great Wall, making it impossible for others to practice peacefully on it. Now that you have voluntarily left, how can people not be happy? Xu Tang, I hope that after you leave the Southern Territory, you can turn over a new leaf and start afresh. You should know that not everyone is as kind-hearted as me, forgiving you even after committing such a heinous crime. At this moment, a purple figure approached gracefully. She was dressed in purple Chinese clothing, wearing a phoenix crown, exuding an air of nobility. But when you saw her, there was a clear expression of disgust in your eyes. This person is Princess Lin Yuxuan of the Southern Kingdom, the one who slandered Xu Tang for being frivolous towards her. When Lin Yuxuan suddenly appeared, the cultivators present all bowed in salute. But you remained motionless, looking so out of place. After a moment, you shrugged and provocatively said, "So, should I thank the princess for not holding me accountable for my mistakes? Bold rascal, how dare you speak to the princess like that? Truly a piece of rotten wood that cannot be carved." At this time, a petite figure walked out from behind Lin Yuxuan. Seeing the newcomer, you couldn't help but pause for a moment. Rotten wood can't be carved? Xingyu, is this what you as a disciple should say to your master? He looked at the petite, cute-looking woman in front of him, who was currently wearing a sneer, asked incredulously. The person who came was Xingyu, the last disciple Xu Tang had taken on, and among the younger generation. He was most optimistic about the person who had hopes of breaking into the 10th realm. But I didn't expect that she would appear here today as well? Even you, do you want to judge as a teacher? Xu Tang looked towards Xingyu, his eyes filled with disappointment. Xingyu was arguably his most valued disciple. It was also the person he had taught most intently over the years. Whether it's the realization of the great Tao, or heavenly materials or cultivation infusion, he gave them all to each other without fail. So no matter what, Xu Tang could never have imagined that his most favored young disciple, surprisingly, he will also appear on the occasion of his trial. Don't ever call yourself a master in front of me. A fellow like you doesn't deserve to be my master at all. To prepare lies for their own selfish purposes, and presumptuous attempts to slight the princess. I don't have a shameless master like you. The green fish coldly opened its mouth, its tone determined and incomparable. Good. Fairy Xingyu recognizes the big picture and knows the importance of lightness, worthy of being a woman of honor. Fairy Green Fish has also been deceived by this Fong for a long time, and it's great to finally see his face today. We gather today to rejoice in the celebration of another great woman free from the grasp of unscrupulous men. Congratulations to Ms. Green Fish. A burst of applause erupted from the crowd. To Xu Tang's ears, it was incomparably harsh. This female doll that he himself had picked up from the dead of the great wilderness, the girl she raised and cared for so well, the young apprentice to whom one has given the most hope and invested the most care in helping. In the end it turned out to be the first person to openly call his bluff and backstab him in public. Until this moment, Xu Tang's heart was finally ashen. Returning to the Southern Kingdom, there was indeed nothing more worthwhile for him to stay. That last strand of karma, completely severed, a mysterious feeling suddenly surged from his heart. The bottleneck of the 14th realm had loosened up a lot more. I'm only here by order of the princess, so don't flatter yourself. Seeing Xu Tang's face of grief, instead of any self-reproach, Xingyu said with a face of disgust and loathing, "It's fine for you to leave, but you must hand over the Great Love Immortal Alliance's Alliance Master Order before you go." The Great Love Immortal Alliance was formed by the cultivators of the 9 states on their own with a sense of the power of my Guinan kingdom. A person like you who sells his name and reputation doesn't deserve to be in the position of the Alliance Master at all. The green fish held out his hand and said in an icy tone. Upon hearing this, Xu Tang, however, felt as if he had heard the funniest joke under the sky. Laugh out loud. Ha ha. The Great Love Immortal Alliance was formed by the cultivators of the 9 states on their own in response to the strength of your Guinan kingdom? That really is one of the funniest jokes I've ever heard. The Great Love Immortal Alliance. A group of cultivators from each of the other 8 states who sent their sect representatives to the Great Wasteland State. A union of cultivators formed on their own within the Southern Kingdom. From the beginning of its creation until now, the alliance leader had always been Xu Tang alone, and yet no one had a problem with it. Why? It was because the fundamental reason why the Great Love Immortal Alliance could be created was because of Xu Tang. Ever since guarding the Great Wall of Demon Suppression, Xu Tang was deeply impressed with the importance of cultivating the cultivators of the returning South Kingdom. So, every 1 year, he would choose a place with beautiful mountains and water to preach for a week in the territory of Guinan. At first it was only the return to the South Realm cultivators who came to listen, but then the Koshi sermon spread more and more widely, gradually attracting cultivators from other great states. It is against this background that the Great Love Immortal League was born. Without Xu Tang's Koshi sermon, the present-day Great Love Immortal Alliance would not have been possible. But today, and yet the people of the Guinan Kingdom believe that the Great Love Immortal Alliance was able to be created because the Guinan Kingdom is strong? How could Xu Tang not laugh out loud at this? I don't know even if Xingyu got the order of the alliance. And how should we face the new cycle of sermons that is about to begin? Laugh? What are you laughing at? Seeing that Xu Tang was a dead pig and could still laugh at this time, Lin Yuxuan instantly huffed, her eyebrows slightly frowning. Taking a step forward, he pointed at the many cultivators who had gathered around. Look, now that my country of Guinan is strong, all the sects and factions that have come to participate in this conference, the minimum is the fourth realm. Then he arched his hand again at the three before him, not to mention the fact that 312 realm great cultivators have emerged in a row in a single day now. Such a spectacle has never been seen in the ancient world. I believe that with the strong national power of my country have returned to the south today, even if there are so-called demons in that great wilderness, they are definitely not a match for my Guinan kingdom, the great wilderness, which I, returning to the south, am bound to explore, and which has been set as a state policy. No one who comes along can change that, even you, Xu Tang. Although you are also a 12th realm cultivator, you sell your name, compile lies, and hijack the treasure land. You also attempted to slight this princess. It's an unforgivable crime. Obediently hand over the Great Love Immortal Alliance's Alliance Master Order, and then leave the returning South Realm on your own. It's the last of the decency I'll give you. Lin Yuxuan's wonderful words. Her tongue is a lotus flower. Some words down to listen to the present cultivators are all boiling blood. Even the 312 realm cultivators are equally burning eyes. Cross the Great Wall and strike into the Great Wasteland. I, the returning South Kingdom, will definitely expand my territory to every inch of the Great Wilderness. Xu Tang has misled the country and delayed the development of my Guinan kingdom for 10,000 years. It is truly an unforgivable crime. The crowd was loud and boisterous. After all, who wouldn't want to take the credit for opening up a new frontier? What's more, in the eyes of today's return to the South Realm cultivators, the Great Wasteland was a piece of rich, fat meat. After all, the Great Desolate Realm occupies 3/5 of the border of the entire Great Desolate State. There must be an unimaginable wealth of resources. Xu Tang, the days of you alone deceiving and cajoling Guinan are over. You can't stop my Guinan kingdom's vast national destiny, and you can't stop our firm determination to develop the Great Wilderness. After the crowd's boiling sound, Lin Yuxuan said with a wave of her big sleeve and an incomparable bravado. This time, Xu Tang didn't say anything, both because it was too lazy to argue with her any further, to retort, to explain, too. It was also because Xu Tang sensed a metaphysical opportunity. It was the opportunity to break through the 15th realm at the 14th realm. It finally appeared at this moment when his karma with the returning South realm was completely severed. Flying honkers tread on the snowy mud, and if you don't catch them, they'll be gone in a flash. Only Xu Tang closed his eyes. In the next moment, 10,000 years of cultivation career came flooding back in his mind like a walk in the park. Chop off the old shackles from my body. Today I know I am me. Xu Tang muttered. A step forward followed. Heaven and earth roared. He then floated across the air. The opportunity to break through the 15th realm was right in front of him, and it had to be seized. There was no time to argue with these people, and if they didn't pay attention, the ray of opportunity would slip away. Must follow immediately. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Stand still. Who told you to leave like that? You're a bit too crazy before leaving without even asking us 312 realm great cultivators? The princess has not yet told you to stand down, and you dare to overstep your bounds again and leave without permission? On the judgment stage, the three purple dragon realists saw that Xu Tang was treating them as nothing, and they immediately struck out. Get your ass down here. The dragon harnesses the 4 Cs. I'll use you to try my immortal binding rope today. Great Emperor Prison Seal. 3 stout pillars of light of different colors instantly shot up into the sky, with a terrifying aura that it made all the cultivators present feel suffocated, but it couldn't stop Xu Tang, who had crossed the sky. It couldn't even make his figure lag. Just like that, under the 3 powerful attacks, Xu Tang was unharmed, without even a single pause. He disappeared straight into the eyes of the crowd. Seeing this, the 3 purple dragon realists looked at each other with unsightly faces. The fact that it had just happened was like a loud slap in their face. The 3 of them combined their efforts, but they couldn't even do anything to leave behind Xu Tang's silhouette. End of chapter. On the path of cultivation, one never hears of only 14 realms. 15 realms and above only existed in the ancient times recorded in ancient books. In his time, there were immortals traveling the world, facing the North Sea and Kangwu at night. There are also great emperors who traverse the 4 seas and suppress the universe. However, with the fall of the ancient age, the 15th realm and above gradually became legends. Even 14 realm cultivators, the 9 states cannot find a few to. Therefore, even if Xu Tang is exceptionally gifted, has already accomplished 14 realm great cultivator Tianzuan position for a full 3,000 years, but is still stuck in 14 to promote 15 realm Daozuan position for a long time. No breakthroughs are allowed. Until today. The karmic consequences inflicted on Xu Tang by the grace of Emil 10,000 years ago. Today it was finally cut off by the cultivators of the returning South Kingdom themselves. It was only then that Xu Tang's Dao mind clarified, finally seeking that ray of breakthrough opportunity. Though it's a slim breath and a slim chance, but he was going to try anyway. Ancient books say that anyone who ascends to the 15th realm of Dao Zun needs to sharpen themselves in order to purify their fleshly bodies. Walk the world at random. Translated into layman's terms, it means to use as little cultivation as possible when you can. Simply follow the guidance of that ray of opportunity and wander the world, traveling in all directions. Therefore, when Xu Tang crossed the sky and left the returning South Country, even he didn't know where he was going. One can only rely on the innate senses of the Heavenly Father realm to ride the wind. And as he leaves the great wall of demon control, the great desolate realm, which had been silent for thousands of years, was also surging with dark currents. In one day, 313 realm great demon ancestors of the demon clan, 2-month, prime, refining the sea, simultaneous awakening. However, it did not make a sound, and did not even leak out its demonic aura. 313 realm great demons were hibernating in the shadows, eyeing the returning South realm, with a single order. Millions of demons can knock down the gate and destroy the Great Wall at any time. The prerequisite was to really confirm that Xu Tang had left the returning South realm, that his karma had been broken, and that he would never return. And in Guinan, at Lin Yuxuan's authorization, is launching a vast operation to erase all traces of Xu Tang's existence, smash its golden body and seal its writings, oblivious to the fact that the more this happens, the stronger the intention of the demon race to attack. The third day after the trial conference, returning to the southern realm, the headquarters of the Great Love Immortal Alliance. This place was an aura mountain range that was used by the Return to South Kingdom back then, which was specially allocated to the Great Love Immortal Alliance. The mountains are rolling, hidden under the clouds, with cranes flying up and down between them. There is also the sound of ancient bells echoing, just like a fairy cave. A teleportation spell is located at the foot of the mountain. There are dressed up to receive the Taoist children, standing respectfully at the left and right side of the transmission array, ready to wait for the dispatch. From the foot of the mountain to the mountain range is also dressed up, along the way burning incense and tripods, adding a bit of fairy flavor. Today is the day for a new round of sermons. 81 teleportation spell formations inscribed with top-grade spirit stones flickered at the foot of the mountain. There were constantly figures coming out of it. Each of them was dressed differently, and their costumes bore special marks. It was the representatives of the cultivators from the other 8 states. These people all looked very young, but their cultivation was not to be underestimated. The breath was strong and the true essence stirred. The weakest existence among them was also clearly a 7th realm cultivator. Brother Lu, I haven't seen you in a year. Your cultivation has grown again. Nowhere. It's all because of Master Xu. If it weren't for the last Azzy sermon I benefited from, I'm afraid I'll be stuck in this 8th realm for another 300 years. Yeah, if it weren't for Master Xu's sermon. I never dreamed that I would be able to have an epiphany and break through the realm one day and become a 9th realm great cultivator. Alas! If only I could listen to Master Xu's sermons every day. Every time I have to wait for an aeon. Having to compete for places within the gate is really hard. What kind of person is Master Xu? He's a top-notch sword cultivator who suppresses countless demons in the great wilderness. It is already an honor for us to listen to his sermon, so don't be insatiable. This brother is right. It is my fault for being rude. Master Xu is a first-rate human in the great desolate state. I'm so haunted that I'm even qualified to talk about him. The 9 states of the world are far apart. Unless the once in 1,000 years Tianqi trial opens. Otherwise, Kyushu cultivators generally have very few opportunities to meet. Even if they do, they don't meet deliberately. That's why every time Azzy preaches, the cultivators who come from every continent will chill out first. Alright, gentlemen, let's just go on up. If we go slow on this part of the road, but it's going to take a while, don't make Master Xu wait too long for us. At that moment, a cultivator who exuded the aura of the peak of the 10th realm spoke. The crowd nodded. Which one of us here can't cross in the flesh? Walk through the air? But as a sign of respect for Master Xu, from the first Koshi sermon, hiking up the mountain became an unspoken custom. It is for this reason that the mountain trails are dressed up in grand style. However, it was good that all of them were cultivators, and even on foot, their speed was not much slower. Not a moment too soon. 81 heavenly pride cultivators of their respective sects from the other 8 states have gathered in the sermon square at the top of the hill. Then, in order of seating, they found their bushels and sat down in turn. Finally, he looked towards the center of the square, the lotus throne. The crowd's eyes burned. All of them were expecting Master Xu to show up. However, after waiting for half a cup of tea, there was no waiting for Xu Tang. Instead, it was his junior apprentice, Xingyu, who appeared in the fancy clothes of the Great Love Immortal Alliance. She was holding a golden statue of Xu Tang in her hand, which immediately caused the crowd to murmur. How come it's Master Su's young apprentice? What is the deeper meaning of Master Su's move? Can it be that Master Su is going to tell us about the aromatic golden body method this time? The green fish did not answer the crowd's questions, but instead lifted Xu Tang's golden body high into the air. Then with his other hand, he took out the Great Love Immortal Alliance Master token. Slowly, he said a sentence that made the people present only feel like they were struck by lightning after hearing it. Xu Tang is guilty of 3 major offenses, and has been returned to the south by me, disposed of according to the law, and exiled from the country. From now on, the position of the Great Love Immortal Alliance's lord will be taken over by this seat. Today, in front of all of you, this throne will smash the golden statue of Xu Tang. In order to show great love for the Immortal Alliance, from now on there will be no more ties with Xu Tang. Say it. Before the crowd could make a move to stop it, Qingyu clenched his palm into a fist and it fiercely blasted at Xu Tang's golden body statue. No! You're disrespecting Master Su. As Master Su's disciple, how can you do this to the statue of Master Su? Boom! The crowd gasped in shock as Xu Tang's golden statue was punched to pieces, falling all over the place. The crowd saw this and fell silent, looking towards the green fish. His eyes were cold. The latter, however, was unafraid, and even returned the stare with wide eyes at a few cold gazes. It was only because behind her, there was a purple-robed figure walking slowly. His body exuded 12-realm cultivation fluctuations. It was none other than the purple dragon reality. Seeing a 12-realm cultivator appear, the crowd's emotions calmed down a little. Rest easy, gentlemen. Xu Tang's crime is unforgivable. Banish him, and it is already the result of my return to the South Kingdom's saintly and generous heart. But don't worry, all of you. The Azzi sermon will still continue, only from now on. The person delivering the sermon was just switched from that shameless villain Xu Tang to this seat. I am Zi Longjin, a 12th realm cultivator. Think there's still qualifications to be able to preach to you guys instead of that guy. The Violet Dragon realist nodded slightly, and when he spoke of his 12 realms of cultivation, can't help but show some pride. But unexpectedly, after hearing his introduction, none of the 81 cultivators present rose to salute. Some didn't even bother to give him a proper look. Seeing this, the purple dragon realist was a bit huffy, but thinking that he was a 12th realm cultivator, why should he be angry with these little dolls? So, without waiting for a response from the crowd, he came to that lotus throne on his own and I was about to sit down, only to see that among the 81 cultivators, someone heckled up and pinched out a spell. This lotus throne was specially created for Master Su by my Xianzhou. You're a mere 12th realm cultivator worthy of sitting? As the words fell, the lotus throne that was born with Taoist rhythms and could be called a spiritual treasure was pocketed by him. If it wasn't for Zi Longjinjin's quick eyes and hands, he almost had to fall on his butt and make a joke. You! He looked at the Xianzhou cultivator, killing intent surging in his eyes. But unexpectedly, right after that, someone else got up and struck a stream of light onto the Alliance Master's fancy dress that Qingyu was wearing. This Alliance Master's fancy dress is a costume specially created for Master Su by my heavenly spirit state. You're a deceitful thing who deserves to wear it. Take it off. As soon as these words came out, it was as if the gorgeous clothes on the green fish were born with a spirit. It slid off of her like a loach, transformed into the size of a palm, and returned to the man's hand. A blasphemous green fish was exposed in plain sight, and she was instantly ashamed and red in the face. Couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. You too. You don't want to participate in the Azzi sermon anymore. The purple dragon realist didn't expect someone to make a move right under his nose, so he suddenly shouted out angrily. But it's okay if he doesn't say anything. That said, immediately rubbing all 81 cultivators stood up. Take it or leave it. So what if I attended? Listening to a sermon from an old dog of the 12th realm like you? I'm ashamed to say it. A 12 realm cultivator who has only cultivated for 2,000 years. You are worthy of preaching to us? The people were talking and listening to the purple dragon realist who was seething with murderous intent. I can't wait to go out and slaughter all these people. However, he was well aware that these people in front of him could all be Heaven's Pride cultivators from their respective sects in the other 8 states. Not to mention whether or not you can kill them all. Even if they could, I'm afraid that the next day, the entire returning South realm would be razed to the ground by the 8-state sect. Therefore, even if he was angry, he could only suppress his emotions and, gritting his teeth, he spoke. What are you doing? Don't forget that you are still members of the Great Love Immortal Alliance, and now they are against me for an exile. Can it be that you guys aren't afraid of being expelled from the Great Love Immortal Alliance by me? The purple dragon realist spoke viciously, adding his 12-realm cultivation as he spoke. That's what overpowered the crowd. Unexpectedly, when they heard his words, odd colors appeared on all 81 cultivators' faces. Some people are even looking at him like he's a little cutie. Look at him like. At this point, the peak 10th realm cultivator who had greeted the crowd at the foot of the mountain on foot was the first to get up and leave. Go up the hill respectfully and pick up the steps. When he descended the mountain, he went straight across the void, not even bothering to say hello. Only one deafening sentence remains. Without Master Xu's great love immortal alliance, there's no need to wait for you to expel it. We'll quit and disband ourselves. After him, the rest left one after another. Didn't bother to say another word. Seeing the 81 people leave down the mountain without a care in the world, the green fish's face was stagnant and he could not make a sound for a long time. She couldn't figure it out after thinking about it, so she was so angry that she had to stop the last person and questioned. The Great Love Immortal Alliance was clearly created as a result of the strength of my country, the returning South. How can you guys opt out just because of that villain Xu Tang? Aren't you guys sorry? End of chapter. The mackerel's question was not destined to be answered. This was because the person who left in the end was the eldest senior brother of a top sect in the Earth Spirit state. Didn't even bother to answer the green fish's question. If it weren't for Master Xu's face, with a character like you couldn't even see my face in the Earth Spirit state. And now you have the audacity to question me about it. How ridiculous. After coldly throwing out these words, he threw out his big sleeves and left straight away. Only the green fish and the purple dragon realist were left behind to look at each other in dismay. Looking towards the empty futon with the sermon square in front of him, Zilongjinjin opened his mouth, filled with bitterness. Which of the past Koshi sermons was not a packed house? Those heavenly pride cultivators, each and every one of them chipped in to come and participate, and now they won't even leave one behind. What the hell is this about? The next day, returning to the southern kingdom, inside the opulent palace, Lin Yuxuan, who was temporarily acting as the supervisor, sat on top of the throne, her face gloomy. She had heard about what had happened in the sermon square. Things happened far beyond her expectations. Koshi sermon, an event that was supposed to highlight the national strength of the Guinan kingdom, ended up in such a state. How could this not make her, who was temporarily acting as the country's lord, angry? Xu Tang! Xu Tang! Xu Tang! It's Xu Tang again. How much more trouble do you want to give me? They're all gone, so why don't you stop? Lin Yuxuan slammed the table with force and cursed out angrily. Palace ladies and eunuchs in the hall were suddenly trembling, lest they raised their heads and touched the mold. Your Highness doesn't need to be angry over that kind of villain. I'm sure those people were under Xu Tang's spell and were deceived by him, not knowing the inside story. That's why I chose to leave this Koshi sermon. As long as you, princess, lead us to open up the frontier, by incorporating that vast and boundless great desolate realm within my Guinan kingdom's territory. When my Guinan kingdom's national power rises to a new level, will I still be afraid that someone won't come to participate in the AZ sermon? At that moment, a black robe in the shadows stood out and said in a magnetic voice. He was precisely one of the 12 realm cultivators that appeared that day. No one knew where he came from, only that he was the most loyal subordinate under Lin Yuxuan. All over the palace, he was honored as Lord Black Robe. It was also with the presence of him, a 12th realm cultivator. Only then could Lin Yuxuan take over the power of the supervisory state and act as an agent of the imperial government when the lord of the Guinan kingdom was seriously ill. As expected, after hearing the Black Robe's words, Lin Yuxuan's originally tightly frowned eyebrows gradually loosened. She stood up, and in an instant she was back to that graceful, celestial noble. What the Black Robes say is true. They were merely under Xu Tang's spell, so how could I blame them? Not to mention the fact that right now our focus in the returning South Kingdom is to subdue the Great Wall of Demon Suppression and re-elect the hidden officials, create a genuine 13th Realm Harmonization Realm Grand Cultivator for my returning South Kingdom, taking in the Great Wall of Demon Suppression and creating 13 Realms of Harmonization Realm Grand Cultivators. Hearing this, the purple dragon realist and the black robe both flashed fiery colors in their eyes. 13 Realm Harmonization Realm Great Cultivator. That was the lifelong dream of many people. You should know that once you step into the Harmonization Realm, not only will your lifespan extend for 10,000 years, it can even communicate with heaven and earth for its own use, constructing a cave in the body and opening up a small world, become a truly near-immortal, non-injurious, non-falling existence. But how difficult it was to step into the 13th realm. There is a time and a place, and you can't have one without the other. Talent is just the ticket. What's more important is to find a feng shui spiritual place to merge with the Tao with his body and communicate with the will of heaven. And in the territory of Guinan, the only thing that fits the bill is the Great Wall of Demon Suppression that Xu Tang has been occupying for 10,000 years. One must know that looking at the entire 9 states, with billions of living beings, there were no more than 2 digits of 13 realm grand cultivators. If he could really subdue the Great Wall of Demon Suppression and refine it, he would become a 13 realm grand cultivator. The duo only woke up laughing in their dreams. And that, in a nutshell, is what brought the duo to trial against Xu Tang. Xu Tang had been on the Great Wall of Demon Suppression for too long, and it was time for a new owner. Why? He's the only one who gets to stay up there? If that's Xu Tang but a little bit of emotional intelligence, will move the brain, know the change, rotate the hidden officer slots around a bit, and you won't end up with such a broken body. The purple dragon realist leisurely opened his mouth. What the real person said is very true. It's a pity that that person is too greedy, and for the sake of a so-called hidden official position, weaving lies. Do you really think that we, too, are a foolish populace, believing that beyond his so-called Great Wall, is there a child's play within the great wasteland where demons roam? It's just an excuse to have the treasure land all to yourself. The black robes nodded in agreement. That's right. There's no such thing as demons roaming around within the great wilderness. It's clearly an unexplored paradise. And that, in turn, is the foremost goal of my return to the South Kingdom right now. Open up the frontier and explore the wilderness. Lin Yuxuan pointed a distant finger at the void in front of her. A vivid, magnificent and brilliant picture scroll slowly unfolds. The view from above is full of birds and flowers, mountains and auras. This map was obtained by me when I commissioned Black Robe to sneak across the Great Wall of Demon Suppression and go to the Great Wilderness territory to draw it. It details the true sights of the Great Desolate Realm. There are no demons, much less the so-called 13-realm terrifying great demons. In the face of such a treasure land, my returning South Kingdom has not explored it for 10,000 years under the spell of that Xu Tang. It's really sad. So, with immediate effect, this princess declares. Lin Yuxuan stood with her hands in the air, and with a thought, a holy decree appeared. As her red lips flicked out, the words of the holy decree also appeared on the iron pen and silver hook. Black Robe, Purple Dragon Realist, the two of you lead the team. Lead the Great Love Immortal Alliance and the cultivators of all sects and factions within my Guinan territory to take over the Great Wall of Demon Suppression and rotate the position of the hidden official. Song Yao, on the other hand, will be the vanguard, leading the true disciples of the various sects to explore the Great Wasteland territory first. Set up stronghold assignments and build teleportation spells. Open up the frontier and establish an unparalleled success. It starts with you three. It starts with this princess reign. This princess will make the Great Desolate Realm the second land of my returning South Kingdom. The words fell, and the holy decree became. I respectfully submit to the Holy Spirit. The Purple Dragon Realist and the Black Robe cupped their fists in unison to receive the decree. Subsequently, this bright yellow holy decree transformed into countless streams of light, flying towards one of the many teleportation spell formations set up within the palace. Layer by layer, it instantly spread throughout the entire returning South realm, setting fire to the emotions of all the cultivators within the returning South. After seeing the imperial decree, the whole country cheered. There is no one who does not envision a better life after the opening of the great wilderness. No one didn't yearn for the mountainous and beautiful environment of the great wasteland, where aura was abundant. Having been cheated by that villain Xu Tang for a full 10,000 years, today I've finally lifted the clouds and fog to see the light. The Princess Sama is wise. Only a woman hero like Princess Sama, who pierced through Xu Tang's lies, lead us to a better future. I've heard that spiritual fruits can be found everywhere in the Great Wasteland, and the spiritual chi is dozens of times denser than that in Guinan. My lord is wise. A woman is better than half the sky. Without your highness, I don't know how much longer we're afraid we'll be fooled by that scumbag Xu Tang. Wisps upon wisps of invisible incense and fire, with the emotional excitement of the cultivators in the returning South territory swaying and rising into the air. 100 rivers are gathered into a river, and an armpit into a fur. Eventually, it converged into a huge and solid incense true intent that shot straight up into the clouds and converged into the palace. Finally, it was inhaled into Lin Yuxuan's nose as much as possible. The pleasurable feeling that came from raising her strength made her feel as if her soul was trembling. The bottleneck of the 10th realm has loosened up a lot more yet. Lin Yuxuan exhaled a long breath, and on her stunning face, a look of satisfaction appeared. If the black robes hadn't taught her this incense cultivation method, another scheme to expose the true colors of Xu Tang, the hypocrite, to the world, how could he, with his mediocre talent, have soared so far in such a short period of time? You've become a 10th realm power? Next, as long as one explores the great wasteland, there will be countless more incense waiting for one. Is there a more joyful practice in this world? Lin Yuxuan's amazing breasts rose and fell slightly, her mood swinging, but immediately afterward, an urgent report broke her cheerful mood again. Enlighten the princess. The headquarters of the Great Love Immortal Alliance comes from various branches of sects in the other 8 states. It's been emptied and moved out as much as possible. End of chapter. What? Seeing this news, Lin Yuxuan's face changed. The Great Love Immortal Alliance had been established for several thousand years, and was a force that could not be underestimated within the returning South. The members of the Immortal League consisted of the forces behind the cultivators who attended the Koshi sermon, gathering all the branches of the various sects in the other 8 states. The strength could not be said to be unimaginable. It's safe to say that without the help of the Great Love Immortal League, the returning South Kingdom wanted to control the returning South Realm for as long as 10,000 years, and it definitely wasn't as easy as it is now. What's more, Lin Yuxuan had long ago planned the Immortal Alliance as a major aid in exploring the Great Desert. Nowadays, members of the Immortal League have left without saying goodbye and moved away from the Immortal League's blessed land. How did that not surprise her? What the hell is going on here? Now that my country of return is prospering, it is even more important to create the feat of opening up new territories. It's too unreasonable for members of the Immortal Alliance to leave at this time, Lin Yuxuan murmured, not daring to delay later. She hurriedly had people prepare the dragon carriage. She would also have to make a personal trip to the Great Love Immortal Alliance to see for herself. Behind him, the Violet Dragon realist also frowned slightly when he saw this. He thought of a possibility, but found it so absurd that he simply didn't say it. But after Lin Yuxuan left, he still couldn't help but murmur, Koshi sermon they quit because Xu Tang left. Can it be that the changes in the Great Love Immortal Alliance today are also because of him? How is this possible? The more the Purple Dragon realist thought about it, the more ridiculous he felt, and even laughed at himself when he said it in the end. The members of the Immortal League were not the same group of young men who attended the A sermon. They were all old men from other clans in the 8 states sent over to represent their clans to join the Immortal Alliance. Each one is more sophisticated than a fox. How could one choose to give up their Immortal Alliance spot just because a hypocrite left? You have to know that the entire Guinan realm now knows that the Guinan kingdom is going to explore the Great Wasteland. By withdrawing from the Immortal Alliance at this time, wouldn't it be giving away the fat meat in his mouth? Shaking his head, the Purple Dragon realist no longer thought much about it, but transformed into a streak of light that, going after Lin Yuxuan. And after the two left, the black robe was left standing alone. The eyes flickered, and the demonic heavy pupils were vaguely visible. Is even the Great Love Immortal Alliance disbanding? It seems that Xu Tang left the returning South Realm. Indeed did not fake it. Still, it's a good idea to observe it for a while. Old ancestor Tazuki suffered the Dao heart injury 10,000 years ago was too severe. My demon race can't take a second chance. We must be 100% sure that Xu Tang has no more causal ties with the returning South Realm before we can. Immortal League blessing. The original aura dense, cloudy, Taoist sound unceasingly immortal blessed land. It was awfully quiet at the moment. It's so quiet that you can't even hear the bugs chirping. What? Just on my way here, 90% of the members have all moved out? At this point, the dragon carriage landed with a great deal of light. Lin Yuxuan, who had an anxious face, had just come down. Before she could get on her feet, she heard the news that nearly made her faint. What the hell are you guys doing for food? Can't even keep a bunch of old men down. What do I need you for? Don't think that just because this princess has a good temper, you guys can be masculine. When this matter is cleared up, anyone who is responsible will be executed to the 9 clans. At the foot of the mountain, Lin Yuxuan pointed at a Taoist child and angrily cursed. She couldn't figure it out. Now that the returning South Kingdom was about to open up the Great Wasteland, being a member of the Immortal League can certainly benefit from it. This time they are opting out. Apart from the fact that the underlings have been poorly entertained and have annoyed their honored guests, Lin Yuxuan could no longer think of a second reason. Oh, your highness is going to execute her own 9 clans? The play of the great righteousness. Old man, I've lived for thousands of years and it's the first time I've seen it. At that moment, a gray-haired old man came riding a donkey backwards at the foot of the mountain and joked. Lin Yuxuan narrowed her eyes slightly. Being in a rage, she was about to see who had such a dog's guts as to talk back to her when however, after seeing the other party's appearance, he hurriedly changed into a respectful look and saluted. My little daughter pays her respects to Heavenly Father Takumi. Takumi Tensho. Big love for the top battlefield of the Immortal League. The peak cultivator of the 13th realm was only 1 foot away from the legendary Heavenly Exaltation 14th realm. That's why he was honored as Takumi Heavenly Father. Facing such a figure, Lin Yuxuan didn't dare to be the slightest bit reckless. To a high Heavenly Father, however, ignored her and laughed kindly before riding his donkey backwards and continuing on his way. Seeing this, Lin Yuxuan hurriedly followed. I dare to ask Lord Heavenly Father why he left it this time? Is there something about my hospitality in the country of Guinan? If you will only say so, I'll have someone change it right away. Or has some ungrateful person messed with you? You tell me. I'll immediately have Song Yao personally go and capture that man at your disposal. But in any case, please also explain, sir, why the members of the Immortal League are leaving in droves. After all, wasn't the Immortal Alliance founded in the first place because of the strength of my country, the returning South Kingdom? Is that what attracted the cultivators from the 8 states to join the Great Love Immortal Alliance? Now that my returning South Kingdom is about to open up the Great Wilderness, it's obvious that the country's power is going to be taken to another level. Countless opportunities, countless fortunes are waiting to be shared by members of the Immortal Alliance. Why do you all choose to leave at this time? Lin Yuxuan couldn't figure it out even if she thought about it. It shouldn't. Looking at the blessing that is about to arrive, don't but choose to leave at this time. Not only would he not be able to gain any benefits, but he would also form a bond with the returned South Kingdom from then on. How could this group of old demons who had lived for thousands of years do such a lose-lose thing? What the hell is going on here? Yes, please ask the Heavenly Father to clear up the confusion for us. All of you leaving the Immortal Alliance at this time is truly baffling. At this time, the Purple Dragon Realist also came to the scene. He was a 12-realm cultivator, but facing the Tuahai Heavenly Father, who was only one realm apart. Never dare to be the slightest bit careless. The gap between the 12th and 13th realms was even greater than the gap between an ordinary person and a cultivator. What's more, this was a truly great cultivator who was expected to achieve the position of a 14th realm Heavenly Father. And seeing a 12th realm cultivator inquiring about himself, Tuahai Heavenly Father reluctantly stopped in his tracks. Lightly glancing at Lin Yuxuan, he smiled disdainfully. You said that the Immortal Alliance was founded because you returned to the Southern Kingdom? What a big joke. Ha ha, simply the funniest thing the old man has heard in the thousands of years I've lived. When, with or without the formation of the Immortal League, can it have anything to do with your bull ***** return to the south? What a great face. Ha ha, Tuahai Heavenly Father's words were unforgiving, and his laughter was even more wantonly open. It was like a resounding slap that fiercely slapped Lin Yuxuan's face. It made the latter instantly break his defense. His face flushed red, and his teeth itched with anger, but did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. After all, the other party was Takumi Heavenly Father. Heavenly Father. These two words alone were more than enough to exterminate the entire Guinan kingdom hundreds of times. Yuxuan doesn't understand. Please elaborate. Sir. Lin Yuxuan gritted her teeth, but she didn't dare to have a fit. One can only arch one's hand and put one's head even lower. If the establishment of the Immortal League has nothing to do with the power of the returning South Kingdom, then why did you all choose to establish the Great Love Immortal Alliance within our country? And why the Immortal League has flourished for thousands of years as if it were a day? There are constantly clans from the other 8 states that want to apply for membership? Looking at the entire Great Desolate State, apart from my country of Guinan, which has this kind of strength that can convince all of you to fold, what other reason could there be? This time, Lin Yuxuan brought a few points of defiance into her tone. Bring a little bit of arrogance too. After all, once the feat of opening up the Great Desolate Realm was accomplished, the strength of the returning South Kingdom would definitely be taken to the next level. At that time, as the leader of this pioneering effort to explore the Great Wilderness, her reputation will also be at its peak. It's not impossible to become the first female lord of a kingdom in all of history. Therefore, Lin Yuxuan thought she had the backbone to say these words. But upon hearing Lin Yuxuan's words, it was as if Takumi Heavenly Father had heard a child showing off his toy. Although his face was smiling, he didn't care, not to mention answering her questions. This made Lin Yuxuan feel as if she had punched cotton. Ignorance is the greatest humiliation. Right now, this was clearly the case with Takumi Heavenly Father. However, just as Lin Yuxuan was imagining things, Zi Longjinren suddenly pressed on her shoulders. Princess, you must not act out of anger. Shaking his head, the Violet Dragon Realist admonished. Then he arched his hand and bowed to the Heavenly Father of Tuahai, speaking in an even lower posture. The late generation implores the Heavenly Father to show them the way. Only when he saw this did the Heavenly Father of Tuahai slightly look down at the two of them squarely. Then he waved his burrow tail and shook his head, laughing. What's the reason? Naturally, it's you and the others who have eyes but no eyes. How dare you expel Master Xu? Little doll. This honored one will tell you the truth. The founding of the Immortal Alliance had nothing to do with you. Guinan Kingdom, from the beginning to the end. It's all Master Su's work alone. Now that you've expelled Master Xu, the Immortal Alliance, naturally, has no need to exist. Hearing this, Lin Yuxuan was struck by lightning. She thought of a million possibilities, but just did not expect that this matter is related to Xu Tang. It turns out that the reason for this is so simple. Xu Tang left the returning South Realm, so the members of the Immortal Alliance chose to withdraw as well. But, on what grounds? What makes a hypocrite leaving such a big deal? Is it possible that my entire country have returned to the South combined? None of which is better than such a hypocrite who has been deceiving beings for 10,000 years? Lin Yuxuan couldn't figure it out. Beside her, the Violet Dragon Realist was even more dumbstruck, his jaw dropping to the ground. The Purple Dragon Realist's focus was simple. If one has just heard correctly, the Honorable Takumi Heavenly Father. Surprisingly, he called Xu Tang, Master Su? End of chapter. Great Desolate State. Burial Immortal Mountain Range. This area borders the Southern Realm, the Northern Realm and the Great Desert Realm. The mountain range stretches on and on, looking like a sleeping dragon from afar. It is rumored that a great demon above the 15th realm fell here countless years ago. The corpse was transformed into a mountain range, and all of his Tao skills melted between heaven and earth. Because of this place was extremely restricting to human cultivators. Human cultivators, here, could only exert less than half of their usual strength. Plus, this place is connected to the Great Barren Realm. Demons abound, and crises abound. For the cultivators of the returned South Realm, even if they are exiled, none of them come to such poor and vicious places. But for the Northern Realm cultivators who come to the Burial Immortal Mountain Range to collect demonic herbs and make demon-removing spells. But it's a family affair, even if there are demons hiding here. Even though the human cultivators could only exert less than half of their strength here. But they're still coming. The Northern Realm, the third region within the Great Desolate State. The same is true for the location of human cultivators. However, in the north, there is neither a thoroughfare barrier like the Great Wall of Demon Suppression, much less like the returning South Realm. There was a hidden official sword immortal, sitting down to get rid of the demons. The Northern Realm cultivators could only live with difficulty under the prying eyes of the demons. Every Northern Realm teenager's rite of passage was to come to the Burial Immortal Mountain Range to collect demon grass, demonic herbs collected from the Burial Immortal Mountain Range, added when building weapons or making pills. It was able to act as a bloodline suppressor against demons. It was by relying on the demon grass of the Burial Mountain Range that the Northern Realm cultivators, under the heavy pressure of the demon, after all these years of suffering. However, the process of collecting the demon grass was no less treacherous than fighting a demon. However, it was in this mountain range that was almost hellish for human cultivators, and yet someone dared to walk among them single-handedly. The man was dressed in a white robe, and no cultivation fluctuations could be seen on his body. It was Xu Tang who sought to break through the 15-realm deed and move with his heart. At the moment, he looked perplexed and kept muttering. The words "I'm almost there" were repeated over and over again. Such conspicuous behavior made him long ago become the prey in the eyes of many demons in the mountain range. Next moment, a snake demon that was more than a dozen feet long aimed at Xu Tang and ejected blatantly. The bloody mouth propped out in an incomparably exaggerated arc. The two fangs were like a cold moon, reflecting a frightening light. The venom flowing from it was even more horrible, and just a drop or two fell off there. All of it turned the land below into a dead silence, and the aura emanating from the snake demon was even more trembling. It was clearly a great demon of the 8th realm. Just one step away from stepping into the 9th realm of shedding one's bones and transforming into a human body. Fellow Taoist, be careful. Along with the snake demon's strike, a reminder sounded. A flying sword came across the sky immediately afterward. However, without getting close to that snake demon, he was directly slapped out by a flick of its tail. I'll deal with you two after I eat this guy. The snake demon's vertical pupils revealed a sinister color. In the next moment, it opened its bloody mouth to swallow Xu Tang's entire body directly. Bad. A group of cultivators dressed in green clothes hurriedly arrived, and their faces changed drastically when they saw the scene in front of them. We've lost another cultivator in the Northern Realm. Damn, what's with the Burial Immortal Mountain Range lately? How come there are so many more 7th? A great demon of the 8th realm. Quickly form a formation and kill this Fong to avenge this fellow Taoist. The group totaled 5. After seeing the snake demon strike, they all subconsciously thought that Xu Tang would surely die. After all, this is in the Burial Mountain Range. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation of cultivation on Xu Tang's body again. How good can it be? That was why the first time the crowd cursed out, subconsciously wanting to line up to decapitate the demon and avenge Xu Tang. But, immediately afterward, the crowd saw a scene that they would never forget. Just as the snake demon's bloody mouth was about to touch Xu Tang, the confused and crazy-looking Xu Tang, just a glance back at this snake demon that was about to transform into a form. Click. Next moment, only the snake demon was seen frozen in the air as he maintained his offensive stance. Subsequently, it turned into piece after piece and fell to the ground, dead as dead can be. A little demon of the 8th realm. How dare you take a shot at me? Xu Tang, who had utilized his body's instincts to counterattack, couldn't help but be surprised out loud when he discovered the snake demon's cultivation. And the crowd couldn't help but look at each other when they heard this. Shock was written all over each face. The 3 words 8th realm they recognized. They also recognized the word little demon. But a small demon of the 8th realm? It's hard to imagine that these 5 words could even be put together like that. The 8th realm demons in the Burial Immortal Mountain Range. When was it that they were able to claim the name of Little Demon? All of them immediately straightened their faces, realizing that this plain-looking Taoist in front of them, it was most likely a great power of the 11th realm. Even the 12th realm is possible. After all, after stepping into the 11th realm, one had already begun to try to communicate with heaven and earth. The cultivation suppression in the burial immortal mountain range would also be much reduced. But the man looked rather unfamiliar. Within the northern territory, cultivators above the 11th mirror could be counted on one hand. There's no such person in my memory. Is there? Among the 5, the leader was a burly man. It was him who had just made a move to try and save Xu Tang. At this moment, when he was about to salute Xu Tang and ask for his name, "Get out!" only Xu Tang raised his right hand, aimed it at the void in front of him, and fiercely slapped it. Shasta! Only to see the mountain range that was transformed by these dozens of miles of ancient demonic bodies. It suddenly exploded and shattered. When they saw this scene, the crowd's jaws dropped. I didn't see it wrong. The mountain ridge is shot out? This is the burial immortal mountain range. This person actually destroyed the mountain range with one hand? The unchanging burial immortal mountain range for eternity has been smashed by a single hand today? What exactly is his cultivation level? In the 5 people's perception, the burial immortal mountain range was a forbidden place in general. Being able to survive here and pick a few demon grasses was incomparably difficult. Today, someone slapped the mountain range of the burial immortal mountain range with just one hand in front of them? The 5 of them only felt that their worldviews had been shocked, and their Tao hearts were destabilized. And when the smoke cleared, the place where the original mountain forest was located suddenly appeared an incomparably large, dark-bodied, and bats with scarlet eyes like lanterns. It hung upside down above the space, as large as a small mountain, covering the sky. The indifferent eyes emanating from the 2 pupils were even more chilling. Blood-devouring berserkers? Damn it! How did the blood-devouring berserkers appear? Finished. This is an 11-realm great demon. How did it appear on the outskirts of the burial immortal mountain range? This is impossible. It's said that the blood-devouring berserkers are even capable of sucking a 12th realm cultivator alive when they're at their full strength. We don't even qualify as appetizers when we need it. Seeing this legendary blood-devouring mad bat, the crowd was so shocked that they almost didn't faint from fear. This was a great demon of the 11th realm. A truly great demon. Just that monstrous demonic aura alone was enough to suppress the 5 people present. So how can they not be afraid? But at the same time more puzzling. Why would such a great demon appear here? Insanity and disorganized breath. I really don't know how a guy like you managed to injure old man Tazuki back then. At the expense of old ancestor Taluetsu, who also wanted me to treat him with care. Just a fellow like you is worthy? The blood-devouring mad bat that had been hiding in the void saw that he had been discovered and simply stopped hiding. It transformed into a black-robed demonic man, walking slowly towards the crowd. Between walks, he spoke slowly, looking towards Xu Tang. His eyes were filled with disdain. Remembering that before coming out, old man Tazuki warned himself again and again. Never reveal any of your whereabouts in front of Xu Tang. Don't let even a trace of demonic energy leak out. Don't let Xu Tang notice you. It's the only way to survive. But after following Xu Tang for the past few days, he realized that this so-called hidden official of the Great Wall was nothing more than that. Insanity and disorganized breath. Cultivation is even more of a mess. Couldn't even spot his own trail. On the way, they were even almost captured by a couple of small demons and cooked for dinner. I am Tor Sol, the young clan leader of the blood-devouring Berserkers clan. If that's all you're capable of, then don't waste this young lord's time. Finish it on your own, and at least you'll have a whole body. Tor Sol stood still and spoke indifferently. The 11 realms of demonic chi immediately rose to the sky and swept through the heavens and earth. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed colors and the great sun was darkened. So it's the descendant of Tazuki. Xu Tang touched your chin, nodded thoughtfully. Since you're an old acquaintance, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. He loosened his shoulders and swayed. In the next moment, it suddenly flashed in front of Tor Sol. The speed was so fast that it created cracks in the void. The Tor Sol, who was indifferent and full of disdain in the last second, suddenly changed his face drastically. Before he could utilize his natural aptitude, he realized that the sky was spinning. Under the haze of his vision, he was surprised to see his headless body. It was Xu Tang who struck, twisting off his head in just a moment, destroying the vitality in his body. When did the 11th realm also deserve to be called a great demon? End of chapter. Tor Sol, the most gifted offspring of the Tazuki clan, but at the early age of 500 years old, he was entrusted with an important task by the great demon of the Tor Moon. Admired as a blood-devouring bat-lesser matriarch, it stands to reason that he has a great future ahead of him. In the same realm, Tor Sol is invincible. Since he was young and practiced, he decided that he would be the first great demon to step through the Great Wall of Demon Suppression. It should be the leader who led the demon race to massacre the returning South Realm. Old ancestor Tazuki had said that he had the stature of a 14th realm heavenly father. But all of this went up in smoke as Xu Tang struck. It was easier for Xu Tang to kill him than it was to kill a chicken. After Tazuki's vitality was cut off, a bat body that was as high as halfway up a mountain with a pitch-black body took shape and appeared. Even in death, that huge corpse still gave people an incomparable sense of shock. The cultivation of the 11th realm even made this corpse emit a strong demonic aura. If Xu Tang hadn't stood in front to isolate this demonic aura, I'm afraid that none of the people present could withstand such a terrifying demonic aura. The moment, the 5 people stared at the scene in disbelief, unable to believe what had just happened. A great demon of the 11th realm just died? The crowd gulped and their mouths went dry. It just feels like a dream. No, wouldn't dream of doing that. That was a great demon of the 11th realm. If such a demon appeared in the northern realm, I don't know how many more lives would be brought to ruin. Again, it was unknown. How many lives of cultivators would have to be taken before it could barely be suppressed and sealed? As for the kill, it's a pipe dream. For the northern realm, where the environment was barren and there weren't many cultivators to begin with, the cost of suppressing a great demon was far less than decapitating one. What's more, there's still the old one if you kill the young one. There is no great barrier in the north like the Great Wall of Demon Suppression, nor was there that legendary hidden official sword cultivator sitting at the border. To be able to survive in this demon-infested world is already a northern realm cultivator. As far as it can go. Senior, I am Luo Hung. We are disciples of the northern realm Battle Sky sect. Just now, it was us who had the eyes to not recognize MT. Tai and took the liberty of striking out. So please forgive me. Senior, among the 5, the man at the head was the first to come back to his senses. Coming before Xu Tang, he bowed solemnly to him and sincerely apologized. Please forgive me, Senior. The remaining 4, too, spoke in unison, bending over to curtsy. His head was bowing all the way to the floor. Where is this coming from? What offense have you committed, to step in and try to save me in that situation? Instead, I should be thanking you. Xu Tang was taken aback at his words. This was the first time he had seen such a humble cultivator. I remembered that when I was in the returning South realm, the group of cultivators were more arrogant than one another. In the face of the common people, they will always put on the attitude of immortal masters. And when faced with a junior whose cultivation was inferior to his own, he would even make a show of pointing. Take for example what just happened. If the cultivators of the returning South realm had seen it, their first instinct is certainly not to save lives. Either that or stand by and watch with a cold shoulder and maybe a sneer or two at the lack of self-importance. Either they wait until the other party's life is on the line and they are begging for help. Then they will come to the rescue. For the sake of maximizing favors. During these 10,000 years in the returning South realm, although Xu Tang had been sitting at the Great Wall of Jin demons, however, divine sense had actually enveloped the entire returning South realm long ago. As a 14-realm Great Heavenly Father, it's no exaggeration to say that whenever he wants to, with a single movement of the mind, one could refine the entire returning South realm into an internal cave. He knew too well what kind of nature the cultivators of the returning South realm had. That was why Xu Tang was surprised at Luo Hung and the others' performance. A peaceful realm, where cultivators are in collusion and are at each other's throats. The land of cold and suffering is instead courteous and united. Xu Tang couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the 5 people. Returning to the South realm can make such a mess. It seems that there was a premeditated plan, and the blame is on you. Back to the Southland? Although Luo Hong lowered his head, he didn't dare to have the slightest distraction. Hearing the comments of this senior in front of him, he mentioned the returning South realm again. And then when you think of his formidable strength, and the recent rumors that have abounded that, rumors of returning to the southern realm to exile that Lord Cryptic official, a thought gradually surfaced in his mind, causing his heart to thump much faster. Evening Generation. Evening Generation dare to ask for the name of the senior. Elder. You are the one from the return to the South realm, the hidden officer of the wall? Luo Hong asked with incomparable nervousness, stuttering in his words. There were even bean-sized beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. The 4 people behind him also reacted instantly when they heard this, their eyes widening and their eyes instantly flaming up. They've all heard that rumor. But, not many people in the north believed it. After all, that was a hidden official of the Great Wall who was able to suppress demons for up to 10,000 years. Although the apparent strength is 12 realms, many people in the north speculate. I'm afraid that Lord Cryptic official has long since reached the 13th realm of harmonization. Even, it was most likely the legendary 14 realms, the Great Celestial Father. Raise your hand and the sun, moon and stars change, pitching up and down and reading the sky. How could the returning South realm exile such an existence? Can't wait to be offered as an ancestor. If only the north had such a human hero instead. The family must cast a golden body of incense for him, worship him day and night, offer him 3 meals, and follow him for all eternity. So, in the eyes of the northern realm cultivators, Although the return to South Realm cultivators were all high-eyed and arrogant, but there's no way in hell you'd do something that's self-destructive. Exile the great celestial being? How brainwashed does one have to be to do that? Isn't that sending yourself into the mouth of a demon? Aren't they afraid of the demons of the great desolate realm? So Luo Hang's 5 didn't believe that rumor either. But what's happening in front of you is a bit of a reverie. But, facing Luo Hang's inquiry, Xu Tang merely shook his head, as if laughing at himself. Is the Great Wall a hidden official? He and I do share the same name. It's just a pity that right now, I'm not a hidden official. Isn't that the great celestial father? A flash of disappointment flashed under the eyes of the 5. That bit of disappointment was fleeting. However, that's a hallowed great heavenly father, a rare top cultivator in the world. How could your own group of people just come across it? But, even if the senior wasn't that legendary existence, but being able to kill an 11th realm great demon in seconds, it means that the strength is also very strong. It was highly likely that their cultivation was comparable to those 3 sovereigns of the northern realm. Therefore, Luo Hang could not let go of this opportunity. At the very least, try to invite this senior. I wonder if Elder Su has somewhere to go next. If you're free, senior is cordially invited to the Battle Sky Sect. Luo Hang clasped his fists and said sincerely. Xu Tang, however, froze and, he's been following that breakthrough opportunity for a long time. But I didn't realize that this last ray of opportunity was fixed at the north? Good. Then I'll let you guys go for a walk. I had expected to have to continue wandering, possibly even searching all over Kyushu. Go find that glimpse of opportunity for Xu Tang. How could I have not expected that last glimpse of opportunity to be fixed in the north? Coincidentally, he encountered another invitation from the Northern Realm cultivators. What a coincidence. Good. Then we'll go back now. I'll use the teleportation talisman. Let's go now. Hearing Xu Tang agree to it, Luo Hang was excited beyond measure. I was going to say that I was slowly making my way back, but on second thought, I changed my mind, taking the pain in the flesh, taking out the teleportation talisman that he usually spared to use when he was saving his life to escape. Elder, let's use this, right away. Ha, there's no need to break the bank like this. Xu Tang Luo Hang had a look of flesh on his face, but then he had to pretend he didn't care and couldn't help but laugh. Let him take the talisman back. Then, let's walk back? That's going to be a long walk. The burial immortal mountain range is suppressed by the Tao. Human cultivators are unable to fly. Flight of the... Luo Hang scratched his head. He knew that Xu Tang was saying this because he could see his embarrassment. Somewhat embarrassed. But if he really wanted the senior to go with himself and the others, he felt disrespected. Only, before he could finish his sentence, Xu Tang then threw out his big sleeve. The crowd only felt a blackout. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on top of a cloud. Underneath his feet was the burial immortal mountain range that was transformed by the corpse of that great ancient demon. This was the first time they had seen the entirety of the burial immortal mountain range from the air since they had been practicing for nearly 1,000 years. How did this happen? Of the 5, some were puzzled. The burial immortal mountain range's suppression of human cultivators was no joke. Even those 312 realm sovereigns of their northern realm were unable to walk on the wind in this place. Elder, but did it? Doesn't this mean that he is even more powerful than those 3 patriarchs? The sun and the moon are long in the pot, but they are big in the sleeve. On the contrary, it was Luo Hang, associating it with Xu Tang's action of waving his big sleeve just now, coupled with the sight of the fact that he and the others were not stepping on clouds but solid ground. He came to a realization. With a glint in his eyes, he couldn't help but murmur, sleeves, ancient immortal technique. I didn't expect that Elder Xu Tang would have cast it. Hearing Luo Hang's words, the crowd came to a sudden realization, each one of them showing shock. However, Luo Hang had one more thing to say. He was afraid of scaring them. An old book has it that the dry universe in the sleeve, the sun and the moon in the pot, is the exclusive divine power of the great heavenly father. In other words, the Xu Tang who performed this technique is most likely 14 realms, the great celestial father. End of chapter. Northland, the 3rd largest region in the Great Wasteland State. It is also the 2nd place where human cultivators live. The north is in an awkward position. It was encircled by the Great Desolate Realm, the returning South Realm, and the burial immortal mountain range, which leads to the North Realm is not blessed with the same cultivation conditions and rich and pure aura as the South Realm, and we have to face the demons that stray from the Great Desolate Mirror, the place of origin of demons. From time to time, if you wanted to expand your territory and open up a new cultivation blessing, you had to cross the burial immortal mountain range again. But here's the problem. It is simply impossible for the barren conditions of the Northern Realm to produce a person who can cross the burial immortal mountain range. The cultivation levels were all at least 13 realm great cultivators. So Elder, This is the situation in the Northern Realm. The cultivators of the returning South Realm regard themselves as superior, seeing us as barbarians and not looking at all. And since there is no barrier of the way, the demons of the Great Desolate Realm even enter the Northern Realm as if it were no man's land. Often come here to kill, loot and pillage for food. A mass of land still with fresh aromatic grass slowly landed on the beacon. Luo Hong also happened to finish his narration about the situation in the north. Xu Tang narrowed his eyes slightly as his mind moved, and he was shocked inwardly. Luo Hang's words were still too optimistic. Compared to the return to the south, the Northern Realm's aura was more than barren. It's almost to the point of exhaustion. Even, he could sense the presence of Yuan Qi of a lower grade than aura. Realize that Yuan Qi could only be seen in the collections of the great families within Guinan, because in the returning South Realm, where aura is abundant, Yuan Qi, whose quality is far lower than that of aura, has instead become scarce. Collected by powerful families as a show of status. But if you say that you really take the Yuan Qi to cultivate, little cutie, neither is willing to. But in the north, he had just entered the country and had already sensed that this place was entrapped with Yuan Qi. With his 14th realm great heavenly father's perception, even vaguely aware of a Jedi sky pass in the entire Northern Realm. Let's hope it's just an illusion. Xu Tang comforted himself in his heart. After all, this was the place where the opportunity to advance to the 15th realm rested. Stepping on the thick, mottled tiles of the beacon, he glanced at the unbroken expanse of the Great Wall in front of him, couldn't help but let out a long breath. Is this the Great Wall that you modeled after the Great Wall of Demon Suppression in the returning South Realm? Xu Tang pointed to his feet, which were built with mortal clay bricks and tiles. The Great Wall with only a few formations inscribed. Some sigh. The Great Wall of Demon Suppression in the returning South Realm was essentially a great Dao barrier. It can be any form, a knife, a gun, a sword, a halberd. The form isn't important. What's important is that the origin of the Great Wall of Demon Suppression is the Great Dao Barrier. This was what allowed it to isolate the returning South Realm from the Great Desolate Realm. But this Great Wall built by the Northern Realm cultivators, although it looks lofty and majestic, it stretches for I don't know how many thousands of miles. There were also beacon towers, as well as various warning, teleportation, attack, and defense spell formations. But it's ultimately just man-made. The level of effect is only related to the cultivation of the caster as well as its own quality. To Xu Tang's eyes, this so-called Great Wall, not even the quality of a medium-grade spiritual treasure. It's senior. I've made senior laugh. Being asked this by Xu Tang, Luo Hong scratched his head in embarrassment. Somewhat embarrassed, he replied, I, a Northern Realm cultivator, have heard that there is a great demon-suppressing wall in the returning South Realm. That's why the Great Desolate Realm demons don't dare to easily enter and burn and loot. So, we Northern Realm cultivators also spontaneously built this Great Wall. Senior, I'm not afraid to laugh at you when I say it. Although everyone is clear in their hearts, this Great Wall is really just a decoration. But as long as it stands here, it at least gives us an illusion, a false hope. Luo Heng's cheeks burned a bit as he said, then pointed behind the Great Wall. Xu Tang looked along. The 14 realms of the great celestial beings have their own heaven and earth magical powers. Clairvoyance is just basic. A quick glance behind the Great Wall reveals the view. Just behind this Great Wall are countless graves, countless old graves. There are even more new graves. Onyx connects and moves with the wind. It seemed like a sea of white, solemn and dignified. A silent outpouring of sadness behind the wall. Death and life ties formation. Is this your means of defense against the demon race? Even until death, the corpse will do its last duty for the human race. With Xu Tang's cultivation attainments, how could he not see the special features of the placement of these graves? It was set up according to the immortal grade formation, the deadly life deed broad formation, the deadly life contraction formation, and ancient immortal formation. The person who set up the formation should have a minimum of 12 realms of cultivation. As for the eye of the formation, it had to be built by the corpse of an 11th realm cultivator at the very least. Once the arrangement was complete, the cultivator's corpse could be utilized to hook up with heaven and earth and operate on its own, living and dying. In the event of an attack by a powerful enemy entering, one could instantly chop out their accumulated death chi into a sword. Retreating, it can instantly transform into an infernal hell, trapping the enemy in it and torturing them to death alive. However, there was an extremely harsh condition for the deadly life contraction formation to be activated or to maximize its effect. That is, all the corpses that are put into the formation must have the same obsession before they die. These are not harsh conditions. After all, hearts and minds are different. And who can guarantee that each other's obsessions are exactly the same? Generally, only couples can do that. Therefore, the only people who have successfully set up this formation from ancient times are husband and wife. This is also the origin of the name of the deadly life contraction formation, but that kind of thing can only be called a crippled death and life formation. As a matter of fact, a true death and life formation would require a minimum of 1,000 corpses to set up the formation. Therefore, although this formation was so powerful that it was even rated as an immortal grade formation, but there are very few people who can actually lay it out. Throughout the ages, Xu Tang didn't expect to actually see such formations in the Northern Realm, which had always represented backwardness and barrenness. It made him, for a moment, go into a bit of a trance. Just what kind of obsession could make Northern Realm cultivators so united? This Great Wall, or the obsession of having the kind of Great Wall of demon suppression that the Great Wall of the Great Tao Barrier shelters. It is the obsession of all my Northern Realm cultivators. At that moment, Luo Hong continued to speak. We Northern Realm cultivators, unlike the returning South Realm cultivators, are neither born with a unique condition for cultivation. There is also no Great Tao Barrier that can isolate demons like the Great Wall of demon suppression, not to mention the absence of that legendary Lord Hidden official sitting on the border. The power of one man has suppressed demons for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, we can only use every method we can think of to defend against the demonic invasion. Even if the aura is barren, we Northern Realm cultivators will never submit to the demons. It's bound to fight them, until the last soldier is fought and the last drop of blood is shed in the body. At the end of his words, Luo Hong clenched his fists, his eyes firm. The same was true for the 4 fellow disciples behind him. Xu Tang's heart moved slightly when he saw this. Cultivators in this state. He was only 10,000 years ago, when the Great Wall was destroyed. The mountain and river shattering had been seen among the return to South Realm cultivators. Who would have thought that 10,000 years later, the seas would change? The return to the South Realm cultivators, who once also swore to get rid of demons, now don't believe in demons at all. Exile yourself, senior. At this moment, Luo Hong suddenly knelt down on one knee and solemnly clasped his fists. The same was true for the 4 fellow disciples behind him. Wow! In an instant, countless cultivators also appeared on the Great Wall. They, like Luo Hong, knelt in unison and clasped their fists in salute. These people, the one with the weakest breath had only just entered the body refining first realm. The strongest, too, had a 12 realm breath present. But at this moment, all without exception, to the hall of permission, kneeling and saluting. I implore you, senior, to save my Northern Realm human cultivators from danger. We don't ask senior to guard the border. We only ask senior to shelter us through the next 10,000 demons' night journey. Begging for elder's hand. Begging for elder's hand. With Luo Hong taking the lead, countless cultivators on the Great Wall spoke in unison. It resounded through the clouds and shook the 9 heavens. Xu Tang stood in place with his arms folded, looking into the distance. Only that glimpse of the opportunity to break through the 15th realm became more and more obvious. Looking back at the crowd again, finally, his eyes landed on that deadly bound formation. Finally, a slow nod. Good. May. I'm begging for a catch-up read and a collection you guys and gals. Everyone must click to the latest chapter please. I am playing PK and looking at this stat. Please, please, please. End of chapter. Return to the south. The border. An incomparably lofty and magnificent. As high as the heavens. The Great Wall, which could not be seen at a glance, stretched between the realm of returning to the south and the realm of the Great Wasteland. This Great Wall was incredibly ancient, with bloodstains on each inch of the bricks. The 2 Qi, Xian Huang, flowed in reverse around the sides of the Great Wall, each strand weighing 10,000 pounds. However, the Great Wall of demon suppression did not show any deformation at all due to the Xian Huang Qi. The rime of yin and yang wrapped the entire Great Wall of demon suppression, adding a layer of grayish coat to it. Both make it impossible to see the reality of it. And even more so, people dare not easily approach. Looking from inside the returning South Realm, the yang energy flowed, and the Great Wall of demon suppression was like a great sun, incomparably bright. It is as if it is the source of all life. But from the direction of the Great Wasteland realm, the cloudy atmosphere of a hint of a wisp can destroy a person's physical body and soul in a moment, as if it were Hades and hell, not to be looked at directly. No wonder Xu Tang is going to go to great lengths to weave a lie. This Great Wall of demon suppression is truly the world's most wondrous treasure. A black-robed figure descended leisurely from the sky. The moment he landed on the Great Wall of demon suppression, he felt that his cultivation bottleneck had loosened quite a bit. Behind them, 2 12-realm breath figures descended successively. At the first moment they came into contact with the ground of the Great Wall of demon suppression. A look of surprise flashed across the eyes of both of them. What Brother Black Robe said is very true. We feel this way since it was the first time we came into contact with the Great Wall of demon suppression. No wonder that Xu Tang was heartless enough to weave lies to monopolize this place. If we could stay here for 10,000 years, even a pig could cultivate to the 12th realm. Zi Longjinjin and Song Yao opened their mouths one after another. It is fortunate that we have recognized the true nature of this man and exiled him. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too much of a waste to let him alone enjoy this kind of treasure? Going forward, I'd like to ask the two cryptic officials for more guidance. The black robe nodded, and then took the initiative to take out the hidden official Zune order and put it in front of the two of them. This took the duo somewhat by surprise. After all, as the same 12-realm cultivator, it wasn't impossible for Black Robe to become a hidden official if he wanted to, but with this move, he's clearly giving up the spot. After all, the Great Wall of Demon Suppression only allowed a maximum of 2 hidden officials to exist. Brother Black Robe, a great favor is not appreciated. I, Song Yao, will remember this favor. Song Yao was most surprised, then solemnly bowed to the Black Robe. After all, in Lin Yuxuan's holy decree, his mission was to be the vanguard of the rush, led a large group to explore the Great Wasteland realm. Instead, they stayed at the Great Wall of Demonjin as hidden officials, but the Black Robe's behavior was clearly to initiate an exchange with him. Brother Song is overstating things. You're younger than me and have better talent than me. It's only right that you stay here. In that case, Black Robe will not disturb the 2 hidden official lords from practicing. I still have to lead a team to explore the Great Wasteland, so I'll ask you 2 Lord hidden officials to open the mountain. The Black Robes arched their hands slightly. The two saw this and delayed no longer. Catalyzed the hidden official Zune order. Great Wall of Demon Suppression. Open. A command. The honorable order emitted endless light. The Great Wall of Demon Suppression that hadn't changed in 10,000 years suddenly shook violently. The heavens and earth roared continuously. A huge curtain of light visible to the naked eye slowly appeared on the hazy border. Through this light curtain, the scenery of the Great Desolate Realm was visible. The Great Wall of Demon Suppression is beyond the reach of any human being, and even if the hidden officials grant permission, only a handful of people will be able to come up. This was also the reason why for 10,000 years Return to South Realm cultivators had no idea what the Great Wasteland looked like. To send people up on a large scale, only when the position of the hidden officer alternates, or when the wall opens and closes. It was only when the Xian Huang Qi as well as the Yin Yang Dao rhythm that flowed above it that it contracted on its own. At this time, it was the time when the defense of the Great Wall of Jin Demons was at its weakest. It was only at this time that ordinary people were able to set foot on the Great Wall of Demon Suppression. But since even ordinary people can set foot in, what's not to like about the treacherous 10,000-year-old deliberate demon? Almost exactly the moment the light curtain opened, the black-robed one closest to the light curtain flashed a hint of excitement in his eyes. The 9 colored flower pupils unique to the Shadow Demon clan appeared. Go, she thought to herself. 2 extremely complex and infinitely compressed formations of hurricane popped out of her 9 colored flower pupil. One climbed on top of the light curtain, then quickly drilled into it as if it were a leech entering the body. The other swiftly passed through the curtain of light and landed outside the Great Wall. In the Great Wasteland realm, the hand of a shadow demon elder who had been waiting here for a long time. In an instant, the 2 formations ran wildly, a ray of sight that was if anything, almost completely invisible. It connected between the 2 formations. This 10th realm shadow demon elder didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly urged his recluse technique to return to the base camp. Give this formation, with both hands. It was handed over to a great demon who was dressed in a piece of silk, with a hot and incomparable body, with peaks like a gathering, and waves like fury. Elder Prime Ancestor, the Shadow Demon clan will not dishonor their mission. Finally, this compulsion formation will be struck into the Great Wall of Demon Suppression, the Elder said with incomparable excitement. The name is incredibly domineering, and the name is Optimus Prime, but the body is petite and lovely. The sexy and hot demoness stretched out her white palm and received the array. With just a slight contact with Prime Tsung's hand, that elder felt himself boiling with desire. The old boy who had been dormant for years had a surprising desire to fight at the moment. Well done. Prime's voice was even more charming and graceful. Makes one's bones crunch. Do you want me to give you a little reward for moving your heart? Noticing that this shadow demon was struggling to suppress itself, Prime suddenly came forward, a face of incomparable delicacy, with sultry, flirtatious eyes. It's as if it's going to set the deepest flames of a person's heart on fire. The elder, however, would not have dared to look at it more than once, just by looking at it one more time. Yule. Explosion. This matter is nothing more than my Shadow Demon clan's part in being able to serve Elder Prime Ancestor. It's an honor, if there is nothing else. The little one will retire first. The elder sweats like a pig. It was said that accompanying a king was like accompanying a tiger, and this time he had finally experienced it. Well, Prime waved his hand faintly. Get lost. The elder then ran his ass off. After so many years, My charm is still intact. Looking at the other party's appearance as he left in a state of disarray, a smile appeared on Prime's face, but then the smile came to an abrupt end. As soon as she did, she ripped the few fabrics she had on, looked down, from the left shoulder to the right side of the abdomen, a sinuous and hideous scar that, as if it were a centipede climbing over her body. But why can you be so cruel, Xu Tang? To think that you could spare your life to such an attractive me. Why? Optimus growled, grimacing. The entire demon race only knew that back then. Xu Tang had asked for a sword to discuss the Tao, and had heavily injured old ancestor Toyo Moon, without realizing it. After that, this newly promoted hidden official of the Great Wall even took the initiative to leave the demon Suppression Great Wall, alone, a sword, deep into the hinterland of the Great Desolate Realm, the core of the demon race, 1 against 2, to strike at her, Optimus Prime. There was also another 13-realm Great Demon, Lian Hai, everything, just for the return to the South Realm cultivators to remove the aftermath of the trouble, eliminate the roots. But who would have thought that 10,000 years later, the cultivators of the returning South Realm have even exiled you, the hidden official who killed the demon hinterland only for the peace of the human race. Ha ha, ha ha, Xu Tang, Xu Tang, you didn't expect it. If you had known 10,000 years ago that you would end up like this today, I wonder if I'll regret swinging that sword at the two of us. Not only that, but even the Great Wall of Demon Suppression, which you've guarded for 10,000 years without a single misstep. After you left, there was even a day when you were possessed and eroded by the Shadow Demon Clan's innate divine ability. Ha ha, ha ha, cultivators of the returning South Realm. When refining C figures out Xu Tang's location, after determining that he really didn't leave behind any backstops, my demon race will definitely step through the Great Wall and enter Guinan again. At that time, my father will thank you all properly. Optimus Prime laughed madly and swallowed the compulsion array in one gulp. Then his figure disappeared into obscurity. In the meantime, from the territory of Guinan, from all sects, 10,000 cultivators, finally, under the leadership of the Black Robe, he passed through the light curtain and stepped into the Great Desolate Realm. So this is the Great Desolate Realm, alive and well. Great Demon? Where are the Great Demons? It doesn't exist at all. Begging for a catch-up read begs and begs. End of chapter. It's night. Returning to the Southern Kingdom, the Imperial Palace. In the Hall of Tai, Lin Yuxuan sat on a chair, a faint wave of exhaustion and anxiety between her brows. For the past half a month, she had been dealing with the matters of the Immortal Alliance, as a power not to be underestimated in the country of Guinan. The sudden withdrawal of the Immortal Alliance, it obviously caught her off guard. Not only did it leave more than half the manpower to open up the wilderness, what is more, certain people with ulterior motives in the country have seized the opportunity to stir up public opinion. Attempts were made to use this opportunity to replace her with the power of the supervisor, because the biggest impact of the withdrawal of the Immortal Alliance was actually not for those of them who practiced cultivation. Instead, countless mortals were within the returning South. The withdrawal of the Immortal Alliance would mean that the number of cultivation quotas within the Guinan territory each year would be drastically reduced by half. Put in the past, but anyone with a little bit of cultivation qualification had the hope to cultivate. After all, the members of the Immortal Alliance were all representatives sent out by the top sects of the other 8 states. They casually gave a few pointers, or took out the basic techniques within their respective clans. All are sufficient to set the populace on the path of cultivation. Not to mention, enrollment in the Immortal League is not as simple as just enrolling in and calling it a day. For those with average qualifications, they would provide all the resources needed to cultivate to the second realm. For those with the best qualifications, the Immortal Alliance directly underwrites all the cultivation resources of the first 5 realms. If they were able to break through the 6th realm, they would have even more hope of becoming a true disciple of their internal sect. Travel to other continents to practice further education. You know that all these resources are borne by the Immortal League itself. That is to say that when the Immortal League was in place, the returning South was equivalent to getting a free offer of resources. A huge aid to help one's popular practice. But now, the Immortal League withdraws. It's a one-shot deal. The impact on the entire Guinan kingdom, the Guinan realm, could not be described as immense. This was also the reason why Lin Yuxuan hadn't even gone to the first site of the opening of the Great Wasteland. To resist foreign aggression, we must first secure the interior. The withdrawal of the Immortal League has brought about a storm that is far beyond her imagination. Is it hard to believe that there's really nothing that can be done away from Xu Tang? Lin Yuxuan lightly bit her red lips, her eyes revealing a few points of unwillingness. Again, he remembered the words of that day's Tuahai Heavenly Father snickering. The establishment of the Immortal Alliance had nothing to do with you, Guinan Kingdom. From start to finish, it was all the work of Master Xu alone. Master Xu. He, to a high Tianzuan, a hallowed 13-realm Grand Cultivator, to call that villain Master Xu. It also said that the Immortal Alliance's achievements had nothing to do with the returning South Kingdom, and that it was all due to that villain. What old eyes and nonsense! Once he remembered that when Takumi Tianzuan said this, his face was full of disdain in the first half of the sentence, and in the second half of the sentence, not only did he call Xu Tang as Master Xu, even his tone was much more respectful. This caused Lin Yuxuan to immediately feel a burst of nameless anger running through her heart. She couldn't figure it out. What kind of mesmerizing soup has this villain put into the members of the Immortal League? It can fool them so upside down. In her annoyance, she recalled the conversation she had with her father when she was young after hearing about the Immortal Alliance's deeds. Why would the members of the Immortal League help us so recklessly? Even the resources provided for cultivation are free. Aren't they afraid of losing money? I remember when my father shook his head in disbelief. Only a tone of certainty answered, where is the loss of money? For them, it's clearly the most valuable thing you can make for the least cost. Earn the most valuable thing? A thought flashed through Lin Yuxuan's mind. So now the Immortal League is pulling out because they can't make that kind of stuff anymore? What exactly is the thing they earned? It's hard to believe that it's because Xu Tang has some sort of supreme treasure on his body, worthy of the Immortal League's deep friendship? Lin Yuxuan suddenly brightened up, feeling like she was suddenly enlightened and mawkish. Himself seems to have found the reason why the members of the Immortal League are withdrawing. Xu Tang, this scumbag. He must have taken away some kind of treasure that the Immortal League craved. That was why the Immortal Alliance had willingly hibernated in the returning South Realm for so long for that treasure, investing long years. But in the end, the guy ran away with the treasure. Therefore, the Immortal League has to stop its losses in time, which is why it withdrew. After figuring out exactly why the Immortal Alliance had withdrawn, Lin Yuxuan's thoughts were unbelievably clear. For a moment, the frown slowly loosened. The knot of depression in his heart dissipated quite a bit. So it is. The Immortal Alliance withdrew. Also because of that scumbag. Damn Xu Tang. Weaving demonic lies and preventing my returning South Realm cultivators from exploring the Great Desolate Realm for 10,000 years. So much for commandeering the Great Wall of Demon Suppression again. After being exiled, he took away the greatest treasure, forcing the Immortal League to withdraw, causing more than half of the mortals in my Guinan territory to lose their chance to cultivate. Xu Tang. Xu Tang, you're simply the most vicious and selfish person I've ever seen. I never thought a man could be so selfish as this. Do you realize that with your departure, how many returning South Realm mortals' hopes of cultivation have been buried? What a crime. Snap. The more Lin Yuxuan thought about it, the angrier she became, and she slapped her hand on the table. The waves rise and fall. The peaks shake. Thanks to himself, he has been going around for the past half a month to appease the people, looking for connections and searching for the truth. It turned out that the problem was still with the villain Xu Tang. My Guinan kingdom has produced such a cultivator. The position of a hidden official has been dominated by this kind of for 10,000 years. It's really pathetic. Pathetic. Men, prepare the Shan Shui DD report. This princess wants the truth about the withdrawal of the Immortal Alliance. Make it public. This princess will let everyone in the returning South Realm know just how disgusting this hypocrite really is. How underhanded. Lin Yuxuan's face turned blue as she spoke coldly. At the same time, with a flick of the wrist, a bronze-colored token carved from the bones of a true dragon quietly surfaced in his palm. Pass on my order to mobilize all 11 realms of pure martial artists within the returning South. With immediate effect, arrest Xu Tang, and if there is any resistance, shoot on sight. Stern and harsh words came out of Lin Yuxuan's mouth. After the words fell, a low keening sound came from the token. 5 pure martial artists within the country of Guinan, respectfully obey the law. The next moment, a rough and bold voice rang out. Only then did Lin Yuxuan nod and put the token away. 5 pure martial artists of the 11th realm were almost the family of the returning South Kingdom. With them out of the way, capturing Xu Tang was a snap. She then took over the landscape residence and the wolf hair brush, and told them how Xu Tang had forced the Immortal Alliance to withdraw, causing countless mortals in the Guinan territory to lose the opportunity to cultivate, and the hunt for Xu Tang. Write as much as you can. Then he instructed his subordinates to copy the Shan Shui Dai report, so that all the sects and loose cultivators in the Guinan territory, the gods of the landscape, must be distributed to the people in their respective areas. Only then did Lin Yuxuan nod in satisfaction, the corners of her mouth rising. Since the reason for the Immortal Alliance's withdrawal was that Xu Tang had fled with some sort of supreme treasure. So, if Xu Tang is arrested and brought to justice, won't he be able to give the public an explanation? Just then, another 8,000-mile, expedited Shan Shui DD report was presented. When I opened it, I saw only one sentence on the large page. Princess, half of the Great Wasteland Realm is already in my pocket. It's just a matter of time before I return to the Southern Kingdom to unify the Great Wasteland State. Lin Yuxuan was instantly delighted and pleased with herself. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, rather self-satisfied. They say that women are not as good as men, and I see that this may not be true under my governance. I'm begging for a catch-up read and a favorite. End of chapter. The next day, once the Shanshui residence news was sent out, it immediately caused a sensation in the realm of Guinan. After Lin Yuxuan's writing, a vicious, self-serving, the image of Xu Tang, the devil who cuts off the chances of mortals in the realm of Guinan to cultivate, leaps off the page. I thought it would be just as well for him to occupy the Great Wall of Demon Suppression and prevent us from exploring the Great Desolate Realm. I never thought that he would even bury the chances of cultivation for mortals like me. My boy's still planning to try out for the Immortal League there this year. I didn't expect to have my chances of cultivation spoiled by this ***. It's really hateful. Oh, I'm afraid this is the person with the worst character and most despicable behavior among the hidden officials of the Great Wall in all generations. If those former hermit officials knew that there was a hermit official of this kind in the latter days, I'm afraid they'll all be so pissed off they'll jump out of their graves cursing. It is we who have misjudged Her Majesty the Princess. After all, Her Majesty the Princess is simple-minded and, where's the mind games over this scumbag? I only pray that the hidden dragon guards will be able to apprehend this Fong at an early date. What's the point of catching him? Just kill him on the spot. This kind of thing is really worse than 5 pure martial artists of the 11th realm, united in a formation. It may not be impossible to take this dog thief's head off. In the territory of Guinan, the people already hated Xu Tang beyond measure, up to the practicing disciples of various sects, down to the 80-something-year-old field hand in the mortal world. As long as Xu Tang is mentioned, and as long as one sees this Shanshui DD report, all of them are gnashing their teeth. He couldn't wait to skin Xu Tang. What's more, for relief, recast the statue of Xu Tang. This time, however, it was not for a pilgrimage of offerings. Instead, they are placed in a prominent place for people to whip and relieve their anger. The Great Wall's hidden official. In the end, he ended up with 1,000 accusations and statues to beat him up. In this case, it is in the eyes of the few demons who have already sneaked into the returning South Realm with the help of the Black Robe, and they can't help but sigh when they look at it. Who would have thought? The one who suppressed their demon race for 10,000 years and couldn't breathe. The legendary hidden official Sword Cultivator, to end up being treated in this most humiliating, degrading way by the very tribe he was guarding. Even if they were of the demon clan, they all knew how to repay kindness and think of the source of the water. Why is it that this human race, which is full of benevolence, righteousness and morality, and which has been able to develop the doctrine of Confucianism, does not understand it? If the return to the South Realm does not die, heaven will not allow it. Great Desolate Realm. 100,000 mountains. The Black Robes who learned of the reaction of the people who returned to the southern border after that Shanshui D report was sent out. Inwardly, he couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. Only then did he quickly walk towards the dragon carriage to report to Lin Yuxuan, who had come to conduct an inspection. Reporting to the princess, for the past half a month my cultivators of the returning South Realm have been in the Great Wasteland territory. Set up a good subdivision stronghold for each sect. The seeds of all kinds of spiritual treasures and medicinal herbs brought from the territory of Guinan were also all chosen to be planted in good fields. There are ancient Tao rhythms remaining within the Great Wasteland, and the cultivation of spiritual treasures and medicinal herbs is more than 10 times better than in return to Nanjing. Not only that, but we have registered all of the 100,000 great mountains within the great wilderness. Not a single demon has been found. Not even a landscape deity has been born. This means that I, the returning South Kingdom, can enthrone another batch of landscape deities. This will just make up for the losses caused by the withdrawal of the Upper Immortal Alliance. The Great Wasteland Realm is the first major region of my Great Wasteland State, and now half of it is under the control of my Guinan Kingdom. Congratulations, Princess. In time you will definitely be able to fully control the Great Desolate Realm, and then we'll make those barbarians in the north consciously let go of their land deities then. Your Highness, the Guinan Kingdom will achieve true unification of the Great Desolate State under your leadership. I, return to the south, am prospering. The Black Robe methodically introduced Lin Yuxuan to the achievements made in the past half a month, with the current state of the Great Wasteland Realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuxuan's beautiful eyes glowed with radiance. That night, after receiving the Black Robe's Shanshui DD report, she didn't make the first announcement. It is said that seeing is believing. She was uneasy not to make a personal trip to the Great Desolate Realm to see what the degree of opening was like today. But right now, no teleportation spells were chosen. Instead, he rode in a dragon carriage from the country of Guinan, 10,000 miles away, all the way across the Great Wall, in the clouds and mist, through the light curtain, from the 9 heavens above, witnessing with their own eyes how the cultivators of the returned South realm developed, cultivated, and, building, exploring, she was finally relieved. Now, hearing the report from the black robes again, it was more of a long breath. The stone inside finally fell to the ground. Breaking new ground seems like a great and unparalleled feat, but if you're not careful, you'll be pulverized. The great desolate realm, after all, no one within the returning South had actually set foot in it yet. Even if there are no demons, what if there are other circumstances? Once something went wrong with exploring the great wilderness, his own power as a supervisor would surely be challenged. Fortunately, this is the right move for this princess. Lin Yuxuan breathed a long sigh of relief, and the exhaustion between her brows was much less. Who says women are inferior to men? Your Highness, a woman can hold up half the sky. Had it not been for your eloquence and farsightedness, it would have been impossible for us to perform such a feat. I'm sure it won't be long before we'll have to change our language and stop referring to you as your Highness. But, Her Majesty the Empress. Empress, hearing those 2 words, Lin Yuxuan's eyes instantly caught fire. His chest rose and fell, and his breathing quickened slightly. A slight scarlet blush appeared on a flawless face. The woman claimed to be the Emperor. Rare in the world. But if you are on your own, not necessarily not. At the thought of being crowned one day, with a dragon's robe, the corners of Lin Yuxuan's mouth then couldn't help but rise. At that time, she would personally make all those smelly men who looked down on her be there, to show them, women are never weaker than men. Without these stinking men, one can still build a great career. Black robe, this statement is overstepping the bounds, so pay attention next time. Although he was happy in his heart, he still had to pretend on the surface. Then, Lin Yuxuan waved her big sleeve. Pass on my will. Register the progress of the opening of the Great Wilderness Realm in the Shanshui DD newspaper, and inform the people of my country of return to the south as much as possible. I want them to know that without Xu Tang, without the Immortal League, I return to the Southern Kingdom. It will still be able to prosper and thrive. The north, the border, the wind is cold and the lone moon is high. Old Zhang too. As long as I die this time, my whole family can go into the immortal blessed land and prosper. Che, what's that to you? The Warrior Heaven sect has spoken this time. As long as they are willing to participate in the first battle of sending death, all the children under the age of 18 and their families can be sent into the sect to cultivate, regardless of their qualifications. Any worse and you'll have to wrap up the resources of the second realm. The thought that an old man like me is actually able to poison a demonic beast. I've had a good death. Ha ha, and it's not a bad death. My family's descendants, at least, will be able to receive the blessings of 3 lifetimes. Have you heard? This time, our northern realm has a great man coming. It is said to be some kind of great wall hidden official, old and powerful. Maybe this time we really don't have to die and throw poison. Come on, you don't know what's going on in our northern realm. How could a great cultivator come to our place? Just die. It's worth it to earn a fortune for our descendants after death. I'm different. I have no descendants, but as long as I can kill demonic beasts, 1 life for 1 life is enough. On the wall, soldier after soldier, cloaked in their armor, are patrolling at night, whispering. Some of them were 70 or 80 years old and their teeth were falling out. Some look but 30 or 40 years old, the age of the family's breadwinner. These people did not have the slightest fluctuation of cultivation on their bodies, and were clearly ordinary to the point where they could no longer be ordinary mortals. When the demons came to attack, they didn't have the slightest power to fight back. But the Northern Realm cultivators had arranged for the mortals to come here, and it was not meant for them to resist. Instead, it's baiting. Each of them had taken the special pills refined by the Shueihua sect half a year ago. It can send a strong temptation to devour demons. Once the demon consumed them, it would surely die on the spot. Not only that, there was a subtle formation inscribed within the elixir, which could be triggered on its own upon contact with the demon's body. Make the demons change their temperament and kill each other. The 10,000 demon night journey was coming, and the Northern Realm cultivators had to do it. But just tonight, all the humans who were ordered to be lured were recalled in full. It's confusing for everyone. Just heard from the big man up there. There's a Mr. Su, carrying a sword, sitting on the Great Wall. End of chapter. Where the hell did Xu Tang go? The Great Barren Realm, deep in the 100,000 mountains, an incomparably angry roar suddenly rang out, only to see, on an ancient and demonic altar, blue flames danced on it, outlining image after image of beings coming to life. It was as if it was going to cover the entire red dust. Its scope is so wide that it even covers the entire Kyushu, and below the altar, one cultivation golden elixir after another burned. These golden pills, taken from the return to South Realm cultivators. The blood was dripping and some were even steaming. obviously having been pulled out not long ago. The flames crackled, reflecting a hideous, ghastly face. His nose was elongated, his eyes were narrow, his forehead was flush, and his head seemed to be half the size of a mountain. The size is even more overwhelming. Below the head was a slimy body that reeked of moisture and stench. This body was incredibly soft, with many tentacles sticking out of it, climbing the great hill around the altar. Forming an extremely bizarre and terrifying picture. There's no one in the world that I, Lian Hai, can't figure out. Xu Tang, where on earth have you been hiding? Lian Hai didn't open his mouth. A buzzing sound emanated from dozens of ears on his head, vibrating back and forth between the mountain ranges. Forming a regal, magical sound. I don't believe in counting all the places in the 9 states. Can't figure out the whereabouts of you, a 13-realm human cultivator. Let that black-robed little demon send me a few dozen more human golden dan. No, this time I want him to capture the 8th realm Yuaning realm cultivator. I don't believe that there can be an existence of the same realm in the world that can escape my deduction. The refined sea great demon's eyes opened and closed, moving some fire. He had been counting for a full half-month in front of his native altar, yet not even a hint of Xu Tang's shadow was counted. Where exactly did Xu Tang go after leaving the returning South realm? This was something that all 3 of their demon clan ancestors wanted to know. As long as we can figure out where Xu Tang is, the demon race won't have to hold back as long as they are now, allowing that group of human fools to open sects and station cultivators within the Great Wasteland. At that time, the entire returning South realm would feel the wrath of the demon race that had been suppressed for a full 10,000 years, but only if the location of Xu Tang is known. Otherwise, million years ago the 3 old ancestors of the demon race were almost killed in a pot of tragedy. It's likely to happen again. As soon as he remembered Xu Tang's sword that nearly decapitated him 10,000 years ago, a look of fear then unconsciously appeared in the eyes of the sea-refining demon sovereign. The determination to figure out Xu Tang's location was even stronger. But, just then, an extremely graceful figure, twisting her waist with an incomparably exaggerated amplitude, came in style, as if with hands of infinite tenderness and seduction, climbed gently over his disgustingly slimy head. The prime demon Zun lightly exhaled and swallowed the still unused golden pill of cultivation in one gulp. A soft burp followed. No need to forget it. Xu Tang has shown up. On the northern Great Wall. Master, do we really have to withdraw like this? Is there really no need to look for Master Su's whereabouts again? The old site of the Immortal League. The original Immortal Alliance mountain range, which was out of the ordinary and like a fairyland, was also empty of people at this moment, showing a bit of depression. The buildings are dilapidated and overgrown with cobwebs. An old man riding a donkey backwards wanders across the sky, preparing to pick up his youngest disciple who hadn't left some time ago due to his death closure. Ha ha! Hearing this, the old man honored by the world as Takumi Heavenly Father smiled brightly, then pointed to himself. Eternal life? How many people in the world do you think are able to figure out Master's whereabouts? His full name is Li Changsheng, but he doesn't look half as good as Changsheng. Instead he has dark skin. The plain-looking teenager scratched his head and replied, Master is already at the peak cultivation of the 13th realm. I don't think anyone can calculate your trail. That's not it. Tuahai Heavenly Father nodded, then smiled to himself. The world sells this old man of mine a few favors and calls me a Heavenly Father, but there are no more than a handful of true heavenly dignity cultivators when looking at the 9 regions. What is a 14-realm Great Heavenly Father? I am honored between heaven and earth, and all mortals below 14. How can a mortal, then, fathom the will of the Heavenly Father? And how can one find the Heavenly Father? Hearing this, Li Changsheng nodded thoughtfully. The not-so-bright eyes showed a look of longing. Master, do you think I will be able to step into the 14th realm of the Great Celestial Exaltation someday? Can you step into a? Takumi Tianzuan came to an abrupt end just as he was about to open his mouth, and suddenly tumbled off the donkey. Standing straight up, his face was grave. Looking to the north, shock was written all over his old face, which was full of vicissitudes. It took a long time before it slowly dissipated. Returning to his senses, he rubbed the side of his face that was a little wooden. Master Su, the whole of the 9 regions is guessing where the hell you've gone. Some say that you have gone to pursue the 15th realm opportunity to divinely travel to the 9 heavens. Others say you went to that forbidden land to reason for us, but none of us expected you to stay at the north. In the next moment, the Immortal Alliance token vibrated. For a time, the sects of the 9 states were sensationalized. The Immortal Alliance's teleportation spell formation, which had been dimmed for half a month, lit up once again. When Master Su is here, the Immortal League is here. Wherever Master Su went, the Immortal Alliance, naturally, went as well. Return to where the southern border meets the northern border. Pust, a burly man, with no cultivation fluctuations in his body, struck out brazenly and, In a flash of lightning, he hammered the head of a Northern Realm 6th Realm cultivator with a single punch. It's still not enough. Still can't sense Xu Tang's exact location. The other four, with their eyes closed, were equally stout, without any fluctuations in their cultivation, and the Han, in unison, then kill a few more Northern Realm cultivators. As long as we kill enough Northern Realm cultivators, we'll always be able to find the guy who has a karmic connection with Xu Tang. I also wonder if Xu Tang, a former hidden official of the Great Wall, could, under our fists, be able to hold on for a few breaths. The Hanyu had a monogram engraved on his face, and at this moment, with a cruel smile, the monogram on his face moved and it was like a scar, and it was even more hideous. Looking around the room, he walked towards the last of the little Taoist priests of the small clan with a terrifying smile on his face. Around the 5, no less than 10 corpses had been laid out. They are the 5 pure martial artists of the returning South Realm, who do not practice magical powers and spells. A strong physical body allowed them to find the thread of karma by virtue of killing. It was with this method that they discovered that Xu Tang's karma was in the Northern Realm. As for where, not enough people have been killed to find out. The last cultivator of this clan in the corner was shivering, already desperate to the extreme. He couldn't figure out why these 5 people didn't go to defend themselves against the demons, when they were obviously of high cultivation. Instead, you're here to slaughter human cultivators? How could he know that in the eyes of the return to the South Realm cultivators, the North Realm cultivators were no different from pigs and dogs? However, just as the man came to him and was about to swing his fist, a voice rang out. Found him. This guy is really shameless. Coming here to be a hidden official again. The man sniffed and turned away. The little Taoist instantly sweated like a pig, and the huge drop of desperation made him nearly faint, but at least it survived. He barely managed to squeeze out a smile, followed by a flash of astral wind. The smile on his face froze. The next moment, the corpse was separated, and the wound at the neck was as smooth and even as a mirror. Kill him for what? Just having fun. In front of the Great Wall of the North, a figure in white stood in the center of the Great Wall. In front of him, it's the demon. Endless demons. The demons that connected the sky to the earth were as dense and raging as a tidal wave. The monstrous demonic aura almost materialized, causing the air to freeze. The white-clothed figure, however, could not see any discomfort, instead picking up the wine jug and taking a sip of wine. Warm up your body. Only then did he look at the group of kowtowing demons and slowly said, to introduce myself, my name is Xu Tang, and I am the new hidden officer of the Northern Great Wall. The demons looked at each other in disbelief, hearing this guy in front of me. Surprisingly, he had the same name and surname as that legendary hidden official Xu Tang of the Guinan realm, and even his official position was the same. Tens of thousands of demons couldn't help but snort out a laugh at once. Xu Tang laughed along with him. White, straight teeth that look like they reflect light. Laughing and smiling, he took out in his hand the iron sword that had been crafted for 2 taels of silver at a mortal blacksmith's store. Draw a line gently toward the front of your body, said in the lightest of tones. He who crosses this line, dies. The demons wanted to laugh again. What can a line do? Can't you just step over it if you want to? But in the next moment, the smiles of all the demons came to an abrupt end. Ask for a catch-up read. Ask for favorites. Begging for it. End of chapter. The term 10,000 demons night walking is taken off from what is known as the 100 demons night walking in ancient texts, but when it's really unleashed, it can be much more terrifying than 100 ghosts walking at night. The 4 words, the night march of the 10,000 demons, which is launched every 500 years. It is a presence in the north enough to stop a baby from crying at night. Every time the 10,000 demons night journey, it required the northern realm to pay a great price in order to successfully stop it. There have even been times in history when the demons of the night of the 10,000 demons have looked upon the north as a great wall of spiritual support. Attack and destroy. This was not only a physical torture but also a spiritual trampling for the northern realm cultivators. And there was nothing they could do about it. The north is cold and bitter. There is no unique environment for cultivation. There was also no innate great wall of the great Tao barrier of demon suppression like the return to the south realm. Much less a great wall hidden official sword cultivator who was able to suppress the demon race for 10,000 years, being able to save under the onslaught of 10,000 demons night after night, and it also multiplied and grew the clan. The northern realm cultivators had already done their limit, and tonight, it just so happens to be the day when a new round of the 10,000 demons night journey is launched. This time, the night journey of 10,000 demons was destined to be more ferocious than any other time in this history, because of the early signs. Half a month ago, the burial immortal mountain range then continuously appeared in the past. Only in the hinterland would one see an 8th realm, or even a 9th realm great demon. Nobody knows what's going on here. But undoubtedly the appearance of this group of great demons, It had cast a lingering gloom over the north half a month before. Let all the cultivators in the northern realm know that. I'm afraid that this night journey of 10,000 demons isn't just about coming to the northern realm to take some captives. After devouring enough blood meal, they leave. I'm afraid it's the battle of extermination. Therefore, the preparations made by the north this time were more adequate than any other time in the past. Even the mortals who came to the signs were several times more numerous than ever before. The terms of the pensions offered were also much more favorable than before. The northern realm cultivators, however, knew it by heart. Even the best conditions are not always honored. It wasn't because these clans in the northern realm would be treacherous. It's just that the entire northern realm, from top to bottom, all the cultivators don't have the confidence to be able to survive this onslaught of 10,000 demons at night and retain the Dao lineage. Even their own clans may not exist by then, not to mention honoring the promise of these death-dealing mortals. This despair has gripped the north. Until that day, the Battle Sky sect leader, Mad Daoist, suddenly received an urgent transmission. As one of the 312 realm cultivators who were already at the peak of the northern realm, after seeing the content of the transmission, he was also so excited that he could hardly control his emotions and burst into tears. Then he even choked, and in the name of the Battle Sky sect, he called on all the cultivators in the northern realm to gather at the Great Wall. Seeing the Mad Daoist, who had always been a brash character, unexpectedly burst into tears on the spot, countless cultivators were not shocked beyond measure. It was only after the other 212 realm Grand Cultivators arrived that the Mad Daoist choked and opened his mouth to explain why the north may be saved. Because of the coming of that. Father, will we really be safe this time? Behind the Great Wall of the North, the demon-rejecting city. Inside a small, ordinary room, the lights were dimmed and the family was huddled in bed. The little girl who was as delicate as a porcelain doll cocked her head inquiring about the adults. Aside, should have gone to lure the demons to their deaths. The Han Yu, who at the moment was receiving orders to be dismissed and return home, gulped. After much hesitation, will avoid being humiliated when the demons break into the city. And the arsenic sugar water for the family was pushed aside. Before picking up this good girl, whom he couldn't get enough of anymore, in a hug, soothingly in a voice that had no backbone of its own. It will win, right? It's going to win. And I heard that Lord Su is very powerful. The night is deep, and the lone moon hangs high. Beyond the wall, as Xu Tang's iron sword stroked, a white line that was not too long and not too short, not too deep and not too shallow, slowly appeared in front of thousands of demons. In the meantime, Xu Tang put his other hand behind his back and, a quiet grasp, at the back of the demon. Another line, too, rose slowly. The line was unbelievably wide, emitting a brilliant golden light that was unmistakable in the darkness of the night, and with all its splendor, correspondingly, it exudes a power that destroys everything in its path. This line just happened to isolate all the demons from the border of the great desolate realm right behind them. It echoed this short white line in front of Xu Tang, slowly advancing forward like a tidal wave in the sea and sky. It would be an honor for you Kurs to die under the scorching of the great sun, Xu Tang said with a smile after picking up the wine jug and taking a fierce sip. And across from him, feeling the infinite golden light and terrifying aura coming from behind him, tens of thousands of demons couldn't help but look back. But it was this glance that became thousands of heads that had just stepped into the eighth realm. The last glance of this life of the demon who presumptuously wanted to slaughter and devour the northern realm cultivators for good to go to the next level through this 10,000 demon night journey. The moment. Demons below the ninth realm. Anyone who looks back. In both of his eyes, flames like the bright sun suddenly leaped up. It then spreads rapidly throughout the body. This flame was incomparably overbearing. Whoever it is that gets into it, whatever the ontology is, even the turtle and snake clan, which is known for its thick skin and flesh, as well as the yellow Jiao clan, which was born with the ability to control water. None of them could last more than 3 breaths of time under this flame. Then it turns into ashes and goes up in smoke. The demonic army that was just now so vast that it almost filled up the several thousand miles of battlefield land. In the blink of an eye a full 2/3 were missing. And the weird thing is that such significant casualties occurred, and not even a scream was heard. For whosoever is scorched by the flames has no time at all to utter a cry of dismay. It would have been burned to ashes. Speechless dead silence instantly spread through the demon army. Just now, what just happened? I was only in a daze. Why is the turtle snake clan almost completely wiped out? There is such a domineering flame in the world? Without even touching it, it's enough to kill a man's soul? What the hell is that line? All guys below the ninth realm, close your eyes. Close them. Shut the up. At this time, there was finally a ninth realm transformation great demon who reacted. He hastily urged his cultivation and frantically transmitted his voice. Only then did the only remaining dozens of demons with cultivations below the 9th realm survive. It was not scorched to death by the flames of the great sun, but that line is still closing in. Couldn't even look straight at it, let alone touch it. Facing that ever-approaching golden line, the remaining several thousand demons could only keep retreating. Until there was a demon that retreated beyond this white line drawn by Xu Tang. Ugh, why do you have to cross the line? Xu Tang shook his head inside lightly, then raised his hand. The mortal iron sword that was so ordinary that it couldn't be ordinary anymore suddenly rose up into the air. 800 autumns in the years of attainment. I have never taken a man's head with a flying sword, Xu Tang murmured, then gently waved his hand. Shoo shoo. A flying sword was like as if it was the scythe of the god of death flying back and forth between the remaining thousands of demons who were still constantly avoiding that long golden line. In 5 breaths, all the remaining demons, their heads fell to the ground. It fell to the ground and even built a kyokan that was as high as the mountain. Seeing this, Xu Tang then waved his big sleeve. Take that golden line into your pocket, then give it a gentle rub and let it rest upwards. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist Deri. Only to see that the golden lines were suddenly deformed, constantly twisted, and finally became a ball of fire. That's the sun, to be precise. It was clearly by Xu Tang, who had used his great celestial cultivation to drag down the great eastern sun, hard and fast, for your own use. After he let go, a great sun rises in a flash, illuminating the infinite darkness of the night. The light disperses the darkness, causing countless cultivators who were ready to help Xu Tang behind the great wall to rise up in the air, wanting to find out what was going on. And then they saw something they'll never forget. The night is over in the light of the great sun. Before a white robe, all demons are removed. End of chapter. Outside the northern realm great wall, the corpses of one demon after another pile up. The capital Guinan was built high, basing up countless demon heads. There's not much to see at first glance. In the sky, the northern realm cultivators saw the scene, down to cultivators who have just broken through the 5th realm and are able to travel in the air, up to those 3-peak northern realm battlefield representatives of the 12 realm existences. It was all a long time coming. Scalp tingling, pupils trembling. They knew that this former hidden official sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Demon Suppression was exceedingly strong, but they had never thought that the tough to the point of being, well, almost unreasonable? All the people in the North Realm knew that this former hidden official of the Great Wall of Demon Suppression was exceedingly strong, but always just heard. No one has ever seen it in person. This led to the fact that even if Xu Tang came, the Northern Realm cultivators didn't dare to take it lightly. Right behind Xu Tang, almost all cultivators above the 5th realm were summoned. Line up their troops according to the gongfu they have practiced. The 312 realm great powers were even more rarely present in unison. Everything was a press for Xu Tang. Rumor has it that Xu Tang is very strong. But what if the scale of this 10,000 demons night journey was far beyond imagination and Xu Tang was too busy to do it alone? For thousands of years, through thick and thin, the people of the north have never dared to easily entrust their lives with their families. Otherwise, it would not have arisen that even mortals prepare arsenic poisons. Always be prepared to commit suicide to avoid humiliation if the city breaks down. But not until tonight. The thousands of demons that pressured the entire northern realm, in front of Xu Tang, but a 1-2 punch, without even a chance to strike. They were slaughtered. At this moment, in the hearts of the crowd, there was only shock, infinite shock, unspeakably shocking, looking at the corpses of the demons that could not be seen at a glance, looking at the remains of these great demons that once kept Northern Realm cultivators awake at night. The Northern Realm cultivators all wept with joy. Winning, we hold. Lord Hidden Official is mighty. After the shock, the cultivators present raised their arms and shouted. Such a great victory was a dream for the North. In an instant, countless jade slip transmissions shot out like a tidal wave. The heavily glad tidings of the total annihilation of the demons will be sent back to the interior of the Northern Realm. Immediately afterward, everyone looked at the bland white-clothed figure in front of the Great Wall. In his eyes, he was filled with fervor and gratitude. In this battle, there will be no hidden officials, no North. To Lord Cryptic Officer, 12 Realm Cultivator Mad Taoist was the first to take the lead, arching his hand and bending over in a solemn salute, out loud, to Lord Cryptic Officer. Next moment, the remaining cultivators spoke out in unison, arching and bending their hands. There are millions of monks in the north, and all of them lower their eyebrows when they see a hidden official. The great desolate realm, within a spatial rift that returned to the South Realm cultivators had probed dozens of times but couldn't discover. There stood an immense bronze king's hall. Inside the hall of the Bronze King, the jade slip images of thousands of demons being destroyed by Xu Tang in a matter of moments played continuously. 3 figures with terrifying breaths were sitting on their respective thrones, staring at the projected images with dead eyes. the killing intent of his pupils was nearly materialized. It was none other than the three truly great demons of Tormoon, Refining Sea, and Primed Song. After learning that Xu Tang had appeared in the Northern Realm, the three of them, in a very tacit agreement, came to the Bronze King's Hall to deliberate. Yet not a single person suggested that his men should urgently recall the men and horses from this 10,000 demons' night journey, because the moment they learned of the news of Xu Tang's appearance in the Northern Realm, the three of them already knew that the thousands of demons, the end is near. There is no other way but to die. Xu Tang, as the strongest combatant and the highest cultivator the returning South Realm had ever seen, the hidden officials of the Great Wall, who are the most prevalent killers, did not follow the bloodline of these demons, tracing their roots and eliminating their roots. It's all thank goodness. So, even if they were heartbroken, they could only endure it. Not only can you not come to the rescue, but on the contrary, you have to endure it. Couldn't get Xu Tang's attention again. No one knew to what extent the Xu Tang after 10,000 years had grown, but not daring to strike at Xu Tang didn't mean that he couldn't retaliate. Now without the shelter of Xu Tang, the return to South Realm cultivators were lambs to the slaughter, sharpening the knife. Now, at last, the time of slaughter has come. Two things. Tagetsu was the first to speak. His eyes flashed scarlet, and it was obvious that he was furious. He held out two fingers. 1. Investigate why Xu Tang went to the north. 2. Pass on the order that all demons gradually let go of their concealment and gradually reveal themselves to the world, until after making sure Xu Tang didn't leave behind a backhand. Tagetsu looked in the direction of the returning South Realm and narrowed his eyes slightly, reversed the defense and attacked the returning South Realm completely. How many children of my demon clan did Xu Tang kill? And how many will my demon clan kill back exponentially in the returning South Realm? Tua, you roared lowly. A pair of blood-colored bat wings behind him brazenly held open. Monstrous demonic gas suddenly erupted. It made the void tremble. Prime and Lianhai nodded their heads in agreement without hesitation. Then, dressed in a sliver, flinging an exaggerated arc, Optimus Prime walked up to the projected painting and flick your hand. In the blink of an eye, the scene went from thousands of demons being slaughtered. Switch to a large mountain with beautiful scenery. This mountain peak, shaped like a snake's head, has beautiful scenery, abundant spiritual energy, and there are natural spiritual medicines growing within it. The end is serene and peaceful, out of this world. And in the midst of this picturesque landscape, there was a petite and delicate woman that he is practicing with the help of the spirit of the mountains and water here. This man is? Tagetsu saw this and wondered. Primed Song was just about to reply, but Lianhai revealed a hideous smile and preempted him by ending his voice. This girl's name is Qingyu, and she's Xu Tang's favorite young disciple. When Tagetsu sniffed, there was a flash of light in his eyes. Understanding what Optimus Prime meant by this move, he couldn't help but lick his lips, a grim smile on his face. In that case, the blood debt of my thousands of children. Let's start by paying back Xu Tang, the most highly regarded junior apprentice. The three demons glanced at each other, and they all saw the color of excitement and thirst for killing in each other's eyes. Lianhai pointed remotely, and a wisp of black gas vanished into the picture in a flash. After waiting so long, it's time to let these human ants from the southern realm understand who is the real master of this great desert realm. Snakehead Mountain. Mt. Qingyu was dressed in red, her beautiful eyes closed tightly as she sat on top of the mountain. He was continuously drawing on the dense aura of Snakehead Mountain, and the aura of the peak of the ninth realm on his body became more and more obvious. Phew, the great desolate realm is truly rich in resources. Such pure mountain aura is not often seen. In time, if I succeed in advancing to the 10th realm, I'll be able to share your highness's worries. A few moments later, the green fish slowly opened his eyes, let out a long breath, and muttered. She's been impeached ever since the last time the Immortal Alliance happened. Said that the lack of work led to the dissatisfaction of the members of the Immortal League. That was why he was sent by Lin Yuxuan to be part of the first batch of teams to open up the Great Desolate Realm's 100,000 mountains. I thought this was a cruel punishment, but I didn't realize it was a great opportunity. The 100,000 great mountains are all unowned mountains. No mountain gods were born, and the mountain auras are intact. The equivalent of one mountain of treasure after another is laid out in front of us. It was then that Qingyu finally understood Lin Yuxuan's good intentions. For this reason, she practiced diligently day and night. He only wished to break through the 10th realm as soon as possible and help Lin Yuxuan establish an unparalleled feat. I heard that Her Highness was so ambitious that she once made a secret statement that she wanted to establish a women-only court. This kind of big event, himself, how not to help on a arm. But the 10th realm is also known as the Mountain Peak Realm, where the physical body, the divine soul, and the heart of the Tao must all reach the peak of the mountain. The party can be all three in one. Step on top of the mountain and have the opportunity to appreciate the top of the mountain. A real realm of immortal style, but how hard is it to reach the top of the mountain? Once upon a time, she had Xu Tang preaching, creating the myth of breaking through 3 realms in a row in a single day. But nowadays, it has never been able to touch the threshold of the mountain peak realm. Xu Tang should have known that it was only right to swindle a complete secret law out of his mouth before expelling him. LOL. Thinking of Xu Tang, Xingyu couldn't help but frown slightly. I regret that I was too soft on him and didn't torture him severely. It's good to force out a set or two of feats. Just then, a dark shadow crept up behind her. Who? Xingyu was, at least, Xu Tang's disciple, someone taught by the great supreme being. There are few rivals within the 9th. Therefore, when the black shadow appeared, she reacted at first. After turning to look and realizing that the other party was emitting a demonic aura, Xingyu was slightly stunned. Excitement ensued. There are demons? Looks like it's time for me, green fish, to take credit. Begging for a catch-up read begs and begs. End of chapter. There are actually demons in the Great Desolate Realm? After sensing the demonic aura, the green fish's first feeling was not fear. Rather, it's excitement. Staring at the black shadow in front of him that looked exactly like the demon recorded in the ancient jade sketch, she gulped. A pair of beautiful eyes were glowing, and the whole group was eager to try. This is a demon. Rarities. It's rarer than Genki. After all, a being like a demon. Never seen it only in old books. In reality, not a single person had been seen in the entire Return to the South realm. I didn't realize that such creatures really existed in the world. If captured, it would surely be a great honor. The more Xingyu thought about it, the more excited he became. So he couldn't help but shout at the dark shadow. Hey, are you the demon? This girl will give you a chance to be my spirit pet. And later I will offer you to Her Majesty the Princess. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So don't be ungrateful and miss it for nothing. The green fish shouted rather excitedly, as if he were calling a cat to a dog. The entirety of this sea-refining demon sovereign's doppelganger was treated like a pet-like existence. At those words, the doppelganger, who was blurry and couldn't see his face, couldn't help but evoke a smile, both like a sneer. Again, it's like lamenting. Jie. It seems that Xu Tang has protected your returning South realm far too well these past 10,000 years. So much so that it's surprising that you've even forgotten the 3 major principles after facing demons summarized by your ancestors of the returning South realm. The 3 principles? What's that? And that Xu Tang protected the returned South realm too well? What's this demon babbling about? Is he out of his mind? The green fish sniffed in disbelief. Debbie frowned slightly and said with some anger, Hey, I'm talking to you because you're rare. Why are you mentioning that villain Xu Tang for good reason? Who needs his protection? If it weren't for him, I'm afraid that my returning South realm has long since unified the Great Desolate State. I'm going to give you one last chance to be a good boy and be my spirit pet. And I'm sure with your rarity of, it's sure to be sought after. Don't force me to strike. Oh, I learned all the sword arts. When I strike, it's either death or injury. I don't want to hurt you yet. As he spoke, Xingyu's body fluctuated in cultivation and his aura tumbled. An ice sword tattooed with 3 demons condensed inch by inch from the space in front of her. The moment it appeared, the temperature of the entire mountaintop dropped a lot. She an ice demon suppressor sword? Xu Tang even gave you this. It seems like he really loves you, his little disciple. Ha ha, it seems that this time my father really did not find the wrong person. The first moment he saw the Xian Bingzhen demon soared through the altar, the sea-refining demon sovereigns who were far away in the Bronze King's Hall couldn't help but stare. Tagetsu, and so is Optimus Prime. The eyes were dead set on the hand that merely straddled the, in terms of the Xian Bingzhen demon sword that exuded a terrifying aura. Eyes, filled with rage, unwilling, but more than its fear. 10,000 years ago, cryptic official Xu Tang used this sword to ask the Tormoon ancestor. 10,000 years ago, single-handedly intruding into this Bronze King's Hall, almost chopping down the sea of refinement with a single sword. The sword that Prime had was the same one. To this day, on the Bronze King's Hall, there are still sword marks left by the Xian Bingzhen demon sword. Exuding a terrifyingly frosty sword intent. That was why the 3-headed great demon reacted in such a way the first moment he saw this sword. TSK, your master really loves you. Surprisingly, he even spared this sword for you to use. At the top of Snakehead Mountain, the doppelganger couldn't help but lament. Unexpectedly, however, after arriving at these words, the green fish suddenly burst into a rage. The veiled hand held the hilt of the Xian Bingzhen demon sword and struck out brazenly. A bit of cold aura arrived abruptly. The entire mountaintop suddenly froze with frost, as if time was about to be stood still. Told you to leave that little man out of it. Everything that I, Xingyu, can have today is from my own cultivation. It's none of his business. This sword was even obtained by chance when I was in a cavernous paradise. How dare you, a little demon, talk about it? Along with that lingering sword blade came the angry voice of the green fish. She was most annoyed that every time people mentioned her, they were bound to mention Xu Tang, saying something about being Xu Tang's favorite disciple. To have such a good teacher for oneself is a blessing that cannot be repaired in 8 lifetimes. On what grounds? Why does one's reputation have to be tied up with that villain? Is it hard to believe that after leaving him, I, Xingyu, don't deserve to be mentioned by others? I practiced at the age of 5, stepped into the first realm at the age of 6, broke into the second realm at the age of 10, and at the age of 18, 19 years old, breaking through 3 realms in a row at the age of 20, with a cultivation level that's straight up against a 500-year-old cultivator of the 6th realm. I am a first-class heavenly pride in the world, and my talent is unrivaled. Why is it that every time you guys mention me you have to relate to that little man? Xingyu's sword was extremely dry, condensing the power of his entire body into a single point. It's amazing when it doesn't move. There is a big sword out of the sheath to kill the enemy's head of the atmosphere. When the doppelganger saw this, a flash of remembrance passed through his eyes. Sure enough, it's his disciple. Even his sword skills are learned so similarly. It's a pity that you can learn the skin but not half the essence. The doppelganger shook his head and laughed lightly, only stretching out 2 fingers in the face of Xingyu's incoming sword. Ding! A sound like the clash of gold and stone came. Xingyu instantly changed his face drastically, incomparably shocked to find that this sword of his, which had instilled his entire body with killing intent, surprisingly, it was just blocked by this demon with 2 fingers? How can that be? Shocked, the green fish couldn't help but lose his voice and roar lowly. Is this the so-called genius? Compared to your master it's simply not even worthy of mentioning your shoes. The doppelganger let out a cold smile. Then 2 fingers suddenly exerted force. I only saw that the Xian Bingjin demon sword, which was rated as an immortal level magic weapon, he was moving with the demon's finger. Inches cracked and burst apart. The green fish was struck by lightning at the sight. She did not expect her most proud weapon to last more than a round in the hands of the other party in any case. It is the person who is powerful, not the weapon. Your master is even an iron sword. It can also exert the power of an army of 10,000. And as for you, Jie, seeing this precious sword that had once dealt a heavy blow to himself destroyed, the sea-refining demon sovereign only felt a sense of relief. The demon race was originally known for their physique, let alone a great demon like them who had been promoted to the 13th realm. There were few weapons in the world that could hurt them, only people who can hurt them, because it is the person who is powerful, not the weapon. In the next moment, only the bilocation's right hand stretched out and flicked. The Xian Ice Demon Suppressor sword burst out into countless fragments and flew out backwards. Swish swish, a life and death crisis instantly surfaced in Xingyu's mind. At this moment, she finally reacted. This demon wasn't some kind of spirit pet toy, but it was too late. Next moment, Xingyu, who was planning to use his transportation technique to desperately escape, suddenly froze in his figure. It was the fragment of the Xian Bingjin demon sword that was affected. Could only watch, as the pieces of his proudest weapon, piece after piece pierced his own body. There is no better death than 1,000 cuts, and still live to see yourself cut into 1,000 pieces. Mackerel wants to struggle, fight back and escape, but in front of the power of the 13 realms, it all seems so futile. One could only scream out in pain comparable to death by 1,000 cuts. Noisy. Seeing this, the doppelganger arrived in front of her in a flash, grabbed her tongue and yanked hard. Woohoo! A mouthful of blood accompanied by a bright red tongue was uprooted. Without mentioning your master, do you really think anyone will notice you? The doppelganger sneered and looked at Xingyu. Come up to her. Countless tentacles suddenly exploded out of his face, wrapping and covering Xingyu's luscious little face directly. You think you're a genius, a heavenly pride? Do you know that when your master was 18 years old, just to have already achieved the 13th realm of harmonization? An 18-year-old 13-realm Grand Cultivator. There is no one in the past, and I'm afraid there is no Comer in the future, whether it's fame, strength, cultivation or that which puts you in a position of pride. Thought it was a weapon obtained by chance, all because your master could get it. But in the end, you went so far as to join with others to defect from the division, Judge Xu Tang, and expel him? Man is the spirit of heaven and earth, and that's why an existence like your master can be born. An 18-year-old 13-realm Grand Cultivator, one person suppressing the great desolate realm for 10,000 years. But men are foolish again, and you return to the southern realm to banish the hidden officials who have sheltered you for 10,000 years. Instead of thanking him, the trial is suspicious. Lian Hai laughed creepily, and the tentacles that wrapped the cyprinid around him squeezed hard with them. Bang! It was as if a watermelon had exploded and shattered. Aspiring to be the first woman cultivator and to lead the rise of female cultivators, no longer relying on male monks for their cyprinids. Without even getting to say his last words, just die with infinite remorse. Lian Hai slowly licked the most delicious part of the brain pith clean, then looked towards the 100,000 mountains, slowly waving his hand. The face was expressionless and spoke slowly. The group of demons listened to the order. Kill. None. Pardon. There, the human cultivators were in full swing with the great cause of opening up the border. I don't know. In their eyes, the great wilderness, with its unlimited potential, is like a paradise beyond the world, soon to be turned into a graveyard where they will be buried in person. End of chapter. Within the 100,000 Great Mountains, the cultivators of the returning South Realm were in full swing with their great work of opening up the land. Today, in order to obtain a quota to be able to come to the 100,000 mountains to cut wood, the black market in the territory of Guinan, there was even an exaggerated scene of 10,000 top-grade spirit stones in exchange for an opening slot. That's all, and there's a scramble for it. After all, the Great Desolate Realm was far more affluent than the returning South Realm cultivators could imagine. Right now, in the eyes of the returning South Realm cultivators, the 100,000 mountains were one gold mountain after another. It's hard to imagine that so many spiritual mountains with complete mountain auras exist in the world. It is important to realize that mountain auras are precious to the core. One must loom over mountains to qualify for condensation. Secondly, only one strand can be condensed every 500 years. Every 10 strands will be able to get rid of the mountain body and be able to be picked and collected by the cultivator. Man has 7 orifices and mountains have 10,000 points. Mountain and river auras are simply uniquely matched for cultivators. Almost anything goes. Accelerating the speed of cultivation is only its most basic function. That's why the mountain aura has become a sought-after thing for cultivators. In the territory of Guinan, excluding the mountains controlled by the royal family and a few other big clans, the mountain aura of the rest of the mountain range had long since been harvested. Some people had considered crossing the Great Wall of Demon Suppression to go within the Great Wasteland. Perhaps there, a new mountain aura could be collected, but they were all rejected by Xu Tang. The reason remains that the Great Wilderness is infested with demons. The mountain aura there was simply not something human cultivators could absorb. But now as the crowd crossed the Great Wall of Demon Suppression, they realized that Xu Tang had lied to them about this matter as well. The mountain aura here is well preserved. So how come it can't be absorbed? This led to the present magnificent scene of collecting the aura of the mountains and rivers. But as to why not a single strand of mountain aura has been harvested from the 100,000 mountains within the Great Wilderness? It's a question that few people have thought about. Even if someone ever questioned that, is it possible that there isn't a single human cultivator in the entire Great Desolate Realm? But in the face of the endless temptations offered by the 100,000 mountains, these skepticisms, it's soon drowned down. Nowadays, the Great Wasteland Realm, in the eyes of the cultivators of the returning South Realm, where is the place where the demonic thicket originated in Xu Tang's words? It's clearly a fat piece of meat, the kind where even walking up and down it can make a fortune. Therefore, the passion of the cultivators of the returned South Realm for the opening of the 100,000 Great Mountains, it was as if the old bachelor who had been single for decades had gone into a greenhouse with unbridled fervor. And that's why the hatred and loathing of the returning South Realm cultivators towards Xu Tang had reached an unprecedented level. Such a mountainous and paradisiacal place. Instead, he wove the so-called demonic saying and hardened his concealment from the returning South Realm for 10,000 years. How can anyone not hate him? Where is the Great Desolate Realm deserted? I think it's more deserted than a paradise in the world. It's some of the cavernous blessings within the returning South that can't even compare to the environment and aura here. 10,000 years. A whole 10,000 years. If we had developed this Great Desolate Realm earlier, there might be several more 12 realm stopping powers. More than that, I think that all 13 realm harmonization realm great cultivators are possible. Not just the great monks, but just all these resources combined. How many clans can be supported to open subclans? After the opening of subsectors, it would allow an unknown number of mortals to successfully embark on the path of cultivation. Unfortunately, it happened to meet a guy like Xu Tang. Alas, misguiding the country and the people. Xu Tang really deserves to die. Don't worry, Her Highness has sent a whole 5 11th realm pure martial artists. That's Xu Tang. Definitely, he will be apprehended and brought to justice. When the time comes, I must visit the scene of his trial. I won't even be called Wang until I spit in his face. 100,000 mountains, on a tiny peak. A group of cultivators from a certain second-rate sect within the returning south was talking eloquently. They had gotten lucky, and were the first group of squads to be signaled by the black-robed henchmen to open up the Great Wasteland. At first, when they heard that they had to go to the Great Desolate Realm to be that outcast, The crowd just screamed. After all, no one had ever been to the Great Desolate Realm. What if it's really dangerous there? Even if there are no demons, if the conditions are bad, it's still bad luck. But I didn't realize that when I came here, even though I was doing the work of clearing the land. But every now and then you can steal the mountain aura and absorb it. This would be unimaginable if it was placed in the Return South realm. Just the mountain and river aura that they had absorbed these days. If they were to exchange it for the equivalent of, it was all enough to buy 7 or 8 of the clans they were in. Only 2 words. It's so fragrant. To put it mildly, it's still the black-robed adults who are kind-hearted and turn a blind eye to our actions. That's not true. Lord Blackrobe is a great cultivator of the stopping realm. If he wants to, it's completely possible to prevent us from stealing the mountain aura, but he just doesn't care what we do. Lord Blackrobe is truly a role model for my generation. If only he had been the hidden official in the first place instead of that villain Xu Tang, maybe our returning South Kingdom would have unified the Great Desolate State long ago. When it came to the Black-robed Lord, the crowd's attitudes were very different, and their words were full of respect. Suddenly, a ghostly voice rang through the crowd. If Lord Blackrobe is so kind, then would you and the others be willing to do one thing for him? That's natural. It's up the mountain of knives and down the sea of fire we all. What person is talking? The crowd replied in unison. Subconsciously, the words came to an abrupt end in mid-sentence. Creepy realized that there was no one else around. But the voice, where did it come from? Jia, if you are willing, then you will die for him. A grim smile rang out. Next moment, a monstrous demonic aura suddenly erupted from the depths of the mountains. Head after head of wolf demons of huge size, with skins like oiled paper and fur like fine steel heck. From all sides, out of thin air, instantly surrounded the crowd. Seeing this scene, the few people present were shocked beyond measure, as if they were struck by lightning. Demon? The man at the head of the group stuttered and opened his mouth in disbelief. He didn't think that the demons recorded in the ancient books actually existed. The Great Wasteland Realm. There really are demons? So what if it's a demon? Let's see me get rid of the demons and make a mark. At this time, there was another person, clenching his teeth and preemptive strike. These days he had absorbed the mountain aura and his cultivation had refined quite a bit. So there's confidence. Demons, rare things. If you kill it yourself, won't you make a great achievement? Unfortunately, the ideal is beautiful, but the reality is bone dry. The cultivator who was so confident that he even fantasized about being rewarded for sacrificing a demon. The next moment he died violently on the spot. There was no body left, only a cloud of broken flesh and bones scattered in all directions from the explosion. What's going on here? The rest of them were beyond appalled at the sight. It's clear that we don't see the wolf demon striking. Why? The man at the head suddenly thought of the warning words of Xu Tang once. The Great Wasteland is infested with demons, and the mountain and river auras cannot be absorbed by the human race. In order to verify what he thought in his heart, he hurriedly ran his cultivation, and after discovering the end, his face was stunned. There really is a big problem with the mountain aura. Therefore, Xu Tang's previous warnings were clearly all true. A look of regret suddenly appeared in his eyes. The whole person couldn't stop trembling, nearly collapsing as he yelled lowly. There's a big problem with the mountain aura. Damn it! It was this mountain aura that made him die violently just now. There's something wrong with this mountain aura. There's a big problem. He roared out in anger, his eyes twitching, his entire scalp tingling. Never thought that the mountain and river aura, which was regarded as a treasure and desperately absorbed. In the end it was the last straw that killed you? Yo, found it? That's pretty smart. Among the demons, one of the largest wolf demons sneered. Then slowly approach. Even if you guys find out, what can you do? I've absorbed the mountain aura here for a full half-month. Wasn't it comfortable? What? Now you realize you regret it? Unfortunately, it's too late. The wolf demon's eyes revealed a teasing look. Then he raised his head to the sky and whistled. The remaining wolf demons swarmed at once. The weakest were all 5th realm existences. And among this group of cultivators, the highest cultivation level was only the 7th realm. Damn it! Fight with these demons. Seeing the demon launch an attack, some people pushed their cultivation as soon as they clenched their teeth. As he was planning to fight to the death, he abruptly realized that the moment the aura was running, he met the same end as the man just now. Bang! As long as one catalyzes one's cultivation, that bizarre mountain aura is like dynamite, igniting the aura in one's body. Live to implode and die. But if you don't catalyze your cultivation, again, you will be gnawed to death alive by the demon. A look of despair appeared in the eyes of the crowd before they could react. In the blink of an eye, the wolf demons swarmed and tore them apart. All that was left was wreckage all over the ground and a bloodstain. And such a scene was being played out on every peak of the 100,000 mountains. The return to the South Realm cultivators who came to open up the land with great joy. It was only then that I entered such a desperate situation myself. Before dying, the years finally remembered the former Xu Tang morning, only to feel regretful. End of chapter. Returning to the Southern Kingdom, the Imperial Palace. In the middle of an ancient cave, heavenly bliss. Very cool to wear. Lin Yuxuan, who had outlined a shapely and concave curve, was sitting on top of the lotus throne and was exhaling. As her massive mountains rose and fell, 2 strands of Xin Huang Qi also rose out of her body. The bottleneck of the 10th realm was also loosening up more and more on her, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the 11th realm. And when the 100,000 great mountains are completely opened up, at that time, when the people of the returning South realm migrate in a big way and start a clan, that will be the day I step into the 11th realm. The elegance of cultivation above the mountain peak realm. I didn't think there would be a day when I would be able to appreciate it. A moment later, Lin Yuxuan slowly opened her eyes. The beautiful eyes were full of complacency. The development of the Great Wasteland realm has created a great fervor within the returning South. Naturally, as the decision-maker who led the planning of this thing, she had absorbed more than a few times the aroma of incense than she had before. Cultivation naturally rose all the way up. How does that not make her proud? Who says that a woman ruling a country is a mistake? I'll see what the history books will say about this. Empress of mine in the future. Lin Yuxuan got up and walked barefoot toward the window. The white tulle couldn't even hide her great spring light. But it was a pity that no one was there to see it. Under the moonlight, she couldn't help but recall the scene when she first arrived at this cavernous paradise as a child. This place is called the Cave of the Sun and the Moon. One of the most important functions was to test the qualifications for the offspring of the Lin clan. At that time, she was nothing more than an ordinary Lin descendant who had yet to be enthroned. Cultivation qualifications, amongst a group of peers, were not considered outstanding. Even, at that time, she was directly asserted that the qualifications were too poor. The cultivation talent was a mess, and he was already thankful to be able to break through the 5th realm. But who would have thought that she was such a waste of cultivation in the eyes of others? Nowadays, he was also an existence that had stepped onto the peak of the mountain peak realm and was about to step into the 11th realm? Who would have thought that the youngest daughter of the Lin clan, who was ridiculed by all when she said that a woman must be better than a man, now there is also control of the government, and there is also the hope of ascending to the throne one day? Retracting her gaze, Lin Yuxuan looked behind her again, at the 9 others similar looking. The woman who was also meditating on a lotus futon and practicing meditation. They exuded an aura that was no weaker than Lin Yuxuan's. Even the traces of that Xian Huangji's ascension were similar to hers. It was clear that he was practicing the same technique. Seeing this, Lin Yuxuan's eyes revealed a look of satisfaction. As long as you break through the 10th realm, you guys will be the most capable generals under me. These women were precisely Lin Yuxuan's other card besides the black robe. It was she who, over the years, had been using her resources to. A women's practice team formed in private. Their existence was unknown even to the black robes. Just because Lin Yuxuan never trusted males, even the black robes who helped ascend to their current position. The gender of the black robes she didn't know, but since the other side was so covered up, she concluded that the sure black robe must be a man to do this. In her eyes, men are all damn stinkers. Like that Xu Tang. It's the quintessential example of a stinky man. That's why she spared no resources, no effort, forming such a women's practice. It was the same technique as she practiced, sucking in incense and cultivating herself. Over the years, including up until now, all the incense received by Lin Yuxuan had been divided evenly. Invest in them. It was so that one day, they could break through the 10th realm and carry the banner of women in power. Otherwise, with the incense Lin Yuxuan had collected over the years, it would have been enough for her to break through the 10th realm and step into the 11th realm long ago, just to fulfill the great cause of helping women in power. It was her cultivation that grew much slower. Over the years, these 9 women had been hidden by her in the sun and moon cave. Now, it's time to come out of the woodwork. It's time to give those stinky men a little feminine practice shock. Just then, a stream of light arrived abruptly. It is a new Mountain View residence newspaper. Observing its breadth, it was written by a black robe. Lin Yuxuan opened it up and read it with joy. It's true that it's not different from what you think in your mind. Your Highness, the 100,000 great mountains are incomparably rich in resources. Everywhere is a spiritual mountain treasure filled with mountain and river aura. The cultivators who come here to open up the land are all enthusiastic and energetic. Your Highness, please rest assured that the 100,000 great mountains are opening up in a great form. After chatting for a few moments, Lin Yuxuan was already able to imagine the current hustle and bustle of the great desolate realm. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. Sure enough, Under my governance, even if the Immortal League moves away. So what? I can still make the returning South Realm cultivators go to the next level. Poof. Put. Suddenly, just as she muttered something, an extremely strong backlash instantly erupted. It made her spit out a large mouthful of blood directly. Behind them, the 9 women even spat out a large mouthful of blood before directly fainting and falling to the ground. This is clearly the backlash of incense cultivation. Only after the person providing the incense has had a major change in temperament to one of unbridled hatred. But, who in the returned South Realm would hate themselves now? I'm afraid it's too late to even thank them. So what's going on? Lin Yuxuan was appalled and couldn't figure out where such a strong backlash was coming from. Just then, in the void, out of nowhere, a demonic claw a cold tap on her shoulder. Lin Yuxuan immediately lost her color and screamed out. For a moment, he even forgot to move his cultivation, waiting to come back to his senses and look back at where is there any figure? There was only a dead, headless body that had been placed there at some point. The headless corpse was wearing a red coat, adding to the creepiness. Lin Yuxuan almost fainted the first moment she saw the corpse. She recognized it instantly as a mackerel. Is it surprising that the mackerel is dead, and the corpse was delivered to him silently? Lin Yuxuan stared at the headless body of the green fish, her cherry mouth holding out an exaggerated arc. Wasn't she in the great desolate realm absorbing mountain aura? Why did she perish? And who, exactly, put her body in my place unnoticed? Inside, Lin Yuxuan couldn't help but roar madly. Next, looking at the peaceful, moonlit, quiet and serene cavernous land before him, she even shivered for no reason, her intuitive scalp tingling and her hair standing on end. The mountainous diorama slipped to the ground without notice. Looking at the words, the situation in the 100,000 mountains is very good. And then in light of what just happened, previously also complacent Lin Yuxuan heart suddenly thumped. No bottom. Pass the word. Pass the order. Quickly send people. Send people. To scout the latest news from the 100,000 mountains. Hurry. I guess it won't be long before Lin Yuxuan sends a messenger to explore this place. Noticing that the formation he had set up in the landscape diaries to frighten Lin Yuxuan had been touched, the black robes who were enjoying the slaughter of the returning South Realm cultivators would smile. I'm sure she's seen the body of the mackerel. When I think of the other party's reaction to seeing the mackerel's body, the black robe then couldn't help but tremble all over with excitement. A canary that has been raised in a cage since childhood, really thinks that she is a natural-born phoenix? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. The black robe grinned and then got up and flew into the air, looking down on a scene that seemed almost like hell on earth to the people of. The color of excitement in his eyes grew stronger. The moment 100,000 mountains, 1 million demons appear. The return to the South Realm cultivators were like falling into hell. Every moment, every second, there were cultivators dying around them. There were both those who were burst alive by the mountain aura because they tried to forcefully use their cultivation. There are also those who do not use their cultivation and can only watch as they are eaten up by the demons, bite by bite, incredibly clear and desperate to watch himself die. At this moment, 100,000 mountains, cries, pleas for mercy, and screams rang out one after another. Compose a song that the demons will be incredibly excited to hear. 10,000 years. A whole 10,000 years. Under the suppression of Xu Tang, the great desolate demon had even forgotten what it was really like for the returning South Realm cultivator to eat it. Even the black robes couldn't help but join the feast. He descended in front of a group of returning South Realm cultivators who were using their magic treasures to fight back. Seeing that it was the black robes arriving, it was as if the crowd was grasping the last straw. Without saying a word, he opened the mana barrier to welcome him. Lord Black Robe is here. We are saved. Hang on. Lord Black Robe has come to our rescue. As if they had found a straw when they were drowning, the men rekindled their hope. But in the next moment, only a black-robed grin was seen. With a light stroke of his finger, the crowd was suddenly separated from their heads. I'm not here to save you. The people who could have saved you would have been thrown out by you a long time ago. Ask for a catch-up read. Ask for a catch-up read. End of chapter. It was a feast of demonic revelry. The demonic clan that had been suppressed by Xu Tang alone for 10,000 years, not daring to venture out, was finally liberated. The massacre, which lasted 3 days and 3 nights, so much so that it kills to the end. The entire 100,000 mountains. Skeletons like a ridge. Skeletons like a forest. Human hair is covered with felt, and human skin and flesh are rotting into mud and dust. Human tendons wrapped around the tree, dry and charred and shiny as silver. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The stench is unbearable. The monstrous grievances almost turned the entire 100,000 mountains into a Shura purgatory. Those cultivators who came here to open up the great wilderness, thinking that they had fallen headlong into the mountains of gold and silver. It wasn't until the moment of death that it finally sunk in. Where is the great desert realm of paradise? It's clearly a hell on earth. What Xu Tang said. Nothing wrong with that, my generation. Unwilling. 100,000 mountains. On a lofty peak, dozens of demons surrounded the last return to South Realm cultivator. The beast's pupils revealed the teasing color of a cat catching a rat. This return to South Realm cultivator, covered in blood, knowing that he was going to die, growled unwillingly. He was at the peak of the 10 realms mountain peak realm, and he was an existence that was admired by millions of people within the Guinan territory. Because of being assigned by the clan, the matter of being responsible for destroying the evil temple of the folk Xu Tang's golden body and incense was delayed, so joining the opening at the latest. It is also minimally affected by the aura of the mountains and rivers that have been contaminated by demons. That's what made it to the third day. Survived. But looking at the dismal sight before him made him realize that what do you mean? Life is worse than death. Cultivators of my generation, even if they die, they have to die with dignity. Not to mention the fact that I am a cultivator of the mountain peak realm. You guys, pust. Just as he was letting out his bravado and intending to die to make his point, a sharp claw pierced through his chest, ending his life. What's all the gabbing about? Mountain peak realm. Is it very powerful? This mountain peak realm Grand Cultivator, who had been a dragon and phoenix among men since he was young and had grown up smoothly all his life. How could I not expect to die like this? Nor did I expect that the last words I heard before I died would be such a dismissive remark. In the meantime, upon seeing the presence that killed this cultivator, the demons on the scene took a step back and lowered their heads, only behind the friar. A man with a pair of iron-green bat wings and a withered face, although no trace of demonic aura leaked out. Instead, a more intimidating figure quietly appeared. It was none other than the 13-realm great demon ancestor. I only saw Tagetsu open his mouth wide and this mountain peak realm cultivator was instantly turned into a pile of dry bones. 1,000 years of cultivation ended up with only a cloud of black smoke, which was sucked into the belly by Tagetsu. He let out a groan of savoring deliciousness, then shook his head again. Not enough. Not enough. There's more killing to be done. With this amount of resentment, where is it enough to revive the great ancestor? Great ancestor? Hearing to use mutterings, the surrounding demon's eyes suddenly revealed a frenzied look. Great ancestor, within the demonic community, was a special reference to that supreme being. That was a demon born in the ancient times, an existence alongside the demon patriarch. It is rumored that the patriarchs created the demon race. The great ancestor, on the other hand, grew the demon race. Of course, rumors are rumors. There was only one reason that truly made the great ancestor an existence on par with the patriarchs. Strength. The great ancestor, who is 14 realms. The great demon. At this moment, there was nothing but fervor in the lowered eyes of the demons present. There were also flashes of clarity. So it is. No wonder. The 3 elder ancestors wanted us to wait until now to make a move to slaughter the human race. Having planned this for so long, it turns out that it was actually to revive the great ancestor? At the thought that he and the others had participated in the plan to revive the great ancestor, the breathing of the demons present couldn't help but speed up a lot. When Tagetsu saw the reaction of the demons, he also nodded. Boys, you're thinking good thoughts. This seed has let you all hibernate for so long, both for fear that Xu Tang will come with a dirty hand, fishing with bitterness, and also because of the matter of reviving the great ancestor. It takes enough human cultivators to generate resentment when they are beyond desperate. Now that it's been established that Xu Tang was really exiled by the fools who returned to the South Realm, then there's no point in keeping this under wraps now. This top secret matter that has been sealed for 10,000 years within the demon race. Today, just like that, Tagetsu made light of the situation, although the tone was flat. However, it rang in the ears of every demon within the 100,000 mountains. It's like thunder on the ground, making the countless demons in the 100,000 great mountains were all stunned. An excited growl followed. If the great ancestor recovers, my demon race will be able to unify the great desolate state. The old ancestors are farsighted in their planning. Truly great wisdom. As long as the great ancestor recovers, what bull ***** great wall hidden officials? What bull ***** sword cultivators? All of them are just rations for my great ancestor. Tormoon took in the reactions of the demons and nodded faintly. A big wave of the hand followed. Remove the demonic chi blocking the entire 100,000 mountains, slaughtered by demons to this day. For 3 whole days, all the news of the 100,000 mountains were single-handedly blocked by Tormoon. Until now, it's been a complete letting go. For the sake of it, to make them even more desperate. Thinking of the way the group of cultivators in the returning South Realm looked after learning that all of their friends and family had died tragically in the 100,000 mountains, Tazuki just couldn't help but shiver all over with excitement, especially after the thought of, again, torturing them to death. Grievances are collected enough for the great ancestor to revive. At that time, the demon race would truly be invincible. The great desolate realm, who can stop it? That exiled hidden official Xu Tang? Oh, a mere exile. I don't know how many moves I can last under a 14th realm great ancestor? The corners of Togetsu's mouth turned up and his smile looked cruel. Meanwhile, just a short time ago, within the territory of Guinan, it was still a peaceful scene, thriving and vibrant, showing a sign of prosperity. A Buddhist master once said, "There is a vision of a real dragon hovering over the country of Guinan. As long as the opening of the great desolate realm was completed, it would definitely allow the true dragon to condense and the visions to appear." In conclusion, all sorts of beautiful words and overflowing words, especially to that temporary supervisor, Her Highness the Princess, all the major powers, but also the future Empress, ancient sage and other titles. Give it away non-stop. It's all on the verge of putting her on the map. Folk, the mortal world is even better. Not only do families, but they worship the golden statue of Lin Yuxuan. There are even nursery rhymes that are prevalent and catchy. Every word was a tribute to Lin Yuxuan's achievements. Anyone who catches a little doll on the road knows Lin Yuxuan's name. Speaking of her great achievements in opening up the great wilderness, it can be said that it is not easy to say that. And heated. The clans within the Guinan territory were also unprecedentedly obedient to the Guinan kingdom, a degree of uniformity that is rare in history. Return to the south, or Lin Yuxuan. If they are told to go east, they will never go west. Everything. All just because they wanted to get one more chance to go to the great desolate realm to open up the land for their clans. Until today, after Tuayu withdrew the demonic chi that covered the sky, the entire return to the south realm. The sky turned upside down. Chaos. Returning to the southern territory, thousands of clans. Every clan, no matter how powerful or weak, follows the ancient law of renewing a soul lamp for the disciples in your own discipline. This was a habit that had been maintained by the Return to South Realm sect since it had been recorded. The strength of the soul lamp represented the safety of the outgoing disciple. The brighter the lights, the more peaceful they represent each other. The darker the beacon is, the more evil it is, and the soul light goes out. It means, then, that the body is dead. And just after Tuayu withdrew the demonic chi that could cover up the sky and block all chi. Bang bang! On this day, throughout the entire territory of Guinan, countless clans, large and small, had sounds like firecrackers ringing out, but those who had the heart quickly reacted. How could the timing of the bursting sound be so coincidental? Not one or two clans rang out at the same time, much less 5 or 6, 7 or 8. Instead, there are hundreds, thousands of clans. It is returned to all the clans within the south. At the same time, all resounded with this sound similar to an oil lamp blowing up. And there is only one thing blowing up within the return south that can trigger such an effect. Soul lamp. When their respective clans took a look after arriving at the place where the soul lamps were enshrined, they nearly didn't faint from fear. All the disciples within the gate who participated in the opening of the Great Wasteland had their soul lamps explode. This day was destined to be recorded in the annals of the returning South Realm. Hundreds of thousands of soul lamps instantly exploded. The Return to the South Realm sect was in mourning. It was also on this day that Lin Yuxuan, who was still waiting for news from the messenger, was suddenly and seriously injured on her way to practice. The power of the backlash from the incense and fire god's way nearly took her life outright. Let this princess, who not long ago was so proud of her ambition to be the first female emperor in the world. His face was like gold paper, his breath was dying, and his life was on the line. Yet that's not the worst of it. What's worse, haven't given her a chance to recuperate well enough. Outside the palace, one after another, the representatives of the cultivators from different sects of the returning South Realm were looking at each other with pathos. Gathered from, please catch up on reading, please. The stats are so bad, please catch up on your reading. End of chapter. The cultivators sent by the returning South Realm to open up the Great Desolate Realm were actually completely wiped out. Northern Realm, Battle Heaven sect. Inside the sect's main hall, the mad Taoist couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after seeing this secret letter. The strength of the Return to the South Realm was far superior to that of the North Realm. Surprisingly, there was a time when the demons were slaughtered as much as they could. This shocked the mad Taoist. Afterward, the mad Taoist couldn't help but look at the white-robed figure in front of him. A few moments of expectation and caution were brought into his eyes. Ever since the last 10,000 demons' night journey, Xu Tang had come to live in the Battle Heaven sect. Just a few days ago, Xu Tang was strolling around the plaza of the Grand Hall, sensing something in general at this moment. he immediately meditated in place. Immediately afterward, the entire person's breath was gone, and the 5 senses were closed. It looked as lifeless as a rock. If the aura hadn't autonomously surrounded him, weaving a transparent cocoon to protect Xu Tang, I'm afraid that Mad Taoist has fainted from fear. If a great celestial sovereign of the 14th realm who had just saved the northern realm were to really have an accident within his sect, the Mad Taoist was just dying a million times over. Therefore, regarding Xu Tang's sudden change, Mad Taoist didn't dare to be sloppy. All this time, he was personally sitting in the square, protecting Xu Tang. It wasn't until today, when he received this secret letter, that he tried to speak. Carefully, he looked at Xu Tang, both for fear of disturbing his practice, also out of selfishness. If possible, it was hoped that Xu Tang would remain in the north. After experiencing his patronage once, the entire northern realm human race, all of them, were grateful to him. Grateful for that. Incense and gold bodies are offered in every home. All the young children and young boys know the name of the hidden official. The people of the north, as it were, now had a new spiritual anchor. It is no longer the Great Wall that was modeled after the Great Wall of Jin demons, which only has its shape but not its spirit. Rather, it was the white-clothed figure in front of the thousands of demonic Jingguan. It is the new Great Wall hidden official, Xu Tang, who is now the northern people's tribe, the household, the true spiritual trust in the hearts of thousands of cultivators. Therefore, how could the Mad Taoist not want Xu Tang to stay in the northern realm? Both for want of his patronage, but more than that, it's for the reasons stated above. That was why the Mad Taoist's eyes were so cautious. He wasn't sure if Xu Tang, who was in a state of shut-in, had heard what he had just said. It was even more uncertain whether Xu Tang would still stay in the northern realm when he knew that such a big deal had happened in the returning south realm. After all, Lord Hidden Official is from the returning south realm, and it even guarded the returning south realm for 10,000 years. But, how long has he been in the north? To be sheltered once is already a blessing that the human race in the north has cultivated for several lifetimes. The Mad Taoist bowed slightly and came to the transparent spirit cocoon, saying softly, Master Xu, the returning south realm has suffered a catastrophe not seen in 10,000 years. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators were wiped out in the great desolate realm in one day, and their soul lamps were extinguished. You see, before the Mad Taoist could finish, only to see Xu Tang, who had been motionless for the past few days, decisively waving his hand in rejection. Immediately, a cold voice came out. There is no need to ask for blame. The forces within the Guinan territory can be summarized in one sentence. 1 country, 2 clans, 3 sects and 4 gates, as well as countless other cultivation sects down the line. The Guinan kingdom was naturally the largest power in the Guinan territory, controlling almost the entire Guinan realm. Of the 2 sects, the Taiqing sect and the Shanqing sect are mainly responsible for the cultivation path of the not interested in power struggles, and the 3 remaining factions, the 4 sects, and the other forces of the powerful, such as the 3 sects and the 4 gates, can listen to the tune of they. It will only be used for the return to the south at the time of necessity, and the weaker ones, either accepting to come under the jurisdiction of the south, either they are dependent under the 2 clans to become their outer sects. Therefore, the forces within Guinan appeared to be unified on the surface, but in reality, they were disjointed. The interests involved are intricately intertwined between the sects, and it is likely that yesterday they were still allies who put wine in their mouths. Today there was a big fight over a spirit mind, but so unified as it is today, up to the mighty Taiqing sect, the Shanqing sect, down to the small sects whose territory is only the size of a palm, with no more than 4 or 5 people in the sect. Today all gathered outside the palace with sad faces. The silent standing was the first time it had ever occurred in the territory of Guinan. Whether it's the immortal elders of the 2 sects, or the representative cultivators of those weak sects whose clothes are all a bit tattered, all of them stood outside the palace in the hot sun, not saying a word. In the face of this situation, the great inner guards did not dare to act rashly. Instead of entering the palace directly, the immortal masters of the 2 clans stood outside in the sun. This was also the first time they had seen this situation, and those small cultivators from nameless sects even dared to stand outside the palace, making as if a demonstrative gesture. This was even more unimaginable for them to see in their lives. The 2 together created a very eerie atmosphere of dead silence, like a wall of slowly coming waves. It gradually swept through the entire palace, until the creaking sound, the heavy red palace door slowly opened. A figure with a slightly buoyant breath and unsteady footsteps walked out. It was none other than the pale-faced Lin Yuxuan. What do you want? Want to revolt? Despite being severely injured and tortured by the pain of the backlash, cold sweat was pouring out of his body. However, in front of these sect cultivators, Lin Yuxuan still maintained the toughness of a princess of the returning South Kingdom. In her eyes, The entire Return South realm was under the control of the Return South Kingdom. What so-called 2 clans, 3 sects, and 4 gates are nothing more than vassals of the returning South Kingdom. As a subject, one should have the awareness and courtesy of being a subject when facing the monarch. The crowd was speechless and looked at Lin Yuxuan in unison. The look in his eyes was extremely dark, causing the latter to shudder. Wow! Only a Mountain Peak Realm elder of the Taiching sect came forward wordlessly. A wave of the big sleeve. Dozens of already broken soul lamps fell to the ground in a heck of a way, making a crisp sound that went straight to the heart. Wow dash! Behind him, cultivators from other sects followed suit. Broken soul lamp after broken soul lamp smashed into the ground. Each soul lamp represents a life lost, and the soul lamps on the scene added up to the height of a small mountain. Lin Yuxuan froze at the sight, eyes wide with shock in them. She knew something must have happened within the Great Wasteland. Otherwise, one would not have received such a severe injury from the backlash of the incense. But what she hadn't expected was that things had gotten so serious. It was thought that it might just be a dispute between different forces going to open up the Great Wilderness because of the grabbing of territory, and there were casualties from fighting with each other. But I didn't realize that so many people died? And these can be broken soul lamps. This meant that the ones who died were not ordinary people, but disciples inside these sects. It was highly likely that it was still a true disciple that they had treated as a key cultivator. Now, all dead? Lin Yuxuan shook her head more than once and mumbled something close to a breakdown. How is it possible? How is it possible for such a thing to happen within the Great Wilderness? The Great Desolate Realm is clearly safe and secure. A paradise beyond the world. Returning to the South Realm, countless cultivators are squeezing their heads to go. Snap! At this moment, that Tai Ching sect elder who had first spoken out finally couldn't help himself. The cultivation of the Mountain Peak realm erupted, and a slap he slapped over. One slapped her awake. After returning to her senses, Lin Yuxuan stared at this elder dead in the face. Within the beautiful eyes, a flash of malice flashed. Bold! How dare you hurt Her Majesty the Princess! The great inner guards who had long ago surrounded this place also finally reacted and suddenly shouted out harshly. But what responded to them was a powerful blow from this elder. Bang! The elder's Mountain Peak realm cultivation exploded with full force. These pure martial artists of the 8th realm were simply not a match for the elder, and instantly flew out backwards. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuxuan was the only one left in the large palace square. At once, Lin Yuxuan was overwhelmed with remorse and her face turned ugly. Among the guards of the King of Qin's protection, there were originally existences that were capable of resisting Mountain Peak realm cultivators. It was those 5 11th realm pure martial artists. But, coincidentally, Lin Yuxuan felt that she had complete control over the returning South realm. There wouldn't be any more danger, and they would have been sent out long ago to hunt down Xu Tang. That's what led to today's situation. Xu Tang, damn it, it's all your fault. Even at this time, Lin Yuxuan still didn't forget to curse Xu Tang inwardly. Blame it on him, completely forgetting that there was no one around to escort him at the moment, and the fastest 11th realm cultivator who could arrive here to escort him would take 10 breaths. What can you do with 10 breaths? For a Mountain Peak realm cultivator, it was enough to slaughter a city. Not to mention a wounded princess. But Lin Yuxuan is conceited. Outside the palace, no one had dared to touch her yet. But, the next moment, that elder from the Tai Ching sect rushed to Lin Yuxuan's face and grabbed her by her snow-white neck. With a fierce gaze and a fierce expression, he opened his mouth word by word, gritting his teeth. Please, Your Highness Princess Lin Yuxuan, give us an explanation. End of chapter. The elder's voice was like a loud bell, resounding throughout the palace. The force in his hands kept increasing. The killing intent in his eyes was so intense that it almost materialized. You, cough. You, bold. Lin Yuxuan's neck was strangled to death, feeling the threat of death, but she was powerless to resist. Although they were both 10th realm Mountain Peak realm cultivators, but the other party is an elder of the Taiching sect, practicing the Taiching Xuanfa, one step at a time. It took 500 years to set foot on top of the mountain, and Lin Yuxuan, but it is just another way to rely on the method of incense to become a god. Normally, she would have been no match for her opponent. What's more, now it was also backfired by the power of the incense and fire, seriously injuring it to the point that it almost fell out of the realm. Therefore, after sensing the other party's strong killing intent, Lin Yuxuan did not hesitate to clench her palm into a fist. Then with the last of his strength he slapped himself on the brow. Anon! A high dragon roar accompanied by a terrifying power erupted from Lin Yuxuan's body. This was what sent that elder flying out, allowing Lin Yuxuan to gain a moment's respite. After she coughed heavily twice, she looked coldly at this elder of the Taiching sect, her killing heart suddenly rising. Bold fanatic, how dare you strike out at this princess? Do you know that this is a capital offense? Lin Yuxuan's figure gently withdrew backward, and a luscious jade tablet emerged from her brow. It was the Xianlong jade plaque, which originated from the same source as the returning South Kingdom's jade seal of the state. It contains a golden dragon shadow that wanders and flutters, and between the opening and closing of its pupils, he clearly displayed the aura of the 11th realm breaking realm. The Xian Dragon Jade Plaque, which only protects the Lord of the returning South Kingdom, is one of the underlying assets of the returning South Kingdom. Over the past 10 million years, this jade tablet did not know how many assassination attacks the successive lords of the Guinan Kingdom had helped to ward off. Today, Lin Yuxuan was also going to use the Xianlong Jade brand to kill the rebels. This princess will give you one last chance. On account of you being an elder of the Tai Ching sect, immediately bind your hands and obediently kowtow and confess. Or don't blame this princess for being merciless. Lin Yuxuan, who had summoned the Xianlong Jade sign, was full of energy and stood tall. Looking at that elder was like looking at a dead man. At the same time, she gave a big wave of her hand. The palace phalanx was immediately in motion with her at the center. The emperor's chi luck lit up as the complicated and complex formation lit up, appearing in the world, forming a large seal. It hangs over the heads of this group of clan representatives. It similarly exuded a terrifying 11th realm power. And you guys, gathering without authorization, are you trying to force the palace? Under the imperial chi, Lin Yuxuan was as if she had a heavenly constitution in her mouth, and her divine might was extraordinary. Letting her briefly be among the 11 realms of the broken realm, she only felt that she was like a god descending from the heavens, and no one was her opponent. All around, the imperial city soldiers are even drawing their bows, pure martial artists and chi refiners cooperating with each other to form a formation, locking the aura of the representatives of the clans present. In the sky, there was even a belatedly arriving 11th realm Lin clan ancestor pressing the battlefield. It's gotten to such a serious point that, logically, these clan elders, who were the best at calculating gains and losses, should have gone soft. However, they only saw that the elders of the major sects were unchanged, as if they had already expected this situation. They didn't resist, just a step forward in unison. With a bite of his tongue, he offered his heart's blood. At once, those broken soul lamps rose into the air. Monstrous grievances erupted from the soul lamps, weaving one human face after another. These people were images of the disciples of the great sects that had been slaughtered in the great desolate realm. The two elders of the Tai Ching sect and the Shinqing sect even slapped their chests and spat out a cloud of blood mist. Offer a sheet of the Book of All Nations written in ghastly white letters. Above, name after name was written in scarlet ink, with the duo's cultivation catalyzing. Again, face after face surfaced. Those were images of other human races who had died tragically in the great desolate realm. They have no name, no surname, no sect, no power. Some were mortals who went to the great desert realm when they heard that it paid good wages. Some of them are casual cultivators, taking the resources saved up from a lifetime of bitter cultivation. It was only in exchange for a place to go to the great desolate realm. I thought, it's a paradise, an untouched treasure, but I didn't realize that it would end up being the land of the dead. These elders, their cultivation levels varied, but facing Lin Yuxuan surrounded by members of the royal family with neither made a move. It's just a silent prodding of it all. Let's get everyone on the floor. All of them saw that this time the demon showed up and brought what kind of disaster to the cultivators of the returning South Realm. In the end, Lin Yuxuan, who was originally furious, after seeing the countless faces in front of him, and the monstrous resentment that could not be resolved, it also froze for a long time. It's clear that the great wilderness is a beautiful place, the world's paradise, resourceful and unexplored. Distinctly, it should be treasure land. Why? Will it become a graveyard for these people? This can't be. 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 Monstrous grievances, the cries of a human face dying, the struggles of a. It echoed in Lin Yuxuan's ears. Let the princess, who was so ambitious that she thought she had created the greatest cause in the country of return to the south. Can't believe it. Mumbles, please, your highness. In your words it is a paradise in the world. Cave-like existence of the great desert realm. Why, in the end, has it become a place where demons wreak havoc, buried an unknown number of my return to the South Realm sons and daughters? At this point, the second sect elder spoke out again. The voice is flat, but it revealed an unspeakable sadness. The last sentence was even repeated by all the remaining clan elders, echoing in Lin Yuxuan's ears. It caused a mouthful of blood to spurt out of her, who was already in a trance, woefully inadequate. It shouldn't be like this. Lin Yuxuan's heart, flooded with questions. Had he, himself, really done wrong? Princess, there is no need to blame yourself and admit your faults. The cause of this matter is not you. Just then, a black robe descended from the sky. The aura of the peak of the 12 realms stopping realm instantly caused everyone to look sideways. Lin Yuxuan cast a look for help as if she had grabbed a life preserver. She knows. The only person who could save her now was the black robe. Otherwise, having made such a monumental mistake, she's not to blame. At this point in time, does Lord Black Robe still want to take her side? The second sect elder forced his anger to speak. The mind was secretly shocked. It's only been a few days. The Black Robe is already at the peak of the stopping realm? The Black Robe smiled coldly and said no more. Instead, he flung out 2 jade slips. 2 images surfaced. In the first paragraph, it's a gathering of demons, discussing the sacking of the north. Images of burning and looting and then leaving the great wasteland realm. And the second paragraph. Instead, after Xu Tang made a decisive move outside the Great Wall and wiped out the 10,000 demons' night journey, the demons were unwilling to. Only then did he run to the Great Wasteland realm. The 2 images caused a sensation when they were released. So it means that there were originally no demons in the Great Desolate Realm, and that it was Xu Tang who struck. Only then did they force them to the Great Desolate Realm? Originally, the demons would have left after only ransacking the north. But I didn't expect Xu Tang to come to the Great Desolate Realm when he had to show off and make a move, causing the demons to come without any meat? This Xu Tang is truly absurd. For the sake of the Northern Realm pariahs, he has gone so far as to brutalize my returning South Realm cultivators. Even if that bunch of pariahs from the Northern Realm died 100 times, they wouldn't be able to match the one life of my return to the South Realm cultivator. The crowd was in a frenzy. I didn't realize that. A demon of the Great Desolate Realm had unexpectedly appeared because of Xu Tang. Seeing this, Lin Yuxuan knew that the time had come. Without needing to be reminded by the Black Robe, he opened his mouth in righteous indignation. As you can see, everything is because of Xu Tang. Tomorrow I'll send an army to the Great Wasteland. After taking revenge by destroying the demons, I, Lin Yuxuan, swear that the first thing I'm going to do is find Xu Tang to settle the score with the Northern Realm. End of chapter. The day after this incident, known as the Palace Incident, one after another Shanshu ADD newspaper with sound transmission jade slips were sent out from the Imperial Palace. The reasons for such a tragic event within the Great Wilderness were explained in detail to the entire returning South Realm human race. The Great Desolate Realm's demonic rampage, which led to the tragedy of the returning South Realm's cultivators, was caused by Xu Tang alone. Its slaughter of demons in defense of the human race in the north has prevented the demons from satisfying their appetites. That's what turned to the Great Wasteland territory. Demons are cunning and can pollute the mountains and rivers with their own demonic aura. That's what caused all of my returning South Realm cultivators to fall. To mark this matter, this princess has ordered the allocation of funds to all areas above the township level within the territory of Guinan. Establish an incense shrine for the cultivators who fell in the Great Desolate Realm of exploitation, both in recognition of the memory of his heroic resistance and in order to keep the enmity alive in his heart. May I, the returning South Realm cultivator, never forget it. For one thing, Xu Tang is the root cause of the tragedy. With immediate effect, the returning South Realm has listed Xu Tang as its #1 enemy. Without its selfish act to preserve the Northern Realm barbarian cultivators, how could the demons have come to the Great Wasteland? Secondly, this princess has vowed to slaughter all the demons in the Great Desolate Realm, in order to console the souls of the fallen cultivators of my returning South Realm in heaven. From now on, this princess will unify and mobilize all the sect cultivators of the returning South Realm for the northern expedition to the Great Wilderness. Oftentimes all the populace needs is an emotional outlet, not the truth. Though this Landscape Diaries letter is full of holes, neither explaining exactly where the demons came from, and why were they able to ambush so many return to South Realm cultivators successfully. There is no one to blame, down to the poorly informed courier scouts, to Lin Yuxuan, who is solely responsible for planning and carrying out this matter. It's all good. Then Xu Tang, who had been sentenced to go into exile early on. Instead, he became the initiator of the incident. It's clearly Xu Tang who has done such a great thing as chopping down demons and removing devils. Now it is in the mouth of the human race in the returning South Realm, and has ended up worse than a rat. In these days, the wailing return to the South Realm human race, through this Shanshu AD, finally found a vent. Up and down the realm of returning to the south, the abuse, the loathing, of Xu Tang. The level of resentment has reached an unprecedented level. Damn Xu Tang, I really want to kill him by 1,000 cuts. This Xu Tang is really ruthless. For the sake of that group of barbarian cultivators in the Northern Realm, how dare you go so far as to place my returning South Realm's proud sons of heaven in the midst of a dangerous flood of demons, causing them to be buried in the belly of a demon. Let's not talk about Xu Tang. When I see the surname Xu now, I can't wait to go up and give him 2 stabs. Stab him to death. To vent my hatred. Words such as these are clamoring in the folklore. For a time, it even caused many people with the surname Xu in the territory of Guinan to be forced to change their names. This led to the fact that the returning South realm suddenly had a large number of people with the surname Xu. Almost the entire returning South realm, up and down, young and old, were cursing Xu Tang, but no one remembers the main reason why Xu Tang was exiled in the first place. It is they who are strongly prohibited from entering the Great Wasteland realm. It was the day after this mountainous diary was sent out. The sound transmission jade slip attached inside was activated by spiritual power at the same time and flew into the air on its own. Jade slips after jade slips levitated up and connected to each other throughout the entire Guinan territory, forming a huge curtain. On the dragon beheading stage in the imperial city, Lin Yuxuan, who was wearing a purple phoenix and golden armor, was marshalling her troops and dispatching her generals. The scene of delivering the pre-war proclamation is projected. Make it visible to every returned realm citizen. One could only see Lin Yuxuan, who was dressed in a purple phoenix and golden armor, standing at the front, with an imposing and heroic appearance. His body even exuded a strong 10th realm cultivation fluctuation, causing the returning South realm cultivators to gasp in surprise. Your Highness is truly a dragon and phoenix among men, cultivating and ruling the country at the same time. What, Your Highness? It's clearly our future female holy monarch. I've heard that Her Highness has sworn since she was a child that she would hold up half the sky for men with a woman's body. Now it seems that she is not only holding up half of the sky, the entire southern realm is under her control. So she's a woman of honor. Who cares to compare with you, Whiskers? Her Highness is Her Highness. You are not allowed to put any hats on her. She's a woman of the heavens and the earth, and doesn't give a damn about comparing herself to you stinking men. That's right, men are disgusting. Don't come rubbing up against my Princess Highness, okay? As Lin Yuxuan assumed power, more and more female cultivators awakened in the returning South realm, and to Lin Yuxuan's left, the black robe stood respectfully. The aura of the peak of the stopping realm even caused many returning South realm cultivators to cast gazes of awe. The pinnacle of stopping, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through the 13th realm harmonization realm. With such a powerful person, why worry about not being able to wipe out the demons? One must know that the so-called bull **** hidden official Xu Tang from before was only at the 12th realm of cultivation. To Lin Yuxuan's right, there were 9 women standing, which was striking and very rare. As a matter of common sense, the one standing to her right should be the elder representatives of the Taiqing sect and the Shangqing sect. But why a woman? The one standing on my right are the 9 holy maidens of my Guinan kingdom. Each person is at the peak cultivation of the 9th realm. When 2 and 2 work together, they are more able to explode and not inferior to the power of the 10th realm. This time, the demon extermination is precisely when the 9 holy maidens appeared in the world. A good time for me to return to the southern realm to make a contribution. At that moment, Lin Yuxuan slowly opened her mouth. His eyes looked to the right, introducing the 9 holy women to the entire realm. I saw that all 9 of them were veiled, so I couldn't see their faces. Their temperaments were different, and their figures were tall and outstanding. It's hard to forget at first sight. The aura on each of them was not to be underestimated. What's more, there's a self-imposed detachment about them, as if they're cut off from the rest of the world, like a fairy in the 9 heavens. It has been said since ancient times that women are weaker than men, but I, Lin Yuxuan, don't believe it. Then, Lin Yuxuan looked to the front again, looking straight at the projection with a serious face. In terms of governance, the returning South Kingdom has flourished under my Lin Yuxuan's rule, a scene of prosperity. If it wasn't for that guy Xu Tang, who caused such a tragedy, I'm afraid that our returning South realm has now brought the Great Desolate Realm under its banner. Even so, it won't stop the rise of my returning South realm. The 9 holy maidens will prove to the world that women's cultivation is no weaker than men's, and even stronger. This time, she and the other 9 are the main force to eliminate demons and devils. I'll be in charge of the pressure formation with the black robes and the people from the 2 clans, and the 3 factions and 4 sects, each in their own way. Do the assisting and the aftermath. Red Lips lightly spat out. Lin Yuxuan will go out on the expedition, roughly explained. It caused the female cultivators of the returning South realm to cheer. Each one of them shouted as if they were possessed. Only such a woman can be my husband. I want to marry the 9 holy maidens. These male cultivators are such losers. In the end, it's still up to us females to cut down the demons and remove the devils. Oh, and in the projection, Lin Yuxuan raised another tiger talisman up. For this expedition, I, Guinan Kingdom, mobilize 300,000 troops to leave the country. Formations will be placed at the borders of the Great Desolate Realm to prevent the demons from escaping. As the words fell, the tiger talisman suddenly erupted into one Taoist talisman after another with the word soldier written on it. Take the lead and fly to the Great Desolate Realm area. At this point, everything is ready. Lin Yuxuan took a deep breath, made a pathos and issued a final declaration. A tragedy unprecedented in 10,000 years has occurred in my Guinan realm. And although the cause of it all lies with Xu Tang, but I'm also responsible. It's everyone's trust, it's everyone's support that allows me to continue to stand here today. When she finished, she bowed deeply to the projection. This matter immediately caused a sensation up and down the returning South realm. Countless cultivators were moved to tears, especially the female cultivators. Then, Lin Yuxuan raised her body and looked towards the great desolate realm. The eyes were instantly and unmistakably sharp. Speak slowly. That group of demons were able to deal with even Xu Tang with ease, so they must not be that powerful, so as to live up to the trust placed in me. And in order for the fallen cultivators of my returning South realm to rest in peace, I, Lin Yuxuan, swear, within 7 days, level the great desolate realm. In the meantime, it was at the same time that Lin Yuxuan let out her bold words. In the northern realm, the battle sky sect hall, the figure whose breath was getting weaker and weaker, but was wrapped and surrounded by grayish-white heaven and earth Tao rhythms. Suddenly his eyes opened, influenced by the 4 auras, instinctively looking in the direction of the great desolate realm. There are 3 scents that, soon to be among the 14 realms. There was even a great demonic aura of the Taiku 14 realm that, it's waking up. End of chapter. Kill the demons! Kill the demons! In the midst of the vast slogans, Lin Yuxuan took the lead and erected a Lin royal flag. In the most ostentatious, attention-grabbing way possible, the dragon carriage flew over the returning South realm, letting the entire returning South realm witness the magnitude of this expedition with their own eyes. The dragon carriage opened the way, and the holy maiden was in the air. The visions were overwhelming and the aura was amazing. It was only 3 days later that the imperial procession arrived at the Great Wall of Demonjin. As soon as she landed, Lin Yuxuan received good news. Zi Longjin and General Song Yao are about to ascend to the 13th realm and are in seclusion. The dragon carriage had just landed when a 9th realm pure martial artist rushed forward to report. He was Song Yao's confidant, and Song Yao had once explained to him before he closed down. This matter must be told to the princess in person, so the news is only being reported now. When she learned of this, Lin Yuxuan was overjoyed. The confidence of the northern expedition to get rid of the demons has increased a few more points. Black Robe, if the 2 of them break through the 13th realm, plus you, the peak of the 12th realm. Among the demons, there shouldn't be anyone who is your opponent, right? Inside the hidden official's residence, Lin Yuxuan asked excitedly. Of course. The highest cultivation amongst the demons is only at the peak of the 11th realm, and if it wasn't for him running fast, I took it down a long time ago. So princess, you can rest assured that the great cause of cutting down the demons and removing the devils will be accomplished by you. At that time, not only will you be able to recover the hearts and minds of the people you lost before, but you will also be able to raise your prestige to a higher level. The black robes slightly arched their hands, and some bragging came down, making Lin Yuxuan even more complacent. It only felt that the death of so many Guinan realm cultivators might not be a bad thing. Once the demon eradication was accomplished, one's prestige would surely rise to another level. At that time this realm that had been forcibly elevated by the black robe would also be consolidated. It's really a great way to get your money's worth. Ji Ruxue, Lang Ruyan, you 2 lead separate teams. Let's start the sweep with the Great Wall of Demon Suppression. Immediately afterward, Lin Yuxuan pointed at the map and ordered down. The 2 with the most solid cultivation among the 9 holy maidens immediately led the order. The remaining people were then divided into 2 separate squads. Each received 1, and went out one after the other. Behind them, sound transmission jade slips followed, and would project the battle at all times, to inspire the people. The 2 teams had just landed on the land of the great desolate realm when they were shocked by the scene in front of them. Mountains of bones and mountains of flesh. The once incomparably beautiful 100,000 mountains are now dead and full of grievances, as if they were hell. Seeing this scene, both the 9 people present and the return to South Realm cultivators who were watching the projection, after the shock, they were all furious. Kill it all. These demons must be cut down to the roots and killed cleanly. Damn these s. Amidst the roars of righteous indignation from the returning South Realm cultivators, the 9 holy maidens unsheathed their swords one after another. The demon extermination has officially begun. The highest demon encountered along the way was only the 6th or 7th realm. It was simply not a 1-2 punch for the 9. In just 2 days' time, the 9 holy maidens had already cleared 1/5 of the area of the 100,000 great mountains. The whole of the returned South Realm was shaken, and people's livelihoods were in jubilation. Lin Yuxuan was even more excited. At this rate it won't take 7 days. Only 5 days will be enough to cut down all the demons and take revenge. The 9 holy maidens were equally joyful. I didn't expect my first battle since entering the world to be so easy. Sure enough, a demon that even Xu Tang could easily deal with. Not awesome at all. During the 2 days that the 9 holy maidens were beheading the demons, the Tiger Gate City, where the Northern Realm Battle Heavenly Sect was located. But a curvaceous woman walked in. The woman wore a bucket hat on her head, had an extremely hot body, and was even more boldly dressed. It clearly looks like it's wearing quite a bit, but just enough to make the key part of the swaying and flinging of the. If anything, it shows. The infinite spring light comes and goes, wandering through the crowds of people coming and going. I don't know how many people's eyes were attracted along the way, but the weird thing is, once the woman was out of sight, then no one could remember her presence in their minds. It was as if she had never been here. Even though her body was so hot and she was dressed so boldly and provocatively, none of them had a memory of it. And those who were attracted to her tantalizing figure and looked at her in the face of the, and blissfully unaware of another, even weirder thing, that is, no one could see the woman's face. Although she was wearing a bucket hat, there was no veil on it, but just about no one could see what she looked like. There is an old saying, the Heavenly Father is not to be trifled with, and the world is not to be seen. The woman was no one else. It was after obtaining a drop of the great ancestor's essence blood that the great demon ancestor who was about to be ranked as a 14th realm Heavenly Father, Prime, Xu Tang, you're really ruthless when you let people remember you for 10,000 years. The entrance to the mountain gate of the Battle Heavenly Sect, which had long since closed and locked its doors and was on alert up and down the mountain gate, Prime was muttering with a sad face. The next moment, she reached out a little. The gate of the Warrior Sky Sect was instantly turned into ashes. The Battle Sky Sect's protector formation also collapsed. Before the Warrior Sky Sect Master could make a move, he was designated in place by her. Can't move. I'm here to have a rendezvous with Brother Xu today. If you disturb the excitement of the two of us, beware of the top and bottom of your clan. Your life will not be guaranteed. Prime smiled cheekily. Lift your hand. The entire Warrior Heaven Sect is a huge mountain gate. Raised. The mad Taoist was dumbfounded at the sight, and infinite fear welled up in his heart. In the next moment, knowing full well that he was not a match for Optimus Prime, he gritted his teeth and, in an instant, he burned his essence blood and rushed up. A few days ago Xu Tang had awakened and told him that he was in the midst of transforming himself into 1,000. The state of walking the world. The ontology is fragile and needs more care. Nowadays, he couldn't let this demon girl in front of him touch half of Xu Tang's sweat, even at the cost of your own life. But the mad Taoist is only a 12-realm stopping cultivator, though the first man in the north. In Optimus Prime's eyes, however, it was like a toy. Overrate yourself. Seeing the strongest strike that the mad Taoist had exchanged for burning his essence blood without hesitation, Prime Tson sneered. A finger pointed out. The majestic demonic power instantly enveloped the entire Battle Sky Sect's mountain gate. The space was instantly distorted, and it was clear that the entire mountain peak was going to be obliterated hard. But, just then, a sigh ghosted through Prime's ears. Without entering the Heavenly Father, you see me as a frog in a well looking at the moon in the sky. Among the 14, you realize that seeing me is like a mayfly seeing the sky. Next moment, the peak of the 13th realm, Optimus Prime, who was only a hair's breadth away from being among the legendary 14 realms of great celestial exaltation. Surprisingly, he turned and fled without hesitation, even going so far as to burn his lifespan just in exchange for escape speed. While running, he couldn't help but shout frantically, Xu Tang, you're actually in the heavenly exaltation realm? When exactly did you enter the heavenly exaltation realm? How is it possible? How could you possibly be in the heavenly exaltation realm? Buzz. In reply to Optimus Prime, it was a massive handprint that had locked her in place long ago. The Tao rhythms flowed, already exceeding the power of the heavenly dignity, vaguely having the image of a Tao dignity. A slap down. Prime burst into flames. The entire peak was leveled, leaving only 5 well-defined fingerprints, and a fox hair so white it glows. Put. Deep within the 100,000 great mountains, Prime Son's main body awoke with a start. A mouthful of essence blood spurted out from his heart, and his entire appearance instantly aged by more than 100 years. The opportunity to be in the 14th realm also instantly slipped away for the most part. 14 realm. He is actually 14 realm? Recalling the feeling of being locked by that handprint, Prime couldn't help but mutter. Lingering fear filled his eyes. What makes you the 14th realm? Xu Tang, just how demonic have you become? Prime touched his wrinkled face and burst into a furious roar. Then, his eyes were projected to be in the middle of a great killing spree on the outskirts of the 100,000 mountains. Smugly on the 9 saints. Looking at the other party's beautiful face that was full of elasticity, a vicious color appeared in the fox's eyes, throwing the previously agreed upon booby-trapped plan out the window. These holy women, they must die by their own hands. And at the moment, the 9 holy maidens, who had no difficulty in consecutively campaigning for 2 days, is basking in the joy of an easy victory. oblivious to the fact that he has fallen into the hands of a fox demon at the peak of the 13th realm. Begging for a catch-up read begs and begs. End of chapter. This demon is too weak. Can we have some intensity? It really makes people doze off. Above a cliff face, the white-clothed Lang Ruyan casually struck and killed a group of vicious wolf demons in front of her, and around her, there were already dense piles of various demonic corpses. Sister Ruyan is right. I thought that this mission would be treacherous. I've even brought along my own life magic treasure. Now it seems that it can't be used at all. Behind Lang Ruyan, an incomparably holy-looking woman took over the conversation. She wore a golden lotus flower crown on her head, and red threads were wrapped around her white wrists. After the demon was killed, a casual wave of the hand, a supremely pure and clean aura immediately spread out with her at the center. It didn't take a moment to wash the entire mountain, making mountains that not so long ago were like hell on earth. The landscape was restored to its original bellwoods in no time. Ah, if all demons are this weak, then I'll lie down first. Another holy woman spoke up. She had flowing red hair and was tall. The female and male faces are quite valiant in style. After that, lie down anywhere. A face of cozy leisure. Those who didn't know thought she was on vacation. Did you guys finish clearing out so quickly too? It seems that this batch of demons is really weak. At this time, 4 white rainbow pizzas arrived abruptly. It was the other team led by Lu Rushue. They were responsible for purging the demons in the southeast. I was expecting to go through a fierce battle, at least for 2 or 3 days, but I didn't expect that in just half a day's time. The southeast direction had already been taken by them. The corpses of the demons piled up into mountains and were finally burned up by a handful of holy fire from Lu Ruyu. Then rush. Originally, I wanted to help Lang Ruyan and the others. I didn't expect this other team to complete the task just as fast. Nonetheless, it's not that the demons are weak, it's that we are strong enough to crush them like this. Lang Ruyan smiled and opened her mouth. Pride and self-satisfaction written all over her stunning face. That's right. How powerful can a demon that even Xu Tang can easily deal with be? This time we will definitely avenge the returning South Realm cultivators. All the more reason to do justice to us female monks. We female cultivators are never weaker than men. Lu Rushue landed on the ground and stood side by side with Lang Ruyan. Together, we look out into the deeper depths of the clouded 100,000 mountains. And this image was also projected in front of the returning South Realm cultivators. It's quite an abyssal picture. It doubled the confidence of the returning South Realm cultivators beyond measure. Worthy of our female cultivators. If you don't make a move, it's bound to be a thunderous one. A demon that even Xu Tang was able to destroy really isn't that powerful. The holy maidens will be able to put them to death with just a slight strike. It's true that in the end, we still have to rely on the princess to clean up the mess left by Xu Tang. Without the princess's team of holy maidens, how could it be so easy to cut down the demons? Feeling wave after wave of even more intense and pure aroma chi rising from the territory of Guinan. Inside the hidden official's residence, Lin Yuxuan's face was written with complacency. A slight inhalation. Those aroma chi immediately surged into the limbs and bones. All of the dark wounds that I suffered before were eliminated. Even the realm that had been forcibly elevated by the black robes had been consolidated. Xu Tang. Ah, Xu Tang. You've finally done something right. If you hadn't driven the demons into the Great Wasteland territory for the sake of those barbarians in the north, slaughtering my return to the South Realm cultivators, and how could I have been so veiled and absorbed such a pure aroma of incense and fire? Lin Yuxuan's beautiful eyes flashed with refined light. At the moment, she was not at all panicked when she was forced into the palace, nor did he have the shock and self-reproach that he felt when he witnessed the monstrous grievances of the dead returning South Realm cultivators. There is nothing but endless enjoyment and pleasure. The death of the return to the South Realm cultivator, at the moment, was instead an incomparable bargain in her eyes. What's the harm in dying as many people as it takes to raise your strength? Pass on my decree to topographize this image. This princess will let everyone in the Guinan realm see the elegance of the female cultivator representative of my Guinan kingdom. Lin Yuxuan waved her hand and decided to use this opportunity to properly publicize the 9 holy maidens. This is used to further increase the influence of female monks. But the next moment, only in the picture, a white-clothed figure came in style from the depths of the 100,000 great mountains. The first instant she saw this figure, alarm bells went off in Lin Yuxuan's head. He almost didn't control it and had someone directly order the 9 holy maidens to call back. Luckily though, it stopped his instincts. Right now is a good opportunity for the 9 holy maidens to perform in front of the returning South Realm cultivators. How can they be held back? But what the hell just happened to me? Why did my heart palpitate so much when I saw this figure? Lin Yuxuan couldn't help but mumble. The black robe standing sideways at the side sniffed, a sneer emerging from the corner of his mouth. The old ancestor of the method of incense and fire to become a god that you, Lin Yuxuan, are practicing is this figure in the picture. How can you not have heart palpitations? Then, She looked towards the 9 holy maidens in the picture who were facing the arrival of Prime Xun without any sense of wariness. More silent laughter. There is no fear for the ignorant. Lin Yuxuan just followed her instincts and withdrew them urgently. There might be a chance of escape. Unfortunately, it's late. What kind of demon are you? Ugh. Forget it. What's the point of telling you so much? You wouldn't last 3 rounds under us anyway. This holy maiden will now give you a chance to lead the way for us. If you serve us well, this holy maiden can still consider leaving you a whole body. Upon seeing Prime Tsong appear, Lang Ruyan spoke in a commanding tone that could not be refused. Lu Ruxuet also nodded slightly. Either choose to die or choose to be a dog for us. Prime didn't say anything, only staring at their stunningly beautiful faces and squealing. This laughter was at first as clear as silver bells, but soon it became distant and close again. Very spooky, both like far away. Again, it seems to go deep inside. You can hear the smile even if you cover your ears. You say you guys are so good looking. A look of jealousy appeared in Prime's eyes. Hands outstretched, making motions in the air. Lang Ruyan and Lu Ruxue wanted to say something else, but the next moment, they then realized that his own body was surprisingly completely out of control. No, out of their control, to be precise. Instead, they were controlled by Prime and made the exact same movements as her. It's a shame not to be a cauldron when you're this good looking. Prime licked his lips, and the picture, in the eyes of countless, returned to the South Realm cultivators. These 9 saints of unparalleled holiness, nobility and elegance. Starting with Lang Ruyan, both make the same exaggerated gesture. They were conscious and awake. Their flesh, however, is in disarray, and, inside the residence of the hidden official, Lin Yuxuan was so furious that she was about to go crazy, gnashing her teeth. She did not expect, in any case, that the saintly daughter she had worked so hard to raise, a secret weapon intended to be used to elevate the discourse of female monks. Surprisingly, it was this kind of performance in front of the returning South Realm cultivators? Bunch of losers. She slammed the table and tried to get someone to bring them back to accountability. But unexpectedly, next moment, picture, Prime stopped moving. A deathly smile appeared. Next moment, foxtail after foxtail suddenly burst out of the void in front of the 9 holy maidens. Bind the women who are resisting to death. Then, before Lin Yuxuan could react, I saw Optimus' tail. It's grown quite a bit, and Lang Ruyan and the others. But it's like a wind-dried tree that turns to dust. Heck, it's using them as a cauldron. Lin Yuxuan froze. However, before she could think of what to do about this so delicate matter, the other thing that made her even more upset and panicked, one after the other. Bin Shinha has been honest. End of chapter. A few days ago, the north, a small town on the border. These days, the villagers of the town are living what seems like a dream. For one thing, for some reason, those immortal clans suddenly opened up their cultivation quotas dramatically. It used to be that several towns competed together, competed against each other. Only a handful of cultivation slots can be obtained. But now, the Lord has spoken. Whether it's a rich young man from a big family, or Taiju, Erden, or any other poor farmer's family, as long as you have the qualifications and perseverance, you are able to sign up for the new round of the cultivation election. Once selected, not only do you not have to pay various fees as before, even the whole family will be exempted from taxes for 3 years. The official is promoted to the next level of the hierarchy. Reward 10 quintals of grain for those who serve the people. And those who are chosen will not only not have to spend 1 cent from the beginning of their practice. Each month, they can even receive a fixed amount of spirit stones from the selected immortal clans, elixir as well as other subsidies. This made the townspeople cheer. In the past, even those young masters' sons and daughters couldn't get into the immortal cultivation sect. Nowadays it is even possible for poor people like yourself to have a chance. How does that not make people happy? The second thing is the demonic beasts that have often come down the mountain to capture and attack villagers over the years. And lately it's been missing. Some bold people went up the mountain to check, and found that those demonic beasts had even moved their nests away from this place. That is to say, the demonic beasts that have plagued the townspeople for decades. Now it's disappeared for no reason. How does that not make people happy? Although the town is located in the borderland, and most of the people living there are laborers and ordinary people, but people still hear about it. All of this change seems to have something to do with that new hidden official sitting on the wall. But what is the name of the hidden official? Did what? It says it's not ready to disclose that. Naturally, ordinary people don't know the specifics. But while the townspeople don't know exactly what's going on, but at least know that your days are, at last, getting better. And it was in such a vibrant and upwardly mobile atmosphere of joy. On this day, there were 5 stout figures that slowly stepped into the town and came to sit on a tea store. They had different faces and different words carved on their faces. The only thing that was the same was that everyone had a very strong murderous aura about them. and a very ugly face. As soon as the 5 people appeared, they were noticed by the surrounding guests. Seeing their stout and murderous looks, they shied away and moved their benches out of the way, lest I touch the mold. The descendants of these guests' families will soon be entering the cultivation sects. They didn't want to meet a bogeyman in trouble at this time. Big brother, we've killed enough people. What's happening now is that it's not that we can't sense Xu Tang's exact location, but, instead, sense out that he's almost everywhere. The entire great desolate state seems to have his karmic shadow. The youngest of the 5, the pure wolf, drained his cup of tea in a single gulp, then slammed down hard on the table, viciously. Hearing his words, the remaining 4 people's faces became even more ugly. From the time they received Lin Yuxuan's decree until now, the 5 had already wasted too much time. From the border between the 2 realms to the present frontier town, almost killed all the way over. I don't know how many northern realm cultivators and mortals' blood were on my hands. By all rights, it should have been possible long ago. With their 11 realms of pure martial arts cultivation. 2. Follow the thread of karma to find Xu Tang's location. But, finding is finding. But it was surprising to perceive countless Xu Tang locations. How is this possible? It's not like he can split. So, it was the 5 who had such impatient faces. I thought it was a handy little thing, but I didn't realize that it had dragged on for so long and still hadn't been done. They were still counting on going back to get a piece of the pie for opening up the great desolate realm. Now it is estimated that by the time they get back, the yellow flowers will be cold. The work of opening up the frontier is so missed with oneself for nothing, and it was all because of Xu Tang. Xu Tang, you deserve to die. A few people gritted their teeth the more they thought about it, and then seeing this hot, chattering scene around him made it even more disturbing. The killing heart suddenly rises. 11 realms of pure martial artists. The power to kill is comparable to that of a sword cultivator of the same realm. Any one of the 5 of them strikes. It would only take less than half a cup of tea to slaughter the entire town. Pure martial artists don't cultivate arts and aptitudes, so they have the advantage of concealing their breath. Killing intent instantly enveloped the entire town, but neither mortals nor cultivators are aware of it, still happily doing his thing. But, just then, snap, only to see that Dr. T slammed the shocking wood, continuing from last time. That devil, Fong Yuan, has finally returned reborn. Exactly. The cold wind blows in the Valley of the Fallen, and the cicadas sing in spring and fall as the youngsters return. Tears of the Stone Man at the soul-swinging mountain. Tingxian wanders away from the devil to the north. Against the river flow 10,000 immortals retreat. Love is no match for persistent tears. The destiny of the heavens has become a defeat. The immortal father regrets, but I do not. Just listen to that Dr. T commentary together. It made the 5 people who were originally ready to go on a killing spree quiet down. It was like sitting on pins and needles and sweating. As pure martial artists of the 11th realm who could wrestle with the 12th realm, they, after all, he felt a monstrous aura on this Dr. T, like the sea and the abyss. It cannot be measured. This is at least 13 realms, to bring them such a sense of oppression. At this moment, where did they still have half a bit of killing intent? Each of them had a dry mouth and a cold sweat. One could only pray that this 13 realms powerhouse who was playing with the world would let them go soon. Fortunately, this Dr. T did not make any extra moves next. As the story of the great love of immortality is told, the original sparse tea stalls also came in one customer after another. The 5 people who were so distracted that they couldn't perceive anything wrong at all. I just wondered why the temperature of the tea stall was getting lower and lower as more and more people were there. Finally, with one more beat of the shocker, the commentary was complete. The 5 were relieved and were about to leave when they noticed Dr. T walking down the hall. I see that the 5 of you are very fresh-faced. Are you here to do some business? Dr. T poured a cup of tea and drank it. Facing such a great power, the 5 knew that the other party had the shimmy divine power, so they didn't dare to conceal it at that moment. Hastily, he clasped his fists and stood up, reporting back to Senior. The 5 of us were ordered by the princess of the returning South Kingdom to come and apprehend the criminal Xu Tang. What realm is that Xu Tang in? It requires all 5 of you to make a move together? 12 realms of cultivation. So did you find it? Not yet found. He's just too cunning. Dr. T set his cup down and gave the 5 a cold look. Nope. The 5 people were suddenly in a cold sweat as if they were enemies. Dare I ask Senior, what is the meaning of these words? Dr. T chuckled. First, that Xu Tang is not of the 12 realms. As for this second one, Dr. T rose slowly. How have you not found him? Xu Tang grinned a bit and withdrew his body's breath concealment. I am the Xu Tang you are looking for. The 5 froze. Subconsciously, he then tried to swing out and kill him, but was appalled to find that they couldn't move at all in front of Xu Tang. It was only with immense despair that I realized that the opponent is not in the 12th realm, nor the 13 realms. Rather, it is the 14 realms. Xu Tang, surprisingly, is a 14th realm great celestial exalt? Before the 5 could recover from the shock, immediately following, inside the tea house, an incredibly cold hand reached out and held them down in death. See the corpse-filled, rigid arm. The 5 men's hearts stuttered. Looking back, almost didn't get scared out of my wits. Only the customers in the tea house. The face is gray and the pupils are lifeless. Huron. It's the people of the north they've killed along the way. End of chapter. The 9 holy maidens are actually not a match for the demons. The 9 holy maidens were actually tortured alive to death by demons and ended up becoming cauldrons. Why are the 9 sacred maidens, which were built with resources, so unbearable? How can your highness make up for the heavy losses you suffered in your first battle? With the image of the 9 holy maidens being taken alive as a cauldron and dying in the projection being seen by the returning South Realm cultivators. For a time, the entire returning South Realm was in an uproar. What followed was string after string of skepticism. It is widely spread in the folklore. It's quite a prelude to a mountain storm, as if an invisible hand were guiding public opinion. Trying to force Lin Yuxuan to surrender her supervisory powers for this reason. Damn! Each and every one of them covets the great power in my hands, and each and every one of them is jealous of my woman in charge of the country. Damn it! Inside the residence of the hidden official, hearing the recent rumors reported by his men, Lin Yuxuan gritted her teeth in anger and smashed things around like crazy. The surrounding guards and attendants were all silent and lowered their eyebrows, fearing that a single movement or look might not be right at this time. It was used by Lin Yuxuan as a punching bag. Your Highness, there is no need to be alarmed about which people are behind this. I, Black Robe, have investigated everything. At that moment, the Black Robe walked in through the door. In his hands were 3 bloody heads, their eyes wide open and still warm. Apparently, it didn't take long to get killed. The moment she saw those 3 familiar faces, Lin Yuxuan was stunned. You killed them all? Only then did he look at the Black Robe and asked incredulously. I'm willing to do anything as long as I can solve the problems for Her Majesty the Princess. The Black Robe tossed the head aside and said respectfully. In his heart, he sneered. He was worried that he would not have the opportunity to take a few other young and famous members of the Lin clan. Talented royal princesses are removed. I didn't expect a pillow to be sent to me when I dozed off. Lin Yuxuan's violent anger gave herself just the right reason to kill. Just kill the other good Lin children. Lin Yuxuan's right to supervise the country would be solidified. And having such a stupid person in power is naturally what the demon race wants to see the most. They are all the royal princes and princesses of my Lin clan. You even. However, Lin Yuxuan obviously still hadn't adapted to such a ruthless move by the Black Robe. After all, killing a royal relative without authorization, even she wouldn't dare to start this. But I didn't expect the Black Robe to. Suddenly, only to see the Black Robe directly kneeling on one knee in front of Lin Yuxuan, saying with affection, if I am guilty, let me alone. But the princess's great endeavor must not be affected by this. The princess has led my country of returning to the south to prosper and open up the great wilderness with a woman of her age. Fend off the demons. Looking at the past and present, throughout the 9 states, which woman could achieve what you have done? I, Black Robe, only serve the princess, and only seek to help her accomplish her 1,000-year cause, achieve the position of Princess Empress, and to show the world who says women are inferior to men. Women can hold up half the sky. Princess, I'm sure you'll become my returning South Kingdom, the best and greatest king. Now Black Robe asks the princess for forgiveness. All the charges I can bear alone. Saying so, the Black Robes heaved their fists again. These words came down, and Lin Yuxuan's mouth was dry and her eyes were hot from listening to them. Her breasts rose and fell slightly, and her pretty face was quite hot. Being praised so much by a 12-realm Grand Cultivator made it inevitable for her not to flutter and get a little carried away. Looking at the past and present, throughout the 9 states there is no woman like me, the greatest, best king of the land. Women can hold up half the sky. Who says women are inferior to men? These words lingered in Lin Yuxuan's ears, as if a magic sound had penetrated her ears and penetrated her heart. The more she thought about it, the more excited she felt, and her eyes gradually brightened. So much for that. Where was she to pursue the Black Robes? And where is the panic and disorientation that comes with the murder of a loved one? There is the mere afterthought of having almost misjudged a brachycephalic loyalist. Mr. Black Robe is wrong. I've got the Black Robe like a fish out of water. So how can I blame you? Your honor will support my princess, and you and I will work together. It will surely conclude a heirloom story. Say it. Lin Yuxuan flicked her wrist. Shoo shoo. A silver needle as fast as lightning instantly penetrated the eyebrows of the others present. Bang bang. The secret words of kings and ministers are not to be heard by outsiders. Only after taking the silver needle back into her hands did Lin Yuxuan faintly say. It was as if it was not her guards and servants who died, but the genus of demons. Seeing this scene, around being a demon race, the black robe couldn't help but feel a pang inside for her cold-bloodedness. More joy ensued. With such an empress, how can we worry about not losing the Southland? The black robe then pretended to be immensely moved. Rising, he said, not to mention that the matter is not necessarily bad. Oh, what is the explanation for this? Lin Yuxuan raised her eyebrows slightly. For one thing, we can use the fall of the 9 holy maidens to mold them into great and selfless heroes who fought and died. Oh no, Ingrid, in this way, isn't it also possible to achieve the goal of raising the influence of female cultivators? It's only a little costly. Lin Yuxuan's eyes lit up. Dead man's buns can still be eaten like this. It's wonderful. Secondly, even if the 9 holy maidens fall, Your Highness, you still have your cards. Forgot about those 5 pure martial artists? Each one of them is at the 11th realm, lined up in a formation. Even I have to avoid them. It's not hard for them to kill a 12-realm Xu Tang. I guess I'll be returning from my work in the next few days. At that time, if they are allowed to participate in the war, they will surely be able to sweep through the great wilderness and cut down the demons and eliminate the devils. Return a clear sky to my returning south realm. The black robe's words caused Lin Yuxuan to slap her head. Right. I can't believe I forgot about the 5 of them. What a worthy of a black robe, always giving me hints when it counts. I'm going to draft a Shanshu ADD report to revitalize the people's hearts. And so it was that, under a burst of muddling plus offering maneuvering by the black robes, Lin Yuxuan had regained her previous self-confidence and composure as well as her ambition. I must become the absolute female emperor that the black robes talk about. After secretly making up her mind, she immediately prepared a decree, a secret letter, passed on to the imperial city's personal guards, explaining that they'd cut off the roots of their own, by either assassinating, accidentally or simply mobilizing and conscripting the descendants of those killed by the black robe into the Great Wasteland territory. Always kill them all by any means necessary. The other was the Shanshu ADD newspaper, which was quickly sent to the territory of the returning South. The life of the 9 saints is depicted in a miserable manner, highlighting the portrayal of 9 women who have served their country and their people. The image of sacrificing for the greater good and killing the enemy with valor. Also, for the first time, the word female was used, instead of heroes call them. After the 2 things were done, Lin Yuxuan felt a sense of relief. The next step was just to wait for those 5 pure martial artists to return and sweep away the demons. At that time, it will be the day of his own ascension to the throne. All that was left to do was wait for the 5 of them to return. From the dragon's merit, I will certainly have a reward. Just as Lin Yuxuan was caught up in her fantasies, suddenly someone came to report. Enlighten the princess. There is a northern realm cultivator seeking an audience, saying that the northern realm has a gift for you. Someone from the north? Lin Yuxuan froze at her words and didn't react for a moment. I was under the impression that the north was full of barbarians and wild cultivators. 10 million years, actually unprecedentedly sent people to return to the south realm. To deliver things? What was that man trying to deliver? I don't know. Subordinate. Just look at its shape. It's 5 boxes that seem to contain something. End of chapter. The night is late. The cold moon hangs high. 100,000 mountains. A dead silence. From the time the 9 holy maidens were refined alive as cauldrons in front of the return to the South Realm cultivators, Lin Yuxuan then sounded a retreat, not daring to test the waters easily, and it was as if the demons of the 100,000 mountains had disappeared without a trace. Until tonight, a monstrous giant claw Herculeanly grabbed the night curtain that shrouded the entire 100,000 Great Mountains, and then yanked it with force. The 100,000 Great Mountains finally revealed their true colors. The mountains are like forests, twisted and coiled. The peaks are pointed like fangs, wanting to tear apart trespassers. The valley was treacherous and foggy, wet and cold and oppressive. The cavernous grottos formed a labyrinth, with rune patterns of ethereal light flickering on the walls, and the corpses hanging in a creepy manner. Demon after demon, either in caves or nests, were slowly awakening. Under the dark night, one pair of scarlet pupils after another resembled lanterns. It exuded an uncontrollable excitement and killing intent. In the meantime, one by one, the orders of the Demon Emperor are coming from the depths of the 100,000 mountains. It came from that Bronze King's Hall. By order of His Holiness, the Tolstoy Moon Demon, I order the Shadow Demon clan to immediately activate the compulsion array. Crack the Great Wall of Demon Suppression within 7 days. By order of His Holiness the Lianhai Demon, all clan leaders will depart immediately to surround the elite human soldiers at the border of the Great Desolate Realm. By order of His Holiness the Prime Demon, I order the small demons below the 5th realm to be the first to attack the city. Those who are cowardly will retreat and behead 100 of their fellow clansmen. Anyone who climbs the Great Wall first will be rewarded with a demon honorable jade. Bang! It's like oiling and winding a gear that has been corroded for a long time. The demon race that has been silent for 10,000 years. Finally, after receiving instructions from the great ancestor, get moving, suppressed for 10,000 years, the demon race had long since ceased to be the brainless group that only utilized brute force. Because in front of Xu Tang, using brute force simply wouldn't work. This is what forced the demon clan to make changes. Sink your teeth into planning his law from 10,000 years ago. To this end, for 10,000 years, Lian Hai has spared no expense in terms of longevity, changing the sky and the earth. Partly by virtue of his 13 realms of cultivation, will the great wilderness realm, withered and barren, the land of peril, transformed into a place of beautiful scenery and bells and whistles. And he went out of his way to disguise his body's demonic power as the so-called mountain aura. I don't know how long I've been waiting. Only then did he wait for the opportunity of that Princess Lin Yuxuan of the kingdom of Guinan who wanted to usurp the Great Wall at that moment, taking advantage of Xu Tang's distraction as he struck out to save the others. The 3 great ancestors of the demon race struck out in unison, pouring out their best efforts. It was only then that Black Robe, the 11-realm patriarch of the Shadow Demon clan who was the most skilled in concealment, was sent into the returning South realm. At first, I just wanted the Black Robe to compel Lin Yuxuan, putting pressure on Xu Tang, forcing him to open the Great Wall of Demon Suppression. But, whether it's the Black Robes or the 3 men of Tormoon, none of them expected that. Lin Yuxuan is surprisingly so stupid. Compelled by the Black Robes, she really thought that she had the posture of an empress and could make a success of opening up new territories, and being extremely selfish, in order to gain enough incense. So there was a frantic desire to open up the frontier and use it to gain the hearts and minds of the people. So he took Xu Tang to task. 3 major charges have been trumped up. Hard. This one will guard the Great Wall of Demon Control for 10,000 years. The pressured demon race can't breathe. The demon race was forced to change the system of their ancestors. The strongest hidden official of the Great Wall of the generation, who spent 10,000 years in planning and scheming. Give public exile. I don't know. They thought that. It's Xu Tang who can't leave the Great Wall of Demon Suppression. Is Xu Tang cannot leave the so-called hidden official's name. I don't know. It's the return to the South Realm that can't be separated from Xu Tang. It's the Great Wall of Demon Suppression that can't be separated from Xu Tang. Binding Xu Tang's. It's just the favor of a meal 10,000 years ago, if there is no such thing. According to Lian Hai's deduction, it's highly likely that Xu Tang will continue to sit on the Great Wall of Demon Suppression. Sit tight until the day you break through the 15th realm. By then, it is the day when the demon race will be completely destroyed. Cutting the demon race down to its roots would likewise end the favor of a meal 10,000 years ago. But it's a shame that these fools had to choose the stupidest way to die. Inside the Hall of the Bronze King, Togetsu got up slowly. Looking at the map image in front of him, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, on the map, one by one, the red dots representing the armies of the returned Southland are moving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fade away. The 300,000 strong army returning to the Southern Realm. By the secret talisman of the word soldier in the 9 secrets of the supreme treasure of the Tai Ching sect. Transportation to all parts of the border of the Great Wasteland Realm. And then with the help of the secret talisman of the character Bing. Interlocking. Forming a mysterious and incomparable giant net of demon binding. Enveloping the entire Great Desolate Realm. The moment. Inside a central army tent nearest to the Great Wall of Demon Suppression. The lights were dim and wavering. Luo Hong sat in it. Even if surrounded by a crowd of generals and soldiers. Even if the one sitting in front of him was Lin Yuxuan, the highest power holder in the Guinan realm at the moment. He also looked calm and unmoving. Big gulps of wine. Big gulps of meat. And nodding his head as he ate. He had to say that the returned South Realm was the returned South Realm. Even the army food was food he had not eaten before. Color and flavor. There was even a faint aura inside the meat that could be replenished, serving to relieve the fatigue of the flesh. He was on cloud 9, as if he were in the middle of his own courtyard. He was oblivious to the people in front of him who were glaring at him. And on the table between the parties, there were 5 dead, wide-eyed heads laid out as if they had suffered great torment in life. It was Lin Yuxuan who had been sent to capture Xu Tang, one of the undercurrents of the return to the South Kingdom. Those 5 11-realm pure martial artists. I can't believe I can't even land a full body in the end. Only 5 lonely heads were presented as gifts by Luo Hong himself. Snap! Lin Yuxuan clenched her fist so tightly that her sharp nails were almost piercing into her flesh. Her heart was dripping blood. These 5 purely martial artists, which she had originally discussed with the Black Robes, were the key undercard for the next demon cutting, but now it's just die? That was a pure martial artist who had cultivated to the 11th realm. Without practicing divine techniques, they possessed physical bodies that were comparable to demons of the same realm. The 11th realm, for pure martial artists, is also known as the back mountain realm. The force can carry mountains. Just from the nomenclature of this realm alone, it is clear that the pure martial artists who have practiced to this level, how strong and terrifying was the fleshly body. Results. Surprise. Dead. Who the hell killed them? You tell me and I can spare your life. After Lin Yuxuan took a deep breath, she forced herself to hold back the anger in her heart and said in as stable a tone as possible, both because they didn't want to lose their poise as a princess in front of this northern barbarian. It was also because she was slightly scrupulous. An existence that could kill 5 11th realm pure martial artists was at least at the peak of the 12th realm. There is only a paper trail from the 13 realms. The north. How can you produce such a character? But I didn't realize that Luo Hong was stupid. Or were they deliberately acting as if they didn't hear the threat in her tone? Still eating to himself, until he stuffed the last piece of meat into his mouth, and then in Lin Yuxuan's eyes of disgust and loathing, fondly licked his fingers. It was only then that he wobbled and opened his mouth. A word of advice. Your Highness, instead of worrying about who the murderer is, but rather worry about worrying about. Luo Hong smiled faintly and pointed outside the military tent. Might as well worry about how you're going to get out alive next. Lin Yuxuan's eyebrows frowned when she heard this. Before she could ask what the hell was going on. Next moment. Bang! A figure filled with a terrifying demonic aura that, tearing the tent apart in an instant, knocking her out like a cannonball. The entire military camp plunged into a sea of corpses and blood. End of chapter. Since ancient times, the border army has produced elite soldiers. But today, this truism from time immemorial, put to these 300,000 border troops. Instead, the diametric opposite occurred. 10,000 years of peace and quiet. 10,000 years of tranquility and peace. Let the border troops returning to the southern border have long forgotten what it means to fight on the battlefield and what it means to order troops on the sand. With no external threat, even as strong as the border army, nor can they resist the corrosion of internal forces. For 10,000 years, one group after another of the sons and daughters of the honored ones were placed in the border army. In the beginning, the sons and daughters of honored nobles who were placed into the border army would at least use the killing intent of the military formation to hone their souls, to forge the physical body, to perfect the body and mind to the next level. But gradually, the sons of the lords who entered the border army were merely coming down to walk around and make a pass. After entering the border army, there will be a series of credits waiting for them that have already been arranged early on. Just eat and drink as usual then. It is equally possible to get credit after credit and effortlessly move straight up the ranks from among the border troops. At the end of the day it will be transferred back to the royal capital. Over the course of 10,000 years, the 300,000 strong border army has gradually decayed as a result. This has resulted in, nowadays, the children of the honored ones have a sparse mentality, fought the so-called battlefield killing, but as simple as chopping melons and cutting vegetables. It's no different from the so-called monk fights. The big deal is just a few more deaths and a little more blood. In the past, with Xu Tang's protection, there was no demonic scourge. Naturally, no real battlefield fights will break out. But for 10,000 years, the border army of the southern border is filled with the sons of the honored ones. Nowadays, the frontier army does not come first in terms of battle prowess. Instead, they're climbing up the ladder. Who could have a better time in the military? Can work on more playful tricks? And beyond the great wall of demon suppression, the demons are holding back and fighting hard. I dare not slacken in my planning for 10,000 years. I have learned the strategies of the human race. It also maintains the internal battle power of the demon race, and every 100 years the various clans of the demon race conduct a life and death competition. The winner receives 1 drop of the old ancestor's essence blood. As for the loser, death. In this case, it's the other way around. 2 races that 10,000 years ago would have been evenly matched and able to fight each other. Nowadays, they have long been unequal to each other. It was Xu Tang who kept the scales balanced with one man, and now when he, the greatest weight of all, has withdrawn from the human end of the returned South realm, what happens when the balance is upset? It's on. Demons are killing us. It's demons. Hurry. Organize quickly. A border army camp. Undefended. There are no night patrols. There are no scouts wandering around. It didn't even bother to set up an alert spell formation inside the army tent. However, the lights were on. All sorts of weird and wacky ways to play are popular in the tent. Everyone involved was in high spirits, flushed and excited. It wasn't even until the demon broke through the door that they reacted. But it was too late. Little ones, give me a free pass tonight. Eat this meal well and come with me tomorrow to attack that bull ***** demon suppressing Great Wall. That's all. A group of border army elites whose average cultivation level was at least the 8th realm, but by hundreds of heads. The tiger demon and wolf demon whose cultivation level was basically only the 3rd or 4th meridian realm tore into pieces and devoured them. A battle between two armies is not comparable to a cultivator's fight. Before the army of demons departed, Tagetsu, Prime, refining the sea, the 3 great demons joined forces to lay down an army formation. The effect of this military formation was extremely simple, and it could be said that any cultivator would be able to use it. The higher the morale, the more the cultivation level of the enemy cultivator is suppressed, the greater the limitations of the various life-preserving magic treasures will be. As for whether the morale of the demon army would be high, obviously, this is a question whose answer is already on the table. The moment. In the case of a night attack on an enemy camp, hundreds and hundreds of demons came rushing in like a torrent. The earth trembles. It was as if a tidal wave was slowly approaching. Where have the sons of the nobility ever seen such a horrific scene? He was scared less and had no intention of fighting. Naturally, it allowed the demonic army to crush the entire camp in a devastating manner. The strength of its morale, the decisiveness of its killings, the cruelty of its methods. It is simply beyond the reach of this group of honored sons who only eat, drink and have fun. When two armies are fighting each other, the most important thing is morale. Unfortunately, that's the last thing the demon army needs, and it is precisely this that is most lacking in the human border army. A body of guts has been scared out of its wits. He cried at the sight of blood and went limp. A strength of less than 1 in 10. And where is the match for the demon army? For a moment, in cultivator fights, it's known as a rare scene of retrograde felling of an immortal, killing the enemy across the border. But in the camp of 300,000 border troops, constantly on stage. I don't want to die. I am the son of the Duke of the Guinan Kingdom. If you kill me you, pust. A snake demon took advantage of its defenses and directly swallowed it hard. With the help of morale boosters, hardly let this son of the Duke of State, who was filled with life-preserving magic treasures, have half a chance to escape. It just became its ration. That's it. A son of the Duke of the State, who can be called the king of the country within the country of Guinan, just die in the mouth of a tiny snake demon. You bunch of losers. Wastes. Why don't you hurry up and block the demon for me? If anything happens to me, none of your 9 clans will be able to escape. Give me at least half an hour to hold out. This damn teleportation talisman won't work at all. Damn. Within a hidden mountainous area, the bloodstained son of a nobleman, after revealing his identity, commanding his fellow soldiers around him without mercy, to order people around as if they were subordinates, but he did not see the eyes of several robes, which suddenly turned vicious. The resentment of being bullied over these decades surged to the surface in an instant. Next moment, swish, the snow-white greatsword was drawn. Without waiting for the still chirping Lord Sun to react, the crowd then joined together and cut his head off on the ground. Immediately after that, the demons discovered their trail, swarming all over them, swallowed the crowd cleanly. Instead, the crowd died with laughter and pain. Before you die, at least kill that guy who is worse than a demon. Painfully, inside the residence of the hidden official, the black robe sat in Lin Yuxuan's place, watching one disappearing red dot after another on the map projection, and one message after another asking for help to send troops. She laughed silently, and then with a great wave of her hand, conceal all information. My lord, is there a situation? At this point, the patrolling soldiers came in for questioning once. As usual, by the hour, the Great Wall of Demon Suppression and the Great Desolate Realm are actually very far apart from each other. If the light curtain teleportation was not turned on, basically an ordinary cultivator would have to fly for 3 days and 3 nights to arrive. So they don't realize that at this moment, within the Great Barrens, 300,000 border troops are being used as rations for the demons. Nothing has happened, ergo rest assured. The black robe spoke faintly, and the latter was ordered to retreat. It was immediately afterward that the black robes let out a loud laugh. Pupils shift. A projection of a center tent appeared in his eyes. There, Lin Yuxuan, who was as proud as a peacock, was now like a fallen chicken, hiding in a cesspool. I was lucky to stay alive. Shivering, stinking, with sticky hair and a filthy face. Looking around in a panic, she endured the stench and waited for her black robe to come to the rescue. She couldn't have imagined. The demon will actually make a surprise attack tonight. How could they be so bold? Aren't you afraid of the return to the South Realm cultivators? And a sudden night attack. It's such an underhanded thing to do. It's just so shameless. A demon is a demon and has no sense of decorum. What's even scarier is that it was then that Lin Yuxuan finally realized that, under the attack of the demon army, his own little cultivation is simply not enough to resist killing the enemy. That scene of one man overpowering 1,000 armies didn't happen to him. She had no choice but to hide in this cesspool, using the filth to isolate her body's scent. His lips trembled and he kept muttering, "Black robe, where are you?" End of chapter. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. Early in the morning, when the first rays of sunlight break through the clouds, the patrols on the Great Wall of Demon Control, waiting for their shift to be changed, suddenly awakened by a violent earth tremor. Half asleep, half awake, in a daze they were. The next moment it was wide-eyed, dumbfounded. He placed the savage earth outside the demon-suppressing Great Wall, only to see that the originally empty and incomparable barbaric earth was now dusty and noisy. A slow and heavy, black waves that advanced as if they were ocean waves rushed towards the Great Wall of Demon Suppression from a great distance. It was so black that it seemed as if the entire heaven and earth opposite was covered by it. Upon closer inspection, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. This is no black wave. It was clearly a demonic army composed of various demons that had not yet transformed into forms. Enemy, enemy, enemy attack. The demons are coming. Alert, alert. The next moment all sorts of panicked voices rang out from the walls of the Great Wall of Jin demons, here and there. For those who had not experienced such an appalling scene, they had already panicked at this moment. Even the Great Wall of Jin demon had its own defense forgotten for a moment. Bang bang. That scene of black waves, although from the naked eye, although traveling extremely slowly, but the actual speed is beyond imagination. It wasn't long before one demon after another brazenly charged at the outermost Yin-Chi barrier of the Great Wall of Demon Suppression, though it would only cause ripples in the barrier of Yin-Chi that annihilates living beings. But it was as if the demon had no consciousness, just roaring forward in a frenzy, crashing headfirst into one another. Within a short time, mountains of demonic corpses were piled up, and as he watched the corpses pile up to the point where they were about to border the canopy, suddenly an extremely loud and clear heave sounded between heaven and earth. Great Emperor Prison Seal. Immediately afterward, a large seal with a mysterious yellow dragon pattern descended from the sky. A terrifying peak 12 realm aura permeated the air. It fell slowly, and before it hit the ground, it crushed the earth out of a 100-foot abyss. What's more, it suppressed and killed all those small demons that defied death and frantically attacked the Yin-Chi barrier. Bones and ashes. On the Great Wall of Demon Suppression, the crowd first froze when they saw this scene. Immediately afterward, he dropped to one knee and clasped his fists in salute. We greet the upper pillar, a python robe, just broken out of the gate. Song Yao, who was only a hair's breadth away from advancing to that legendary 13 Harmonies realm, descended from the sky. Slowly, he stood on top of the city, his heart feeling something, and looked into the distance. Frowning slightly, he pinched his fingers. 300,000 border troops were actually wiped out? Princess. The finger that was pushing the diffusion stopped at once, and he was suddenly shocked. Princess. Princess is missing? Northern Realm, Battle Heaven Sect. Today could be said to be the most glorious and most lively moment since the establishment of the Battle Heavenly Sect. As a 12-realm cultivator, one of the 3 peak combatants in the Northern Realm, the Mad Daoist who was the head of the Battle Sky Sect. Today, however, he led his disciples at the foot of the mountain gate of the Warrior Sky Sect, with all due respect, seems to be waiting for someone, and beside the Mad Daoist, on the left and right side stood 2 other 12-realm cultivators, Rainmaker with the Lotus Lady. The duo, who were peak Northern Realm cultivators, were similarly dressed up and stood aside in a respectful manner. In a few moments, the 8 large teleportation spell formations that the Northern Realm had hastily created lit up with light. Seeing this, the 3 of them hurriedly arched their hands and saluted. We welcome you all to the Northern Realm. Next moment, one after another young cultivators wearing different gorgeous clothes were seen walking out from it. They are the proud sons of heaven from the top clans of the remaining 8 states. However, at this moment, when he came to the barren land of the Great Wasteland State, he did not have the slightest impatience. On the contrary, it appeared to be very polite. Elders' words are important. By rights it should be us who are intruding and bowing to you. These children of the great clans were not as arrogant and brash as the legends that look down on people. Instead, they're courteous and polite, and they treat people like they don't need to be treated. Every word and action reveals the underlying ethos of a great family of a great clan. Immediately after, these young cultivators, whose status within their respective continents was incomparably precious, were, after shaking a bow to the figure on top of the mountain, one after another, they spoke aloud. Heavenly Spirit Prefecture Fuyang Holy Land, observe the Northern Realm. Disciple Li Chongshang, greet Master Su. Xianzhou Taiqing Sacred Sect, observing the Northern Realm. Disciple Yu Qing, greet Master Su. Earth Spirit State Pointing Incense Dao Sect, observe the Northern Realm. disciple Yulong, greet Master Xu. In the name of Master Xu, we are rebuilding the Immortal Alliance in the Northern Realm, and we are willing to follow Master Xu around. Sound after sound of spectatorship resounded through the heavens and earth, spreading throughout the entire Northern Realm. These different celestial pride from the 8 continents also cast their gazes towards the figure on top of the mountain of the Battle Sky Sect. That figure was surrounded by 7 colored glazed light that, the Tao rhythm was heavenly, and the aura of an honored one became more and more apparent. Upon hearing the sound of the crowd observing the ceremony, the unbreakable glazed body that has been forged by 10,000 years of accumulation, known as the flesh body, becomes a saint. It was only a slight nod. The 3 of them, the mad Taoist, were also stunned by the names that were bursting out of the crowd in front of them. After slowing down for a long time, he also finally looked at that figure with incomparable awe. Without that figure, these proud sons of heaven would never have been able to come to such a barren land in their entire lives, not to mention rebuilding the Immortal League here. Until this moment, 3, or all the monks in the north, the words 14 realms of the greatest Heavenly Father, with a whole new understanding. There's no one else. There's no Immortal League, no other, no north. Xu Tang's arrival means much more to the north than just guarding the Great Wall. It's as simple as suppressing demons. 3 seniors. From today onwards, we will rebuild the Great Love Immortal Alliance in the Northern Realm. I still hope that the 3 of you will give me more guidance. The liberalization of cultivation quotas mentioned earlier can be gradually honored from today. The Great Wasteland Realm. The border. 3 men, covered in wounds, were fleeing for their lives with a woman covered in a foul odor and with a dull face. Your Highness, this secret technique of my heavy pupils will be restored soon, and when I have scouted out a safe path, we will definitely escort you safely back to the returning South Territory. When we have found the way to escape, we will find a mountain spring and water stream for you. Let you have a good cleaning. This place is patrolled by demons and is very dangerous, so it is really inconvenient to clean. So please forgive me, Princess. Among the 3, a man born with heavy pupils said in a low voice to Lin Yuxuan in the center. No matter, I can understand you guys. Running for your lives is important. Covered in filth but unable to wash it. Instead, Lin Yuxuan, who had to use this filth to cover up the heavenly chances, waved her hand, and although her heart was displeased, she could only endure it. Seeing this, the man with heavy pupils breathed a sigh of relief, and then he sat down on the spot and activated the heavy pupil secret art. The push for a silver lining. 2 other men who looked quite similar to him, but of different heights, guarded the 2 to the left and right. Take a military stance and look around. Apparently they're the real frontiersmen. Found it. But this road is so strange, obviously surrounded by demonic aura, and yet no one dares to come near. The man with the heavy pupils was surprised out of the blue not much later, and then pointed a finger remotely that a stream of light erupted from his eyes, drawing a curved path before the crowd, though for some reason the other demons don't dare approach the path. But my secret art of heavy pupils never fails, and this is the only way to escape. Your Highness, please. Lin Yuxuan would be skeptical, but there was no other way at the moment, so she had no choice but to follow. The 4 traveled along, and at the end of the road, Luo Hong, who had come out of it, was riding on top of a donkey, a leisurely return to the north. There were clearly demons peering around, and there was even no lack of great demons of the 10th realm, but none of them dared to take a swing at him, and there were even uninformed leaps of faith that all of them would be directly slapped unconscious by their clan elders, only because Luo Hong on the donkey, holding a long gilt flag, was one word in the above book. Su. End of chapter. 410,000 years. Though, the border ranks have become a new kind of playground for the sons of the Lord, but there's also a small group of people who have no access to the world and come from humble beginnings, by way of being a house slave or a footman. Join the border army and get the military cultivation method. Gradually raise your cultivation level and embark on the path of cultivation in a different way. And the 3 Zhang brothers fall into this category. 3 brothers from a humble background. In order to be able to give my parents a mouthful of food for the winter. When the 3 were young, they sold themselves as house slaves to a certain man who went out hunting and, the son of the game folks Shanghai. Later, with the help of the son of that Shangshu, the 3 brothers discovered that they possessed the gift of cultivation. Plus, after his age, the son of that Shangshu, in order to enhance his cultivation and gain fame and fortune, he had to join the border army. So take the 3 brothers with you. This was what allowed the 3 Zhang brothers to officially embark on the path of cultivation. The border army had an advantage that no other sect could compare to, and that was that it was very rich in resources. It's not as much as a day's expenses for the children of those families, but as long as you save your money. The 3 brothers of the Zhang family had still saved up a considerable amount of cultivation resources, With the help of this amount of cultivation resources, of the 3 brothers, 2 of them successively broke through to the peak of the 8th realm. Little brother Zhengzha, who possessed natural heavy pupils, even stepped into the 9th realm. With such amazing cultivation talent, the 3 were soon relieved of their status as domestic slaves. Turned into Song Yao's personal army. Just wait until the end of this last year of the frontiersman's tour, and you'll be able to. The 3 brothers knew that it was not easy to obtain such cultivation. It did not follow the example of other sons of the lord and nobility, who were extravagant in the army. Instead, they continued to practically and painstakingly practice one step at a time. That's what allowed them to come out of nowhere last night, surviving a demonic night attack that caught everyone off guard. That night attack, the sons of distinguished state princes, the sons of princes, and the sons of 100 officials were almost completely wiped out. Instead, they came from a poor background and were prepared to take advantage of Song Yao's status as a pro-army soldier after they had withdrawn from the border, finding a side clan to continue practicing, while searching for the 3 brothers who could make a way for mortals to live forever. With his study of military formations and his down-to-earth cultivation, he killed his way out. Not only that, but it was picked up shivering in the middle of a cesspool. The suddenly disoriented Princess Lin Yuxuan of the returning South Kingdom. After realizing the filthy scent on Lin Yuxuan's body, the 3 of them didn't dislike it. Instead, the first response was it was just the right time to use the filthy breath to block the royal family's qi on Lin Yuxuan. Avoid having a Jedi demon count here through deduction. They hadn't been noticed by the great demons along the way, proving that this method was indeed feasible. But the 3 who were simple-minded and bent on escorting the princess back to her realm. And how can guess the top of a dirty walk Lin Yuxuan? In the heart of what to think, princess, if we continue on this path, we're afraid that we'll have to cross the burial immortal mountain range and it takes a large circle through the northern border to return safely to the returning south. After realizing that this road was indeed incredibly safe, Zhengzha also relaxed a bit and explained to Lin Yuxuan, the 2 brothers are not good at speaking, afraid of offending the princess by saying something wrong. So the task of communication had to be given to the youngest brother. You mean we're going to pass through the northern realm? That barren land? Lin Yuxuan sniffed and froze. Then an undisguised disgusted dislike flowed from his eyes. Both disliked the barren and backward environment of the north that was recorded in the ancient books. Even more so, he disliked the one who, after being returned to the south realm and exiled, even ran off to the north realm to make a name for himself. Being hypocrites of the so-called hidden officials, it is worthy of being a place of barbarian cultivation and ignorance. It can also only collect some garbage that return to the Southland doesn't even want. Thinking of this, Lin Yuxuan couldn't help but have a touch of disdain appear at the corner of her mouth. Forgive me, princess, but we really have no choice but to choose this one. I don't know which of the great powers carved out a safe path forward. When Zhengzha saw this expression on her face, he thought she was dissatisfied with him, so he hurriedly clasped his fists and, patiently explaining it. The 3 of his brothers knew that accompanying a king was like accompanying a tiger. Ever since I was a child, whenever I saw a different expression suddenly appear on that gentleman's face, they just knew they were going to go through the torture again. Forget it. The northern realm is the northern realm. This princess can make a trip there and it's kind of the honor of the north. Lin Yuxuan nodded slightly, but as soon as she looked down she saw her dirt-filled neck again, clearly white and red skin. Nowadays there is no washing. Instead, she made herself a little sick at the sight of it. If you are disgusted, what if someone else sees it? As soon as this thought surfaced, Lin Yuxuan didn't move, her eyes sweeping over the 3 Zheng family brothers. Zhengzha was still leading the way ahead, relying on the heavy pupil secret art to move forward along this main road. The 2 brothers were at the rear about, their faces alert, their muscles taut, ready to strike at any moment. The 3 of them were in a closed circle, protecting Lin Yuxuan. Only after seeing this did Lin Yuxuan withdraw her gaze. Instead of being dispelled, the suspicion in his heart increased. How can this group act so focused under normal circumstances? Surely they would be talking behind their backs about the sorry state they were in nowadays. Now acting so serious in front of himself, staring around meticulously. What a hypocritical man. If it didn't act so serious, or if its expression revealed a hint of disgust, allow yourself to capture it. That instead is the true reaction. Men, surely there is no such thing as a good thing. Lin Yuxuan frowned slightly, having already made her own judgment in her heart, having never been to war, or undergone military training. Lin Yuxuan, who rarely even experienced life and death fights. It is simply incomprehensible that in the midst of such a life and death high-risk environment, why were the 3 uninterested in their filth-filled selves? Not even the slightest bit interested in discussing it. Fortunately, the path wasn't very long, and soon the crowd reached the end. The path disappeared into thin air. The crowd stepped onto another piece of land. The color of the land here changed abruptly, taking on a deep reddish-gray color, and it was none other than the burial immortal mountain range. Lin Yuxuan curiously surveyed the land here, when the idea of taking a handful of them as a souvenir even arises. Princess, watch out! Golden light exploded in Zhang Zhe's heavy pupils, and he did his best to push Lin Yuxuan away. Boom! A ball of fire with a corrosive aura erupted from nowhere. It only came close to devouring Lin Yuxuan. Lin Yuxuan was stunned and subconsciously wanted to strike back. Instead, he was forcefully dragged bodily by the three brothers and set up to run towards the Northlands not far away. Let me go! Let me go! I'm going to kill that demon! This group of... I can't stand it anymore! Lin Yuxuan burst into a rage, struggling frantically. Thinking that it would be easy to kill the demon that had just sneaked up on her with her strength of the mountain peak realm, the three brothers didn't have time to explain. They just carried her desperately to escape one after another, until the last tumble, rolling into the border of the northern lands, within a small, recently repaired temple. Behind, densely packed as if it were a tidal wave, surging and, the demonic army that could not be seen at a glance stopped abruptly. Lin Yuxuan came back to her senses and looked at the poisonous insect demons that were so numerous that their scalps were numbing. Only then did he realize why the three brothers didn't dare to delay at all and desperately tried to escape. Against this group of poisonous insect demons that seemed to cover the entire mountain range, let alone the fact that she was in the mountain peak realm, even in the 11th realm, even the 12 realms, without dying, would have to shed their skin. Then why did they suddenly stop chasing the north? They are afraid of the north? Suddenly, looking at each of the demons in front of him, who were showing their teeth, leaping forward but not daring to take half a step. Only then did Lin Yuxuan remember to ask this question. That should be the reason. The relieved trio of brothers hesitated. Then, pointing in unison to the very center of the temple, the golden statue that looked like it had just recently been repaired and cast, Lin Yuxuan looked along. At once, it was like being struck by lightning. End of chapter. The Great Wall of Demons. Inside the residence of the hidden officials, a python-robed Song Yao stood in front of the map projection with an iron face, hands clenched into fists, fingers creaking from the pressure. He didn't expect, in any case, that he would be in such a mess as soon as he got out of the gate. On the map, the original markings representing 300,000 border army elites were suddenly gone. Some of these people are the first sons of princes, some are the sons of princes and lords. The ones who are no better are all descendants of powerful families. Now all perished in one night. Although these dead guys were just ants in Song Yao's eyes, but the thought of going back and having to hear the families of these molehills yammering in their ears, he still couldn't help but feel a pang of distraction. Not to mention another, more important matter. That is, the most precious treasure of the Taoist family. The secret talisman of the word Bing was lost along with it. The 9 secrets of Taoism are the most important treasures, and you can't have one without the other. Used separately, it could only bring out the effects of a medium-grade spiritual treasure. But once the 9 secrets are united, it is rumored that one can summon the Taoist ancestor to descend into the world, possessing the power to briefly rank among the 14 realms. The secret of the soldier's word was now lost like this, and it gave him a headache. This secret talisman of the word soldier was made when the Immortal League was founded 3,000 years ago, a congratulatory gift for the Immortal Alliance from the Tai Ching sacred sect. The quota of 3,000 years of warming up the secret talisman of the word soldier was given to the Kingdom of Returning to the South. This is what allowed the military formation cultivation method of the Guinan kingdom to have a qualitative improvement. It's what allowed so many Chile people to quickly discover their talents and soar after joining the military. But right now not only is the Immortal Alliance disbanded, but the 3,000 years of warming time for the secret talisman of the soldier's character is about to expire. If the people of the Tai Ching sacred sect come at that time and do not get the secret talisman of the word of war, thinking of that legendary Tai Ching sacred sect that possessed the golden body of the Taoist ancestor sitting there, Song Yao then couldn't help but shiver. Forget it. It's not like the talisman can't be recovered. As long as I make a move to kill all the demons outside at that time. I don't believe that after killing all the demons and turning the great desolate realm upside down, still can't find out this soldier character's secret talisman. Song Yao shook his head slightly, not thinking about this matter for the time being. After the closed-door cultivation at the Great Wall of Demon Suppression, he was only one step away from stepping into the 13th. Confidently exterminating a mere demon is no big deal. The third thing, however, was the one that gave him the biggest headache. Lin Yuxuan disappeared. That's the real big trouble, though he wouldn't want to be overpowered by a woman either. But nowadays, the only one who had the strength and status to rule over them all was Lin Yuxuan, especially when he's out of the gate. Knowing that after the Black Robes had killed all the other competitive younger generations of the Lin clan, they knew that this throne was definitely not Lin Yuxuan's. so at this point, she can't afford to make a mistake. Otherwise, he would lose his own merit of being a slave to the dragon, and the loss of true dragon's chi would be unimaginable at that time. Damn, where the hell did it go? Song Yao narrowed his eyes slightly. A golden light flooded his eyes. Logically speaking, with his realm wanting to see through today's great desolate realm was easy, but for some reason, once one peeks a little deeper into the 100,000 mountains, he could then see nothing but darkness for as far as the eye could see, not to mention finding Lin Yuxuan. Although the other party had the returning South Kingdom's chi luck added to his body, it shouldn't be reasonably hard to find him. If only the Black Robe were here, I could at least ask him. Song Yao sighed slightly. The Black Robe didn't even give him a greeting after the border army was wiped out and went straight out of the Great Wall of Demon Suppression. Alone, he traveled to the Great Wasteland territory to look for Lin Yuxuan traces. It's really admirable to be loyal. To be fair, he, a 12-realm Great Cultivator, definitely couldn't do this to Lin Yuxuan. Buzz. Just as Song Yao was lost in thought, on the map in front of him, somewhere in the corner of the border of the Northern Realm, suddenly, a ball of extremely bright golden light erupted. Found it. Seeing this, Song Yao didn't dare to hesitate and quickly transformed into a streak of light and disappeared far away. The other side. The temple may be small, but it's better than all the rest. In particular, the golden statues enshrined in the temple are immaculate and shining. Obviously someone wipes it down regularly. The three Zhang brothers were sitting in front of the temple, resting, while debating whether or not he and the others shouldn't have spoken for Xu Tang just now. Lin Yuxuan, who finally had the chance to be able to wash up and sweep away the dirt, walked in style. At the moment, she didn't have the wretchedness of her escape, not to mention the dirt and filth wrapped around her body. There is only the highest power in the country of Guinan, the royal princess, the honorable aura of a 10th realm mountain peak realm cultivator. We pay our respects to the princess. Seeing this, the three brothers hurriedly got up, kneeling down on one knee to salute, not daring to be the slightest bit slow. After all, just moments ago the three of them had accidentally said something nice about Xu Tang, and it caused Lin Yuxuan's face to change suddenly, but all three could never figure it out. Himself and others were able to escape the thousands of demons unharmed, and rested in this little temple. Isn't it because Xu Tang's golden statue is here? The three of them had been in the border army, and with regard to the trial of Xu Tang in the territory of Guinan, only knew about the phoenix and did not participate. But anyway, isn't it the most basic thing to be a human being to know and return favors? You all level off. You three are my saviors, and I'm going to reward you heavily. Lin Yuxuan had a smile on her face, looking very warm, but the more so, the more the three Zhang brothers dared not relax in a careless manner. In the next moment, Lin Yuxuan's gaze swept over Xu Tang's golden statue. A wave of extremely subtle malice and resentment immediately appeared in his eyes. Then seemingly carelessly, he asked, "You guys think that this Xu Tang is our savior, so what do you think should happen when you see him again? The kindness of a drop of water should be repaid by a spring of water. Whatever faults Xu Tang may have had before, we don't know, but this time it was his golden statue that saved us by calming the demons, so we definitely have to repay the favor. Enlighten the princess. Although Xu Tang is a person exiled from my returning to the South Realm, but one size does not fit all. Grace is heavy and must be repaid." The three brothers answered almost identically. At those words, a flash of unknown meaning flashed across the bottom of Lin Yuxuan's eyes. A smile then rose to the corners of his mouth. "Very good. This is the kind of cultivator I am in the South Realm. We make a clear distinction between grudges. One size does not fit all. It's all in perspective. The three of you are indeed open-minded people. This princess has not been mistaken. We have the same idea as this princess." Hearing Lin Yuxian's words, Zhang Zha's two older brothers couldn't help but raise their heads. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Zhang Zha, however, frowned slightly, wondering why. He could always hear a hint of something beyond words in Lin Yuxuan's words, but what exactly? Just as Zhang Zha was wondering, next moment, a stream of light arrived abruptly and landed at the entrance of the temple. It was the arrival of Song Yao, who was dressed in a python robe. "Greetings, princess." The princess is in shock. "Shangzhuguo has come at the right time. This princess is in need of your help with something." But the princess has nothing to say. Lin Yuxuan stood outside the door with her arms crossed, slightly sidelong, looking at the three Zhang brothers. This moment, the murderous intent in her eyes was undisguised. "Take the three of them, kill them all." End of chapter. Deep in the 100,000 mountains, the Black Robes, who never showed their true colors, were currently kneeling in front of the Bronze King's Hall. The camouflage on his body was removed, revealing a body that was half shapely and half filled with chaotic black aura. It was the very essence of the Shadow Demon clan, and in front of the Black Robe, Dozens of soft thorns derived from Lian Hai's body were swinging wildly. The next moment it stabbed deep into her. Ah! The black robe let out a scream of pain, but the fullness in his eyes became more and more apparent, and her chaotic, dark lower half. Instead, it slowly weaves a tiny bit of solidity at a very slow pace. The Shadow Demon Clan, born in the void and shadow. It has a unique advantage in terms of concealment and camouflage. Cultivation is even more of a favorite, having been in the 5th realm since birth. The realm after that was even more like drinking water, and cultivation was as easy as usual. Stepping into the 13th realm, there was no need to choose a side of feng shui to merge with the Tao. As long as one was able to make the entire body completely transform emptiness into reality, one could take a step into the 13th realm. But it was this very step that had caused an unknown number of Shadow Demon clansmen to get stuck here. Without a heavenly creation, the upper limit of the Shadow Demon clan would forever be stuck at the 12th realm. The Demon clan is concerned about bloodlines, and where there is a powerful person in the clan, all of the same clan will be affected. A strong club. In order to break the spell of the 12 realms of the Shadow Demon clan, only then did Black Robe risk being discovered by Xu Tang to take on the top secret mission of infiltrating the returning South realm. Luckily, all along the way, the scheme was implemented successfully. Not only did it make the people of the returning South realm take the initiative to cut off the last trace of karma that retained Xu Tang, even more, the compulsion formation was driven into the Yin Qi barrier of the Great Wall of Demon Suppression. The most important thing is to cultivate such stupidity as Lin Yuxuan, a clueless return to power in the southern realm. He taught Lin Yuxuan the method of becoming a god through incense and fire, and personally massacred his clan, intentionally let it experience the calamity of life and death. And then it will be better to rush to disturb its heart, all for the final shattering of its Taoist heart. The despairing emotions of those who had gained the imperial family's Qi plus. This is one of the best remedies to revive the great ancestor. With all the credit added up, it was only then that the Black Robes were given the extremely rare opportunity to pass on their skills nowadays, by Lian Hai personally imparting the essence of his life and instilling cultivation at the same time. Take it through the mysteries of the 13 realms that it has never experienced before. Many thanks to the refined Sea Demon Sovereign for the reward. Black Robe will never forget it in this life. Remember it within the 5. Despite the fact that the process of being passed on would be extremely painful by Lian Hai's 10,000 poisonous soft thorns, but the Black Robes were incredibly excited. The Shadow Demon Clan. From her onward, the spell of the 12 realms would finally be broken. And all of this. And thanks to that Lin Yuxuan who was always clamoring to cut down the demons. The Battle Sky sect had already managed to expand more than several times with the help of the former Alliance members. To be precise, it could no longer be called the Battle Sky sect now, but the Immortal Alliance Battle Sky sect. Mad Taoist, Lady Lotus, Rainmaker, 3 12-realm cultivators who barely managed to smash their way out by relying on the Northern Realm cultivators to pour out their resources. He also succeeded in consolidating his cultivation with the help of the subtle methods of the other 8 states, not only to get rid of the dark wounds from so many years of fighting. More than that, it was the first time I actually experienced what it was like to step into the stopping zone. The re-establishment of the Immortal League also freed them from under the heavy pressure of cultivation. There was even time to run east and west to help the members of the Immortal League, establishing a clan, setting up formations, taking care of enrollment matters, etc. Relaxation of a mind that has been strained for thousands of years. Instead, the Taoist heart was quite a bit more stabilized. The cultivation of the 3 of them has also risen together. He had actually broken through to the middle 12 realms without realizing it. The members of the Immortal Alliance were impressed and heartily admired. One must know that these people were all top-tier heavenly prides from the other 8 states. They respected the Mad Taoist trio, both out of courtesy and, it was more out of respect for Master Su. But if we're talking about cultivation talent, any random person in the Immortal Alliance could be taken out and far surpass the Mad Taoist trio. So in the normal course of events, despite the outward respect, but the bone-deep detachment and coldness could not be dispelled. In the world of cultivation, the strong are honored. The Mad Taoist trio also knew it by heart, so they didn't feel there was anything wrong with it. Instead, it was a great honor. To be able to dip into Xu Tang's light and have these proud sons of heaven look right at them was already a blessing in disguise. However, as of today, when the many celestials saw the Mad Taoist trio saluting again, even with an extra dash of heartfelt admiration, what Master Su said, the game of red dust, honing the heart of the Tao, cultivation like walking on a horse, breaking the mirror in one day. So it is. There was a certain heavenly pride who had stepped into the 9th realm at the age of 500 who lamented heartily. It was also on one day. Just as the members of the Immortal Alliance were all feeling a flurry of emotions over the Mad Taoist trio's epiphany of breaking the boundary, only the figure of the 7-colored unbreakable glazed body that stood above the top of the mountain, above the heads of all the people, Suddenly there was a great release of light. Millions of figures flew towards that unbreakable glazed body in unison from the 8 directions of heaven and earth, all over the 9 states. Those figures were dressed differently, with very different temperaments and manners, but without exception, all have the same face. Master Xu has transformed into thousands of bodies, and today he is finally reunited as one. Someone soon found out what was going on. The news flew in. All the members of the Immortal Alliance looked towards the figure on top of the mountain with awe in their eyes. The body is transformed into thousands and walks the world. Reunited in one body, the 3 religions are united. This is the key to breaking into the 15th realm. Mr. Xu, this is an immediate step into the 15th realm. Dao Zun realm yet? 100 thoughts were in the minds of the people. Instead, that glimpse of the unbreakable glazed body slowly opened its eyes and, through the golden statue, the scene that took place within the temple was seen. At once, buzz. The first question that the Taoist priest knocks at the heart of the world. Open. Within the temple. Right after Lin Yuxuan spoke these words, the atmosphere was somewhat terrifyingly silent for a moment. Song Yao both didn't react to what exactly she meant by that. Inside, it was even more subconsciously resistant. After all, these 3 were his own soldiers. The 3 of them had heard about their cultivation talent even from themselves. How can you give up and say kill? The 3 brothers of the Zheng family even looked at each other in dismay. And for a moment, they were so shocked that they even forgot to run for their lives. They couldn't believe that they had gone through all the trouble to save Lin Yuxuan. Results. In the end, the other side is actually trying to kill them? But, in response, Lin Yuxuan just gave a cold glance. Shang's Huguo, but do you have a problem with this princess? When these words came out, Song Yao couldn't help but clench his fists. But then followed a reluctant release. No offense, princess. It's only a matter of killing 3 people. Having said that, Song Yao's hand rose and fell. The peak cultivation of the 12th realm made the 3 brothers of the Zheng family not even have a chance to resist. Then he was instantly disemboweled and died unwillingly. Deadly glare before death. It's as if there's an endless stream of resentment. My mother took care of. General Song, the elder brother, who followed the path of a purely martial artist, was still able to barely speak, thanks to his tenacity, stuttering before dying. A final plea was issued to Song Yao. Song Yao was about to open his mouth when Lin Yuxuan walked over and stomped his head off. Asshole! Not only have you seen the most wretched appearance of this princess, but you won't allow me to wash up. Now you're even speaking for that villain Xu Tang, and you want to take care of the clan? Pass on my order. When you go back, bring this Zheng family. Raise 3 clans. Lin Yuxuan waved her big sleeve, taking advantage of the fact that the boss of the Zheng clan was still maintaining the last bit of clarity. Say the words that will make it die. Then he turned around and turned into a stream of light to leave first. She didn't want to stay in this filthy north for a moment. Song Yao stood still, looking at the 3 brothers' gruesome corpses, his eyes bright and uncertain, fists tightened and unclenched, loosened and tightened. It stood for a long time before leaving, and shortly after he left, the golden statue in the temple glowed at once. Next moment, Xu Tang stepped down from it, seeing a tragic death in front of him, but with a soul that has not yet completely dissipated. The remnants of the 3 that can be condensed with the power of a heavenly father. The first question that the Taoist honors knocking at the heart. It rang in his ears at once. To save or not to save? Xu Tang swept his eyes at these 3 returned to the South Realm cultivators and cleaned the temple after. Then he turned away without hesitation. No save. The fan group is open, so anyone who wants to suggest anything or blow off steam can come in and play. End of chapter. The questioning voice seemed to come from the ancient world, across time, reflecting the heavens and the worlds. No one knows exactly where this question of the Taoist priest's kowtowing comes from, and no one knows exactly how many times it will occur. But the only thing that's certain and recorded in the ancient books is, once the question of the kowtow has gone wrong, not only is there no hope of advancing to the 15th realm, it is more likely that the Taoist heart will be shattered on the spot and fall directly into the realm. In severe cases, the body dies. Such examples, as recorded in ancient books, are not a few. That's why, throughout the ages, no great heavenly father, when faced with this question of kowtowing to the heart of a promoted Tao father, it's not prudent. Some people even used their longevity to deduce before they dared to make a choice. After all, in a sense, this was the only existence in the world that could injure a greatest heavenly father. But, Xu Tang's reply, however, was dry and incomparable. There was not the slightest hint of procrastination, much less hesitation. If you don't save, you don't save. Even if these 3 hadn't said anything bad about themselves just now. Even if these 3 are simple in nature and have fought all their lives to get to this point. Even if Xu Tang only needed to make a slight move, he could instantly reshape their fleshly bodies, gathering their souls. But his answer remained categorical. After a long time, the voice sounded again. The Taoist honorable knocking hearts question. Xu Tang. Buzz. Before the voice could finish its words, Xu Tang then had the corners of his mouth rise up and a cold smile floated up. 8,000 years. I finally found you. A grimace. Next moment, his right hand was wrapped in purple heavenly divine thunder, and aimed at the space in front of him. He slammed his fist hard. A pair of pupils as flat as water were even filled with raging thunder. The punch went down, and it didn't look like anything had changed to the normal person. Not even the wind of the punch had been struck, but only those who have stepped into the 14th realm. I can't see it. As he delivered a punch, everything in the world is changing rapidly. The long river of time flowed backwards directly in front of him, and countless scenes were reflected backwards. A thought is the span of an unknown number of years. I don't know how many rounds of vicissitudes I have experienced. Only then did his gaze finally settle on a figure from endless years ago. That figure was sitting on top of the 9 heavens, looking incomparably majestic. It was the one who sent the question of the clasped heart. But after seeing and discovering Xu Tang's gaze, her sacred and flawless-looking face suddenly became shocked. How is it possible that someone in the later generations could come back to the source? Responding to her, it was the first punch that Xu Tang had delivered at full strength since he had ascended to the 14th realm. Ka-ching! The moment this punch was delivered, space, time, cause and effect, all reduced to pieces. Next moment, a thick, decaying force that, covering Xu Tang's fist, constantly devouring and annihilating the terrifying power from his punch. Break me! Xu Tang let out a light gulp. The force was increased again, and the waist and horse were united. The true intent of the god of Wushu, which countless pure martial artists have pursued all their lives. It was manifested in him in a heady way. She refiner but cultivated the true intent of the martial god. If outsiders knew this, I don't know how many pure martial artists will have their Taoist hearts shattered. The light golden martial god's true intent depicted the outline of his entire body, and the power to move mountains and carry the sea. Help Xu Tang again. It allowed him to finally pass through the devouring power that was as thick as quicksand. Let him be weakened countless times by a punch that has passed through the long river of time and space. Blasted in front of the figure. Who are you to question my father? This punch that came across endless years, weakened by an unknown number of times. It eventually slowed to a stop before it was an inch away from the figure, raising a piece of the other's hair. Ho ho ho. Scared me. Thought I could really come across the long river of time to blast me. District of 14 realm. How can? The figure patted his azure chest, then smiled to himself and, I didn't expect that I would be intimidated by a 14th realm backwoods cultivator, but when she looked back, her smile ended abruptly. His face went pale and he was in a cold sweat. Only the immense, arcane and complex behind him. On the compass of the 9 states, made from the corpse of a great emperor, an incomparably terrifying fist mark appeared. It made her mind reel with a vision. The power that can make even the compass of the 9 states like this, if it is bombarded on oneself. She winced, not daring to think about it. The slightly clenched fists loosened at this point, and then his eyes closed and opened, and he was back in the present world. Fortunately, I discovered the end 8,000 years ago and created my own method of cultivation for the 3 religions of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism. Otherwise it is not really possible to discover this figure today, Xu Tang muttered, narrowing his eyes slightly. Until today, he was finally sure that, 8,000 years ago, he had caught, by chance, while practicing, that shadowy peeping, as if looking at the prey looking at him with the same gaze that, it was from this figure seen here and now, endless years ago. Until now he remembered clearly that, the greed, the admiration that emanated from that gaze upon seeing the talent in his body, not like observing a person, more like checking out their treasures. Because of this, 8,000 years ago, after leaving his backhand behind, he had abrogated his own cultivation and practiced from scratch. In order to completely step out of the cultivation framework of the Kyushu world, he does not cultivate Reiki, but absorbs the incense of all the people with a golden statue in the territory of Guinan. Instead of practicing Kung Fu, he created his own art of unifying the 3 religions of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, one step at a time. This is from the 1st realm. Slowly climb to the 14th realm. That's why he's only sitting on the Great Wall of Demon Control, instead of taking the initiative to cut down the demons for a reason. Fortunately, the hefty reputation of the previous kills, coupled with his feat of severely injuring the 3 great demon race ancestors, let the demon race not dare to act rashly in these 8,000 years and raise another storm. Fortunately, for thousands of years, he's chosen to repair the Great Wall of Demon Suppression while he cultivates. In the process it gradually merged with its path, which led to a smooth breakthrough through the 13th realm and a step into the 14th realm. At the same time, He opened the Koshi sermon to refine the true meaning of Confucianism with the idea of teaching without discrimination. And fortunately, too, the return to the South realm 8,000 years ago truly regarded him as a god. Family offerings provide the breath of incense and will not question him half-heartedly. It also thus gave him access to the purest of aroma and fire, and did not contaminate his divine soul with distracting thoughts. As for later, originally, when Xu Tang was still anxious about how he was going to weed out the distractions in the later incense breath, I didn't realize the exile happened. The return to the South realm people took the initiative to sever their karma with him, which in turn helped Xu Tang, both to release from his body the karmic shackles of that one meal's grace. Because of the destruction of the golden body and the abolition of incense, those distracting thoughts instead did not break through and dissipated. And, because when he slanders, anxious to catch that glimpse of a breakthrough opportunity, without making a move to obliterate the group of building ants that were pointing their fingers at him, he who is endowed with great power and does not slaughter the weak is also a Buddhist Vajra, one of the extremely rare true meanings of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism. Again, he finally acquired it under such opportune circumstances. The matter of exile is much to my advantage. It's all about what you drink and what you pack. Xu Tang felt something and closed his eyes. After finally tracking down that 8,000-year-old snooper and striking out at him, the last ripples inside him finally smoothed out, refining the Confucian meaning of teaching without class. Cultivate the unbreakable glazed body of the Buddha, born with a Taoist straight-in, straight-out mind. 3 grandiose shadows descended from the sky, and with one step, it merged into Xu Tang's body. The 3 religions of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism are united. I finally became 15 realms. End of chapter. Winter has arrived and snow is flying. Return to the southern kingdom, the imperial city. The imperial city, which used to be so bustling, with people coming and going. Recently, however, it has been particularly cold. Not only were there many fewer pedestrians on the streets, even many of the vendors and pawns had disappeared. Only some of the restaurants and such that had the power of a family behind them were barely open, but even then, they weren't receiving much in the way of guests. In the past, the junior staff of these restaurants were more arrogant than one another, with their nostrils itching to drag themselves up to the sky. Today, however, he was respectful, afraid that he might lose his head if he was not careful. After all, they're one of the few taverns that's still open. The people who came, not a civilian. Instead, it's the Hidden Dragon Guard, the strongest organization that only follows the orders of the person who oversees the returned South Kingdom. The members of the Hidden Dragon Guards were all pure martial artists, not practicing arts and magical powers. Therefore, within this imperial city that was already suppressing the cultivation levels of other cultivators, it had a unique advantage. The members of the Hidden Dragon Guards were incomparably strong in terms of physical strength, and very short-tempered. Having the imperial power to authorize first to file, they are literally capable of killing at the drop of a hat. Because of this, even if these several restaurants were quite powerful behind them, they didn't dare to be arrogant. Not to mention these grim times. Since the news of the total annihilation of the army over there reached the capital, the court was shaken. Countless dignitaries mourned. On that day, half the mansions in the capital were hung with onyx. At one time, all the yellow paper coffins used for funerals were sold out. The appearances have all been so ferocious. The jockeying for power behind the scenes is even more frightening. These sent their offspring into the frontier army. The dignitaries, who only seek to realize the merits of what has been prepared, according to plan, and then come back to the office of the. In any case, I didn't expect this trip to be a life and death farewell. Didn't they say the Great Wasteland realm was incredibly safe? Didn't they say that those demons were hand to hand and would be decimated within 7 days? Is it not true that there are the so-called 9 holy maidens who want to embody the style of female monks, to be within that great wilderness that recover the lost land and avenge the human cultivators? Why is it that in the end it is their children who suffer? Why is it that some poor fellows with mud-legged origins are safe and sound, being able to get away with saving a dog's life in the middle of a night attack? String after string of questions was like thunder thrown into the middle of the deep sea. Though on the surface it may appear to be a wave, but its insides have swelled and disorganized to an unimaginable degree. No one would believe that the so-called demons alone would be able to wipe out their offspring in one fell swoop. When all the impossibilities have been eliminated, the remaining conjectures are possible, even if they are absurd. And so, for a time, everyone in the entire capital was in danger. Fear of Lin Yuxuan's hand in killing with a borrowed knife, not knowing when it will fall on his head. But they don't know that. It is because they are in a position of fear and make the choice of self-preservation by silence that It just so happened that the most deeply suspicious Lin Yuxuan became suspicious. Black Robe, if your family was set up to be killed by someone else or if something happened to them, would you be so calm? I shall fight to avenge my family with my own life. Then the silence of these men, these families, these powers, one by one, one by one, they are so peaceful. What do they really mean? What on earth are they trying to plot? Are they preparing something behind the scenes? Are they holding back? Wasn't it long ago that they gathered to plot how to overthrow this princess? What the princess said is very true. In that case, I think it would be better for us to make the first move. Hustling the outside world must be preceded by securing the inside. The hidden dragon guards were given to you, so you'll be in charge of this matter. The cultivation of the 12 realms allowed Black Robe to return to the capital from the Great Wall of Jin demons without taking too long. And the family forces who have just experienced the pain of losing a loved one. And who knows, all this time that the Black Robes have been rushing, it could be the last time they live on Earth. Pass on the princess's decree to blockade the entire city, bustle the outside world, secure the inside, and exterminate the rebels. With a command from the Black Robe, the hidden dragon guards poured out. The protectorate formation enveloped the entire imperial city in an instant, and not a single fly could fly out. Plus, there was a Black Robe at the peak of the 12th realm of cultivation sitting there. Even if someone tried to resist, they wouldn't last 3 rounds in his hands. Even the ancestor of the Lin clan stepped in and tried to mediate this incident. All of them were seriously injured by the Black Robes and fell unconscious. That's all. In a battle that would be remembered later as the turning point of the second return to the south, from prosperity to decline, which has been used as a classic counterexample by countless dynasties in the continent of Kyushu. Unbelievably bloody and brutal. The vast repression of the, it's officially on. Those days, the entire river near the imperial city is blood red in color. Heads are rolling and resentment is rampant. And the Black Robe sits in the middle of it, pocketing the desperate grievances of these human cultivators with royal bloodlines. It's not a pleasure. Returning to the southern kingdom, the remote Jingjia village, Song Yao, dressed as a commoner, descended in a stream of light, by virtue of sensing that, came to the door of a house that wasn't in very good repair. Song, General Song, you are General Song, you actually came? Quickly, please come in, please come in. Song Yao was still hesitant to go in when he didn't expect a white-haired and the rickety old man happened to be out the door. At the sight of him, the cloudy-eyed old man was startled and, then surprisingly, he recognized him directly. Then without further ado, he went to get something. Song Yao was stunned, and then his killing heart surged. How does this person recognize himself? What's he gonna get? Is there a fraud? Without waiting for the old man to say anything more, he frowned slightly. The latter fell to the ground at once in response. In his hand he also held the only warm coat in the house that was being prepared for him to drape over for warmth. Old man, what's wrong with you, old man? A gray-haired crone saw this, broke through the door of the room, and fell down beside him, crying. Song Yao was about to make a move. When he saw the portrait on the wall behind the door, he froze and was struck by lightning. The only clean and tidy table in the 4-walled room enshrined a portrait. It's no one else up there. Exactly himself. 100,000 Mountains. Hall of the Bronze King. Tolstoy. Refining the Sea. Prime. The 313 realm great demon ancestors who call the shots and reign supreme in the demon race. At the moment, he was kneeling respectfully on one knee in front of the throne at the top of the bronze throne. However, there was no look of dissatisfaction on the faces of the three. On the contrary, full of frenzy over excitement. Just last night, after the demons almost don't cost as much as, after endlessly charging small demon soldiers towards the Yin-Chi barrier of the Great Wall of Demon Suppression. Even if the Great Wall of Demon Suppression, which was a barrier of the Great Tao and had been refined and warmed by Xu Tang himself, finally tainted with a hint of demonic aura, though this strand of demonic chi quickly went up in smoke under the strangulation of the Yin-Chi barrier. But it was enough for Tezuki and the others who had been waiting for this moment. In these 10,000 years of scheming, they were not simply aiming to revive the great ancestor, stealing the Taoist symbols of the Great Wall of Demon Control, used the demon-suppressing true intent to help the great ancestor awaken. Today, it finally worked, only to see that above the bronze throne, a shadow with a huge, stout body and a dragon's horn on its head slowly solidified. The moment he appeared, he gave the three of them an unimaginable sense of oppression and suffocation. Taoist rhythms are heavenly and flowing. It gave the three of them, Tagetsu, a moment of shock. Ecstasy ensued. Congratulations to the Dragon Lord on his recovery. Congratulations to Dragon Monarch for breaking through the 15th realm. The Dragon King, who had not yet fully solidified, nodded. Johann opened his mouth. Effective immediately, 1,000,000 demons, knocking at the border. Subsequently, the Dragon King raised his head slightly and looked into the distance. The eyes pierced through everything in front of them until they landed on top of the figure in the northern realm. The Dragon Monarch, who had just awakened and felt invincible, was suddenly shocked. You're also in the 15th realm? End of chapter. Capotul. An unassuming room. The outer perimeter was deadlocked by the hidden dragon guard's trapped dragon formation, and not even a trace of aura could escape out of it. In the courtyard, the black robes stood with their hands folded in front of a young woman whose legs had been chopped off. The condescending. A playful smile appeared in his eyes. Still not going to give up your stuff? Hand over your things honestly, and maybe I'll consider sparing your life. Hearing this, the young woman whose legs had been cut off and whose cultivation had been ruined smiled miserably. If Her Highness were to learn that you are within this capital, fabricating crimes and massacres, the real purpose is actually for the 9 dragons royal heavenly formation of my Guinan kingdom to control the cultivators of the Guinan realm. Do you think she'll leave you alone then? You are also a cultivator within my Guinan territory, and as long as you haven't set foot in the 14th realm, for the rest of your life, you'll be under the control of the 9 dragons royal heavenly formation. When Her Highness discovers what you, the traitorous minister, have done, I'm sure you'll end up. It must be a lot worse than me. A lot. The young woman growled with the last of her strength. The 9 dragons of heaven formation, as she called it. It is the most crucial thing for the returning South Kingdom to be able to dominate the returning South realm. It is rumored that this formation originated from a figure from the ancient times across time from whence it came, passed on to the founding emperor of the returned South. It was refined by utilizing the 9 true dragons' chi, and was in tune with the heavenly Tao of the returning South realm. Therefore, the ability to forcibly interfere with the aura of heaven and earth itself. Let the aura, which is supposed to be condensed from the essence of heaven and earth, and spawned by the will of the great Tao, put a personal stamp on it. For those with low cultivation, this branding in the aura is dispensable, but once the cultivation level breaks through the 9th realm, the higher the level of cultivation in the future, the more they are affected by this deep-seated stigma. This was why the returning South Kingdom was able to establish a dynasty in the cultivation world. Of course, the matter is absolutely secret. The entire returning South realm up and down, there weren't many people who knew about this matter. Not to mention finding out the gatekeeper of each generation of the 9 dragons royal sky formation. However, in the face of the woman's confident words, the black robe only smiled faintly. Why do you think I was able to go on a killing spree within the capital? Why do you think I can mobilize the hidden dragon guards to blockade heaven and earth? Do you think I could have done all this without the orders of your honorable princess? With these words, the woman's face stuttered and a self-deprecating smile followed. In fact, she vaguely had an answer in mind, just have been unwilling to admit that this absurd, bloody, cruel decree that it's just from Her Highness. But even so, she still had no intention of handing over the 9 dragons royal heavenly formation. But you are always a returning South realm cultivator, even if you can compel the princess for a moment. When a wise ruler ascends to the throne in later times, he will surely liquidate you. At that, the young woman laughed out loud, arrogant beyond belief. It was as if she had already seen what was coming next when the black robes were furious and killed her. After all, the successive gatekeepers of the 9 dragons royal sky formation were randomly selected between 3 generations of royal bloodlines within the capital. Once confirmed, the contemporary gatekeeper's soul will be wrapped in the entire Guinan kingdom's fortune. Avoid soul searches and the like. So unless the gatekeeper volunteers where the location is, trying to force a soul search to learn about the 9 dragons royal sky formation, it would be tantamount to making an enemy of the entire Guinan kingdom. Unless it was a 14-realm great heavenly father. It was not a 1-2 punch at all. That's why the young woman was so emboldened. But the black-robed expression of exasperation she had imagined did not appear. Hearing that, the black robe just faintly stretched out 2 greenish fingers. First, I'm actually not a returning South realm cultivator. The young woman heard this and at first didn't react to what he meant. But in the next moment, she suddenly raised her head and stared at the black robe in death, her face changing drastically. The black robes were not returned to South realm cultivators. The black robes wanted to take away the 9 dragons royal heavenly formation. A horrible thought came to her mind. Are you? That's right, as you can imagine. Before the young woman could finish, the black robe nodded and, for the first time in his life, he showed his true face in the territory of Guinan. An extremely handsome-looking face covered in lines was dotted with 2 flower pupils, demonic and incomparable. I am not a human, but a demon. After hearing the black robes confirm it in person, the young woman only felt a chill quickly climb up her spine to the back of her head. A great demon of the 12th realm. Surprisingly, it has been lurking within the returned South, and still the princess's bracer? The 3 factors combined to suffocate her beyond belief. The black robe's next words were even more desperate. Since you know I'm a demon, then do you think that my demon clan doesn't really have a 14th realm demon exalt? The black robe smiled faintly, and the lines on his face instantly transformed, forming an extremely complex formation. Capture the heart and soul. No way. How could the demon race have a great heavenly father of the 14th realm? If you really had that kind of terrifying existence, why would you need to be lurking and scheming over here? Is it still necessary to go a whole 10,000 years without any news coming through? With the violent nature of your demon, if a 14th realm truly exists, I'm afraid that I would have already pierced through the great wall of demon suppression and slaughtered my returning south realm. You're trying to mess with my mind with this ploy, so you can find out what's broken. Finding traces of the 9 dragons royal sky formation? I'm telling you, this technique is useless to me. The demon race could never have a 14 realm great heavenly father. You can't fool me. The young woman bit her tongue hard before she could barely keep herself clear. A flash of pleasure at dismantling the black robe's ruse appeared on his face. If the demon race really had a 14th realm great celestial father, I'm afraid there's already a lot of people living in Guinan. How is it possible that there are still 10,000 whole years of peace? This black robe, wanting to blackmail himself, didn't know to make up some words that wouldn't be easy to dismantle. A demon is a demon, and it's true that it's just empty brute strength. But unexpectedly, when the black robe heard this, it was as if he was looking at her like a little cutie. Like looking at her, stepped forward and lifted her pointed, rounded chin. Fools, the reason why you have lived so peacefully for 10,000 years, it's because there's Xu Tang. The young woman froze, her smile gradually solidifying. She'd thought of all the possibilities, except she'd missed Xu Tang, the one that was exiled by public trial, the hidden official who carries 3 major charges, a man wanted by the princess on a charge of murder. Surprisingly, the real reason why demons have not dared to make waves for 10,000 years? This can't be possible. Never. The shock of this news to the woman that it was even bigger than the confirmation that the black robes were demonic had brought. She was also one of the main players at the judgment meeting that day. But now the enemy is telling himself that the scumbags they've personally exiled. Surprisingly, it really was a legend that had resisted the demon race for 10,000 years? At once, she spat out a mouthful of blood and, pale, the scene of Xu Tang's trial that day kept coming back to his mind. The remorse was overwhelming. End of chapter. The black robes hadn't gotten the whereabouts of the 9 dragons royal heavenly formation after all. Just as she was about to forcefully break open the woman's divine soul restriction for a soul search, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind her. Black robe, striking out at this generation's 9 dragons imperial sky formation gatekeeper. What do you mean by that? The visitor wore a python robe and his face was cold. It was Song Yao who had rushed over non-stop after hearing about the tragedy in the capital. Damn! The black robe cursed in his mind. The next moment it was a steep strike. Just one look destroyed the woman's divine soul and physical body in front of her. Not a single last word. Song Yao's face changed drastically when he saw this. Are you crazy? You even killed the guardian of the 9 dragons royal heavenly formation? As he spoke, Song Yao's aura climbed rapidly. This was the first time he had shown hostility in the face of a black robe. The cultivation of the 12th realm caused the entire courtyard to vibrate slightly. However, the humble and gentle black robe in the past had changed his mind at this moment. Only a cold grunt. I'm already at the peak of the 12 realms, and you failed to merge with the great wall of demon suppression. There is no hope of stepping into the 13th realm in this life. What? Still want to make a move on me? Buzz. Instantly an even more powerful force erupted from the black robe, forcing Song Yao back and forth. He barely managed to stand until he hit the wall. You! Song Yao's face was ugly to the extreme, not bothering to pursue the black robes for murder. Instead, she just said that. It pierced deeply into Song Yao's heart. The reason he broke out early was not because his cultivation had improved at all. Rather, it was because the great wall of hedonism and demon suppression failed. Although Xu Tang had been forced away by their combined efforts, though he has earned the rightful position of hidden officer of the wall, although the black robe took the initiative to exchange with him, leaving him the opportunity to merge the great wall of demon suppression, but he still failed. This was for someone who had been a proud son of heaven since childhood, and had cultivated to the 12th realm in only 1500 years, hardly by virtue of the outstanding talent to be appointed on the pillar state of Song Yao to say. It simply overwhelmed him. This incident has thus become the biggest shadow in his heart. Anyone who doesn't know. But today, it was just brought up bright and early by the black robes. Song Yao slightly clenched his fist, and there was an extra hint of killing intent in his eyes as he looked at the black robes. But I didn't expect the latter to suddenly change the peak of his words and said with great regret, I've heard that there are many famous mountains and rivers within that great wilderness, and that the demon races practice different methods. It's simply not possible to use them for the harmonization. If you can occupy one or two of them, the 13 realms, it may not be impossible to impact again. Song Yao froze, not understanding what the black robe meant by this. The latter didn't say anything more, but patted his shoulder before leaving in a stream of light. And in that instant just now, Song Yao was suddenly in a cold sweat. He realized that in front of the black robe at the peak of the 12th realm, he was actually powerless to fight back. Dumb as a board. This time the black robe just tapped his shoulder at him. But what about next time? Obviously, he hasn't broken the realm yet. Is the gap between us that big already? If he really enters the 13th realm, won't I be like an ant in front of him? 13 realms. 13 realms. Song Yao clenched his fists, ears for some reason, and resounded with the words just Black Robe said. And the black robes hiding in the shadows saw the scene before they were satisfied and truly left. But there was no rush to return to Lin Yuxuan to resume her orders. Instead, he went to where Song Yao had just returned. Zhenjia Village, TSK, the hall of Shangju Gua. But so compassionate-hearted. The black robes concealed their breath and stepped into Zhang's village, eyes sweeping down. Where are the signs of extermination here? There was even a top-grade spirit gathering array that had just been set up hidden in the well water. She smiled slightly, and topped off the scene as best she could. Northland. In these days, the influence that Xu Tang alone had brought about had directly radiated across the entire northern realm. The Immortal League is hereby re-established. To start a school, to teach and to pass on ideas. It has given countless poor mortals the opportunity to embark on the path of cultivation. The merit is in the present generation, and the benefit is in the 1,000 years. The cultivation levels of the Mad Daoist, the Lotus Lady, and the Rainmaster had also stabilized, no longer the watery 12 realms of old. Instead, they are actual mid-12th realm cultivators. Even the Mad Daoist vaguely showed signs of impacting the peak of the 12th realm. Luo Hong, who successfully returned from delivering the letter, was also rehired. Coupled with Xu Tang's public remark about the toughness of his Taoist heart, it made him even more of a sought-after meat and potatoes between the sects of the Immortal Alliance. However, he finally chose to cultivate with the Mad Daoist, but the level of resources that he enjoyed has been infinitely elevated within the Immortal League. And just today, the Immortal Alliance's teleportation array lit up once more. This time the teleportation array had been established by the Immortal League itself, and not only did it have a wider range of, there is also more capacity. But even then it was one after the other, lighting up all the time. There were even existences with incredibly powerful breaths that simply couldn't wait for the teleportation array and directly tore through space. The flesh came across. As the bright lights went out, one figure after another stepped out. The ones who came this time weren't those young heavenly beings. Rather, they were elder-level figures who could represent the various sects and factions in the 8 states. The aura of each figure was incomparably strong. The weakest was a 13-realm existence. Any one of them could sweep the previous northern realm. Each one's status within their respective sects was at least at the level of an elder. He has written many books and has been honored by the world of peaches and plums. The strongest. It even overwhelmed the teleportation space at one point. If it weren't for the elders who were already there to fix it, I'm afraid that the entire northern realm will be affected by the void turbulence from the destruction of the teleportation spell. And by the time the figure appeared, northern territory, except for the white-robed figure of all the cultivators breathing involuntarily stuttered for a moment. The figure, from the place of origin of the Taoist sect in the 9 states, the holy sect of Tai Ching, cultivation, the pinnacle of the 13 realms. You can step into the 14th realm at any time, known as Dao Lord Wu Fei. This formation really scared the Mad Daoist and the others. I don't know what the hell is going on. It was surprising that so many great powers could gather here. But fortunately, after these elders arrived at the Northern Immortal Alliance, they took the initiative to put away their auras. Greetings to all the heavenly sovereign great cultivators. I apologize for my late arrival. Mad Daoist, built on a great hall of the Immortal League in a spatial rift opened up with great greatness. The Mad Daoist who was nominally in charge of the Northern Realm was carefully entertaining these elders. It's a little hard to breathe. The scene before him reminded him of the time when he was still a mortal. The first time I've seen the oppressive feeling of a monk. It's even more so at this point. Ha ha, little doll. There's no need to worry. We were summoned here by Master Su, Daoist Wu Fei, who had the highest cultivation level and was all immortal. Laughed. It made the Mad Taoist feel a sudden sense of relief. So it was Master Su who called. In that case, it is not convenient for the late generation to inquire all the needs of your seniors. My seniors are always welcome. The Mad Daoist saluted and retired. Just after walking out of the Great Hall, he got a message. The white-robed figure that had been sitting on top of the Battle Heaven Sex Mountain for a long time. 1 man and 1 horse today, riding slowly out of the north, outside the Great Wall of Demon Control, at great distances, the Great Wasteland border. Tread, 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 a neat and tidy pace, stepping over the land. It was like a thunderous boom. Looking back, millions of demons, paving the way. Heck, it's about to be knocking at the border. End of chapter. As if it had existed there since the beginning of time, the incomparably magnificent Great Wall of Demon Suppression is on top of it. Lin Yuxuan had changed into a basalt blue battle armor, looking far away into the extreme distance, the border of the Great Wasteland. There, the demon army has been assembled. This time, the demon race had neither carried out a sneak attack like they had pioneered the Great Desolate Realm, nor, as before, utilizing countless small demons with low cultivation, they fearlessly attacked the Yin-Chi barrier of the Great Wall of Demon Suppression. Instead, they send the real elite, millions of demons, covering the sky. The monstrous demonic aura almost materialized, oppressing even the void and distorting it somewhat. There was no crazy murderous look in the eyes of these demons. Pair after pair of pupils under the heavy armor revealed a wordless coldness. Will it win? Looking at the very far distance where the numbers were so large as to cover the sky, but the order was to, without the slightest hint of confusion, the army of demons. Lin Yuxuan couldn't help but slightly side-eye the black robe beside her. The latter laughed softly. Princess, I'm packing my bags for a sure win. After all, let's not forget that these demons can even subdue Xu Tang. Hearing that, Lin Yuxuan, upon seeing this huge number, disciplined, demonic aura army, the flash of apprehension that the ghost had given birth to disappeared without a trace. Yes, how powerful can an army of demons that can be subdued by Xu Tang be? She smiled slightly, her eyes brightening. Infinite confidence was born again at the bottom of his heart. Pass on my decree to gather the people of the 2 clans, 3 sects, and 4 disciplines. Tell them that the time has come to avenge their dead disciples. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The alarm bells of the Great Wall, which rang 10,000 years ago, are finally ringing again today. With the ringing of the bell, the Great Wall of Demon Suppression also emitted a bright and incomparable light. A huge force burst out from the Demon Suppression Great Wall that could not be seen at a glance. In an instant, the void was shattered, paving an incomparably wide path. If anyone with a mind to look at it, it will be found that the heck is a military road built to the highest specifications. Only the usual military roads are built only between mountains, rivers, sea and land. But the Great Wall of Demon Suppression, which is hardening the 10,000 mile distance between it and the returning South Realm, the general's path was laid out within the void. It wasn't long before a succession of cultivators flew out of the void. At first it was only in 2s and 3s, but later it thinned out and grew. It ended up being equally obscuring. It is from the 2 sects, the 3 sects, the 4 sects, as well as cultivators from countless other sects, large and small, within the returning South. Everyone's face was surging with vigorous battle spirit. Even if some people can't even fly out of thin air, it was only by dipping into the light of the military path that he was able to travel in the air. Yet he was still confident and held his head high, simply because they already know that. This group of so-called millions of demonic armies had been suppressed by Xu Tang for a full 10,000 years? A hidden official with a reputation was able to suppress them for so long. Then this time when the returning South Realm cultivators went to war en masse, wouldn't they kill this group of demons without leaving a single piece of armor? What's more, they now had 3 12 Realm great cultivators in their midst. More than when Xu Tang was a hidden official. The situation is more than a few times more potent. It is said that the Purple Dragon Realist is even about to break through to the 13th realm, which is a great cultivator of the harmonization realm, with the 3 of them sitting in. Demons? It's just a toy. I hope that this time I can draw one of the first slots to go to war. Otherwise there's a real worry that this so-called demon army is not enough for us to kill. The Great Wall of Demon Suppression. The pointing ground. Cultivator after cultivator swiftly arrived and sought to sit down at their clan's location. Looking toward the figure on the dragon's head platform, there was a leap of faith written all over everyone's face. And the same was true for Lin Yuxuan on the dragon head stage. She swept a circle of battle-surged return to South Realm cultivators. There was a satisfied smile on his face. That's good. In the face of an army of demons. This is the aura that my returning South Realm should have. Everyone, a million demons are knocking at the gate. This is the best time for us to avenge the deaths of our fellow disciples who were killed by a sneak attack. Anyone who invites to fight, please leave your name on the jade slip. For this campaign, this princess will use the jade slip to make all the people of the returned South Realm. See the elegance of my returning South Realm cultivators. To let everyone see just how unbearable that so-called million demons are, Lin Yuxuan waved her big sleeve. A dragon's roar erupted from the dragon's head stage. One after another top-quality sound transmission jade slip erupted from the dragon's breath, flying in front of the various cultivators. Without the slightest hesitation, the people left their names on it. In just a few breaths of time, 1 million jade samplices had already been activated. Moment. A more grandiose projection image than the previous crusade of the 9 holy maidens against the demons appeared in the returning South Realm. The projected image of this one is a canopy. The current state of the Great Wall of Jin Demon is presented to the world in its entirety, and the people were all jubilant and excited at the sight of the leaping, confident return to South Realm cultivators. It's finally time to take revenge on the demons. This group of demons with empty brute strength. I will make sure that they are defeated. There are 3 12 realm hidden officials in attendance, and cultivators from 2 clans, 3 factions, and 4 sects are fighting. If I don't win this battle, I'll just do a handstand on the spot. I've heard that a spot in the battle is now being speculated to 100 top-grade spirit stones. That's not true. Don't think about how powerful a demon that even Xu Tang is afraid of can be. Going into battle this time must be as easy as chopping vegetables and cutting melons. And making military achievements is as easy as drinking water. The people were talking and excited. In their eyes the victory in this war was already predetermined. It's nothing more than exterminating an army of 1,000,000 demons. It's just the difference between killing them off and decimating them. After all. Still, how powerful could an army of demons that could be subdued by Xu Tang be? Rumble. It was as if a shocking thunderclap had struck heaven and earth. The great wall of demon control, the unchanging, sturdy barrier of Yin Qi. It finally opened slowly. The human cultivators who drew the quota for the first expedition were like fish in the sea. Can't wait to fly out. Cultivator after cultivator landed on the land outside of the demon suppression Great Wall. They are not organized according to the requirements of the military formation. Almost by personal preference and clan affiliation. Form a line in 2s and 3s. Excitement was written all over everyone's face, and some of them even had their hands trembling. If I hadn't driven Xu Tang away, I would never have met such a good thing in my life. That's not. How powerful can these demons be? We'll be able to get promoted by just going in and mixing 2 heads, and maybe even get a tiny bit of the returning to the South's fortune. I'm going to kill 100 this time. 100 demons. Ha ha. I'm afraid Xu Tang couldn't even dream of it. We're not intimidated. We will never back down in the face of demons, and we will definitely kill them without leaving a single piece of armor. The moment. On this battlefield, it wasn't just the return to South Realm cultivators who were excited beyond measure. Far away on the other side, at the border of the Great Desolate Realm, the same excitement appeared in the eyes of the demon army. It's been suppressed by Xu Tang for 10,000 whole years. They finally got the human cultivators to finally send troops to take the initiative. Even though every demon was incredibly excited, no one showed any out-of-the-ordinary behavior. Even the excitement was a flash. Next moment, the breathing and heartbeats of the millions of demons were all slowly in the same frequency at this moment. Knock, knock, knock. It was so neat and tidy that it sounded as if a huge drum was being played between heaven and earth. Tap. At this point, before the 3 armies, a covered general in heavy armor, mounted on a black-striped dragon horse, slowly lifting the long bronze lance in his hand, aim it at the crowd, point it away. All troops, attack. End of chapter. On the pointing field, Lin Yuxuan sat on the dragon head stage in a martial arts costume. Below that were the cultivators who hadn't been chosen to participate in the first round of battles. At this moment everyone was staring tightly at the canopy in front of them. This group of demons even dared to take the initiative. They really don't know how to die. A demon is a demon, with no brains at all. It's true that this group of demons are just dirt cheap. Don't you know that cultivator fights never depend on the number of people, only on cultivation? It looks like quite a lot of flowery posturing, but it's not like this is a mortal war. As long as there is a great avatar, one person can turn the tide of the battle, and this group of demons rushing up is nothing more than sending them to their deaths. It's quite enough to look at them posing as if they're drawing a tiger. What the 3 armies have gotten out of the formation. Messed up half a day just learned the skin awe. Seeing that the demon actually dared to take the initiative to attack, the crowd was abuzz with chatter. All of them cast a look of contempt, thinking that this demon is really all the same. Empty brute strength without wisdom. Such a large-scale battle of cultivators, and they even expect to try to gain an advantage by numbers? Do you really think this is an ordinary mortal fighting a war? And what tactics? Hearing these whispers, the corners of Lin Yuxuan's mouth, who was sitting on the dragon head stage, also surfaced with a look of disdain. In her hand was a forbidden book. It is the very same journal that Xu Tang made thousands of years ago unknown, made from a grouper bamboo that does not rot for 10,000 years, left in the residence of the hidden official. It was handed over from the corner by a black robe. On it were recorded the vital weaknesses of some demons, as well as their cultivation techniques. There were also some of Xu Tang's insights from his battles with the demons. The content is neither too much nor too little, and it's clear that Xu Tang hasn't fully suppressed the demons yet. Occasionally what was done during the war still happens. One part of it, circled in red, emphasizing, in particular, in the event of a large-scale cultivator war, unless a great avatar is physically present. Otherwise, We must rely on the military formations to support us. Forward Su Jin. Seeing this, Lin Yuxuan was initially agreeable. After all, she'd experienced the previous night attack by a demon. That night had made too much of an impression on her. So there had also been consideration of whether or not to have the drawn-out sect cultivators temporarily practicing military formations. But, for this matter, Black Robe gave on his advice. She turned the book to the last page and, there is only one sentence recorded on it. It was this one sentence that made Lin Yuxuan just feel sick to her stomach. The intention of spending time for the cultivator to temporarily practice the method of military formation was dispelled. At the moment, her finger was resting on the last page. There was a sentence sparsely written on it, in not very neat handwriting, that, obviously the writer was rambling and writing as he went along. The so-called Great Avatar. Well, it has to be at least in my realm. To see such a narcissistic phrase, an image of a greasy and pusillanimous man, it immediately surfaced in Lin Yuxuan's mind. A great avatar must be at least in your realm? Shame on you. After forcing himself to endure the discomfort and silently spitting in his mind, Lin Yuxuan was about to casually burn the journal, but she didn't expect the Black Robe to stop her. Your Highness, why don't you pass this journal down for all to see? For one thing, it'll both show everyone Xu Tang's cocky, greasy look. Secondly, it will also further confirm just how much favor he has received for being this hidden official of the Great Wall. After all, even the journals are made of grouper bamboo that won't rot for 10,000 years. TSK. What a great show. The Black Robe's words caused Lin Yuxuan to instantly light up. Although Xu Tang's reputation was now foul, but she certainly didn't mind if she could still step on it a few more times. Especially when he thought that he had actually relied on Xu Tang's golden statue to suppress that group of demons that day. And she got goosebumps. She'd rather die fighting the demons to the death, if she could. Neither wants to be given a false refuge by that petty hypocrite. Good idea. Lin Yuxuan nodded, then waved her hand slightly. This journal was taken up by an underling, who then hoofed it out to topograph a sufficient number of copies of the. Distribute them to the cultivators who are preparing for the battle on the spot. As expected, when the people finished reading the contents of this journal, all of them were cursing with broken mouths. Snickering. A shrinking violet who hides in the Great Wall of demon control and doesn't dare to take a step outside. Configure the beat cultivator war as well? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. A mere hypocrite calling himself a great avatar? It simply kills me with laughter. I didn't realize that this Xu Tang is not only hypocritical, but also greasy as well. No wonder that villain had to hold on to the position of hidden official. Good man. Even the ordinary journal is made from this 10,000 years immortalized stonecrop bamboo. It's really extravagant. If he takes out the resources he has embezzled over the past 10,000 years for us returning South Realm cultivators to use, maybe it would be able to catalyze another 12th Realm Great Cultivator. Unfortunately, alas, my return to South Realm has been sucked by this villain for a long time. Lin Yuxuan took in the crowd's reactions and nodded with great satisfaction. That's when he got up and pointed to the canopy. Gentlemen, it's fortunate that Xu Tang's alarmist talk of arrogant words have not affected my returning South Realm cultivators. I believe that this time out this so-called million demons will definitely be killed by us. And look at the canopy. My return to South Realm cultivators will be invincible. Lin Yuxuan's words just fell. Just see the canopy. It coincides with the two armies met. Rumble. Change formation. Left and right flanks. Raid and cut. The center army drives in with Great General Torong. Release the human puppets. Soldier character secret talisman activated. One moment. The very next moment the two armies met. Countless orders were methodically distributed from the various ministries of the demon race. The order is forbidden. After receiving the order, all the demons carried it out without hesitation. On the contrary, although the human cultivator's side was highly demoralized and excited, but the moment they made contact with the demon they were blindsided. Hurrah! The avatar technique lost its effect at some point. The spiritual energy in his body was evaporating at an unimaginable speed. Some of them didn't even make a single move before the demon removed their heads. What the hell is going on here? Someone screamed miserably in question. In reply he was treated with a hollowed-out heart. Charge the line. Punch formation. It's a military formation effect. We're trapped. Damn. How could a group of demons use an army formation? Eldest brother? Eldest brother. Aren't you dead? Why are you here? You're okay. You. Some people reacted and tried to fight their way out, but in such a methodically run, sophisticated, complex, in front of the immense, multi-million-dollar war machine, individual power, it's really insignificant. Even if an 11th realm-breaking realm cultivator burned his lifespan and briefly broke through the restrictions of the formation, but the next moment there were countless humongous demons rushing forward. Not afraid of death. You group of demons below the 5th realm? You guys want to kill me too? That breaking establishment realm cultivator's face was filled with incredulity. He didn't dare to imagine how a group of demons below the 5th realm dared to make a move against him. With just a casual wave of his hand, an unknown number of small demons died in his hands. Yet it is also this casual, wasted a breath of time. On the battlefield, one breath is enough to take a life. Next moment, pust. This breaking realm cultivator who presumed to make a splash on the battlefield and decapitate millions of demons. The moment he was about to break through the military formation, he was pierced through the chest and died on the spot. Immediately afterward, his corpse was dragged away by the demons who had arranged for it to be used as sustenance. The supply to the formation constructed on the sky with the secret talisman of the word Bing as its core. An almost crushing massacre. And so it unfolded on the battlefield. And this unbelievably tragic scene, projected on the pointing field, projected on the territory of Guinan. Let everyone went silent, deadly staring at the canopy. His face was withered and his spirit was dismal. Looking at this almost devastating, chicken slaughtering, dog slaughtering demon army, they couldn't figure it out. This group of demons that have been suppressed by Xu Tang for 10,000 years. What makes it so great? What made it possible to almost crush and slaughter the returning South Realm cultivators? What even Xu Tang can do, the millions of cultivators of the returning South Realm, can't actually do? What the hell is this for? Lin Yuxuan's face was pale, her lips and teeth were trembling, and the last second she had spoken out loud about being invincible. At the moment it just felt like a stomach turning. The next moment a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. Crimson blood spurted to the ground, just in time to stain the emphasized contents of that scroll of journal red. Lin Yuxuan stared at that passage, finally coming to her senses at this point, understanding that this passage is not empty. Regret why you didn't adopt this passage? Why rush out with troops? Why look down on this army of demons? Her mouth was dry and her heart ached. After being in a hurry and not knowing what to do, it actually broke down and cried in front of everyone. Oh, sorry. End of chapter. Bronze throne. Above the main seat, a lanky figure with a dragon's horn and muscular head, holding his head in one hand. Sit on it. A pair of light golden vertical pupils stared at the scene in the picture of millions of demons slaughtering returning mirror cultivators. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He opened his mouth and inhaled slightly. Countless, almost materialized, desperate grievances. It then rose from the bodies of the slaughtered returning South Realm cultivators in the picture and was inhaled into his nose. Well, this bunch of waste human race is not completely useless. It still tastes pretty wonderful. The Dragon Lord nodded with a satisfied look on his face. Underneath him, the 3 great old ancestors of the demon race were respectful, not daring to be the slightest bit reckless. Seeing this, Tagetsu spoke up. Great ancestor, the children are looking forward to your imperial expedition. All want to step through that great wall of demon suppression under your leadership and slaughter that returning South Realm. The Dragon Lord nodded his head slightly and nodded non-committally. How could he not hear what Tagetsu was saying? After endless years, 10,000 years of scheming coupled with the desperate resentment of the previous massacre at the 100,000 mountains as well as the imperial city, let him finally come back to life. And even more so, with the help of that so-called Great Wall of Demon Suppression's metaphysical immensity. The true meaning of demon suppression that even he failed to penetrate. Break through the bottleneck of the 14th realm in one fell swoop. Among the 9 states and the world. Throughout history. 15 realms at the peak of the world. Logically speaking, it should be easy for him to step through the returning South Realm now. But, Ryujin stood up and, his eyes were deadlocked on the white-clothed figure that was rushing towards the great desolate realm. Who would have thought? The latter days of the waning of talent. Can you actually produce 15 realms as well? In fact, from the time the dragon monarch awakened, the two had been battling it out. Only 15 realms will inevitably fight to the death once they strike. So the two of them were just fighting across the air. Their true intentions entangled, shadowless, yet more deadly. Even worse, the Dragon King, who had awakened and thought that he would surely reign over the world, was then shocked to realize that I can't believe I lost myself. The great ancestor of the demon race had lost to a human race in the latter days. This was exactly why the Dragon Lord was slow to press on. Although true intent entanglements don't necessarily really represent the winner of a life and death battle, but the other man had given him a pang. It made him have to sit in the main camp of the demon race, not daring to advance. Can't it be that he's coming to save the returning South Realm human race? It shouldn't be. These white-eyed wolves, if he had turned back to save it, this state of mind, it is absolutely impossible to achieve the position of a 15th realm Lord. The dragon monarch narrowed his eyes slightly, and for a moment he couldn't figure out what exactly Xu Tang was trying to do. Not saving lives. Then what the hell is he doing here in the demon clan? The Dragon King slowly sat back down. A casual sweep of the eyes revealed the end. Only Prime's body trembled and his face was ugly, obviously going through some sort of great pain, but having to endure it. Prime, are you hurt? In the time it took for a breath, the Dragon Lord instantly moved in front of her. The eyes fell on that shapely, seductive body. Then without further ado, he grabbed a handful of her hair and pressed down hard. A light golden color flowed through his vertical pupils, and in an instant, he went through all of Prime Xang's memories. Sight. Head was fixed on the scene where Prime Xang felt that his cultivation had improved and went to the Battle Heaven sect to attack and kill Xu Tang. The Dragon King saw this. There was a sudden burst of anger. I said, why did he have to come to the Demon Clan for a good reason? So it's because of you. On the battlefield, the lopsided slaughter continued. Countless cultivators screamed and collapsed. They never dreamed that the strength of the millions of demons that had been suppressed for 10,000 years by Xu Tang with the power of one man was so terrifying. Let them not even have a chance to fight back. It is like rice in the fall, mercilessly harvested. And watching the battle through the canopy, the excited return to the South Realm human race up and down the. At this moment it is even more like a mother. Each one was staring blankly, unable to speak. What about the promise of certain vengeance? What happened to the promise of a great defeat for the demons? In the end, they're the ones being harvested by the demons? They couldn't figure it out. These demons, even Xu Tang alone could easily suppress it. Why is it that by now, again, a million cultivators appeared? But what about the lopsided slaughter? Scene after scene of that bloody, unparalleled scene in the canopy. Listening to the incomparably miserable cries of the returning South Realm cultivators, a congregation dead set against admitting that, but the idea that it had to be generated, floated in the minds of the crowd. Millions of demons. It is not the return to the Southland that is feared. And just that, Xu Tang, one person, just, on the Dragon's Head stage. Lin Yuxuan's eyes were numb and empty. She had never expected that the millions of cultivators she was so proud of would be so unbeatable no matter what. Her heart was dripping blood. Regret beyond measure. Why yourself? Must the troops be so rash? Even if he had taken one more look at Xu Tang's journal. Even if we let the return to the South Realm cultivators practice the military formation for only half a day. It doesn't end up like this. A human life, regardless of status, regardless of cultivation. All of them were mercilessly harvested by the black pressurized army of the demon race. Your Highness, this may not be a bad thing. However, at this point, the black robe, however, suddenly leaned over and whispered. Lin Yuxuan froze at his words and looked at the black robe, his eyes full of incredulity. Has your Highness forgotten how this group of people forced their way through the palace? If I hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid that this group of people would have really succeeded in their rebellion by committing the following offense. The black robe's words made Lin Yuxuan feel as if she had grabbed a lifesaver. It gave her an excuse for peace of mind. Though millions of cultivators are in danger because of her hasty march, though the dead were the stalwarts of the returned Southland, though these cultivators were a living human life. But, thinking about that day, 2 clans, 3 factions, 4 sects, and guys from other sects, to actually dare to besiege himself in the palace, the remorse in Lin Yuxuan's eyes quickly dissipated. Instead, it was replaced by a slight wave of smugness. Letting you all join forces to force the palace. This is retribution. Black Robe, you are right. This matter may not be a bad thing. Lin Yuxuan looked toward the canopy, looking toward the cultivators who were mercilessly slaughtered. The eyes became glazed once more. They're just a bunch of rebels. Let's just die. It's not like you're the one who's hurting big time anyway. Your Highness, we ask for battle. Save my Guinan realm cultivators from the fire. Finally, someone couldn't stand to watch and took the initiative to fight. One after the other, the voices rang out. They didn't want to be like this, just watching their friends and family, brothers and sisters die on the battlefield. However, Lin Yuxuan ignored the crowd's invitation to battle. This made the crowd puzzled for a while, but forced by the black robes around Lin Yuxuan. And don't dare say anything more. You can only clench your fists helplessly and watch your friends and family die in front of you. In his heart, he was filled with remorse. If Xu Tang is here, ending, would it be different? And on the Dragon's Head stage, Lin Yuxuan still held her head high and proud, staring at the canopy. She saw the familiar figure of a forced palace, dying tragically under the iron hooves of a demon. This convinced her even more that this matter may not be unfavorable to her, until the screams grew fainter and fainter, until the army of demons gradually closed their formation and returned to their ranks. It was only a few dozen miles away from the Great Wall of Demon Suppression. Lin Yuxuan's eyes immediately lit up. Next, it's up to her to play the role of savior. The demon army is truly hateful. Not killing them is not enough to vent my heart's hatred. Pass on my will. Have Song Yao, the current hidden official of the Great Wall, Go to war immediately and save my army in the returned South Realm from destruction. Kill 1,000,000 demons to avenge your greatness. Cryptic officials are about to go to war? Upon hearing this news, both the crowd at the people of Guinan, up and down the country, all of them were in high spirits, getting excited again. After all, again, they're all hidden officers of the wall, since Xu Tang was able to suppress this army of demons. Then Song Yao. It must be no worse. End of chapter. The new cryptic officer of the wall is about to go to war. With Lin Yuxuan's order, the news quickly ignited everyone's emotions. It gives people hope of defeating the demons again. It would be an honor for those demons to die under our new hidden officer. That's a 12 realms stopping realm Grand Cultivator. Isn't destroying this group of demons a piece of cake? Revenge. Revenge. Revenge must be taken. That Xu Tang fellow was able to suppress them when he was around. And now that our new hidden official has stepped in, surely we can let this group of demons die without a burial place. In the midst of all the anticipation in the Southland, Song Yao, who sits in the residence of the hidden officials, the eye of the Yin-Chi formation of the Great Wall of Demon Suppression, also received a transfer order from Lin Yuxuan. This caused him, who had been having a bad year recently, to sweep away his disillusionment. He stood up from above the eye of the formation, and with one step forward, he stepped on top of the void and stood with his arms folded. A python robe roared fiercely and his hair flew. The end of the world is a worldly man's appearance. This scene was projected above the canopy, adding to the confidence in it. Song Yao, on the other hand, was looking out over the demon army that would soon be knocking at the Great Wall. A color of disdain surfaced at the corner of his mouth, and he couldn't help but murmur. I thought that I had no hope of merging into the 13th realm of the Tao in this life. I didn't expect that you ungrateful demonic hordes would dare to come. Rather, it gives me a chance to make a monstrous mark. By slaughtering all your millions of, I may not fail, by virtue of my military service. 2. Exchange it for a cavernous paradise and try to merge with the Tao once again. Song Yao clenched his fist, his battle spirit surging. By the way, I still have to thank that punk Xu Tang. If he hadn't only dared to cower on the Great Wall of Demon Suppression all these 10,000 years, not daring to sweep through the Great Desolate Realm, this kind of opportunity to establish a great merit. Where can I meet again? With that, he waved his hand. A glass of wine was instantly filled. Looking towards the canopy, Song Yao pointed at the cup of fine wine. Pour the wine. I will go and return. The time it takes to warm the wine is enough for me to cut down the demons. Good. Seeing this look of unparalleled confidence from Song Yao, everyone couldn't help but cry out in their hearts. Lin Yuxuan's beautiful eyes were even more brilliant. She believes that, as long as Song Yao made a move, it would surely be a success. After all, Xu Tang's journal said that only a great adept like him could turn the tide. He is the 12 realms. Song Yao was also in the 12th realm. Song Yao, then, must also be one of the great magi capable of reversing the dryness of the battlefield. Warm wine to get rid of demons. What a great man. When Upper Pillar State returns from his accomplishments, this princess will definitely bare her feet to welcome her. Lin Yuxuan was also full of bravado at the moment, certain that Song Yao would definitely be able to turn things around. The battlefield, which should have been a sea of corpses and blood, with broken limbs everywhere, looked clean. Apart from the demon's figure, it was surprising that not even a single corpse of a returning South Realm cultivator could be seen. It was enough to see how elite this batch of demonic army was. The order is forbidden. And it's amazing that the cannibalistic instincts can be hardened and controlled, putting everybody to the best possible use. The moment the demon army after the great battle has been reorganized, the magnificent and incomparable Great Wall of Demon Suppression, which gave people an infinite sense of oppression, was close at hand. A blazing color appeared in every demon's eyes. First to log in, capture the flag, trap, chopper. The person who gets one of the 4 head skills will be able to move up the ladder from here on out. One step up the ladder. Now that the feat of first ascension was at hand, the demon could no longer hold down the excitement in his heart. But just then, it was still the same ride that had initiated the order to go into battle. Before the 3 armies, he suddenly strangled his horse. Abruptly, he raised his right hand and clenched his palm into a fist. Stop! Stepping! With a command, the millions of demons stopped in unison. This great General Torong, the head of the 3 armies, the strongest contender for the young leader of the blood-devouring Bat Clan, an 800-year-old peak 11 realm demon. At this moment, a cautious look appeared in his eyes. Without waiting for him to react, the next moment, a figure suddenly hung down heavily from the 9 heavens above. It was like a shooting star, carrying an unimaginably powerful aura. Asterisk asterisk, how dare you act recklessly in front of this seat. Accompanying this roar was a large seal that encompassed the entire battlefield. Great Emperor Prison Seal. If one were to look up at this moment, one would be able to realize that the entire sky was covered by this large seal. This immortal grade technique of the Lin clan was cultivated to the extreme by Song Yao. So much so that at the 12th realm, he was able to utilize the power of space that could only be touched by the 13th realm. At this moment, as the Great Seal falls, the millions of demons were as if they were immobilized, unable to move at all. One could only watch this terrifying and incomparable Great Seal fall on his head. Yes, him cold. Worthy of being our new hidden official. If you don't make a move, it's a thunderous strike. It's time to let the demons know that they know how powerful our returning South Realm cultivators are. Seeing this inspiring scene, the people of the returning South Realm all cheered. There were cries of greatness from the hidden officials. On the Dragon's Head stage, Lin Yuxuan was even more flushed, looking at the army of demons that were so frightened that they couldn't even move. A touch of disdain appeared in his eyes. Then in order to motivate the morale even more, he praised Song Yao in public. There are great magicians in my return to the South Realm who are capable of cutting down demons and turning the world around. This is the power of the hidden official. However, just the next moment after she said her last sentence, the million-strong army of demons that should have been suppressed to powder by the Great Seal with its destructive power, but suddenly disappeared from under the noses of countless people. The last second they were trapped under Song Yao's true intent, unable to move. Some of the demons even had a clear look of despair in their eyes. Looking at its appearance, it is even ready to self-detonate, wanting to exchange this for a ray of life. But what no one expected was that this overwhelming, demonic army that had just massacred the cultivators of the returning South Realm, surprisingly, they instantly disappeared in just a blink of an eye. A strong sense of crisis accompanied by doubt surfaced in the minds of the crowd. And on the battlefield, from the sky, Song Yao, who wanted to sweep away the demon's million-strong army with a strong strike, even more so, his heart thumped, he landed slowly, his face grave. A 12-realm breath was surging and raging, and the stopping realm cultivation was unabashedly released, but it did not increase the security of his heart in any way. On the contrary, in pushing his whole body to cultivate, after confirming that he hadn't been hit by any illusions, Song Yao's face instantly became ugly to the extreme. Sleeve in the sleeve, pot in the pot. This is clearly the tactics of the great Heavenly Father. He who is able to use this method. Even if it's not the great Celestial Father, it's not much closer to that legendary realm. But how can demons have that kind of existence? Looking at the dead silence and empty battlefield, Song Yao's heart became more and more bottomless. The countless people of the returning South Realm who watched the canopy were even sweating. This bizarre scene is a problem when you think about it with your toes. But Song Yao is a hidden official of the Great Wall, a great cultivator of the 12th realm, the 12 realms hidden officer lord. Won't something go wrong? Tada! Next moment, just see the battlefield in the canopy. A black dragon horse with flames flowing from its body slowly appeared with hooves. On it sat a woman in inches of clothing, incredibly beautiful but pale. The first moment he saw the other party, Song Yao's heart was suddenly alarmed. An incomparably strong life and death crisis quickly spread from his heart. He had never felt this way before. Never. Silently storing up his strength, he had already prepared an escape plan in his mind. However, under the attention of all the people, he still opened his mouth with a stiff upper lip. Who's coming? This official is the new hidden official of the Great Wall of Jin Demons, Song Yao, and does not behead nameless people, but also do not report. Quickly. Boom. Bang. Pust. Prime's figure arrived in an instant. First, he punched Song Yao in the head, then he would smash his flesh with a slap, finally picked out his warm heart and put it in your mouth and chew it slowly. The face shows disdain. Are you also worthy to call the word hidden official? Next on the scene is the authentic men's series, where the previous build-up is revealed one by one from now on. The powdered ink. Ask for a catch-up read. End of chapter. The Great Wall of Demon Suppression. Inside the residence of the hidden official, a wavering Qing Xian soul lamp hanging in it suddenly went out. A shadowy figure then appeared. Big gulp of air. In his eyes, there was both the celebration of escaping with his life, and even more unstoppable fear. How could Song Yao not expect that the demon race would have such a great demon? Peak of the 13th realm. Just a hair's breadth away from stepping into the 14th realm. Had he not been a hidden official and been able to preserve a wisp of his residual soul in advance in this supreme treasure? The Qing Xian soul lamp. I'm afraid I'd have gone up in smoke by now. Without much time to think, the frail and weak Song Yao immediately transformed into a streak of light and headed towards the military pointing field. Prepare to report this to Lin Yuxuan. The demon race has 13 realm great demons, and the Great Wall of Demon Suppression must be closed immediately. Otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. However, just as he approached the pointing ground and was about to show himself, only Lin Yuxuan, who had an iron face, received a topographic jade slip in the hands of the black robe. Song Yao's heart thumped when he saw this. An extremely unpleasant feeling surged through his heart, making him not show himself easily. And the other side. Song Yao, you really have the guts of a dog. This princess told you to raise the 3 clans of the Zheng family, but I didn't expect you to go against the grain? Lin Yuxuan slammed the jade slip to the ground, her anger causing her waves to rise and fall. The images are still playing. What was recorded on it was exactly the scene in Zheng's village. Instead of being razed to the ground, a spirit-gathering formation was secretly added by Song Yao. This caused Lin Yuxuan to become furious. She didn't expect Song Yao to dare to disobey her orders. Your Highness, I think this Song Yao must be displeased with you being a woman in power. Long ago, he was up to treason, since he can be masculine in this matter. Then when fighting against demons, may not be unable to deliberately release water, maybe even, long ago, colluded with the demons. At this point, the black robe delivered just the right amount of heartfelt words. Lin Yuxuan was enlightened. I'll say it, what I say. He's the new hidden official of the 12th realm. How can he be so unbeatable? Being ripped open and gutted by a banshee who came out of nowhere. It's just an act with me. The more Lin Yuxuan thought about it, the more angry she became, and the killing intent in her eyes gradually coalesced. Pass on my will. With immediate effect, Song Yao is stripped of his hidden officialdom and the position of upper pillar state. The entire Song family will be sent to the heavenly prison. When the matter of subduing the demons and removing the devils is over, this princess will personally carry out the execution. Isn't he Song Yao unwilling to raise the 3 clans of the Zheng family? Well, then, this princess will raise his Song Yao's 3 clans, eradicate the 3 clans. When Song Yao, who was hiding in the shadows and observing, heard this, he was emboldened. Green veins rippled and dead fists were clenched. How could he not have thought that? His own hall, the upper pillar state, the 12th realm powerhouse, the new hidden official, being loyal to Lin Yuxuan and ending up in this situation? Lin Yuxuan, you're so cruel. Song Yao stared at Lin Yuxuan dead in the face, itching to eat her alive right now. But, the very moment he revealed his murderous intent, the black robe, however, intentionally glanced at the location where he was hiding. At the same time, Song Yao's black-robed voice rang in his ears. There is no longer a place for you to hide in the returned South Realm. Don't you want revenge? To the demon race, to the 100,000 mountains, to the great desolate realm. Find a mountainous and spiritual place, and merge the 13 realms of the Tao. Wouldn't it be great to kill this woman who raised your 3 clans with her own hands at that time? The black robe's words seemed to carry magic, causing Song Yao to fall into a trance. What had happened in recent days came to mind. 13 realms. 13 realms. I'm going to break through the 13 realms. Song Yao fiercely clenched his teeth, forcing down the grief and anger in his heart. Only after taking one last deep look at Lin Yuxuan did he leave unwillingly. And after giving her decree, Lin Yuxuan subconsciously tried to use the same words again. Dump the pot all over Song Yao. Song Yao's collusion with demons and deliberate watering down on the battlefield has been ascertained by me. I have now sentenced you to the crime of raising 3 clans. So let this be a warning to all of you. This statement caused an uproar. The crowd hadn't yet recovered from the scene where Song Yao was beaten to a pulp. Just to hear such shocking news. For a moment, there was silence. The silence was terrifying. Seeing this, Lin Yuxuan continued to speak. But even if he colludes with the demons, so what? My returning South Realm has the Great Wall of Demon Suppression to guard the border. There's no way the so-called millions of demons can cross the Great Wall. You must believe in the Great Wall of Demon Suppression and in this princess. Rumble. Bang. An earth-shattering roar instantly interrupted Lin Yuxuan's words. Next moment, only a pale-faced traveling patrol dragged what was left of his half of his body and crawled over. Incredibly miserable, he said. The Yingqi barrier of the Great Wall of Demon Suppression. Overrun. When these words came out, everyone was immediately struck by lightning. Where the returning South Realm borders the Great Desolate Realm, a figure with a pale face and a weak breath was speeding towards the direction of the demon race. Pain was written all over his face and murderous intent was in his eyes. It was the fugitive Song Yao. He just couldn't figure it out. I'm a pillar of the state. The new hermit. I can't believe I've been reduced to this. Damned as ***T. It was agreed that if I helped you take down Xu Tang you would fully support me in breaking through the 13th realm. I didn't realize that's how you helped me? Eradicate the 3 clans. The entire Song family will never be alive again. A great cultivator of the 12 realms. But in the end, he was actually forced to defect to the demon race in order to survive. The more Song Yao thought about it, the more angry he became, keeping his head down and muffled as he hurried on, picking up speed, oblivious to the fact that it was right in front of him. A white-robed figure riding a donkey in a leisurely manner came to meet him. Where to? Xu Tang's voice rang coldly in Song Yao's ears. The latter stood still at once and looked up, his face showing dismay after realizing that it was Xu Tang. Lord Xu. Xu, long time no see. Long time no see ah. Song Yao squeezed out a smile worse than tears on his face. How could he not have thought that? Lit. When the roof leaks, it rains all night. I was surprised to meet Xu Tang here. While pretending to say hello, he quietly clenched his fists and built up his strength. Even if he was seriously injured by that great demon, he still had the power to fight at least once. The next step is to see if that Xu Tang knows the rules. Snap. Xu Tang didn't talk nonsense to him and raised his hand to slap him across the room, instantly slapping Song Yao to the ground. The left half of his face was swollen like a pig's head and looked comical. Don't you dare come out at me. A vicious look appeared in Song Yao's eyes, since Xu Tang is so unenlightened to himself. Then on the way to escape, he does not mind. Pust. Just as Song Yao was thinking, Xu Tang arrived abruptly, so fast that he didn't even react. The next moment, Xu Tang pinched his chin and, looks like you still can't figure out the form. Ka-ching. Just a slight exertion. Song Yao's entire jawbone then instantly turned into pieces. Ho! Ho! Song Yao opened his mouth feebly, the intense and incomparable pain nearly causing him to faint. Trying to mobilize his cultivation to fight back, he suddenly realized that he himself was no different from a mortal in front of Xu Tang, only to see, the Xu Tang in front of him grinned. What about a great cultivator of the 12th realm? Very impressive. The words just fell, only to see Xu Tang blast his fist into his dantian, churning his stomach. A hard tug followed, a golden elixir. It was just ripped out of him alive by Xu Tang. Ah, what it's like to have the Guinan taken out of your body alive. No less than a man being subjected to a palace torture. That extreme pain. It made even Song Yao, whose jaw had been crushed, scream out with green veins and a reddened face. Seeing this, Xu Tang raised the blood-drenched, still warm golden dan to his face and smiled faintly. Weren't you so proud when you judged me that day? Then a firm squeeze in his face. Sasha. Song Yao just watched with such despair and immensity as his stopping golden dan went up in smoke. 1,000 years of cultivation. Just like that, it was destroyed in an instant by one of Xu Tang's hands. Put. Song Yao could no longer endure such a blow, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Xu Tang dodged behind him, then aimed a hard kick at his knee. Click. His legs twisted and reversed directly into another angle, and his entire body fell to his knees at once. Let's start with you. After a soft sigh, Xu Tang's calm voice came out. However, it made Song Yao feel an unprecedented, incomparably strong life and death crisis. He's going to kill himself. No, no, no. Song Yao whimpered and shook his head frantically, a sense of despair and remorse in his eyes. Why yourself in the first place? Why did you listen to that slander and participate in the trial of Xu Tang? Answer him. It was Xu Tang's expressionless finger knocking. One finger knocking down. Song Yao immediately had his vitality severed and died a clean death. The 12 realms of stopping, also known as the land of the gods. I touched the top of the immortal and knocked on my finger to break my immortality. This is just the beginning. Ask for a catch-up read. Please read it. The build-up is all over, and the protagonist is now officially on a killing spree from now on. All that defile him decimated. The Tao is not to be insulted, and the author promises to kill it all, begging to be read posthumously. End of chapter. Quickly, fill the gap. Fill the gap now. An almost frantic roar echoed long and hard on the Great Wall of Dimension. The moment. On the magnificent and incomparable Great Wall of Demon Suppression, countless array points rarely surfaced at the same time, and one of the points of the formation was, quite literally, in the process of disappearing. It was being corrupted by a thick and dark demonic aura. What the hell is going on here? How could something happen to the Great Wall of Demon Suppression? Lin Yuxuan hurriedly arrived at the hidden official's residence. Seeing this scene in front of him was also shocked beyond words. It took a long time before he spat out these two words grimly. The moment. Only in the canopy projection. Only to see that the million demonic armies that had also disappeared earlier had suddenly appeared once more. This time, no more cultivators could stop them. The million-strong demon army, assembled in military formation, instantly condensed a huge force that shook the heavens and moved the earth. Demon races that excelled in physical cultivation scrambled towards the Great Wall of Demon Suppression. It was as if the locusts were crossing the sky. In the back, there was a steady stream of demonic chi that was madly and incomparably attacking the Yin Chi barrier. The Yin Chi barrier that was supposed to swallow up all attacks. But somehow there was a moment of stagnation. And it was precisely this stagnation of breath that gave the demon race the opportunity to see the needle. It made them attack even more frantically, creating a gap only the size of a sweaty hair. The gap wasn't big, but it was enough to break through for an entire army of 1,000,000 demons. In just a few breaths of time, that sweaty hair-sized gap was instantly and frantically devoured. Spread to the size of a fist. That's what has created the situation today. Inside the Great Wall of Demon Suppression, a demonic aura actually appeared. What the hell is going on here? The Yin-Chi barrier is the basis for the operation of the Great Tao. How could anything go wrong? Lin Yuxuan was at least a 10th realm cultivator, so she naturally saw the problem at a glance. But because of that, she couldn't figure it out even more instead. How could something go wrong with the Great Wall of Demon Suppression? If the Yin-Chi barrier is really so fragile, then why has Xu Tang been sitting on it for the past 10,000 years? The demons didn't come once? Lin Yuxuan couldn't help but roar out in anger. Beside her, a flash of disdain flashed in the Black Robe's eyes when he heard these words. If this idiot hadn't taken the lead and forced Xu Tang away, where is there an opportunity to plant a compulsion formation on the Great Wall of Demon Suppression by yourself? After all this time of erosion, it was now finally time for the compulsion array to come into play. The so-called compulsion array. Those with low cultivation can use their compulsion to fool themselves, and when used by those with high cultivation, they can deceive the heavens, the earth, and all beings. The impenetrable Yin-Chi barrier of the Great Wall of Demon Control. It is in this way that the attack is gradually eroded. So what if it's condensed from the origin of the Great Tao? The Great Wall of Demon Suppression without Xu Tang is no better than a piece of scrap paper. The black-robed heart felt something and couldn't help but murmur. Lin Yuxuan turned around when she heard this, her eyes instantly becoming ferocious. But before she could say anything, the next moment, boom! A popping sound that resounded through the heavens and earth as if it were the opening of the heavens and earth. The entire residence of the hidden official was even rocking like a flatboat in a sea of fury. Lin Yuxuan's face instantly turned deathly white as she stared deathly at the points of the formation, only to see that one array point after another on it was rapidly disappearing at an unimaginable speed. It was wrapped and devoured by the endless demonic chi. This phenomenon can only mean one thing. The Great Wall of Demon Suppression that has been unbreakable for 10,000 years. Broken. Demons have entered the gate. All troops on alert. The next moment, a mournful and incomparable scream came from outside the hidden official's residence. Bang bang. Phew. For a time, the entire Great Wall of Demon Suppression was ablaze with light, and all sorts of spells and aptitudes came out in an endless stream. But for the demon army, whose morale is high and is in a state of exuberance, the resistance of the remaining cultivators of the Great Wall of Demon Suppression at the moment was merely a ploy to make them more excited. Kill. 10,000 years. Kill me. Eat up this bunch of wasteful humanoids from the returned South Realm. I'm going to have a good time today. Soon, as one demon after another tumbled over the thick, mottled, crumbling outer wall of the Great Wall of Jin demons, an even more horrific massacre kicked off. Within the canopy, countless people of the returning South Realm watched as the cultivators were brutally slaughtered by the demons. This kind of war between narrow zones, far more brutal and bloody than on the open field. Often, a single demon would be able to use the power of the military formation to harden the heads of several cultivators. The Great Wall, which should have been used to guard against demons, had now become a hell on earth for the cultivators of the returning South Realm. Lin Yuxuan hid inside the hidden official's residence, her eyes filled with incredulity. The whole person was even trembling. With two strands of war, if the last night attack was because of the darkness, she didn't really feel the impact of the war. Now, then, she truly appreciates that. 1,000,000 demons breaking into the city. Just what a terrifying thing. Just that monstrous demonic aura that swept through the entire Great Wall of Demon Suppression. It's enough to give birth to endless despair, like falling into hell. Not to mention the fact that a full 1,000,000 demons were fighting, roaring, and reveling. They could be seen in almost the entirety of the Great Wall of Demon Suppression. Lin Yuxuan had been frightened to the point of near fainting at this moment. A clear cultivation of the mountain peak realm could not even raise half a point of battle spirit. Why is this happening? Shouldn't the Great Wall of Demon Suppression be unbreakable? Why can't we see a single demon when Xu Tang is around? Why did millions of demons pour out and step right through the Great Wall as soon as I took office? Why? Lin Yuxuan yelled frantically as if she had collapsed. When the black robes saw this, a flash of disdain flashed across their eyes. Thought line for a moment before speaking. Is there a possibility? The reason a demon can't even be seen is because it's Xu Tang who's guarding the demon-suppressing Great Wall? Lies don't hurt. The truth is the quick sword. Lin Yuxuan, who heard this, was struck by lightning. Foolishly, the heart of the Wei is nearly broken. She actually inwardly guessed the reason for this, but her pride never allowed her to bow to that cause. Until this moment, the authorities are in the dark. The onlookers are in the dark. The black robe hit the nail on the head, said Lin Yuxuan with immense regret. If I hadn't gotten rid of Xu Tang in the first place, would. Lin Yuxuan squatted on the ground, her heart twisting with pain, while the black robes were silent. They changed the projection jade sketch, just in time to project the scene of Lin Yuxuan, as well as her words just now, within the canopy of the sky. Let the whole of the returned realm hear it. If we hadn't gotten rid of Xu Tang in the first place, if Xu Tang is still here. Until this moment, it was only then that all of the people in the southern realm came to their senses and were overwhelmed with remorse. That's when that one really sunk in. The millions of demons were never afraid of the so-called Great Wall of Demon Suppression and the return to the South Realm. Afraid. It was only Xu Tang, who was sitting on the Great Wall of Demonjin. Who was sitting on the Great Wall of Demonjin. But the stupidity of his own gang is beyond compare. Well, the only existence capable of crushing millions of demons for 10,000 years. Breathless. Exiled for extremely ridiculous reasons. At this moment, countless people are left with tears of overwhelming remorse. Each one of them had a pained look on their face, as if they were truly remorseful. We were wrong. We were really wrong. Xu Tang, can you come back? We need you. Xu Tang, we know it's wrong. Xu Tang, who was riding a donkey and slowly rushing over, snorted when he saw this scene. Just feel sick to my stomach. Know what's wrong? Nah, are you guys just scared of what you know? And just then, a dragon's roar suddenly erupted from the deepest chamber in the earth's depths of the Great Wall of Demon Suppression. A figure wearing a purple robe and emanating an aura of the 13th realm from his body suddenly broke through the barrier. How dare a demon act recklessly at my Great Wall of Demon Suppression? After advancing to the 13th realm, the purple dragon master spoke as if he had a heavenly constitution in his mouth. A single word is capable of triggering a roll of heavenly thunder. Countless thunderbolts split down instantly, causing the incomparably frantic demon army to suffer large casualties. The purple dragon master is out of the gate. The violet dragon master has successfully broken through to the 13th realm. We are saved. We pay our respects to the new hidden official, and congratulate Lord Hidden Official on his promotion to the 13th realm. Ha ha, these demons were born just waiting to die. Now that the violet dragon realist is a 13th realm powerhouse, who is his opponent in the entire great wilderness? The crowd cheered, feeling that they had finally grasped the last hope in the midst of desperation. Only a handful of people frowned even more tightly, staring deathly at the suddenly retreating demonic army, only to see that the demon army is forbidden to do anything, and just now they were frantically burning, killing and looting. At the moment, however, they rejoined the line and retreated backward. Scared. Scared. The F*****curs are scared. Worthy of being the purple dragon realist, worthy of being our new hidden official. He can drink away a million demons with a single word before he's at full strength. Xi Longjinjin is truly the #1 hidden official in my returning South Realm. Just as the remaining cultivators of the Great Wall of Demon Suppression as well as the countless people in the returning South Territory were cheering together, just in front of the slowly retreating demon army. There were 3 figures slowly hovering in the air. For each course, all of them exuded the aura of the peak of the 13th realm, begging for a catch-up read, asking for a request. End of chapter. The demon race actually had 3 peak 13 realm great demons? Just broke out of the gate. The purple dragon realist whose strength and mentality were both at their peak was dumbfounded at the sight of this scene. Jaws barely dropped right to the floor. I had thought that I would be able to sweep the great desolate realm after I closed the door and merged with the Tao and advanced to the 13th realm. Take down all the bull ***** demons and become the strongest hidden official in the history of the world. But I didn't realize that the demon race actually had a 13 realm Grand Cultivator in existence as well? And there's more than one. Is that 3? There were a full 3 peak 13 realm great demons. Moment. The face of the purple dragon realist, who had just been full of confidence and had seriously injured countless demons with a single word, turned pale, inwardly creepy as hell. Couldn't raise half a bit of fighting spirit at all. Only those who have stepped into the 13th realm understand that. The gap between the peak of the 13th realm and the early 13th realm. It was even greater than the gap between the 13th and 12th realms. Even the purple dragon realist who had successfully merged with the Great Wall of Demon Suppression and advanced to 13 was still like this. Not to mention all the cultivators of the returning South Realm who saw this scene. At this moment, each one of them was as if they had lost their parents and their faces were ashen, drowned in a sea of despair. He didn't even have the strength to struggle. That was a peak 13th realm aura. Any one of them would be able to kill the returning South Realm. And still, there were 3 whole 13 realms. The moment the returned realm was in an unprecedented mood of despair. People stared numbly at those 3 figures standing in the air, and some were even scared alive. The 3 of them, Tu Yu, Primed Song, and Refined C, were not in a hurry to make a move. It was enough that they stood here. What's next? It was to quietly enjoy the scene of despair of this gang of oblivious white-eyed wolves under the shelter of Xu Tang, then just wait for the Dragon Monarch's great ancestors' order. Meanwhile, deep in the 100,000 mountains, on the bronze throne, the Dragon King opened his mouth wide and it then crazily absorbed the incomparably strong aura of despair of the human race of the returning South Realm. There was a look of immense pleasure on his face. He's not a true dragon. but a condensation of the resentment of the true dragons that were killed by the ancient heavenly court. So cultivation does not require aura. The only way for him to grow himself is to put the earth in a desperate situation and suck up those emotions. The last time he had absorbed such pure despairing resentment was when the ancient celestial court had unleashed the dark unrest. 13 realms. This is impossible. This is impossible. How is it possible for the demon race to have 3 more great demons with peak 13 realm auras out of thin air all of a sudden? This must be an illusion. It must be the demon race using some kind of trickery. Everyone, don't fall for it. If the demon race was really so powerful, how could they have held back for a full 10,000 years? None of them came to violate my return to the South Realm? At this point, wrapped in this despair, Lin Yuxuan finally couldn't take it anymore. Hysterical as if he were crazy, he yelled and screamed. But the words are not so bad. Hearing her say that, many people couldn't help but have doubts rising in their minds. The same doubt rose about the authenticity of this 13 realms figure. After all, the demon race was no believing man or woman. If the demon race really had 13 realms in existence, I'm afraid that they would have long ago annexed the Guinan realm. Why wait 10,000 years? Since you have 3 peak 13 realm great demons, why did you wait until 10,000 years later before you dared to invade my returning South realm? At this point, the purple dragon realist ascended and stood with his hands on his head, opposing those 3 figures from a distance. He spoke in a deep voice. However, he did not expect the other party to directly snort out a laugh after hearing this. Ha ha, Tagetsu grinned and let loose a loud laugh, breaking the dead silence of the scene. Afterwards, he used as if he was looking at a little cutie. Like look at the violet dragon realist. It is said that man is the spirit of all things. But how come you are so stupid? Why did we dare to come and violate the returned South Realm only after 10,000 years? Naturally, it's because that one figure has left. And rightly so, if you fellows ain't stupid or dumb. And how could it be possible to expel a hallowed 14th realm great heavenly father from the returning South Realm? Tazuki's words were like a bolt from the blue, and everyone was struck by lightning. Rumble. In a flash, the whole of the returned Southland, dumbstruck. The people stared dead in disbelief at what Tagetsu had just said. All I could think about were his last words. Or rather, those words in the last sentence. 14 realms of great heavenly beings? It turns out that Xu Tang is actually not the 12 realms, nor the 13 realms. Instead, it's the legendary 14 realms? With one sentence, Tuayu caused the entirety of the returning South Realm to be incomparably shocked. The level of shock directly surpassed the 13 realms that had just met them. 14 realms of great heavenly beings? Expelled by their own hands from the realm of return? The crowd was shocked for a long time before they finally came back to their senses. One was incredibly pale, especially Lin Yuxuan, who led the exile of Xu Tang. When he came back to his senses he thumped back even more, then snapped and fell straight to his knees, in front of everyone, puffing out a large mouthful of blood. Where is the look that not so long ago was so spirited to be that first female emperor? At the moment, she's hair disheveled, eyes lax, in front of an army of demons and a projection of the canopy, with a mouth full of blood. Can't stop mumbling. The one I exiled is actually a 14th realm great heavenly father? That was a 14 realm great heavenly father. 14 realms. 15 not out. Invincible in the world. Such a being. It's hard to find in the whole of Kyushu, but yourself. Surprisingly, he was exiled? Instantly, a strong and incomparable feeling of remorse surged through Lin Yuxuan's heart. How could she not have thought that her so-called public trial of Xu Tang's feat, in the end it turned out to be the cause of the death of countless people in the return to the South Realm? Woohoo! If Xu Tang is still around, if he continues to guard the wall, if the hidden officer of the wall is still him, it wouldn't have happened so much. So he's a 14th realm great heavenly father. I have eyes but no eyes. To have exiled this kind of existence? Xu Tang, I'm sorry. I know it's wrong. I shouldn't have done that. I really know it's wrong. Lin Yuxuan covered her face with her hands and wept bitterly. His shoulders shrugged and he almost cried his back out. If we do it again. Lin Yuxuan swore that she would never do anything to judge Xu Tang and exile him. 14 realms of the great celestial beings. I'm so stupid and foolish. Why did I exile the great heavenly father? Suddenly, Lin Yuxuan looked up and roared hysterically as if she had gone mad. The scene fell in the eyes of the crowd, making people want to say something. In the sky, Tagetsu saw this and nonchalantly retorted, "You regret it? No, you just know you're going to die." When he said that, he gave a hideous grin. Just now, the great ancestor dragon monarch suddenly transmitted a voice to him. Immediately break through the city and enter the pass, and destroy the returning realm. Crying? Crying counts as time. In the next moment, Tazuki no longer hid his main body. After letting out a long roar to the sky, two wings that looked as if they were cast in bronze were suddenly spread out from behind him. The wingspan was so long that it almost covered the entire heaven and earth. Not to mention the monstrous black demonic aura that could even devour sunlight. It's also your honor to die in my father's blood-refining demon prison. Tagetsu's eyes were scarlet, and his fangs glowed with a hauntingly cold light. Just a big wave of his hand. The entire heaven and earth was instantly wrapped in monstrous black and red demonic chi. The sounds of ghosts and wolves came from all directions. The horrifyingly terrifying sight of hell was unfolding in front of everyone. 13 realm great cultivators could refine a small world within their bodies, living and communicating with heaven and earth. The blood-refining demon prison was to use famous technique. The human cultivators who were swept into this world were unable to exert even a tenth of their cultivation. Both have to be constantly on guard against one horrible ghostly hand after another reaching out from the boundless pool of blood. It was also difficult to resist the million-strong demon army that attacked with all their might after a command from Tezuki. It was already a one-sided scene, and with the intervention of the 13th realm cultivators, making this unsuspecting battle an even more insane massacre. How dare you? The purple dragon realist was enraged at the sight. With a clap of his hand, a true dragon soul rose up from within him. Angrily the dragon roared, and it was clear that he was also trying to hold up a small world to resist the Tormoon. This gained one of the few moments of respite for the human cultivators. But, let your slave have some fun with you. Optimus Prime, who had been watching the show, suddenly struck out at this moment. Without seeing any cultivation fluctuations on her body, she just lightly slapped out a palm. The power of the peak of the 13th realm was like 10,000 pounds pressing down on the top. In an instant, it crushed the not yet formed small world of the purple dragon realist. The true dragon soul was even grabbed by the Lian Haizun who was right behind him, then swallowed it into his mouth. No! As the true dragon soul was swallowed, the purple dragon realist seemed to have aged a few thousand years in an instant. He became breathless and weak. As a 13th realm cultivator he was still like this. Not to mention the other race cultivators trapped in the blood-refining demon prison. Truly a compilation of what it means to be in hell on earth. It made the people of the returning South realm who watched the canopy sicken, and the sight of that demon devouring the human race alive. It's just too scary. Until this moment they had not deeply understood that, with Xu Tang sheltering them, just how happy. Unfortunately, it's late. But, just then, only to see that Tuayu's face instantly panicked, and as soon as he retrieved the blood-refining demon prison, he acted as if he was on the verge of an enemy. Primed Song and Lian Hai did the same, and with a command made the millions of demons quickly retreat, followed by a deadly stare. The white figure that came slowly. 3 13th realm demons. No one dares to take it lightly, because that person was Xu Tang. It is the 14 realms of the great heavenly beings. He only saw Xu Tang riding a donkey as he staggered leisurely past the millions of demonic armies. Wherever they passed, the demons retreated, not daring to make a move. Thousands of troops avoid the white robes. When the people of the returning South realm saw this, it was as if they had seen their last hope. Eyes instantly brightened. The great celestial father is here. Saved. Tada. At that moment, Xu Tang finally stopped. Then he looked in puzzlement at the 3 great demons who were like enemies, not daring to relax in the slightest. He also looked at the surrounding demonic army that was like a mountain or a sea. Grin. What are you all waiting for? Do what you have to do. Keep killing. I'm here for the show. Come on. If you don't do it, I'm going to have to do it to you guys, haha. End of chapter. Xu Tang's words caused everyone to be staggered. Whether it's the human cultivators at the scene, or the millions of demonic armies that are standing by. Neither expected Xu Tang to say such words. He's a human. Shouldn't he save the human race? The same question mark surfaced in the minds of the demons and the rest of the human cultivators. Tuayu, Optimus Prime, and Refining C. On the other hand, the 3 of them did not dare to take it lightly at all, tightly staring at Xu Tang. They were afraid that he was saying this just to deliberately distract them. The incomparably weak violet dragon realist, on the other hand, frowned and opened his mouth in disbelief. Xu Tang, what nonsense are you talking about? Now that the human race is in danger and the demons have broken through the barrier, you, as a 14th realm great heavenly sovereign, shouldn't we save the human race from danger? As long as you can save the cultivators of the returning South realm this time and preserve this great wall of demon suppression, slaughter this demon cleanly, and I can return this position of hidden officer to you. Hearing the words of the purple dragon realist, Lin Yuxuan also seemed as if she had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Hastily, he spoke in agreement. Yeah, Xu Tang, as long as you can sweep away the demons this time, this princess promises to reinstate you to your official position. Restore your position at the Great Wall of Demon Suppression. Make a move quickly. You're a 14th realm great heavenly father. You'll be able to wipe them all out. With Zilong Jinjin and Lin Yuxuan taking the lead, the remaining meddlesome and, one by one, the The returning South Realm cultivators who had been eroded beyond recognition by the demonic chi also opened their mouths. Yes, Xu Tang, hurry up and make a move to save us. I admit that you are the real hidden officer of the Great Wall. Hurry up and kill these demons. Now that the human race is in danger, as a great heavenly father of the human race, shouldn't you help us? Possessing a cultivation level of a great heavenly father means that one should stand up for the human race at this time. Hurry up and make your move, Xu Tang. It wasn't just the cultivators on the Great Wall of Demon Suppression that were so vocal. Even all the people who watched the canopy throughout the entire Guinan territory were all rubbing their fists together. In his heart, he silently asked Xu Tang to hurry up and make a move. Some had even fantasized that after Xu Tang had destroyed the demons, the moment they counterattacked the Great Wasteland again, a 14-realm Great Heavenly Father striking out was surely invincible. LOL. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. You guys. Ha ha. You guys don't think I came back to save you, do you? Xu Tang listened to their words expressionlessly, then suddenly burst out laughing. That laugh was highly ironic. Subsequently, Xu Tang even cast a gaze at the Violet Dragon realist like he was looking at an idiot. With a big wave of his hand, the original projection jade slip made with the royal secret technique instantly changed hands. The image on the canopy also slowly changed. It changed from a projection of that day to a reenactment of that day's judgment scene. Xu Tang, being guilty of the 3 major sins. Even if you're a hidden official of the Great Wall of Demon Suppression, you can't escape the blame. In the image, the voice of the purple dragon realist that was like a loud bell was particularly piercing. This is immediately followed by the so-called 3 major sins. The group of many cultivators were furious. Lin Yuxuan's generous persuasion. There's also the deception of the green fish. A scene was played out before the eyes of the crowd. It was as if one loud slap after another had been slapped in the faces of the people of the returning South Realm. How could they not realize that the words and actions of the day that it would actually become a boomerang shot that would later be fired at the returned realm? How crazy the trial of Xu Tang was at that time. How remorseful the hearts of the crowd were now. Weren't you all so proud of yourselves when you tried me? Didn't you tell me never to return to the returned realm? What? After sentencing me to exile, a great demon presses in and then begs me? It's too late. Xu Tang's smile gradually disappeared, turning to hang a cold face devoid of sadness or joy. The words spoken were even more like a death sentence for the crowd. It makes one fall from heaven to hell in an instant. That feeling of despair when you think you've got your hopes up, only to have them dashed. It was even stronger than when facing a great demon press. The Heavenly Father is not to be dishonored. At this moment, Xu Tang slowly spoke again, his gaze looking towards the Violet Dragon realist. The latter instantly thumped in his heart, an incomparably strong life and death crisis creeping in. When you and the others judged me, my father didn't have time to pay attention to you and the others because he was trying to seize the breakthrough opportunity. Now, it's time to settle the score, isn't it? The purple dragon realist only felt a chill at his back. In less than a breath's worth of moments he saw Xu Tang arrive in front of him, hold his head down and cascade down. Ka-ching! The 8-foot-tall purple dragon realist. It was just so hard that Xu Tang pressed it down to just the size of a finger. The 13 realms of the Great Cultivator didn't even have the strength to resist. He was then abused and killed alive by Xu Tang by the most violent means. This incomparably terrifying scene left everyone watching in disbelief. No one had expected that the first person Xu Tang had struck out at was the Violet Dragon realist. Much less did I think that the Purple Dragon realist surprisingly couldn't even last half a round. Next, I want to see you guys perform. With a casual pinch of Xu Tang's hand, the physical body of the Purple Dragon realist completely burst apart, and his soul was destroyed. Afterwards, he leisurely looked towards the millions of demonic armies that were dumbfounded by his killing spree and coldly said, "Do you have to have my father make a move against you before you'll make a move against the returning South Realm?" A cold smile spread across the corners of Xu Tang's mouth before he lifted his leg and stomped hard. Rumble. This group of demons is the most elite. From the battlefield all the way to the Great Wall of Jin demons, the millions of demons and devils have not lost a single battle. More than half of them were instantly trampled to death by Xu Tang's foot. The speed was so fast that 3 men who had been waiting sternly for the great demon old ancestor who was staring at him with a deadpan stare couldn't react at all. When he came back to his senses, he could only look at the ground with an ugly face. An immense and incomparable footprint appeared on top of the ground. Along with that comes the realization that after being surrounded by much of the demon soldiers who couldn't return to their senses for a long time, they can accept being killed by their enemies. But such an inexplicable, simply not even a trace of resistance or even traces cannot be found in the death. It only made this most elite army of demons and devils fall into despair. Can't understand the words? Then I'll do it again? Xu Tang smiled faintly and raised his hand, making a gesture to press downward. What the are you all standing around for? Kill me. Break the barrier to entry. Charge me. Formation. Formation. Inbound killers at once. After this bloody lesson in life and death, the remaining demon army no longer dared to be half-hearted. At that moment, he instantly reddened his eyes and took out an even more ferocious state than before. Towards the already lingering returning South Realm cultivators. He killed them. Moment. The battlefield of the Great Wall of Demon Suppression, which was briefly peaceful because of Xu Tang's arrival. Once again, it becomes a hell on earth. And this time, it was even crazier than this just now. After all, anyone who doesn't kill hard enough, the hundreds of thousands of demonic armies that had just disappeared in an instant were living examples. The human race, on the other hand, is even more desperate. Who would have thought that Xu Tang, who was thought to be the hope, would be their greatest despair in the end? Seeing that things are getting out of hand, Lin Yuxuan had no choice but to retreat backwards under the cover of the black robe. She had the Xin Long Jade medallion to add to her body, and she was also sheltered by the royal chi, plus the black robe escort. Even in this general situation, as long as the three great cultivators of the demon race did not make a move, she was still able to evacuate unharmed. And at the moment, where did to you, Prime, and Lian Hai have the heart to care about a so-called princess like her? All three of them were like enemies, releasing all their cultivation. At any moment, he was ready to resist Xu Tang with all his might, fearing that he would be unhappy and casually slap the rest of the demon army to death. Luckily, though, Xu Tang didn't continue to strike. Instead, he stood with both hands tucked together in the air. No sadness or joy. Watch the scene of the returning South Realm cultivators being madly slaughtered below. Listening to this group of people who had once judged themselves now let out a scream that was more shrill than loud. The corners of Xu Tang's mouth couldn't help but rise as well. Closing his eyes slightly, some of the screams faded as far as his ears could see. Look at everything as if it were a blade of grass. Seeing hell is like seeing heaven. The first step of the Daofather realm. I've become one. The other side. Seeing that Xu Tang barely showed any signs of striking, Prime Song silently and quietly took a few steps back. Lowering his head, he tried to avoid gazing at Xu Tang. At the same time, a question surfaced in the back of his mind. Since Xu Tang came back not to save anyone, so what did he come back for? It's hard not to. With his head bowed, as if on pins and needles, the more Optimus Prime thought about it, the more wrong it became. Cold sweat broke out on his immaculate neck, as if blessed with a heart of gold. I'll look up, just in time to see Xu Tang, who had come before him at some point. Guess what? I'm here for you. Please catch up on your reading, please. People don't feed the book, beg. End of chapter. What? Prime was startled by the sudden appearance of Xu Tang. Next moment, then without hesitation, he poured all his power into his eyes. The entire person's aura instantly disappeared, and there was even less than half of the cultivation fluctuations on his body. Seeing this scene, a horrified look appeared in the eyes of Tu and Lian Hai. With this move, Prime Song was clearly trying to make a breakthrough to the 14th realm in front of Xu Tang in a clinical manner. I had thought that Prime was the weakest being among the three of them, but I didn't expect her to be unassuming. The threshold of the 14th realm had been reached long ago and could be stepped into at any time. Next moment, only 9 colorful tails were seen growing out from behind Prime Song's back. With it came an instantaneous change of color in heaven and earth. To become a celestial honored one needs to fight against the sky. But Prime Song's body is the 9 Xian demon fox inherited from the ancient Xingqiu blessed land. Born with 9 lives, the number of days is hard to find. Even this heavenly tribulation required to become an exalt could not lock onto Prime Song's main body in the slightest. Fruity, as the rolling thunderclouds above the sky gradually condensed. Instead, Prime's figure grew dimmer and dimmer until it disappeared. Immediately afterward, a sarcastic remark resounded in Xu Tang's ears. LOL. Xu Tang, I admit you're strong. You're really strong. But the one thing you never should have done was not kill me completely that time. My clan, the Jiao Xian Demon Fox, is capable of metamorphosing once every time we are on the verge of death. One at a time. I still have to thank you. If you hadn't slapped my second incarnation to death that day, there's no way I could have stepped into the threshold of the 14th realm so quickly. Now you're going through but the heavenly tribulation for our demon race to become an honored one. Without the unique fleshly aptitude of the demon race like us, I'll see how you can carry through. Even if you manage to carry this heavenly calamity with all your might, when I return as an honored one, how much strength do you have left to fight me? Really think I'm afraid of you? Every move you make is in my calculations. You are just a pawn in my calculated game. Prime's arrogant words came out. According to her intentions, it was clear that she had long ago plotted to use the Sengoku heavenly tribulation to seriously injure Xu Tang. It must be known that the heavenly tribulation experienced by the demon race to become an honored one could be said to be more than 100 times stronger than that of a human cultivator. And Xu Tang wasn't a pure martial artist. That's why Optimus Prime is so certain. Xu Tang, having stepped into his trap, would surely die. As Prime's words fell, the heavenly apocalypse thunderclouds that came rolling in, covering the sky and making people's hearts and minds tremble were also clearly condensed and completed. Seeing this, Tuyu and Lian Hai quickly retreated backwards. Subsequently, with the 10,000 years of friendship with Prime Song, he subconsciously cooperated with her to make a move, block off all of Xu Tang's retreats. At this moment, above Xu Tang's head, one silver-colored thunder snake after another slowly took shape. Vaguely, one could even see the remnants of what seemed like the old heavenly court appearing. Among them, there were even purple thunder tumbling and rising in the midst of the robbery clouds. It exuded an unrivaled aura of annihilation. Just one look was enough to make one lose the will to fight. Even though Tuyu and Lian Hai had retreated outside the safety zone, they didn't dare to be careless, hurriedly sending out the small world within his body, communicating and sensing with heaven and earth. Try to make yourself as invisible as possible from beyond the thunderbolt. Only after doing so did the two have the pleasure of looking at Xu Tang. I really didn't expect you to end up falling in this way. 10,000 years. A whole 10,000 years. Now is also the time for the three of us to take revenge on you. Tagetsu said rather sadly. It seems to be full of regret, but in reality, the implication is already certain that Xu Tang will die. Lian Hai, on the other hand, did not hide his hatred for Xu Tang. After all, he had been cultivating for the longest time out of the three. By all rights it should be the first great demon to become a Zun. But it was that sort of Xu Tang's back then that hurt his foundation. It made his cultivation slow to refine. If it wasn't for the great ancestor's gift, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be qualified to stand here today. And right now, seeing Xu Tang step into this deadly situation, he was naturally incomparably happy. But imagine Xu Tang panicking, or breaking into a fit of rage. Nor did the scene of a stony face appear. In the face of the terrifying thundercloud that was about to strike down, he still looked as normal. Turning to look at Tagetsu, refining the sea, Xu Tang simply wiped his face. A face with sword brows and starry eyes, a high nose and deep eyes suddenly appeared in front of the two. Seeing this, Tuyu and Lian Hai couldn't help but stare at each other slightly and couldn't figure out what Xu Tang was trying to do. But immediately afterward, Turo seems to have thought of something. His face suddenly changed, and he almost growled as he opened his mouth. Heavenly Father invisible. We can't see the face of the Heavenly Father, but at this moment we can see his face. Tagetsu gulped. That conjecture was too shocking for him to say. He didn't dare to say anything, but Xu Tang took over. TSK. Calling you guys smart? You actually think I'd fall for a bull ***** trick like Optimus Prime's? You guys are thinking I can't see through her cultivation. Or don't you know the advantages of the Zhou demon race in the face of the lightning tribulation? A sneer surfaced at the corner of Xu Tang's mouth, looking toward the infinite thundercloud that was so terrifying that it swept over 10,000 miles. Looking again at Optimus Prime, who thought he was well hidden and was hiding to watch the show, the left hand reached out and flicked. In an instant, the clouds of destruction that swept heaven and earth for tens of thousands of miles, all dissipated. Then the right hand gently grasped it. That think they're hiding it all, ready to sit back and enjoy it. The Prime Song who had decapitated Xu Tang after he became an honored one was then dragged out and flung in front of Xu Tang, unable to move. Have I given you permission to become an honored one? Xu Tang looked to Prime and came up to her. A faint golden light flowed from his eyes. The moment he met his eyes, Optimus Prime stared blankly. Without seeing any movement from Xu Tang, the latter directly exploded into death in just 3 breaths. God's soul was destroyed, and not a single trace could be left behind, including the world's memory of her. Next moment, confusion then flashed in the eyes of Tuyu and Lian Hai. It seemed as if something important had been erased from his mind. Looking at Xu Tang again, the latter's face blurred. Not fuzzy, exactly. Rather, countless expressions appeared on his face at the same time. Numerous figures with different dresses and temperaments also surfaced in his body. It was as if thousands and thousands of Xu Tangs had been gathered together, dazzling the eyes and making it difficult to distinguish them. Both Tuyu and Lian Hai were shocked and their scalps went numb when they saw the scene. They didn't realize that idea that just the thought of it is astounding is even true. 10,000 incarnations in one. This was clearly the characteristic of a 15th realm Daofather. Xu Tang is actually at the 15th Daozun realm? The two perceived this without question. No hesitation, not even a word of nonsense. Then he madly burned his own longevity, pushing his cultivation to skyrocket at the cost of damaging the root object. Let yourself escape this place. I only wish to be able to escape back to the great ancestor as soon as possible. But by the time they were frantically fleeing, thinking they were finally going back to the Bronze King's Hall, only 5 pillars of the top of the sky were seen at the end of the road in front of them. This is This isn't some pillar. This is the palm of Xu Tang's hand? Lian Hai had seen a lot and could tell at a glance that this was one of the divine abilities of the Daozun realm. Next moment, standing in place, Xu Tang clenched his palms. The 5 pillars, which were immensely large in the sky, closed together with them, carrying a terrifying and incomparable pressure towards the two. How dare you? Finally, the Dragon King, who had been silently observing, couldn't help himself. Rising up, he brazenly struck out, slamming his fist fiercely at Xu Tang. The power of the 15th realm caused everything along the way to be destroyed by the wind of the fist. Good timing! A rare flash of excitement passed through Xu Tang's eyes as he similarly swung out his right fist and clashed with the Dragon Monarch. Rumble! In an instant, the entire heaven and earth was swept away by a terrifying force, and everyone lost consciousness. When it comes back to life, Xu Tang was motionless and stagnant. The Dragon Monarch's figure fell back 3 steps, incomparably appalled. You've actually taken the first step into the Tao Exalted? Begging for a catch-up read begs and begs. End of chapter. Long Jun couldn't find any words to describe the shock in his heart. How long had Xu Tang only stepped into the Daozun realm? He then took the first step into the Daozun realm? How in the world can there be such a horrible being? For a moment, the vertical pupils of the Dragon Monarch flickered. There was even an impulse to hand over to Zuki and refine C to calm things down. Dragon Lord, save me. Great Ancestor, help. Great Ancestor, you are also a 15th realm Tao Lord. You will definitely be able to save us if you step in. At this point, the miserable cries of Tu and Lian Hai came. Although that punch from the Dragon Monarch just now prevented the 5 fingers from merging together, it did not allow the two to truly get out of the trap. Instead, because of the confinement of the 5 fingers, the avoidance was not in time and rubbed off on a hint of the punch. The 2 Taoists are at war. Even if just a hint of breath was leaked out, it would be enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. The fact that the two were now only seriously injured and not dead was already considered a great fortune. Shut up! I'll naturally think of something for the two of you. Facing the duo who couldn't see the situation clearly, the Dragon Monarch had no choice but to frown and reprimand. And that's why the idea was made up inside. Now was not the time to go against Xu Tang. When the demon army has slaughtered the returned South Realm and absorbed all the grievances themselves, it wouldn't be too late to find Xu Tang to settle the score after getting that 9 Dragons Royal Heavenly Formation in his hands again and awakening the Heavenly Court Relic. He didn't believe that a latter-day cultivator would be able to outperform getting the Heavenly Inheritance when the time came. Reinventing himself in true dragon flesh. Xu Tang, you and I are both at the Daozun realm, so this monarch can promise to rule the world with you. These two guys don't know any better than to mess with you, so count this as my gift to you as compensation. After making up his mind, Long Jun instantly put away the violence he had just experienced, speaking calmly to Xu Tang. Hearing this, both Tu and Lian Hai's faces changed drastically, and their hearts and minds trembled. How could they not realize that they and the others had taken 10,000 years to? The great ancestor, who had to spend countless resources to be resurrected. Now it was surprising that he would abandon himself for fear of offending Xu Tang. They know Xu Tang is strong, but thinking out of the box. I didn't expect him to be strong enough to do this. The other side. After the Dragon Monarch spoke these words, he directly turned around and prepared to leave. Subconsciously, he assumed that Xu Tang would readily agree, but to his surprise, the latter sneered in the face of his so-called suggestion. With a sinful dragon like you are also worthy of ruling the world with me? If I wanted to kill these two you couldn't stop me, and I need you to give them to me as compensation? Xu Tang and the Dragon Monarch faced each other across the air and spoke coldly. The words didn't even put this so-called demon clan great ancestor in his eyes. The Dragon King's figure froze in place, his outstretched foot reaching back, turning to look at Xu Tang again. Killing intent finally appeared in the vertical pupils that also had a light golden color flowing through them. Do you want to fight this king? The Dragon Monarch coldly opened his mouth, and his body's aura instantly skyrocketed. The Dharma heavenly phase was instantly cast. A topsy-turvy dragon figure was clearly visible, as high as the sky, with the sun and the moon on his shoulders. His body was filled with an unrivaled aura. Once you and I go to war, I'm afraid the entire Great Desolate Prefecture won't be able to afford it. Do you really want to challenge this gentleman? The Dragon Monarch, after incarnating into the Dharma heavenly phase, spoke as if he had a heavenly constitution in his mouth and boomed. Ordinary cultivators were enough to die 1,000 times just by hearing his voice. But even so, it was still evident that the Dragon Monarch didn't have much intention to fight. How else would he have explained to Xu Tang about the pros and cons of the two going to war? But Xu Tang, as if he had expected him to say so, rocked up, his feet stepping on the green sky and, clap your hands. I am obliged to all of you, to protect my northern realm. Next moment, the northern realm, the seat of the Great Love Immortal Alliance. He was summoned here by Xu Tang a long time ago. The elders of the great clans in the other 8 states that were on standby at all times had risen up. We respectfully follow your word, Dao Father. Under the leadership of Dao Lord Wu Fei, this group of great cultivators who could cause earthquakes in the other 8 states with a single stomp of their feet bowed to Xu Tang in unison. Then according to an ancient strange formation, Xuanwu protects the main formation, each occupying a good position at the formation point. The Xuanwu Protector Formation is rumored to have been created by chance by a great heavenly father when he was observing the cultivation of the demon Xuanwu. The formation was compiled based on the meridian points of Xuanwu's entire body. It is infused with that great celestial father's lifelong true will. Later on, that great celestial sovereign managed to ascend to the 15th realm of Dao Lords. The inner hidden true intent in the Xuanwu Protector Formation was also promoted. This led to the fact that throughout the ages, very few people had been able to utilize the true meaning of this formation. But like today, the people in the array all have a minimum of 13 realms of cultivation, the highest lineup that's just a foot away from the greatest heavenly father. It's really like nothing before and nothing after. With the completion of the Xuanwu Protector Formation, a Xuanwu silhouette with a stout body that covered the entire northern realm, it also rose slowly. Look at its breath. It wasn't even the slightest bit weaker than the dragon monarch great ancestor who had advanced to the 15th realm. Thanks for your help, fellow Taoists. Xu Tang gave a rare distant arch to the Immortal Alliance crowd. Seeing this scene, the elders of the various clans that formed the formation all revealed smiles. To be able to receive the gratitude of a Dao Father, the subtlety of it was not enough to speak to outsiders. The Immortal Alliance had been established for so long and had smashed in countless resources. Wasn't this the day they were waiting for? Xuanwu Lord Protector Formation. You actually anticipated this day long ago? The other side. After feeling the Xuanwu aura that was almost indistinguishable from what he remembered. Even if the Dragon Monarch was as calm and collected as he was, he couldn't help but change his face slightly. He hadn't expected Xu Tang to be fully prepared for this battle long ago no matter what. First, the cultivators Xu Tang transferred were all from the other 8 states. The 9 states are entangled in their own destinies, involving ancient secrets. That's why Kyushu cultivators generally seldom strike out against existences outside of their respective continents, even for a 15-realm demon such as the Dragon Monarch, until the moment of necessity. Nor did he want to easily strike out against the people of the other 8 states, simply because he was afraid of being tainted with that chi-killing opportunity. Second, with the protection of the Xuanwu Protector Formation, even if the two of them fought to the death, at least nothing bad will happen to the north. This was what gave Xu Tang the strength to strike. Only the Dragon King knows that. The Northern Realm is the truly pristine land of the Great Wasteland State. As long as the Northern Realm remained intact, there would be a day when the Great Desolate State would coalesce again. Seeing this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. For the first time, he looked at Xu Tang squarely, and that's when he realized that he wasn't as simple as he thought he was. He could not be viewed as an ordinary latter-day great cultivator. So it seems that this battle is inevitable? The Dragon Monarch craned his neck, and the Dharma heaven and earth once again doubled in size. Brilliant golden aura drooped from his eyes and flowed all over his body, weaving a gilded battlesuit. No. Seeing this, Xu Tang also took a step forward. 2 figures manifested behind them. A chi transforms the 3 purities. It's not a question of whether this battle can be avoided. The 3 Xu Tangs simultaneously looked at the Dragon Monarch. Their eyes lowered as killing intent gradually emerged. Rather, it's a question of whether or not you'll survive. The words fell. The 3 figures struck out in unison, and the speed was so fast that even the Dragon Monarch didn't react. He was then blasted out by the 3 Xu Tangs, and his entire body directly flew backwards for 100,000 miles. This moment even caused the bucket to turn. Hand over the method of refining the human emperor streamer and I'll spare your life. When the Dragon Monarch figure stood still, he suddenly looked around. The 3 Xu Tangs spoke at the same time. Meanwhile, the hands separately brewed up the killing intent of an exalted one that made the Dragon Monarch incomparably fearful and terrified. Call the wind and the rain. Shades of bloom and shade. Great desolate imprisoning Skyfinger. End of chapter. 3 figures, each with a strong and unparalleled aura of terror, attacked the Dragon Monarch. Xu Tang, who was at the forefront of the Dragon Monarch, called out the wind with his left hand and the rain with his right. The wind is the negative wind that blows out the soul. Rain is the bitter rain that disintegrates the flesh. The former specializes in attacking the divine soul, while the latter specializes in breaking the physical body. Not to mention that the combination of the two brought an extremely strong threatening intent to the Dragon Lord in an instant. Without hesitation, he raised his right arm, ignoring the attacks of the other 2 Xu Tangs. Prepare to take the huffing and puffing hard first. Shades of bloom and shade. Xu Tang's attack on the left also came swiftly. Once the art of yin and yang has been played out, Long Jun instantly felt his body being split in 2. Even the invulnerable body of the law of the heavens and the earth could not escape from this art of yin and qing. The left half of the dragon monarch's body rapidly decayed and aged, growing more than tens of thousands of years old in an instant. The power in his body faded at an alarming rate, and the right half of the body is getting younger and younger. At the end of the day, it is even directly returned to the old man, from the strong appearance to youth, teenagers, and then children. This extremely bizarre and comical scene just appeared hard on the Dragon King's body. This is the Tao? How can it be? You're just a. How could you possibly comprehend the Tao? The Dragon Monarch's eyes widened in shock. How could he have never imagined that someone from the later generations would be able to comprehend the Tao in such a way? And it looks like there's more than one. Before long, June could return to his senses. The last figure of Xu Tang came to his right, with Xu Tang's finger pointing down. Above the 9 heavens, a golden finger in the same pose slowly descended. Before the person arrived, the Dragon Monarch's figure had already been pressed alive 3 feet into the ground. The surrounding land was even shaken out of an unparalleled crater. The descending speed of that finger was slow, but it's deadlocked on the Dragon Monarch. The threat brought to him was the strongest and most immediate. He couldn't figure out why the Great Desolate imprisoning heavenly finger, which clearly looked the most ordinary, had the most killing intent. But he didn't have much to think about. It was too late. 3 attacks had instantly erupted on him. Dragon Monarch, must not fall here. The technique of calling for wind and rain instantly destroyed half of the Dragon Monarch's divine soul and physical body. The yin and yang were even more so that he couldn't draw strength to resist at all, and could only be passively beaten. As for the Great Desolate prisoner's finger, the Great Desolate imprisoning heavenly finger's attack was the purest and most powerful in its killing intent. That was the condensation of Xu Tang's lifelong cultivation and killing intent. It was while he was sitting on the Great Wall that he meditated after thinking of the famous stun of a certain Dao Sec's senior brother. Finally the heart felt the need to reproduce it. The 3 figures attacked in unison, their 15th realm aura on display. The power was so terrifying that it deflected the entire Great Desolate continent. However, the Dragon Monarch ended up hardening himself against this first wave of attacks. The Dharma heavenly body was destroyed, but his vertical pupils also glowed with battle intent. Anon, after a fierce and incomparable dragon roar, the Dragon Monarch didn't care that he hadn't finished casting his physical body yet. After ripping off his upper body clothes, his entire aura skyrocketed once again. I am the Dragon Monarch. I must not fall here. The heavenly court of the ancient times failed to kill me. It's even more unlikely that you, a generation of the latter days, would do so. I am a Dragon Monarch, a great ancestor of the demon race, and a 15th realm. As the Dragon Monarch roared, just a single glance, pressurized the void to collapse. The star-disordered dragon's body slowly appeared. Although the body of the true dragon had not yet been condensed and completed, its tail had just appeared. It then swiped hard towards Xu Tang. True dragons are the strongest fighting force of the demon race. The fundamental reason lay in its perverted physical strength and innate divine ability that seemed to be born for battle. Even if at this moment, Xu Tang's 3 bits were united and had already been promoted to the 15th realm, but it was still impossible to escape, being locked in this strike by the dragon's tail. Snap! This blow carries the force of 10,000 pounds. Hardly had Xu Tang jerked and flown from the Great Wall of Demon Suppression to the boundless sea at the border of the Great Desolate State. Along the way, I don't know how many thousands of miles, all the existences along the way were destroyed. If one were to look at it from the sky, one would find a horrifyingly straight vertical line of. It spread all the way from the Great Wall of Demon Suppression to the border of the Great Desolate State. This scene caused those who were silently observing this battle in the other 8 states to all suck in a breath of cool air. I thought that Xu Tang's promotion to the 15th realm was already invincible, but I didn't expect there to be such an existence as the Dragon Monarch. In this case, it seems that the winner is the one who wins. It's debatable who is number 1 in the world. Interesting. The sea stirred and made waves. In the huge pit, Xu Tang slowly got up and touched the blood at the corner of his mouth. The upper body clothes were similarly shattered, revealing the body of 7-colored glaze. Just as he raised his head, the Dragon Monarch's attack was already whistling. Bang bang. If just now Xu Tang was a Qi transformation 3 Qing attacking by virtue of quantity, then Dragon King is one word. Quick. Too fast to imagine. Too fast to react at all. The world only knows that the Kunpeng is the world's fastest speed, but they don't know that beyond the Kunpeng, there are especially flying dragons in the sky. The Dragon Monarch's fist that could break countless mountain ranges with a single punch. It was as if it was smashed onto Xu Tang like a raging storm, and it simply didn't stop. This was to completely end Xu Tang's life with the demon race's most primitive attack. But as he fought, the Dragon King suddenly realized the weirdness. He stopped his hand, a pair of cold to the core vertical pupils staring at Xu Tang in death. Surprisingly, the latter didn't put up any resistance at all. Have you fought enough? Sensing that the Dragon Monarch's attacks had stopped, Xu Tang spoke indifferently at that moment. Then it's my turn next. Immediately afterward, Xu Tang grinned. The Dragon Monarch instantly felt a life and death crisis that was the strongest since its birth. Without hesitation, he raised his arms. In the next moment, Xu Tang, who had used the Dragon Monarch's power to consolidate his three teachings unity cultivation, finally returned fire. The unbreakable glazed body suddenly blazed with light, just bouncing the Dragon Monarch away by virtue of the strength of his physical body. Immediately after that, his left hand wiped forward, and the Confucian vast and righteous chi immediately condensed into a long sword. His right hand grasped it, and the true intent of the Taoist family instantly surged forth. 10,000 years of sword cultivation savings exploded today. How dare a sinful dragon be reckless? I will behead you today. Golden light flowed from Xu Tang's eyes, and before the Dragon Monarch could hit the ground, he chopped away with a sword. The Dragon Monarch had no doubts and instantly executed the strongest defense of the demon race, the Xuanwu indestructible body. The Xuanwu body instantly enveloped the Dragon King's body. Its hardness was even more than tens of thousands of times stronger than the Xuanwu Lord Protector formation that the 8 state cultivators had jointly urged. But it was then that Long Jun realized with a start that in front of Xu Tang, who had struck the sword. Surprisingly, another out-of-the-box Xu Tang came out? Another one breath transforms 3 purities? Nope. He's the real Xu Tang. The Dragon Monarch thought that Xu Tang was at his wit's end, but the moment his fist Dao True Intent blasted at the Dragon Monarch's body, the Dragon Monarch's face immediately changed drastically. The Xuanwu indestructible body, known throughout history as the #1 defense. Surprisingly, it shattered without even blocking one of his punches? This fist Dao True Intent made Long Jun feel incomparably familiar. After carefully ascertaining it, his face instantly grimaced while his heart was shocked. Wasn't this the same attacks that he had indiscriminately bombarded Xu Tang with earlier? Surprisingly, he learned all of them? How long has this been going on? After the shock passed, Xu Tang's attacks followed, but the Dragon King was no less impressive. In just one breath's time, both sides had thrown countless punches each, from the boundless sea, all the way to parallel overstrike, all the way back to the Great Wall of Jin Demon. Ha ha, lol. Yes, Xu Tang seemed like a madman laughing maniacally. After so many years, finally, someone was able to fight him to the death in the flesh. But that's as far as it goes. Next moment, Long Jun was still subconsciously throwing out punches to resist when he realized that the figure of this fist using Xu Tang had suddenly disappeared. Facing him was Xu Tang, who came handing his sword and sent the strongest killing intent of his life. The Dragon King was still trying to fight back, but realized that somehow the Xu Tang pressed his head. Had enough? Next moment, directly uprooted its head. The blood fountain gushed out at once, covering the sky. At the same time, that strongest sword finally killed. A sword went down and split the Dragon Monarch's body in two. The letter cuts down the dragon. I'm the one, the strongest in the world. Xu Tang sheathed his sword and stood in place. Behind, the 10,000-foot dragon landed with a bang. End of chapter. After breaking through the Great Wall of Demon Suppression, the demon race's army was like entering no man's land. However, it was a long way between the Great Wall of Demon Suppression and the return to the South Realm. Even if the demon army had marched all the way and driven in alone, it will also take some time to reach the border of Guinan. Plus, at this time, the 3 demon clan ancestors suddenly disappeared. 2 terrifying existences of the 15th realm even fought at the Great Wall of Demon Suppression. This caused the demon army to slow down their march. It also gave the returning realm a moment of respite. Everyone, or the whole of Kyushu, all of them were watching the fall of that battle. Who won and who lost? After advancing to the 15th realm, it was already difficult to be killed. As long as there are people in the world who can still remember them, the 15 realms cannot be truly killed. This was the terror of the Daozun realm. The Tao begets 1. 1 begets 2. 2 ascends to 3. And 3 begets all things. The process of transforming into thousands of bodies and walking the world required to advance to the Daozun realm. It is the interpretation of the Tao that gives birth to all things. It was also the fundamental reason why the 15th realm Daofather was undying. Therefore, battles between Daozuns often only looked at victory or defeat, regardless of life or death. But in fact, the whole of Kyushu, the world is anxious about the outcome of this battle regiment, but none of them dared to go up and check it out for themselves. Even in the 9th state, certain terrifying existences that are also just one step away from being promoted to the 15th realm, still not daring to release half a bit of divine sense to spy on the battle between the two. If it's true that everyone below the Heavenly Father is a mole cricket, then the following of Daozuan, not even a mole, not to mention watching the battle between the two, or being affected by the aftermath of the battle. All of them ended up with minor serious injuries and serious untreated deaths. until Xu Tang lifted the dragon monarch's head high. His words, "I'm the strongest in the world." It also spread rapidly throughout the whole of Kyushu at an unimaginable speed. If there was anyone who thought they could compete with Xu Tang before, then now he is deservedly the strongest in the world, the first person in the 9 states. This piece of news ignited the entire continent of Kyushu like a storm. That is to make the return to the South Realm, which has been dead silent in recent days, clamor again. Return to the Southern Realm, the Imperial Palace. Ever since the Great Wall of Demon Suppression had been breached, Lin Yuxuan had been locking herself up in a secret room, all day long. I was in tears and regretted it. She hadn't expected that the one she had exiled in the first place was a great celestial exalt in any case. She kept asking herself these days, if Xu Tang hadn't been exiled at that time, if he had been nicer to Xu Tang at that time, if you didn't facilitate that yourself, it was a so-called trial conference, the returning South Realm wouldn't have lost such a 14-realm Great Heavenly Day exalt. It was even more unlikely that demons would have the guts to violate the Great Wall of Demon Suppression. For 10,000 years, the figures of the 14-realm Great Heavenly Sovereigns had been enough to press the demons to the point of being breathless, but his own bias has ruined it all. Lin Yuxuan, every time she thought of this, will be painfully incomparable. The heart is full of remorse, both remorseful that he had no eyes to see, causing the Great Wall of Demon Suppression, which had not been broken for 10,000 years, to be trampled through. Countless returning South Realm cultivators were slaughtered to death. More regret. Obviously the strongest help is right in front of your eyes. It was obvious that he only needed to show a gentle attitude to pull in this 14th realm Great Celestial Exalt. Convince him to attack the Great Wasteland together. Fulfill your dream of a great united empress. But in the end he exiled him himself? Until this moment, Lin Yuxuan recalled Xu Tang's calm demeanor at the trial assembly that day, and the cutting words. Just realized how ridiculous one really is. It was only after a few days of recuperation that Lin Yuxuan felt that she had loosened up a little, at least have the courage to face the accusations and abuse that have been hurled at her. In the flesh, the pain of the backlash from the way of incense to become a god, which used to cause her so much pain. Now instead, it's trivial. Instead, the pressure from everyone up and down the returning kingdom, the questioning that. It was Lin Yuxuan who was truly suffering immensely. The entirety of the resentment of the human race in the returning South Realm was focused on Lin Yuxuan alone. But also forget the crazy look when they smashed Xu Tang's golden body and cursed Xu Tang. It's extremely ironic that, when Xu Tang faced the trial, he was not humble and did not lose his manners, causing countless people to hurl insults and denigrations. But today, after learning of Xu Tang's 14th realm Great Heavenly Father cultivation level, even knowing that he used his cultivation to force the demon race to make a move against the returning South Realm, knowing that Xu Tang he witnessed the tragic deaths of human cultivators but did nothing about it. Yet not a single person dared to accuse Xu Tang of being cold-blooded and heartless. Rumble. The stone door of the secret room slowly opened, and the long-lost sunlight sprinkled on Lin Yuxuan's face. It made her a little uncomfortable, but soon she adjusted her breathing. As opposed to the mountains of abuse and accusations that are about to follow. What's a little discomfort? But just the next moment she thought she was ready. The black robe met her, speaking that news that shocked the 9 states to Lin Yuxuan. Princess, we were wrong. Xu Tang is not a 14-realm Great Heavenly Father, but 15 realms, and it's still the strongest in the world, the 15th realm of the first person in the 9 states. With these words, locked myself up and hid for days. Lin Yuxuan, who had managed to regain a bit of confidence, was suddenly struck by lightning. His body and mind staggered and staggered, almost collapsing. The corner of his mouth was even slowly flowing out a touch of crimson blood. She opened her mouth bitterly, but couldn't make any sound. Immediately following the blurring of vision, it was even more difficult to hear anything in my ears. Only the words the black robe had just spoken kept echoing in his mind. 15 realms. Xu Tang is surprisingly 15 realms. Inside the Bronze King's Hall, Xu Tang was sitting on top of the original Dragon King's position, his left hand holding his head as, on the other hand, his right hand raised a ball of samadhi flame, scorching even the void with some distortion. The Dragon Monarch, who was dying in front of him, stared at the samsara flame with a death glare. A rare look of fear appeared in his eyes. Although he couldn't die, he was also tormented enough by this samsara fire. It's literally worse than death. Xu Tang had been asking him to hand over the secret method of refining the human emperor streamer. But the key is, I really don't know how to refine the human emperor streamer you mentioned. I'm a demon. Big brother, I am the great clan of demons. How could I possibly know how to refine the human race's human emperor streamer? Seeing that Xu Tang was preparing to torture him again, Long Jun hurriedly opened his mouth. Seeing this, Xu Tang frowned. It shouldn't be. According to my deduction, the cultivation method of this sinful dragon of yours, shouldn't it be the same path as the human emperor streamer refining? How could you not know? Hearing Xu Tang say that, the tortured and pained Dragon King suddenly had a flash of light. My cultivation method? You mean my innate divine ability to collect the grievances of all beings in the world and nourish myself? What does that have to do with the human emperor streamer? It's obviously on the same path as the 10,000 soul streamer. Okay. The dragon monarch's words caused Xu Tang to be enlightened. Hiss. Ah yes. What I want is your method of sucking up grievances and practicing. Immediately, though, he blushed again. Still, he flicked the samadhi flame onto the dragon monarch, causing the latter's expression to twist in pain. What 10,000 souls? That's clearly a human emperor haki of mine. The human emperor streamer. Do you understand? I'm just going to let all beings come into my human emperor streamer for a moment to catch up, and the world will be the same. The dragon monarch was tortured beyond recognition, and his divine soul twisted along with him. There was no time to argue anything with Xu Tang, so he could only beg for mercy in a hurry. Good. I'll cross. I'll pay. Seeing this, Xu Tang nodded in satisfaction. His gaze then looked in the direction of the returning South Realm and smiled faintly. Let's start with you guys for my human emperor's streamer. End of chapter. Demons have knocked at the border. Return to the south. The border. Among the countless clan protection formations that had been hastily set up, some people sensed that the monstrous demonic aura had finally arrived. It covered the sky and was terrifying. It was as if a black tide was slowly advancing forward. It made people unable to put up any resistance at all, only feeling endless despair. At once, within the border formation, all the cultivators were on standby. The territory of Guinan is vast, with an overall gorge shape from the border to the center of the city. The surrounding area is bordered by the north and the boundless sea. Plus, the battle at the Great Wall of Demon Suppression had already depleted the returning South Realm's vitality, so there aren't many cultivators deployed at the border, and their cultivation level is even less impressive to talk about. It can only rely on the formation set up here to do a trapped beast fight, but none of them escaped. Not unwilling, not unable. Not only were their families under Lin Yuxuan's deadly control, even their cultivation was inexplicably clamped down for a moment. The crowd, though they don't understand what's going on here, but as long as someone dared to step outside the border formation in a vain attempt to escape, they would find their entire body's cultivation lost, their aura reversed, and they would directly die a violent death on the spot. The return to South Realm cultivators who were guarding the border at the moment had despair written all over their faces. It was because they had participated in the trial of Xu Tang in the first place that they had been sent to guard the border of the returning South Realm. Returning to the border of the Southern Realm was not as hard as the border troops, and one could sense the true meaning of formations in this place. It's the fat post. At first, the crowd was ecstatic, feeling that they had been too correct in judging Xu Tang. It wasn't until today that an army of 1,000,000 demons finally knocked at the gate. It was only then that they realized that without that white-robed figure, they were no different from mole crickets as far as the demons were concerned. Looking at the vast army of demons that came at great speed as if it were a lance piercing through the sky, the cultivators guarding their respective formation points had nothing but remorse and fear in their hearts. If they hadn't been involved in the trial of Xu Tang in the first place, if they had put in a good word for Xu Tang in the first place, it wouldn't have ended up like this. Next moment, that seemingly sturdy border formation that emits a multicolored glow, under the full force of the millions of demons knocking at the door, they couldn't even hold out for a single breath of time. Then it burst open with a bang. The cultivators stationed here didn't even have a chance to blow themselves up. It was then eaten up by the countless demons that swarmed around it, immediately following. It's like the sea is pouring ashore. The millions of demonic armies quickly separated according to the orders of their respective commanders, sprinting towards the core of the returning South Realm. From then on, returning to the South Realm, which had been safe and sound for 10,000 years under the shelter of Xu Tang, less than a year after his departure, then it was once again invaded by demons. The madness of killing 10,000 years ago is reproduced today. The only difference from 10,000 years ago is that the Great Wall of Demon Control no longer exists, nor was there ever again in the realm of Return to the South that, after accepting the karma of Emil's grace, the hidden officer sword immortal who fights to kill the enemy, inside the imperial city, Lin Yuxuan, who used to be incredibly arrogant when she saw anyone, was now sitting in front of the dragon collapse in a well-behaved manner. On it lay a dying middle-aged man. His features were similar to Lin Yuxuan's, but his eyebrows were sharper. There was more of an air of nonchalance about it. It was none other than the long comatose emperor of the returned South Realm, Lin Yuan. Some time ago he suddenly fell into a coma for some unknown reason. Only a paragraph was hastily left behind for Lin Yuxuan to supervise the country. Although Lin Yuan's cultivation level was only in the 7th realm, he was, after all, the emperor of the dynasty. The turbulence in the chi of the entire Guinan kingdom had caused him, who had been poisoned quite deeply, to finally wake up. But he didn't realize that after waking up, the country of returning to the south had rotted to the point where he couldn't even dream of imagining it. You mean Xu Tang? Xu Tang gave exile? Lin Yuan looked at Lin Yuxuan incredulously, her speech stuttering and breaking, both because of being pissed off and because of being shocked by the news. It's me. Lin Yuxuan was just about to open her mouth. He was then interrupted by this series of sharp questions from Lin Yuan immediately afterward. Then who is guarding the demon-suppressing Great Wall now? Is there any movement in the Great Desolate Realm? No. That's not even the most important thing. The most important thing is to hurry up and invite Xu Tang back. Only he is the true hidden official of the Great Wall. Only he can suppress that million demon army. Lin Yuan's face was flushed with excitement and he almost roared. But the only thing that responded to him was Lin Yuxuan's silence. Lin Yuan was in a high position and could tell at a glance that something was wrong. What the hell? He narrowed his eyes. And even though he was very sick, but the Emperor's Majesty remains imperious and angry. Back to, can't come back. Lin Yuxuan lowered her head, not daring to look directly into Lin Yuan's eyes. What do you mean? Lin Yuan's heart stuttered when he heard this. An extremely bad premonition surfaced in his mind. Sure enough, the next moment, Lin Yuxuan suddenly cried out in pain and remorse. Xu Tang, he said that his karma is broken and he will never enter the returning South Realm again. Snap! Without waiting for Lin Yuxuan to continue speaking, Lin Yuan, who heard these words, directly slapped him. It made Lin Yuxuan fall hard to the ground. You dare to exile even a 14-realm great heavenly father? You sinful beast! Rebellious son! Are you going to take me? Lin Yuan was breathing a little hard from the anger. Lin Yuxuan saw this and tried to smooth out his breath for him. Another backhanded slap flew out. Prepare the dragon carriage. I am going to personally invite Xu Tang back. Only if he guards the Great Wall of Demon Suppression will the millions of demons not dare to make waves. Hurry up. Any later and it'll be too late. Lin Yuan struggled to get up, but his own illness was too severe, leaving him to do nothing but dry out. And Lin Yuxuan, who had been slapped to the ground by him again, was indifferent even after hearing his words. Numb as hell. It's already too late. Lin Yuxuan said expressionlessly. She thought her father would at least ask about her when he woke up, but I didn't expect to be greeted with 2 cold slaps. At this moment she finally died. Does his own ruling of the supervisory state really have no effect at all in his mind? What does that mean? Lin Yuan suddenly stopped moving, then suddenly stared with wide eyes. Shouldn't. Yes, father, you are right. The Great Wall of Demon Suppression without Xu Tang to guard it is no better than a blank sheet of paper. The demon army broke it down without any effort. What? Despite being mentally prepared, Lin Yuan was still struck by lightning when he heard this news. He deadpanned his chest and tried to say something, but could only open his mouth feebly. Counting the time, they should have arrived at the border of the returning South Realm by now. You rebellious son of me. Ho. I've used the 9 Dragons Royal Sky Formation to control the border cultivators to death, so that they don't dare to escape. It should be able to hold it off for a while, but I guess the border will fall in a few days at most. Lin Yuxuan still hung her head, muttering to herself, until he realized that no one had responded for a long time after he had finished speaking. She looked up, creeped out. Forest Garden doesn't know when, already pissed off at her and driving away, begging for a catch-up read. End of chapter. Inside the Bronze King's Hall, clumps of flames wavered, illuminating Xu Tang, who was in the midst of thinking. He frowned slightly. It wasn't that he couldn't see the Dragon Monarch's cultivation method, but to his surprise, upon penetrating the Dragon King's cultivation method, only then did he realize that its essence was actually similar to the 9 Dragons Royal Heavenly Formation of the returning South Kingdom. Absorb grievances for your own use and feed on the despair of the living. Isn't this not much different from the essence of the 9 Dragons Royal Heavenly Formation? The Dragon Monarch's cultivation method is to gather all things to replenish itself, and that 9 Dragons Royal Sky Formation controls all things with itself, and can likewise be sacrificed when needed. Xu Tang muttered, his left and right hands extended. Left hand. A tiny golden formation with 9 dragons circling it slowly took shape. It was clearly the prototype of the Guinan Kingdom's top-secret formation, the 9 Dragons Royal Sky Formation, and on the other side was a rising, ghostly black flame. Within it, the sound of a dragon's roar could be faintly heard. The Guinan Kingdom's base card is actually different from the cultivation method of the demon race's great ancestors? Is it hard to believe that they were family hundreds of years ago? Xu Tang smiled and looked at the Dragon Monarch. The latter was likewise staring at Xu Tang's left hand in a rather surprised manner. 9 Dragons Royal Sky Formation? Hasn't this formation long been lost with the demise of the ancient celestial court? Why is in your hands? The Dragon King's shock at seeing this formation. It was no less than when he first sensed Xu Tang stepping into the 15th realm. This formation is the most vicious, and is one of the main reasons why the ancient celestial court has been reviled. What exactly is the existence of the Taiku Heavenly Court? I've always heard you talking about it, and now it seems that this Guinan kingdom used to control all cultivators of the 9 dragons royal heavenly formation. Also from heaven? Xu Tang looked sideways, puzzled. In terms of strength, the dragon monarch might be slightly inferior to him. The other party, after all, had lived long enough to know many secrets, but the dragon monarch, who had already been subdued by Xu Tang with the Samadhi flame. At the moment, he was confronted with his question but did not answer it at first. A rare look of scorn appeared in his eyes. This, on the contrary, made Xu Tang come even more interested. You're the Dragon King. It's the demon race great ancestor. It's a 15th realm existence. It is even more so when it comes to the rivalry of this world's honored one. Xu Tang came before the dragon monarch and slowly spoke. What? You get scared too? The dragon monarch lowered his head, countless emotions flashing through his vertical pupils. If the 9 dragons of the royal heavenly formation can still be passed down, it just means that the heavenly court has been there all along. I wouldn't dare to presume. Why? Xu Tang narrowed his eyes, the power in his right hand slowly building up. What kind of patient goodness do you really think you are when you reject yourself 3 times? If that Lin Yuxuan guy wasn't so hateful. The position of the main soul of this human Emperor Haki who was tortured and never to be seen again. He didn't mind letting the Dragon King sit. You're afraid of the ethereal heaven. But not of me who was close at hand. The light golden light in Xu Tang's eyes flowed once again, and the unbreakable glazed body suddenly glowed. A terrifying aura that came as if it were a mountain of mountains emanated from him. It pressed the dragon monarch backward. Didn't you agree that if I handed over the cultivation method, you and I would stop there? What do you mean by that? The dragon monarch's face was ugly to the extreme. As a great ancestor of the demon race, where had he been treated like this? I thought that I could get away with being invincible after the latter-day revival and awakening, and having set foot in the 15th realm. However, he did not expect that he would encounter such an unreasonable existence as Xu Tang again in the afterlife. The strong are meant to humiliate the weak. What makes you think I'd keep my word to a defeated man? Are you worthy? Xu Tang looked toward the dragon monarch, a sneer surfacing at the corner of his mouth. It made the latter furious but helpless. Then, Xu Tang stretched out 3 fingers. I'll give you 3 breaths. Speak or die. Seeing that Xu Tang was about to show the trademark grin again, Long Jun didn't doubt it and immediately opened his mouth. I say. I don't know about your so-called 3 breaths yet. I'm afraid I've just finished my fist smashing over. The dragon monarch opened his mouth, and when Xu Tang heard this, he silently lowered his fist, which had already been raised to build up its strength. Swire heaven. They're not human. A color of reminiscence was revealed in the dragon monarch, with a rare hint of fear mixed in. Obviously, the existence of the Taiku Heavenly Court terrified him beyond measure even to this day when he thought back on it. They use all living beings as chess pieces, and heaven and earth as cauldrons, manipulating the time of the ages, plotting the evolution of the nations. No one knows where Swift Heaven came from or who built it, but just know that from one end of the long river of time to the other it's all about them. It was not until the age of the ancient world that the 10,000 races revolted and paid an unimaginable and tragic price for that. Only then did this Taiku Heavenly Court completely die out. But I didn't expect that today, after 10,000 years, I would be able to see this 9 dragons royal heavenly formation again. Xu Tang heard the Dragon King's words, after associating himself with the punch he handed out before he was among the 15th realm. A guess came to mind. Could it be that the breath that I sensed 8,000 years ago? And the figure that handed out a punch to blast at is the Taiku Heavenly Court. This 9 dragons royal heavenly formation is precisely one of the great formations used by the Heavenly Court to control the world. Return to the south. Inside the palace, Lin Yuxuan, who was dressed in onyx and clearly should be overwhelmed with grief, had a calm face at the moment. With a bashful face, she listened to the black robe explaining to her the origin of this 9 dragons royal heavenly formation. So what you're saying is, my returning South Kingdom's last hope of fending off the demons lies precisely in the 9 dragons royal heavenly formation? The black robe nodded. Lin Yuxuan, who hastily finished her father's funeral and made a strong ascension to the throne with the support of the black robes. That's when the light finally showed in his eyes. She would do anything to destroy the demons. All she wants now is grades. The demon army entered the pass and then drove straight in. In but a day's time, a quarter of the returned South Realm had fallen. Countless human races are in deep water, practicing the Shinto way of incense. She is disturbed every night by the agonizing wails of the populace. Add to that the fact that she is new to the throne, and there are very few people who support her. What could have been worse? Or could there be a few princes backing her up? But with that purge, the black robes killed too many people. So many that the enemies are killed and there is little family left. So now Lin Yuxuan. One could only place all their hopes on the 9 dragons royal heavenly formation that the black robes had spoken of. How exactly? Lin Yuxuan, who had already become an empress, brought a bit of majesty to her words at this time. Cunning colors flashed in the eyes of the black robes. After waiting so long, today is finally the day. There is an object in the ancient celestial court that is called to be the compass of the 9 states, using the Lin clan's royal bloodline to catalyze the 9 dragons royal sky formation, and then communicating with sincerity. It may not be impossible to wake it up, as long as the compass of the 9 states is in hand, not to mention the demons. It's the whole 9 states world, is not unobtainable. The black robes slowly opened their mouths, uttering words as if they had magical powers. Even she couldn't control it. It was obvious that this was not the purpose for which he wanted the 9 dragons royal heavenly formation, but for some reason, she had to say that. Fruity. Hearing this, Lin Yuxuan instantly became excited. No doubt about it. The complete 9 dragons royal sky formation was directly summoned out. The terrifying aura from the ancient flood years slowly spread out. The true dragon projection on it even made the black robe almost fail to kneel on the spot. But Lin Yuxuan, who was immersed in hope, didn't notice the difference. After instilling aura and catalyzing it, it was then reverently communicated. Flutter. As the king of a country, she knelt in front of the 9 dragons royal heavenly formation. Late Lin Yuxuan, I hereby request that the compass of the 9 states manifests itself. Save my human people from danger. Buzz. The process was smooth beyond belief. Almost the very next moment Lin Yuxuan spoke out. On the 9 dragons royal sky formation, the true dragon projection let out a dragon roar. Immediately following, a complicated and incomparable compass was then spat out from the mouth of the 9 dragons. Lin Yuxuan was pleasantly surprised at the sight, and the black robe was even more excited. However, when the Kyushu compass was fully present, the smiles on the faces of the two of them froze again, only to see that on the originally supposedly sacred Kyushu compass, hers was a mark as if it had been made by a hard fist. End of chapter. How could the heavenly court deities grow so terrifying? In the secret room of the palace, Lin Yuxuan, who was already a noble king of a country, was respectfully kneeling in front of a figure. That figure was sitting on top of the compass of the 9 states, with a wonderful and graceful figure that, the end is immortal and orthodox and majestic, but the face on this body was ugly and, it was as if an oddly shaped stone had been slashed and diced countless times, and it was covered in a liquid of something unknown. Makes you feel sick to your stomach just by looking at it. Lin Yuxuan hurriedly bent her head down after just a glance, unable to help but be secretly surprised in her heart. I am a heavenly deity, reflecting all things in the world. All beings see me as they see themselves. What you see me as is an indication of what is within you. As if the heavenly court deity could see through Lin Yuxuan's inner thoughts, he opened his mouth unhurriedly. These words caused Lin Yuxuan's heart to instantly tighten, and as she raised her head to explain and admit her mistake, the former waved her hand. I am a god. How could I be bothered with mortals like you? The thick voice came, causing Lin Yuxuan to breathe a sigh of relief, glad that she hadn't offended the other party. But what she didn't see was that in the compound eyes on the face of this heavenly deity, a wisp of imperceptible resentment flashed. If you weren't related to the Een god, you would have been ashes and ashes at this moment. After secretly cursing in his heart, this heavenly court deity then waved his right hand to catalyze the compass of the 9 states. Speak up at the same time. Both this deity and the compass of the 9 states have come across the long river of time, and although their power has been weakened, but it can still be called invincible within this great desolate state. The faint voice of the heavenly court deity came out, filled with an invincible confidence. At those words, Lin Yuxuan's eyes lit up. Hastily kowtowed reverently, I ask the gods to step in, cut down the demons, kill the evil spirits, and save my return to the South Realm from the fire. The matter is good. The heavenly court deity nodded lightly, but then the words changed. The densely compounded eyes stared tightly at Lin Yuxuan, sweeping back and forth over her dimpled, taut, white body. Showing eyes that are about to savor the food. But on second thought, he eventually put down that foolish thought. But there is a condition for this deity to make a move. The heavenly deity reaches out and makes a point. The area of the great desolate state on the 9 states compass was instantly projected. Only the territory of Guinan was filled with smoke and war. Countless human cultivators wailed and died in agony, falling into the rations of demonic satiation. This deity wants my golden statue to be enshrined in every smoldering home within the great wasteland state. Recite the name of my heavenly court. Hearing this condition, Lin Yuxuan froze, then pretended to be in a difficult situation. Stammered, Your Holiness, if the golden body is merely enshrined for you within the returned south, this matter to nothing difficult. But the problem is, on the human side, There's a guy who helped the demons massacre my returning South Realm cultivators. I'm afraid you won't approve of your presence in the Great Wasteland State. Joke. Without waiting for Lin Yuxuan to finish speaking, that heavenly court deity smiled coldly, then casually grabbing a city that was being slaughtered by demons on the map projection of the returning South Realm. A hard pinch. Bang bang. Obviously, they were thousands of miles apart, but Lin Yuxuan could hear the sound of those demons bursting into flames. In the projection, those demons that were madly slaughtering the people of the city were all pinched at the same time. Lin Yuxuan's eyes widened at once. Seeing this, the heavenly court deity only nodded in satisfaction. I am a deity of the heavenly court. I am a god. Even if the man of the afterlife is strong, he is still just human. Forever a human being. The heavenly court is more powerful than you can imagine. The heavenly court deity said in a tone of disdain. There was one more thing he didn't say. All things in heaven are but ants and pawns in the eyes of the heavenly court. There's no getting away from being controlled by them. This is precisely the reason why the heavenly deities have such a bottom line. He believed that in the latter days after the fall of that gang of troublemakers, it was impossible for anyone to be a match for the heavenly court. Name that man, and when he appears, this god will personally kill him. It's also a way to take him to establish authority, so that the people of the world can understand that my heavenly court is powerful. The heavenly court deity said indifferently, his words revealing a majesty that could not be refused. At those words, Lin Yuxuan was incredibly excited. A deep breath was taken before he spoke solemnly. Your Holiness, that villain who defected from the human race is named Xu Tang. Please, Your Holiness, kill the traitors for my human race. The heavenly court deity nodded disdainfully as he sniffed and faintly said, May. The moment the words of the two fell, above the river of time, the figure that had once almost been blown away by Xu Tang's punch suddenly opened its eyes. Whose ministry is this? To be so stupid. Just woke up. Why are you looking for that guy? She was anxious beyond belief, but there was nothing she could do. Sitting in the 33 heavens, she was simply unable to deliver a message at this moment. Return to southern territory. The war is raging, and people are dying. Countless screams and wails went on and on. Demons revel and enjoy the feast. It was a gruesome situation that cannot be described in words. The original tranquil and peaceful return to the south. Where have I seen such scenes of being dispersed and slaughtered by demons? How can one imagine that such brutality exists in the world? Raw brain eating, skinning, all kinds of cruelty at his fingertips, as if it were as simple as eating and drinking. But just today, when the returning South Realm was plunged into endless despair, a pillar of skyward light suddenly erupted from the direction of the Imperial City. Countless figures flew out from that pillar of light, running to various parts of the returning South Realm. At first, the demon army thought that this was also an ordinary return to the South Realm cultivator and did not put it in their eyes. But it was only then that they realized they were able to mobilize the power of the heavens and earth with their cultivation in the 7th and 8th realms. After cooperating to form an army formation and executing the enemy, the demon army then paid attention. But alas, it was too late. These figures, summoned by the heavenly deities, not only worked together seamlessly and were well versed in military formations, and as if he was the darling of heaven and earth, able to mobilize the power of heaven and earth, it was more than capable of detonating the demonic energy cultivated within the demon. For a time, the entire return to the South Realm welcomed the Salvation Army. Lin Yuxuan even launched a counterattack with her own royal army. The man whose popularity has hit rock bottom, the new empress, who has a bad reputation for regicide and patricide, finally in the public eye. And this appearance was to lead the human cultivators to counterattack the demon army. In an instant, her reputation turned around quite a bit. The figures summoned by the heavenly deities even helped Lin Yuxuan to soar high. It even forced the demon army to withdraw from the border of the returning South Realm all the way. This matter had invigorated the whole of the returning South Realm beyond measure. Lin Yuxuan even personally led the charge and erected a dragon banner, wanting to emulate the ancient Ming ruler, until a white-robed figure, holding a streamer, appeared in front of the collapsing and fleeing demon army. Thousands of troops stopped abruptly, taking the initiative to send them to the door. Good thing too. It saves me from having to find them one by one to refine the human emperor streamers. In front of the huge group of cultivators in the returning South Realm, Xu Tang alone was like a mountain. The pressure of 1,000 armies can't breathe. End of chapter. Xu Tang, lost and yet able to hang on. You are a human cultivator, yet you threaten the demons to strike against us in a time of crisis for the human race. You are simply not human, even with 1,000 armies behind them, even with the support of the heavenly deities. Lin Yuxuan still felt an involuntary fear in her heart when she faced Xu Tang again. To this end, she had to preempt it, trying to cheer herself up from above the greater good. But this time there was no one to second her. The few 120,000 cultivators in the returning South Realm behind them were silent. Having fallen for it once, they won't make the same mistake again. Everyone knew in their hearts that if there hadn't been that trial against Xu Tang in the first place, how did things get to such a tragic state? The Great Wall of Demons will still be the Great Wall of Demons. The Great Desert Realm will also remain the same Great Desert Realm without demons. Although he didn't know what Lin Yuxuan's bottom line was for speaking in such a manner. However, the remorseful and overwhelmed crowd no longer wanted to show any more dissatisfaction towards Xu Tang. Opposite. After Xu Tang heard this, he also snorted with laughter. With a wasteful and incompetent fellow like you, you're also worthy of talking to me about the interests of the human race? Don't forget that if you hadn't exiled my father in the first place, why would the returning South Realm be subjected to this unearthly calamity of demonic invasion? If it is a sin for my honor not to come to the rescue, then you, Lin Yuxuan, have caused nothing to return to the Southern Realm cultivators, the people to be displaced, and to die without a burial place. Wouldn't that be worse then? Lies don't hurt. The truth is the quick sword. Xu Tang wouldn't let Lin Yuxuan's words cause a single ripple of emotion. However, Lin Yuxuan would be infuriated beyond belief by Xu Tang's words. The Dao heart that had been settled with great difficulty was also restirred by Xu Tang's few words. However, once she thought that she had the backing of the heavenly court gods, Lin Yuxuan's mood slowly calmed down again. Making a show of not being sad or happy, he spoke slowly. Xu Tang, your time to die has come. Why do you need to talk tough? If you hadn't aided and abetted my return to the South Realm that day, and served me anew, maybe I'll even consider letting you rejoin the South. And why would you end up like this today? Lin Yuxuan pretended to be deep, but Xu Tang had long since lost the patience to go around in circles with her. What a lot of crap. Isn't it just because of a bull heavenly deity? Had enough of peeking? Get the hell out of here. A light smile appeared on Xu Tang's face as he reached out and grabbed into the void in front of him. Buzz. Again. Thousands and thousands of miles apart. Xu Tang reached out with his big hand. It's actually that from the layers of protection in the Imperial City. The heavenly court deity who was observing the battlefield through the compass of the 9 states was caught on the spot. Lin Yuxuan was instantly dumbstruck when she saw this scene. If one remembers correctly, this heavenly court deity had managed to kill his enemies from 10 million miles away across the sky only by virtue of the power of the compass of the 9 states. But Xu Tang is, without relying on any divine weapon, just a big handful. Just ignore the layers of prohibitions in the Imperial City, leaving this heavenly deity defenseless. Taken over? At once. Lin Yuxuan, who was full of confidence just now, heart thumping, the ominous feeling surfaced again. Daring madman, how dare you strike at this deity? That heavenly court deity was obviously quite shocked as well, having been easily captured by a latter-day junior. Immediately, however, he reacted, and his figure instantly dissipated in Xu Tang's hands. The next one then recoalesces. It transformed into a huge and incomparably huge, heavily armored deity giant shadow with flames flowing from its body. The eye is like a great sun, and the shoulder carries a river of stars. Topsy-turvy. It was actually a few points more massive than the Dragon Monarch's Dharma heavenly phase. Not to mention the aura emanating from his body, which made people feel reverent just by looking at him. Can't help but want to kneel and serve. Posterity. Seeing that your cultivation is good, on account of the fact that it is not easy for you to cultivate to this point, this deity will give you a chance to recognize me as your master and kowtow to your mistakes. That heavenly court deity was as if he had the heavenly constitution in his mouth, and his voice was like a great bell. But in response, Xu Tang merely smiled indifferently, sticking the human emperor streamer on the ground. He then muttered, "It just so happens that this honored one is pondering what to use to supplement the core formation of the human emperor streamer. I didn't realize you sent it to the door. In that case, I'll use your divine corpse to set the formation for my human emperor streamer." Hearing these words, it was as if that huge and incomparable deity had heard the funniest joke under the sky. Snickering. Then he stretched out 2 huge palms that were bigger than mountains, and slapped them fiercely at the permission hall. "Since you're stubborn, I won't blame you for being merciless." The 2 palms of the heavenly court deity looked huge, but their speed was not slow at all. Crushing the space along the way to pieces was enough to see how powerful its speed and strength was. What was even more terrifying was that these 2 palms seemed to come with their own formations. A power that no one had ever seen before flowed from it, locking Xu Tang in a death grip. Any jutsu aptitude, life-preserving weapons were rendered ineffective within the range of the palm of the hand. What's even more frightening is that as the palms of the hands lined up, all of the surrounding auras quickly withered as if they were flowers wilting, and finally disappeared. The crowd's scalps went numb as they watched the scene. I can't imagine that there is such a weird and horrible power in the world. If it is an ordinary person has long been scared by this formation to flee madly, this can not raise the will to fight. But Xu Tang was unbiased and happy, standing there, unafraid, allowing 2 immense palms to slap at him. Is Xu Tang crazy? Or Or was it simply too late to dodge the attack? Seeing this scene, Lin Yuxuan was first shocked, then cast a look like she was watching a play. The majesty of the gods is unrivaled, even if Xu Tang is the strongest in the world. I'm afraid I won't be able to get rid of this shackle either. After all, his essence is human, while the other party is a god. At that moment, the black robe stood out and slowly explained. Hearing the black robe's explanation, Lin Yuxuan nodded in agreement. The gods of heaven. How can anyone fight against it? Just as the two were conversing, the two large palms had already slapped fiercely at Permission Hall. Rumble! A shocking sound came from the sky, causing everyone's eardrums to ache, and they hurriedly used their cultivation to protect themselves. The place where Xu Tang was standing was even more smoky and dusty, with debris flying about. Several nearby hills were shattered in one fell swoop. The surrounding land was even dented under the massive power of the two palms. It would be your honor to die under the giant statue of my deity. The heavenly court deity smiled coldly. Believing that Xu Tang was already dead for sure, he was just about to retrieve the giant statue. But I didn't want the smoke to clear. A seven-colored glazed light suddenly erupted and rose up to the sky, cutting through the sky. When the smoke clears and the dust settles, Xu Tang, who had resisted this palm with his unbreakable glazed body, stood in place, unharmed. The heavenly court deities screamed out as if they had seen a ghost. How can you be unharmed? Unless you don't practice Reiki. But how is that possible? Xu Tang didn't bother to answer his question. He just wrung his neck, then clenched his palm into a fist and, grinning, "Are you done fighting? Next, it's my turn." As soon as the words left his mouth, he instantly bullied his way to the front of the heavenly court deity. The power of the three religions in unity fell as if the dome of the sky was blasting. End of chapter. I am the body of the unity of the three religions, and with a bull deity like you presume to control me through aura? Xu Tang roared with a grimace as he slammed both his fists down. The moment this so-called deity struck, he was finally certain that the so-called ancient heavenly court came from the same source as the figure that spied on him 8,000 years ago, as if admiring a treasure. Thus, this time, Xu Tang's strike was at full strength. Even the dragon monarch had never encountered Xu Tang in this state, a 15th realm Taoist priest, the full force of one of the strongest men in the world. How scary would it be? This heavenly deity gave the answer. As this punch went down, time and space froze. The heavenly court deity only felt that all of his five senses had been blocked, couldn't find a single trace of being able to hide a distinct punch. Instead, he saw countless Xu Tang strike at him at the same time. Precisely. It's billions and billions of living beings in the 9 states. All together. Boom! Next moment, it resounded through the heavens and earth, causing the entire mountain range land to shake unceasingly. A roar as if the earth's dragon had turned over suddenly sounded. Yet that's not all. The heavenly court deities hastily activated their spell formations to defend themselves, but was appalled to find that countless punches thrown by Xu Tang disappeared. In his place was himself. It's a million of himself over the course of time. From being summoned here by Lin Yuxuan to being grabbed by Xu Tang with a hand. Countless others of his own on this time. Is he going to completely obliterate me from the river of time with this punch? The heavenly deities have seen a lot of things. Naturally, he could see that this was an origin obliteration that only saints of the ancient era could achieve. From one end of the long river of time to the other, obliterate all the figures of the other side together. But that's something only a saint can do. And it was also a saint who specialized in the Tao of time. That kind of being, even in the immense splendor, the golden age, the Taiku era where celestial pride was endless, all belonged to the phoenix. Why could a latter-day cultivator have such a realm of cultivation? The heavenly deities didn't have much time to think about it. It was because Xu Tang's punch seemed slow, but it was traveling against the current on the river of time. 2 or 3 more breaths at night, and he would literally be completely erased. He's just an ordinary deity in the heavenly court, but he doesn't have the regenerative power like the Supreme, able to be summoned back to life by virtue of the 9 dragons of heaven formation. Already that year it took all the incense to get a place. If he fell again this time, he would be truly dead. No, I am a deity of the heavenly court. How can you, a mere mortal, kill a god? The heavenly deities roared and roared. Both hands aimed at the return to South Realm cultivator behind him and grabbed. Bang bang! The sound of exploding bodies suddenly rang out. Het was that the aura in their bodies was being manipulated by the heavenly court deities, becoming a victim used to block Xu Tang's fist intent. No! What's going on? There's something odd about this heavenly court deity. Run away! Run! The crowd that had experienced a demon battle was no cutie pie. Seeing that the situation at hand was the same as when he had absorbed the mountain aura of the great desolate realm. There's something odd. There is a big weirdness. Without question, the crowd went far away. But the heavenly court deities could even possess the 9 states compass, so why should they be afraid of them fleeing? only to see the heavenly court deity using both of his hands to painstakingly parry Xu Tang's punching intent as he did so. While twisting his head around, he looked at the crowd that was scattering and fleeing, and a coldness emerged at the corner of his mouth. Then open your mouth and take a big gulp. Bang bang! More sounds of exploding bodies rang out again. In a matter of moments, half of the already few remaining cultivators in the returning South Realm were killed or injured again. Lin Yuxuan stood still, staring blankly at the scene. As if struck by lightning, she couldn't believe her eyes. She'd never have guessed. Summoning himself, thought to be a hopeful heavenly deity. In the end it turned out to be the existence that slaughtered the returned South Realm again? Having watched with my own eyes one monk after another die in front of yourself, she was finally hugging her head and crying, her body trembling, with infinite remorse welling up in her heart. Another wrong move by myself. And it was an even more wrong move. It caused the already shaky return to the South Realm to suffer another heavy blow. Had she known that this heavenly court deity was so brutal, she would never have summoned it out. Much less would they think he was strong and look up to him for support and be that rude to Xu Tang. Unfortunately, she's not a Taoist monk. Can't change what's already happened. One could only stare in disbelief as he watched his men die in agony, one after the other. And with the aura of the corpses of this batch of return to the South Realm cultivators, the heavenly court deity's stance of reluctant resistance was also slightly eased. I recognize that you're strong, but to this point you don't think you can stop me with these people, do you? The heavenly court deity who was preparing to mobilize the power of heaven and earth to intercept Xu Tang spoke sorrowfully, but the words were interrupted by Xu Tang before they were finished. Next moment, only to see another Xu Tang, taking a step out of his body that was holding a punching stance, and the left hand was aimed at the heavenly deity and pointed remotely. Shades of bloom and shade. The right hand then gently slapped at the heavenly deity. Call the wind and the rain. What? The heavenly court deity was shocked. He had never imagined that Xu Tang had actually learned the one breath transforms three Chang. This was the imperial art of the great Emperor Lier. And back then, I don't know how many gods were killed in the heavenly court. The gods in the heavenly court that killed all but the supreme being were all terrified of this imperial art. It's one of those things that makes you shudder just hearing the name. What he never expected was that the people of the afterlife have actually learned this technique. You should know that the reason why the one breath transforms the three purities is so famous, not only in its ability to instantly personify two beings of exactly the same strength as itself, more so because the difficulty of cultivation is comparable to a mortal ascending to heaven. Previously, the entire ancient celestial court was in full bloom, with an abundance of talent, yet not a single deity was able to successfully cultivate this chi transformation of the three purities. What's more, some almost went off the deep end and died, and now you see people in later generations practicing this art? How could this not shock the heavenly court deities? It is reasonable to say that in the latter days of cultivation, the aura is depleted, the aptitude is withered, and the Jedi heavenly passage, it should only get worse. How is it that instead, against all odds, such a horrible being has emerged? This time, the heavenly court deity didn't even have time to absorb the corpses of more returned to South Realm cultivators. A strong and incomparable feeling of death then instantly surged into his heart. Damn it! You made me do it! The heavenly court deity fiercely clenched his teeth, not caring about any taboos or taboos. Squeeze your whole body behind you and slap. You made me. Being able to force me to the point where I have to use the compass of the 9 states is an honor for you. Latter-day Griffin. Next is your death. Only the arcane and incomparable, the Kyushu compass, which controls the living beings of Kyushu. He slowly rose from behind the heavenly court deity. With the appearance of the compass of the 9 states, the heavenly court deity's fearful expressions finally eased. Looking towards Xu Tang, he did not find any color of fear on the other party's face. Just a few hints of teasing. The compass of the 9 states, that's your bottom line? Want to take a look at the fist marks on that? Who left them? The heavenly deity sniffed and jerked back to look at That's what I realized. That deeply indented mark on the compass of the 9 states. I can't believe I'm fighting with Xu Tang's fists. The difference is not much? Thanks for the reward. Requests for catch-up reads begged for. Recently the heat is directly wasted. Soon cannot afford to eat. Please do not feed the book. Help click to the latest chapter. End of chapter. It was no wonder that the heavenly court deities were not shocked. The compass of the 9 states is one of the heavenly court's greatest treasures. Created by the joint efforts of several celestial court supremes, it contained a variety of Tao rules within it. It was only a hair's breadth away from that legendary emperor's soldier, and even then it's beyond the reach of any human being, not to mention leaving a mark on it by virtue of the power of the flesh. That's something that even the ancient saints couldn't do. At the first moment they saw the fist marks on the 9 states compass, the heavenly court deities had been shocked beyond measure. However, in order to maintain his majesty in front of Lin Yuxuan, he had to pretend to be calm. I had thought that the fist marks on the compass of the 9 states, after my own fall, were a certain unknown swarming power left on it, but I did not expect that it was caused by the Xu Tang in front of me. How did he do it? A series of questions surfaced in the heavenly court deity's mind, but there wasn't much time for him to think, for only the last 2 of his figures remain on the long river of time. Once these 2 figures were also obliterated by Xu Tang's fist Dowie, then he will truly perish in the world. The heavenly court is not to be insulted. A mole cricket, and worthy to act recklessly in front of the compass of the 9 states? The heavenly court deity roared angrily, and then a burst of golden light erupted from his scheme. The breath instantly soared to the 15th realm as well, finally just barely blocking Xu Tang's punch. Let his figure on the last 2 occasions of time be preserved. Oh, stage 2? When Xu Tang saw this, he was immediately interested. Instead of riding the wave of victory, he put away his attacking figure and drifted backward. I'll give you the chance to go all out on me. I am invincible to the world and to time, past, present, or future. I am invincible. Xu Tang stood with his arms folded as he spoke indifferently. His body was filled with a domineering aura that looked out of the world. He didn't mind the heavenly deities becoming powerful. On the contrary, he was more bothered by the fact that his opponent wasn't strong enough. The power behind the scenes that can manipulate the ages and see all beings as pawns. He'd like to see just how horrible it was. The heavenly court deity also froze at his words, then let out a sardonic laugh. A frog in a well looking at the moon in the sky really doesn't know how to die. You're bent on death, so I'll fulfill you. Edict of Heaven, compass of the 9 states, open, as the lifespan burns to its zenith. This heavenly court deity's aura also suddenly rose to an unimaginably terrifying level. It was so powerful that it caused the light in Xu Tang's eyes to flood, restraining his desire to strike with great difficulty. In the next moment, one could only see the heavenly court deity resting the incomparably arcane 9 states compass on top of his right hand, followed by a flick upwards. Buzz! One invisible ripple after another emanated from that 9 states compass. Click! Immediately afterward, the array hooked up and the sound of gears operating rang out one after another. The original compass of the 9 states, which was only the size of a palm, instantly became a shade that covered the sky, then opened it completely. With the moment that the compass of the 9 states was completely opened, the whole of the returned Southland, the entire Great Barren State, the whole of Kyushu, chiming in unison. Violent and incomparable shaking occurred simultaneously at every location on the continent of Kyushu. Meanwhile, the boundless sea that wraps and separates the continent of Kyushu, surprisingly, it evaporated away at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene shocked the world beyond belief, and they flew to investigate. Instead, he realized that the air was covered with prohibitions at some point. This prohibition emanates from the 9 states compass, linking heaven and earth. It was as if veins were spread across the sky of Kyushu. The ancient and majestic power contained therein. It made it impossible for cultivators below the 13th realm to fly at all. As a result, if the immense Kyushu, but at this moment only a few hundred people rocked up, flying through the air. They were the representatives of the strongest battle force in the Kyushu, the pinnacle cultivators of the Kyushu. But by this time, even they, again, depending on cultivation level, delineate the different flight altitudes. So it created a rather spectacular view from the ground at once. The 13 realms can only barely fly, 14 realms standing in the air. As for the 15 realms, the living beings of the 9 states, hundreds of millions of people, looking up in unison, over the heads of all the 13th and 14th realm great cultivators, Xu Tang alone, standing with his arms folded, above the dome of heaven, looking down on all beings, Master Xu, below Xu Tang. These were either the ancestors of their respective clans, or the great cultivating existences of the founding emperors of their dynasties. None of them were not arching their hands and bowing their heads in respect to Xu Tang. This scene fell in the eyes of the world in the 9 states, making it unforgettable for them in this life. There were even 12 realm painting cultivators who copied the scene with their lifelong cultivation, named the picture of immortals worshipping together. It is also the picture that, after an unknown number of years in later times, at the time of the fall of this painter and the peril of his descendants, as soon as the immortals worshipped the picture, not only save his offspring from the fire, but also help his offspring to set foot on the path of cultivation again. Is this the true face of Kyushu? Higher than the sky, Xu Tang looked down faintly. As the boundless sea disappeared, the entirety of the entire continent of Kyushu was revealed. A mountain peak rose up from the ground, and countless cavernous blessings gradually revealed their true appearance. But in a few breaths of time under the impetus of the compass of the 9 states, the entire territory of Kyushu then expanded by an unknown number of times. Even Xu Tang's current eyesight couldn't see the edges at a glance. Xu Tang, run away. Once the true face of Kyushu unfolds, That heavenly court deity will surely mobilize the true power of heaven and earth and the great desolate state to cut you down. You haven't been certified. You don't have a great emperor's fruit. You can't withstand this strike at all. Just as he was lamenting, the anxious voice of the dragon monarch suddenly came to his ears. Without waiting for Xu Tang to respond, the previous magnificent and incomparable 9-states compass suddenly stopped. Next, pound for pound, the immortal cultivation aura that only exists in ancient texts is suddenly in full swing on the continent of Kyushu. This also indicates that the true appearance of the 9 states has finally been revealed and completed. The heavenly court decrees, order the power of heaven and earth and the great desolate state to kill this Fong. At this time, the heavenly court deities also finally stepped in, holding the compass of the 9 states in his hand. It was as if he had the constitution of heaven in his mouth, and his majesty was incomparable. Bad. The dragon monarch, who had sped up from afar, saw the scene and a look of despair appeared in his eyes. He was an existence that had truly experienced the horrors of the ancient heavens, and knew that this complete force of heaven and earth how horrible the kills really are. The latter-day system of cultivation, known as the first through the 15th steps, even if one cultivates to the top 15th step and calls himself a Taoist priest. However, there is no one who has truly penetrated the true meaning of Taoism. This is also the reason why the latter-day cultivation system was not implemented in the ancient times. Therefore, the Dragon King subconsciously believed that, even if Xu Tang was a 15th realm Tao Lord, however, it was still quite a bit inferior to the great emperors in the Taiku cultivation system. The complete power of heaven and earth could even call out to the great emperor of the ancients. How could Xu Tang resist this strike despite his 15th realm? However, in the face of the heavenly deities calling out with the edicts of the compass of the 9 states, the power of the heavens and earth that should have destroyed the sky and earth was unmoved. Edict, the power of heaven and earth. As if disbelieving, the heavenly deities called out again. Edict, heaven and earth. The voices of the heavenly deities came to an abrupt end. His head had been removed by Xu Tang at some point, along with the last 2 figures on the river of time. It was also erased by Xu Tang in one go. Looking at the heavenly court deities who were dead and still had a trace of breath, Xu Tang smiled faintly. Forgot to tell you, I am the Taoist. I am the power of heaven and earth. Afterward, Xu Tang took a deep breath, sweeping the complete return to the south realm with the complete power of heaven and earth. The eyes are locked on those who have tried him before. One by one, the figures that he had instructed the Dragon King to bring to the attention of the demon army. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Next, it's you guys, the human emperor streamer. It will finally come in handy. End of chapter. By order of the Lord of the League, the members of the Immortal League, except for those who maintain the ordinary affairs of the clan, the rest of you return to your respective great states at once. The immortal region of the 9 states has reappeared in the world, and the golden age has begun, so you must seize the opportunity to practice hard. The north, the mountain range where the Immortal League is located. Above the void, a golden decree with the aura of a Taofather slowly emerged. When the Immortal Alliance crowd saw this, they were first stunned, then responded with a quick salute. We respectfully comply with your holiness decree. The golden words that were branded on top of the void then dispersed and, paving one void passage after another that could lead directly to other great states. Both stability and speed far exceeded that of a teleportation spell. Thank you, Tao Father. Seeing this scene, the highest cultivated Tao Lord Wu Fei was the first to speak. Then he looked at the crowd behind him and said with a solemn face, the true appearance of the 9 states has finally appeared. Not a great state but an immortal domain. After this, opportunities will arise side by side, and a golden age will surely be ushered in. There will be no shortage of heavenly pride and countless strong men. I hope that all of you will not miss this great opportunity that is hard to come by in 10,000 lifetimes. His Holiness, the Tao, has specially instructed for us, so he must have something in mind. Fellow Taoists, I will take a step forward. With immediate effect, I vow not to enter the world until I enter the 14th. Taoist Wu Fei had the highest cultivation level and the widest experience. Naturally, knowing that the boundless sea had disappeared and the true appearance of the immortal region of Kyushu had been revealed, there must be a heavenly reason behind Xu Tang personally descending the Dharma decree to exhort them to make sure they practice diligently. As for what this reason actually is, the Tao Father idea, not he can. He also dare not speculate, so had to set an example for the crowd. Having said that, Tao Lord Wu Wei arched his hand, and then he turned around and walked towards the middle of that golden path of light. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his continent's immortal domain. After giving a few simple orders, he seized the time to close his eyes to impact the 14th realm. The rest of the crowd saw this and did not doubt it. After saying goodbye to each of them, they returned to their immortal realms. Although he didn't know why Dao Zun was so attached to their cultivation as well. The coming of the Shangshi. It's always good to take a few more chances. In this way, the Immortal League, in addition to the personnel who maintain the day-to-day operation of the clan, the rest of the elder representatives as well as the Heaven's Pride children returned one after another. The Golden Great World. Why does it instead give me a sense of oppression from the storm? After the crowd left, the mad Taoist who was already at the peak of the 12th realm appeared, looking at the gradually dissipating path of golden light, and then in light of recent events, especially after hearing about the battle between His Holiness and that so-called heavenly deity, the immortal region of the 9 states was once again introduced, and it should have been a joyous event that, yet it inexplicably made the mad Taoist feel palpitations. What goes around comes around. Inexplicably, he thought of these words Xu Tang had once said, but as long as there's Lord Tao, the immortal region of the 9 regions can't get any more chaotic. Although there is a premonition that this so-called golden age will bring about a great tribulation, but when he thought of that white-robed figure, he settled down quite a bit more. However, just as he was likewise preparing to take advantage of the arrival of this pomp and circumstance to close his mind to impact the 13th realm, suddenly sensing that, with the ascension of the Great Desert State to the Great Desert Immortal Region, the northern part of the territory, which has likewise increased in size by an unknown number of times, there was a wisp of aura that made him feel disgust and fear from his very essence gradually revived. Sensing it carefully, it seemed to be no different from that heavenly court deity who had fought with the Taofather. The mad Taoist's eyes flickered and hesitated before he finally decided to take a look. Meanwhile, the territory of Guinan, the introduction of the Great Desolate Immortal Region, coupled with the retreat of the demons, the human race in the returning South Realm, which had been incredibly tense all these days, was finally given a hint of relaxation, especially when it was seen that the area of the returned kingdom had expanded several times. After an unknown number of cavernous paradises sprang up in one night, it was as if the people who had been beyond despair had found hope for a new life. Thinking that they must have risen again after the demon war, our Tai Ching sect is saved. It just so happens that there is a Taiku cave blessing land opening up next to the mountain range. At this moment, inside the great hall of the Tai Ching sect, which had suffered a great deal of damage because of the battle with the demons, the sect master was telling the good news to the elders in the sect with an excited face. The elders of the Tai Ching sect were originally established according to the number of the 36 Big Dipper, but after the upheaval there were less than a dozen left. The entire Tai Ching sect was even lower. It was only at this moment, upon hearing the sect leader's voice, that a hint of color came to the numb faces of the crowd. Sect master, is this true? That's an ancient cave and blessed land. If you find a chance in it, my Tai Ching sect has not yet been able to rise again. More than just a resurgence. It's not even a matter of recreating glory and going to the next level. The crowd, with one word from you and one from me, finally enlivened the dead silence. Seeing this, the sect leader didn't say anything, and directly waved his big hand. Only then did the protector formation release an opening. An ancient and majestic aura immediately entered the Tai Ching sect. It made the entire clan excited. I sense it. It's the scent of Taiku. There's even the shadow of the ancient great emperor. There's definitely a great chance in this cave. The crowd was excited, sweeping away the low depression of these days. Disciples of the Tai Ching sect, listened to the order, led by the elders, with each peak leading its own true and initiated disciples. Go to the cave of heaven and explore the opportunities. This patriarch will also invite the clan's most precious treasure, the Tai Ching order, to protect my clan's disciples. I believe that if the negative is the positive, this time will definitely be an opportunity for my Tai Ching sect to re-emerge. The patriarch of the Tai Ching sect held up his head and launched a notification to the entire sect. We obey. The remaining elders followed suit, flying into the air and clasping their fists in agreement. My Tai Ching sect will rise again. Below, the disciples of the Tai Ching sect clasped their fists in unison and said firmly, the Tai Ching sect is the top sect in the southern realm of return. The disciples within the sect naturally knew the importance of the Swire Cave, and that's why they're so excited. Within a short time, under the leadership of the sect leader, the crowd was already fully loaded and ready to go. The Tai Ching sect's greatest treasure, the Tai Ching order, was even more rarely awakened by the sect master, allowing the peak of the 11th realm to be, briefly among the 12 realms. But, as the crowd was excited and ready to go, a white-robed figure holding a long streamer slowly arrived. Good guts! How dare you block my Tai Ching sect's door? There were elders who had been close to death for a long time and had only been awakened in an emergency because of the clan's peril. Seeing that white-robed figure, who was so presumptuous as to think that one person could stop their entire clan, he immediately shouted angrily. Responding to him was the sound of Xu Tang's human emperor streamer in operation. Buzz! Noisy! Get into the human emperor's streamer for me. Xu Tang tossed the human emperor streamer forward. The latter instantly enlarged countless times, enveloping the entire Tai Ching sect up and down. The black gas was so dense that it looked eerie. That elder who had just spoken out, even more so. His flesh withered the instant the human emperor's streamer unfolded. The divine soul was sucked in. The crowd's scalps were numb from this scene, but none of them dared to say a word more. This was because the one standing in front of them was the strongest person in the world, the first Tao Father of the human race, Lord Sama. My Taiching sect already knows the error of its ways and shouldn't have participated in that so-called judgment assembly at that time. I beg your highness the Tao to give us a chance, and the entire Taiching sect will surely serve you as oxen and horses. I beg Lord Tao to be magnanimous and let us go. Xu Tang smiled faintly at his words. You didn't think to let me off the hook when you tried me. The next moment, the human emperor streamer suddenly erupted with terrifying power. Ah, no. We were wrong. We know we were wrong. Alua Patriarch, why did you have to go to that bull ***** trial back then? I'm innocent. I'm not on trial. Don't kill me, please. There was a chorus of screams of remorse and thousands of people up and down the Taiching sect, without even a chance to fight back. It was then swallowed up by the human emperor streamer. Seeing this, Xu Tang then put away the human emperor streamer, which had solidified quite a bit. Immediately afterward, they ran towards other clans that were also planning to look for opportunities. None of those who participated in his trial in the first place can escape. I'm a little stuck. I'm working on the outline, and when I'm done, I'm gonna blow it out of the water. Anyone who has anything to say can also go into the group and make suggestions. And then there is, please read afterward. Begging for it. End of chapter. To the southern border, west, the Royal Corpse Sect mountain range. This place is cloudy, not seeing sunlight all year round, and within the mountain range, the fog is dense. Today, it's extraordinarily lively and noisy. The mountain gate ban was released, and all sorts of festive things were placed all the way from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain. The perennial fog in the mountains was also dispersed by a formation, rarely revealing the true face of this mountain range. Along the way, they even arranged for handsome-looking children to guide the way. Guests came in droves, carrying congratulatory gifts. If it weren't for the two ghoul statues placed at the foot of the mountain, the uninformed thought they had come to some immortal sanctuary. Today is the day that the sect master of the Royal Corpse sect will come out of seclusion for 500 years. It was said that this patriarch's creation was heavenly, and at only 1500 years of age, he was already among the 11 realms. Coupled with the fact that the Royal Corpse sect was one of the few in this demonic war that did not retreat but advanced, the clans that have benefited tremendously. It was said that the Imperial Corpse sect didn't know how many corpses of pure martial artists alone had been quietly refined, not to mention the physical bodies of the other cultivators who had fallen in the midst of this turmoil. It is rumored that the flesh of a great power at the peak of the 11th realm, all of them were exchanged from the demons by this Imperial Corpse sect at a great cost and quietly refined. Plus, now that the Kyushu immortal region is now in existence, it is said that the Royal Corpse sect has even produced a broken corpse that has become a saint in the flesh. Although that corpse was already corrupt, it was at least in existence that had become a saint in the flesh. For the Royal Corpse sect, it was no less than obtaining another crushing sect treasure. In this way, for a time, the Royal Corpse sect was in an incomparable state of splendor. There was also an endless stream of people who came to visit and congratulate the patriarch for breaking through the bottleneck. On the square of the sect, looking at the guests who came and went, bringing gifts, there was one guest after another. The Imperial Corpse sect leader could be described as smiling with joy, feeling like he was hundreds of years younger. Eldest brother, see, the Imperial Corpse sect was put in my hands, and I did what I could to make it flourish. In the beginning, the Royal Corpse sect was despised by everyone as a sect of the 3 sects and the 9 streams. Now in my hands, it has just become a super sect that everyone admires. The patriarch was proudly dressed in a black robe, to the sky, muttering. At his side, the eldest brother was silent and there was something he wasn't sure if he should tell his ambitious senior brother. Suddenly, the patriarch saw a white-robed figure in the sky, swiftly arriving. Standing in the air, he looked down with his arms crossed at the crowd of the Imperial Corpse sect who were having a big banquet. Couldn't see who the guy was, though, but for some reason, an instinctive life and death crisis surfaced from his heart. Form up to meet the enemy, he growled out almost instinctively, and then slapped his hands together. The corpse of the flesh sage that had not yet been fully refined and succeeded broke out of the ground steeply, and the disciples of the Imperial Corpse sect also summoned their own corpse kuei with extreme tacit understanding, running the aura according to the points of the formation. It instantly ended a formation with 10,000 ghosts roaring in eerie. The many guests were also incomparably shocked to see this scene. Throughout the entire returning South realm, who doesn't know today that the Royal Corpse sect is on the rise? And now they dare to come to their big day looking for trouble? Isn't that a death wish? Truly overrate yourself. How dare you come to trouble the Imperial Corpse sect at this time? Still really think that the Imperial Corpse sect is the same unimpressive small sect from before? I bet that within 3 breaths, that person will be decapitated and killed by this monstrous In Chi. The crowd of guests bantered incomparably, casting looks at the white-robed figure as if it were a little cutie, like gazes, but soon the crowd at the scene was creeped out. An all too familiar voice rang in the ears of the crowd. Those who have nothing to do with the Imperial Corpse sect, leave within 3 breaths. The voice is. The faces of the people were first stunned and, finally running away like a madman in a frenzy. There were even those who went so far as to burn their roots in order to run faster, exchanging their lifespan for escape speed. But the Royal Corpse sect has expanded its clan power since its rise to power, not to mention the addition of the present of the Kyushu Immortal region. Let the spheres of influence of the respective sects within the returning south expand a lot. Therefore, even if the people burn their lives, even if they run toward the door with all their strength, but for 3 breaths, still too short. I did give you guys time. Heaven. Xu Tang watched the scene with a teasing look in his eyes. With his cultivation at the Daozun realm, how could he not see that after the space was locked away from him, to escape from the square, it would take at least 4 breaths of time. He said that just to give these people a false sense of hope. So much for being dead. It is only then that the human emperor's streamer grows more prosperous. In the next moment, Xu Tang's right hand gently shook, black gas churning. The human emperor's streamer, which could already vaguely see the image of purple chi, instantly enveloped the entire Imperial Corpse sect's mountain gate. The guests were in despair. Dao honors spare your life. Only 1 breath away. Only 1 breath away from me escaping. Dao Father, we're just passing through. We have nothing to do with the Imperial Corpse sect. I beg your holiness to spare my dog's life. The crowd despaired, cried, and begged for mercy. Hopefully, he could impress Xu Tang's compassion with his humble gesture. But what responded to them was only the terrifying suction force of the human emperor streamer that instantly struck them, with the Daozun realm cultivation to catalyze it. It's a rusty sword that can be invincible under the sun. Not to mention this human emperor streamer that joined the corpses of the gods. Not even half a breath was used to. All the guests present went into the human emperor streamer as brothers together. What? Some people supported themselves for 1 more breath, relying on their strong cultivation. Asked the question reluctantly as he was dying. Seeing this, Xu Tang lightly wiped out the entirety of the Imperial Corpse sect's entire clan while pouring out a single blow. One side tilted his head, revealing a puzzled look. Why? I say, you guys from the returning South realm, haven't you been living too peacefully these 10,000 years? Forgot even the basic rules of the cultivation world? I need a reason for the strong to kill the weak? Xu Tang pointed at himself and asked with a raised eyebrow. Upon hearing this answer, the man's eyes widened. Then his head lolled and he lost his breath. It was actually living and breathing. The resentment was so strong that it caused the purple aura of the human emperor streamer to solidify quite a bit. Daelord Sama, how could my Imperial Corpse sect possibly offend a master like you? Is there some kind of misunderstanding? As long as you say it, the Imperial Corpse sect, will definitely make amends. Seeing his strongest strike being erased just like that, the Imperial Corpse sect master immediately changed color, respectfully and immensely. Ha ha! Xu Tang laughed, then waved his big hand. The image of the crowd judging themselves that day came to mind. One of the faces, intense as it was all kinds of demeaning and insulting to himself. The fear of being scolded by others for missing 2 sentences. The moment the sect master of the Imperial Corpse sect saw that face, he only felt that his brain went blank and the sky was about to collapse, turning his head woodenly to his side, pale and hers was the same as that projected face, exactly like that of the eldest brother. He directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. You, how dare you judge a 15th realm Dao Father? If you want me, Lord Dao, I'll immediately enforce the sect rules and abolish his cultivation. At your disposal. Saying that, the sect leader of the Royal Corpse sect was about to make a move, only to find out how he couldn't move. The entire sect was fixed under Xu Tang's single thought. He continued to push his aura into the human emperor's streamer, then came before this patriarch. Rather regretfully, he said, TSK, I'm observing the chi. Your Imperial Corpse sect should have shone in this golden age. It's only right to rise. It's just a shame that it had to be a part of that day of judgment against me. The Dao is not to be dishonored. Then enter the human emperor's streamer for a moment. That patriarch was even more remorseful and angry when he heard the Dao Father even say that. He could have led the rise of the Imperial Corpse sect. He could have made the Imperial Corpse sect one of the giants of the righteous path. He could have won a place for the Imperial Corpse sect in this opening golden age. The thought of all these things that could have been done, the strong and incomparable emotions caused him to even barely break through Xu Tang's shackles, shedding 2 lines of bloody tears. It looked miserable. However, Xu Tang did not change his face when he saw the situation, and his smile remained the same. The human emperor's streamer continues to rotate. In the blink of an eye, he then took the entire Imperial Corp's sex upper and lower divine souls into his pocket. TSK, this regretful resentment is really strong. Not bad, not bad. Looks like I can make up a story after all. What with all that shining through the words of the rising, this he believed. Xu Tang looked at the human emperor streamer whose purple chi had solidified quite a bit more, and only then did he leave in satisfaction. Traveling to the next clan stronghold. Please catch up on your reading. The data is so bad that you can barely afford to eat cack. End of chapter. Returning to the south. In the palace, Lin Yuxuan sat on top of the throne and watched the two images. Desperation was written all over his pale, powerless face. She clenched her fists in a deadly clench of teeth and the eyes that looked into the two images were confused as hell. Only the first image showed a white-robed figure holding a human emperor streamer. In the territory of Guinan like nobody's business. He cut down those who were involved in his trial. There are clans of extermination. There's the extinction of the family. In just a few days' time, however, dozens of large and powerful clans had all become extinct throughout the entire Guinan territory. It was put into the so-called human emperor streamer that was so black that it turned purple. Wherever it passes, not an inch of grass grows. Even the aura of the place where it was located was drained and depleted by it, when really there is no life left at all. Xu Tang, do you really have to be so decisive? We are all human beings. At least, only ever misjudged you. You even managed to do such a thing that is even more devilish than the devil's way. So many people were killed just like that. Not even a single survivor. Not even a single legacy was left behind. And you're so cruel. Lin Yuxuan hated her teeth, but she could only curse angrily in her heart, because the white-robed figure in the picture was no one else. It was the same Xu Tang who had gone on a quest for revenge one by one in the territory of Guinan. These days, not only did he invite all those who had judged him into the human emperor's streamer as guests, and just in case they're alone in the human emperor's streamer, it was also especially thoughtful to send their friends and family, up and down the clan, and from the same clan, into the human emperor's streamer together to enjoy the blessings of these people, both behemoths like the Taiqing sect, one of the two sects. It also includes the entire clan of the Royal Corp sect, which has just risen not long ago. There were also some scattered cultivation clans or small sects. Without exception, all of them were included in the human emperor streamer by Xu Tang. This incident not only shocked the entire Guinan realm, even the Kyushu immortal region was sensationalized by it. But this time, there was no one to say that Xu Tang was cold-blooded and heartless. A devil indeed, because the crowd knew that if anyone disrespected this Taofather, he would truly carry the human emperor's streamer, invite people in to enjoy the blessings. The Taoist honor is not to be insulted. Xu Tang told the world this truth with his personal actions. Lin Yuxuan dared even more. She was able to be brought back by that Kyushu compass from the midst of the great war of the gods that day. It's already picked up a life. Lucky as hell. Where would one dare to provoke Xu Tang? A Tao father. Again. After the pathos, Lin Yuxuan's heart once again surged with infinite remorse. If one had not organized that so-called trial meeting. If Xu Tang is still around. Still the same hidden officer of the wall. How nice it should be. Lin Yuxuan sighed heavily before looking at the second image. The color of despair in his eyes intensified. It even gave rise to a few thoughts of wanting to lighten up, because the pressure is just too much. Picture. The demonic army heckled again. And this time, 15 realms of dragon lords are in imperial command. A great demon with the same cultivation level as Xu Tang personally led an army of demons to attack the returning South realm. If Xu Tang was consciously picking those who had judged him to exterminate his family for revenge, then the army of demons, led by the Dragon King. It's the real crazy disaster for the returned realm. Countless human races were slaughtered in the scene, captured like pigs and dogs by the demon army. The people are dying and the war is raging. That ghastly sight made her look for a few moments and just felt my stomach turn. It was just too gross and gory. Just watching the images, all of them could make her feel the bloody and murderous aura that came to her face like a mountain of blood. Not to mention the fact that such a disaster is now being played out every hour of every day in Guinan. With every breath, countless human races died. Even if Lin Yuxuan was cold-blooded and heartless, her heart was still racked with pain at this moment. She couldn't figure it out. It's clear that you've done nothing wrong. It's obvious that you've been working hard. Why is it in this state? Is this heaven trying to kill me in the returning South realm? Lin Yuxuan closed her eyes and smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, I think it's time to consider that Lord's words. Seeing that Lin Yuxuan's mind was shaken and her Tao heart was about to collapse, a black robe stepped forward at just the right time and said, "Working with the gods? Are you forgetting how that deity slaughtered my returning South realm cultivators in the first place?" Lin Yuxuan shook her head, firmly refusing. but don't forget, Your Majesty, that it was that same heavenly deity who struck the. It was only in such a short period of time that the demon army was driven out. What's more, didn't the Kyushu compass say, you are inextricably linked to the Een God, one of the heavenly supreme? Nowadays, in the immortal region of the 9 states, the gods from all sides are also gradually recovering, as long as you agree to cooperate, and then order them in the name of the Een God. Can I just make sure nothing like that happens again? The gods have revived, the heavenly court has reappeared, and will surely unify the immortal realm of the 9 states. By cooperating with the gods, you will not only be able to recover the returned South realm at that time, even accomplishing the 1,000-year-old miracle of unifying the great desolate immortal region, an emperor of 1,000 years. Are you not moved? What are these setbacks of today as long as that kind of greatness is accomplished? I'm sure the late emperor will then rest in peace in his 9 springs, and will be proud to have a daughter like you. The black robe stood aside and followed the instructions. The words spoken were as if a magical sound had penetrated her ears, causing Lin Yuxuan to fall into a trance, especially after hearing the words of that one unification of the great wilderness, one emperor for 1,000 years, and the late emperor resting in peace. Her gaze unconsciously fell on the Kyushu compass that had turned purple. Opening his mouth slightly, he felt a little thirsty. Your Majesty, this is the only chance left. There are worries and internal troubles outside of Guinan. The only way to cooperate with the gods is to. You're the one who can lead us to save the day. The black robe continued to persuade while the iron was hot. The compass of the 9 states also leaked out just the right amount of divine light, a majesty that is beyond compare. If Xu Tang were here, he would definitely find the familiar figure projected across the long river of time. People of the afterlife, cooperate with my heavenly court, and I guarantee that all the revived deities of the afterlife will be at your disposal. After saying that, the figure waved his big sleeve. The compass of the 9 states turned at once. One after another reviving divine point of light showed up on the map. It was dense and dizzying to watch. If all these gods are available to me. Just thinking about this, Lin Yuxuan couldn't help but breathe much faster. So, what's the price of cooperation? On one side, there are images of the returned realm being massacred. On one side, there is a constant revival of the gods. Lin Yuxuan's eyes finally firmed up after hesitating for a long time. The figure did not answer, but shook a little at the compass of the 9 states. Ka-ching! An eerie pink mist suddenly rose from the sacred and incomparable Kyushu compass. After corroding off her clothes, she wrapped Lin Yuxuan in a ball. It brought a hard look to her face. You've retained your fragrant genjutsu for so many years, and it just so happens to be of great benefit to me. North, south, on a snowy mountain. Bang! The mad Taoist, who was already at the peak of the 12th realm. At the moment it was being flung around like a toy by a flaming humanoid. Divine spirit. Is this the divine spirit? It took all of mad Taoist's strength to get out of the bind. Unbelievably, he looked at the flaming humanoid in front of him. His intuition told him that the other party hadn't fully awakened yet. Just to have been able to abuse his own self at the peak of the 12th realm like this? What if it's fully awakened? Thinking of this, mad Taoist didn't dare to take it lightly anymore. Build up your strength and pinch the spell. Prepare to decapitate this fawn with the strongest strike. But I didn't expect the latter to go one step ahead, suddenly opening their eyes. Too horrifying, incomparable. Golden flames comparable to the Samadhi flame instantly erupted, surrounding the mad Taoist in a group. The next moment it burned up his flesh and soul. This kind of attack was bizarre and incomparable. The mad Taoist had never seen it before, and there was no way to defend against it. Can only watch their own soul flesh body was a little bit burned out. Am I going to fall just like that? After feeling that long-lost life and death crisis, the mad Taoist didn't have much fear on his face, just some regrets. Feeling that he had failed the Tao Father. Just as he was about to detonate his cultivation, intending to die with this flame god spirit, a white-robed figure finally arrived abruptly. No wonder you gods awakened early. So there's some fool from nowhere who dares to enter into present-day cooperation with you. End of chapter. Above the snowy mountains, the 1,000-year-old cold ice was about to be melted away by that flame deity. What was clearly a freezing environment was blazing hot. Xu Tang landed on the ground, his left hand slightly raised, and gave a light tap to the mad Taoist. The wind comes. At once, the void rippled. A nameless wind was suddenly born, blowing out as much of the overbearing and incomparable flames from the mad Taoist as possible. That's what kept it alive. Many thanks to Lord Tao. Seeing that it was Xu Tang himself who arrived, the mad Taoist who had recovered his life hurriedly saluted. You should recuperate, and leave this fong to me. Xu Tang merged his 2 fingers together and made a slight point at the mad Taoist. A power containing the Tao of life and death suddenly descended from the sky, as if enlightened by a. It was poured over the mad Taoist, quickly repairing the wounds of the divine soul on the other bodies. Only after doing so did Xu Tang turn to look at the flame deity. The latter had been completely revived, clad in red robes and full of lines. People of the afterlife, I'm giving you a chance to submit to me. I am a divine general of the fire department of the heavenly court, and my strength is beyond your imagination. The fire ministry god general crossed his arms together and looked at Xu Tang, indifferently saying, "TSK." Xu Tang smiled at his words before shaking his head. Are all of you heavenly court deities this confident? Moving people into submissive submission. As he spoke, Xu Tang's face suddenly straightened, cold to the core. The killing aura suddenly erupted. Already half of the people who have turned purple heroes are even more sensationally unfolding. A mere deity is worthy of making this Tao Father submit? The words fell. The human emperor streamer immediately erupted with terrifying power, roaring toward that fire ministry god general. Latter-day Griffin, this god gave you a chance but you didn't cherish it. In that case, I'll have no choice but to make an example out of you and take you as a typical example first. The fire ministry god general was instantly annoyed when he saw that Xu Tang had the audacity to strike at him at the drop of a hat. Originally, he had wanted to follow the example of the sages and learn that method of courtesy. It's the only thing that didn't do anything about it. Who wouldn't have thought that this guy would have the dog's guts to take the lead on himself? I am a divine general of the heavenly court, and I have led the heavenly soldiers to conquer the 8 wastelands, and have hunted down and killed the great emperors of the ancient world, slaughtered a full family of saints. You latter-day ants, it would be your honor to die in my hands. In the face of the human emperor streamer's attack, the fire ministry god general appeared to be in no hurry. It seemed to him that without the suppression of the ancient one in the afterlife, there was simply no one who was a match for their heavenly court deities. Even during those years, when the great emperors of the ancients rebelled against their rule in order to suppress the heavenly court, all paid the price of death. Not to mention this griffin that adopted the latter-day cultivation system. You think you're invincible just because you haven't seen the power of my heavenly court gods. My heavenly court can even fight against the great emperors of the ancients. How can I still be afraid of you, the so-called 15-realm Tao Father of the later world? The fire ministry god general sneered and smiled. Then 2 purple flames suddenly rose from both fists, and his body pressed down in a punching stance. Looking at his appearance, he was clearly preparing to use the power of his physical body to resist the power of the human emperor streamer. It's arrogant as hell. Tao Lord. His flames are weird. When the mad Taoist saw this purple flame, his heart palpitated. It was this purple flame that had just caused his divine soul to burn in agony. The aura simply couldn't wipe it out, but instead helped it thrive. Artistic aptitude smashed on it was even more like a mud cow entering the sea, without any sound. It was so bizarre that it was impossible to think of a way to break it. That was why he subconsciously spoke out, wanting to remind Xu Tang, but the words came to an abrupt end in mid-sentence. Only in the half-black, half-purple mist of the human emperor's streamer, Hercules stretched out countless arms that kept tumbling, a miserable and incomparable, despairing as if it were hellish resentment aura instantly met that fire ministry god general's fist. The scene made the mad Taoist's scalp tingle. Such a huge and solidified grievances. Where is this a human emperor streamer? This is clearly more devilish than the 10,000 soul streamer. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sneak a glance at Xu Tang. Mind blown. How many people has this Taoist lord of ours killed in this period of time? Only then can the just refine not long after the 10,000 souls. Oh no! The human emperor streamer inside the grievances. Solidified into such a shape? The next moment, I only saw that the flames that the fire ministry god general was originally proud of, under this infinite flood of grievances, inch by inch it went out. The sneer on the fire ministry god general's face was immediately gone. This can't be right. Before he could catch his breath, he saw only the deepest part of the human emperor's streamer. A touch of the same origin as him, a familiar and incomparable aura suddenly appeared. Heavenly court deity? How dare you put my heavenly court deity into this 10,000 soul streamer? The fire ministry god general roared as if he had seen a ghost, his previous titanic demeanor gone. How could he not have expected that there was a heavenly court deity in this tiny 10,000 soul streamer? That is, before that, this latter-day person had already beheaded a deity? It's decapitation. Instead of sealing, suppressing, this person even has the power to kill gods? Doesn't that mean that on some level, he is no longer inferior to the ancient great emperor? Instantly, a strong sense of crisis pierced through his sky. It creeped him out to no end. What's with the days? Didn't you make yourself out to be great just now? In front of the human emperor's streamer, you dare to be reckless? Next moment, Xu Tang arrived in front of him with a slight sway of his body. A hand reached out to gently hold it down. The flames on the latter's body suddenly went out and the vitality of the entire body was even more crazily absorbed by the infinite grievances in the human emperor's streamer. He tried to fight back, tried to mobilize the divine power within him, but like a mortal falling into a swamp, the more he pushed the power of the vitality is instead absorbed the faster. He stared at Xu Tang with disbelief, and only at this moment did his heart flood with a strong sense of remorse. I am a divine general of the fire ministry, and I deserve to be invincible in the afterlife revival. I will restore the glory of heaven, instead of dying at. Where's all the nonsense? Go into the human emperor's streamer and stay there. The fire ministry god general roared angrily, wanting to vent his heart's discontent, trying to exchange a life for a life with Xu Tang by blowing himself up. However, Xu Tang lost his patience, and the force in his hands suddenly increased. The entire heaven and earth power of the great desolate immortal region was suddenly poured into it. In an instant, it devastated this so-called fire ministry god general's vitality and strangled him to death. Immediately afterward, the latter was allowed to transform into an even stronger strand of grievance chi and fly into the human emperor's streamer. Let the purple color on top expand partially again. Looks like I guessed correctly. This Tsongshang grievance really does have a restraining effect on the heavenly court deities. Only then did Xu Tang put away the human emperor streamer and nodded in satisfaction. He then narrowed his eyes slightly and looked towards the tragic battlefield within the returning south. His brows furrowed and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's really you, Lin Yuxuan. Only a fool like you would make a deal with the gods to awaken them early. Looks like it's time to include you in the human emperor's hockey. My master's sole position has been empty. It's just for you. Through 1,000 eyes, Xu Tang saw that above the battlefield of the returning South Realm, the demonic army led by the dragon monarch himself was fighting with the heavenly court deities in a grueling and incomparable battle. End of chapter. Under the leadership of the Dragon King, but in just a few days, half of the land in the southern realm had fallen to the demonic army. Even with the introduction of the great desolate immortal region, the area of the returned South Realm has expanded several times over, but it still can't keep up with the fall. Under the imperial command of the 15th Realm's great demons, the demon army attacked the returning South Realm as if they were wolves entering a flock of sheep. The people are in a terrible state, and the return to the south is like hell on earth. Among them, even more so. I don't know how many cavernous places have sprung up because of the great desolate immortal region's introduction to the world. The immortal sanctuary, as well as countless mountain mines and spiritual veins, they all fell into the hands of demons. Plus, there was that legendary Lord Dao, holding the human emperor's flag to personally seek revenge. For a time, the entire Guinan realm was in a state of panic, and countless famous families and great families. It was even more impatient to move away to other great state immortal domains. Even if one pulls an old face and begs for incense favors from who knows how many years ago, and also to escape from this hell on earth. However, just today, a spell formation suddenly rose up at the border of the returning South Realm. This formation was odd and incomparable. There was not a single fluctuation of aura on it. Instead it was maintained by 3 guys who were covered in golden light and whose faces could not be seen. These 3 figures were extremely powerful. Even if they were the elders of the Shangqing sect, the top power in the returning South Realm, neither can break through them. But fortunately, they did not strike out with deadly force, but only expelled. Faced with this situation, the crowd had to return the way they came. But when we went back, we realized that in the ancestral halls of every house, of every sect, at some point they were all replaced with a golden statue whose face could not be seen, immediately following the delivery of the landscape residents' newspaper. From now on, all of the people in the Southland shall worship the statue of the god with devotion and sincerity, and if any of them fail to do so, decapitation. Some people do as they are told naturally and some people don't believe it. Speaking out of turn, as the fall of all the returned realms is imminent. So what if I don't follow this so-called empress as well? But on the second day, the crowd was horrified to find that those who spoke out of turn and desecrated the golden body, without exception, died a violent and miserable death. And after the devotional offerings of the rest of the people, a piece of news that made the whole of the returned South Realm cheering and incomparably excited came quickly. The new empress personally led an army of gods and spirits to stop the demon army in the Valley of Returning Flame and won a great victory. The moment, back to the Valley of Flames, the breath surged, and Lin Yuxuan, who already had a vaguely young woman's style, was clad in battle armor and stood proudly on top of the mountain. She had never been more spirited than she was today. He personally led the gods and spirits to stop the demon army. He himself was even fighting that legendary great ancestor dragon monarch, with the power of the gods adding to his strength. And prevail. The power of the gods was simply beyond her imagination. Don't say you fought the Dragon King before this. It was the 2 demon clan ancestors that were still left that were enough to kill her, Lin Yuxuan, without leaving a single piece of armor. But nowadays, under the augmentation of the power of the gods, her cultivation reached an unprecedented height. Is this the power of the truly strong? It's really too wonderful. With this power, why would I worry about not being able to be that 1,000-year-old emperor? And why would I worry about not being able to lead the returning South Realm to grow and rise? Lin Yuxuan clenched her fist, a look of satisfaction written all over her charming face. Your Majesty, it turns out that trading with the gods is the perfect choice. The people of the returned South Realm are truly blessed to have met such a wise ruler of the ages like you. On the side, the black robe subconsciously flattered. Snap. However, she was not expected to respond to her with a cold blow from Lin Yuxuan. It directly sent her flying backwards. In a sorry state. I need you to evaluate the perfection of what I have decided. Keep your mouth shut. Don't think you can be reckless just because you've been around me for a long time. The black robe climbed up with difficulty and respectfully knelt in front of Lin Yuxuan. I know I'm wrong. I hope your Majesty will forgive me. A face lowered to the ground was written with the colors of resentment and stoicism. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. When Lin Yuxuan's usefulness is completely over. Wait until your own secret deal with the gods is done. It will be time for your own vengeance. It was the time for the shadow demons to shed all their shackles and become a whole new race. Humph. Get up. Lin Yuxuan didn't look at the black robe and threw down a sentence before walking forward. She was so powerful now that she didn't need any so-called schemers. The demon army was nothing more than a toy in her eyes. Sinner Dragon, I will give you one last chance to be my demonic favorite. Then hand over the soul and blood parts of your demon race up and down to my hands, and I can consider leaving your demon race up and down to survive in the world. Lin Yuxuan said confidently as she looked down at the incredibly wide valley below. At this moment, in the Valley of the Returning Flame, named for the flames that erupt from time to time, the demon army that was supposed to be unrelenting had been subjected to a rare one-sided slaughter. The ones who caused this situation turned out to be just 5 deities with different breaths. They were emanating different colors of divine power, joining hands too. Surprisingly, he was able to manage to counterattack the demon's million-strong army, even if it wasn't for Lin Yuxuan's order. They had long ago been able to slaughter this so-called million-demon army. Who sells her body in exchange for power with the heavenly court deserves to talk to this king like that? If it were normal for a guy like you, one look from me would be enough to exterminate you. Flush with Lin Yuxuan at the other end of the valley. His abdomen was wounded by the divine light. The Dragon King who was gurgling blood spoke in an urn. Despite the fact that he had lost out in the tussle with Lin Yuxuan not long ago, but he still doesn't give a damn when faced with this kind of guy who is in league with heaven. However, a trace of worry still flashed imperceptibly in the depths of the vertical pupil. The heavenly court was still the same. Terrifying. Even if it's just the early stages of divine resurrection, all of them are enough to rub those of them who have adopted the latter-day cultivation system on the ground. Once heaven returns, who in the world can stop it? Stubborn? Then go to hell. True dragons have fallen at the hands of gods before, let alone a sinful dragon like you. Lin Yuxuan waved her big sleeve and lost her patience. Coldly ordered, I'm going to let you know that I, returning to the South Realm, am never a persimmon to be pinched. More than that, I want the world to know that with me around, the returned South Realm will not perish. I will definitely avenge the deaths of the human people. I am already invincible, and I will reign over the world. The words fell. Lin Yuxuan even flew out personally, joining forces with those 5 deities. Lay down a line that has yet to take shape. The light reveals the breath and is enough to destroy the heavens and the earth with a terrifying array. Burying sky formation. When the dragon monarch saw this, his pupils suddenly shrunk. Once this formation is formed, not to mention the demon army below, even if a real dragon comes, the flesh is going to be heavily damaged. The dragon monarch didn't dare to hesitate, and was about to make a move to stop it when suddenly, I realized that, on top of the opposite mountain, another figure whose face could not be seen appeared, locking his aura firmly. Once he struck, the other side would surely strike with thunder as well. A 6th deity? How is it possible for so many deities to be awakened within Guinan? Long June, who was being stared at by that figure, was sitting on pins and needles, his scalp tingling. One could only watch as that heaven-destroying burial formation gradually took shape. The dragon monarch and the demon race. Can't it be that I'm going to fall here today? Despair rose in the Dragon King's heart, but the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened. Only a white-robed figure was seen descending from the sky. The power of the Daozun realm surged immensely, so that those 4 deities who were invincible on the battlefield didn't even have time to react. Then he instantly exploded and died without a burial place. Fast, too fast, strong, too strong. The dragon monarch didn't even see clearly how Xu Tang actually struck, only to see the smoke clear after a horrific explosion. Immediately afterward, they saw Xu Tang strangling Lin Yuxuan's neck to death, just dragging her along as she flew and crashed into the mountains behind her, until it crashes through the entire mountain range. Lin Yuxuan, is this what you call invincible? Golden light flowed from Xu Tang's eyes. and with a pinch in the air, the sixth deity who was about to make a move against him likewise died a horrible death, and was directly pocketed by the human emperor's streamer. Forever and ever. Only then did he look at Lin Yuxuan, who was near before him, terrified and pale. Raise your right fist, fill it with power and blast it. End of chapter. Bang, bang, bang. With a physical strength that was no weaker than that of a pure martial artist who had cultivated to the extreme martial god realm, Xu Tang, punch after punch slammed hard into Lin Yuxuan's face, having her closed face beaten over and over again until it was deformed, then instantly restored. Then it gets hit until it's deformed again, and so on and so forth. The force was so great that it quickly made a deep pit dozens of feet deep appear under Lin Yuxuan's feet. The surrounding space even shattered apart, forming one stream of void turbulence after another. You're reckless. Only after hard being smashed in the face by Xu Tang with many punches did Lin Yuxuan react. After screaming, a ball of terrifying divine light suddenly erupted from his dantian. The speed was so fast that Xu Tang was sent flying out by it without paying attention. I am a deity incarnate. How dare you strike out at me with great disrespect? Where did you get the courage to take a shot at me? A 15th realm Daolord who has adopted the latter-day cultivation method. Xu Tang, I've put up with you for a long time. If it wasn't because of you, how could my returning South realm have suffered so many disasters? And how could I lose my precious and incomparable Yuan? Lin Yuxuan roared as 8 colors of divine light suddenly erupted from her body, surrounding her. The power of the 8 divine generals of heaven? Xu Tang, be careful. This is the power of the 8 divine generals, once hard-boiled to death an ancient great emperor in the ancient era. In the distance, when the dragon monarch saw this scene, his pupils suddenly shrunk. The fear deep in his memory made him take a step backward. After reacting to the fact that this was no longer the era ruled by the ancient celestial court, he then spoke out to remind him. Good. 8 divine generals, My human emperor streamer is worried that there aren't enough corpses for the gods, and you delivered it to my door. Good. Rarely did Xu Tang's eyes reveal wariness. Golden light quickly flowed through his eyes. If you don't worship God when you see him, you should be killed. Enhanced by the power of the 8 divine generals, Lin Yuxuan's pupils were whitened and her hair flew as she rose into the air. Divine beyond measure. The words spoken are even more like a heavenly constitution in one's mouth. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xu Tang felt one burst after another of the power of heaven and earth pressing down on his body, trying to force him to kneel down to Lin Yuxuan. Heck, the word is out. Playing games with my word, are you? Don't forget that I'm a Daozun. I'm the power of heaven and earth in the great desolate state. I am the strongest person in the world. With you are worthy of making me kneel? This force of heaven and earth was extremely terrifying, and was even able to press layers of blood out of Xu Tang's flesh. However, his face was very calm, and his every word revealed an extraordinary composure. In the air, Lin Yuxuan saw the scene and nodded slightly, looking proud beyond measure. What she wanted was for Xu Tang to look like a mess in front of her, no matter what words he said, but at least for now, he did seem to be subdued by himself. But immediately afterward, Xu Tang clenched his hands into fists and raised his head, the golden light in his eyes dispersing. His aura also suddenly dissipated, and he was as calm as if he were immortal. But the weird thing is, the more he looks like he doesn't have any cultivation, the more that incomparably powerful force just now, the less it could act on his body. Drop. In the next moment, Xu Tang shook a little at Lin Yuxuan and said softly, boom. The force of the heavens and earth that had just compressed Xu Tang's flesh out of its injuries reappeared, but this time, it was acting on Lin Yuxuan's body, and it's even more powerful than it was just now. Lin Yuxuan was able to clearly perceive the power of heaven and earth within the entire great desolate immortal region, from the lowliest Yuan Qi to the rarest immortal cultivation aura, all at the word of Xu Tang, turning into an immense force of immense proportions. It was like a Tarzan pressing down on her, suppressing her to death. This is the real words that follow the law. Tao honorable edicts are like the operation of the heavenly Tao. So this is what it means. I got it. I see. So that's how it is. So that's how a Deofather's power is used. When the dragon monarch saw this scene, the light in his eyes exploded. For a moment it was as if he had caught the opportunity to take his first step. The original bottleneck is also loosening at this moment. Wind, rain, thunder and lightning, gold, wood, water and fire, 8 divine generals, at my command. And just as the dragon monarch was having an epiphany, Lin Yuxuan was equally unwilling to show weakness. Even if she was facing the power of heaven and earth and the entire great desolate immortal region, she was still unafraid. Hands open, 8 different colors of divine power. Herculeanly, they converged from all sides of the Guinan territory. The 8 divine generals are the strongest deities under the supreme court of heaven. Even if it was only for such a short period of time that he was offered by the people of the Return South realm, they are also able to quickly and extremely ascend to their peak state. Does the entire returned realm believe in the gods? Xu Tang coldly watched this scene, the killing intent in his eyes stronger than ever. He knew that Lin Yuxuan had no bottom line in what she did. You can guess that she will definitely follow up with the gods. But he had never expected that she would now have the entire returning South realm worshipping the gods up and down. The danger of the gods and the disaster of the heavenly court. Even a great demon like the dragon monarch knew about it. Lin Yuxuan, as a female emperor of the human race, but she seeks the skin of the tiger, and has taken the entire great desert immortal region. Even the safety of the immortal region of Kyushu was pushed into the fire. Blame it on your empress. I'm not one to kill indiscriminately, but it had to come out today. Xu Tang took a deep breath, then raised his hand. Hachiman, come. The human emperor's streamer suddenly arrived. It then unfolded with a bang. This time, it wasn't a clan or a sect that was covered by the human emperor's streamer, nor is it a mountain. Rather, it was the entire return to the South realm after expanding its area countless times. Looking toward the place he had once guarded for 10,000 years, Xu Tang had no color of attachment in his eyes. There was just endless coldness. Since you all worship the gods, don't blame me for refining the entire returning South realm. With that, he took a step. The human emperor streamer was also frantically catalyzed. Xu Tang, are you crazy? Are you trying to kill the remaining millions of human races in my returning South realm? You're also a human, and a hallowed Taofather. How could you lay your hands on me? Are you still human, you devil? You are a devil. You're an abomination. Lin Yuxuan was also shocked beyond words when she noticed Xu Tang's movements. She'd never have guessed. Xu Tang was actually able to be cold-blooded and heartless to such an extent? With the cultivation of a Taoist priest, he activated the 10,000 soul streamer, refining all the living beings in the territory of the Returned South? I'm afraid that the world's greatest devil wouldn't dare to commit such a killing, but he really did? Lin Yuxuan only felt a wave of cold air drilling straight into her heart. It was only then that he finally realized just how decisive Xu Tang was in killing. More importantly, if all the people in the returning South realm were refined at this moment, then the source of power of the 8 divine generals will be interrupted. This must not succeed. Lin Yuxuan's heart fluttered. Then she took out her 9 states compass, trying to interrupt the human emperor streamer with the power of the compass. But unexpectedly, just then, 2 more people exactly like him walked out behind Xu Tang. One breath transforms 3 purities? Lin Yuxuan hadn't returned to her senses yet. The 2 remaining Xu Tangs, who looked the same but had very different auras, were. Then, without a word, he directly activated the Daozun realm killing move on her. Shades of bloom and shade, call the wind and the rain. 6 paths reincarnation fist, great desolate imprisoning skyfinger. When confronted with the power of a true Tao Father, Lin Yuxuan then realized that even if she had obtained divine enchantment, the gap is still too big compared to Xu Tang. 3 Taoist killing moves attacked and killed, stirring up cause and effect, shattering the void, and cutting off the long river of time. Whether it was the past, the future, or the present, Xu Tang had struck. No matter which direction, Xu Tang's killing move could be seen. A strong crisis of life and death surged to her heart, and Lin Yuxuan had no doubt that, hastily recalling the compass of the 9 states, with the help of the power of the ancient heavens above, resisting this from the past, the future, the present. But then again, it doesn't exist on the long river of time as a Tao killing move. No, the power of the 9 states compass's Taiku heavenly court barely helped Lin Yuxuan block Xu Tang's 2 doppelgangers, but she did survive. But right in front of her eyes, the human emperor's streamer that shrouded the entire Guinan realm, already hyped up, Lin Yuxuan roared madly, her eyes glazed over, but he could only watch as Xu Tang held the human emperor streamer under her nose. Indifferently, he gradually refined the entire return to the South realm. Ask for a little catch-up reading. By the way, I'm pushing a book, written by a friend, Dolua Homo. Dolua, Heavy Pupil Supreme. You can read it when you're out of books. End of chapter. No one had ever catalyzed the human emperor streamer to such an extent, covering an unknown number of thousands of miles across the entire returned South realm, enveloping millions of living beings, since the human emperor's streamer was activated. At first, the people of the returned South realm thought that it was the Tengdu's eclipse of the sun that caused the sudden darkness of the sky, until the human emperor's streamer begins to operate, until the densely packed, soul-filled streamer erupted with a horrifyingly incomparable, the suction that destroys everything, until the return to the South realm human race was horrified to discover that the people around them had died violently one after another at some point. Countless unjust souls rose up and were sucked behind the bottomless black curtain that, the crowd then reacted. It's not a change in the sky, much less hallucinating themselves. This was clearly a person of great power who wanted to refine the entire returning South realm through and through. And throughout the entire great desolate immortal region, there was only that one being who was able to do this. Once exiled by them, being demeaned and insulted by them, the last hidden official of the wall, Xu Tang, who was hated by them to the core. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die yet. I was wrong. Xu Tang, I know I'm wrong. Please don't kill me. I don't want to go into the 10,000 souls. I don't want to enter. Xu Tang, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have followed the others and cursed you. I know it's wrong. I'm sorry. For a while those remaining who hadn't been refined cried out in pain. Kneeling on the ground, he kept kowtowing to the black curtain in the sky, praying to be forgiven. In the sky, Xu Tang coldly watched all of this, listening to the tragic and incomparable screams of despair from the crowd. He smiled coldly, clenched his palm into a fist, and, instead, they increased their efforts to promote the human emperor's streamer. Wave after wave of incomparably terrifying Taofather power was crazily poured into the human emperor streamer by him. Let the whole of the returned realm burn. For a moment, whether it's mountain land, or rivers and lakes, all of them gradually melted away under the refining of this terrifying and incomparable Taofather power. Lin Yuxuan was overwhelmed with despair at the sight of this scene. Xu Tang didn't look like he was simply going to use the entire human race of the returning South realm to refine their souls. He was truly trying to refine the entire returning South realm. Neither people nor things could escape his grasp. Thinking of this, the chill in Lin Yuxuan's heart increased. It also regretted even more why he had to go against Xu Tang. If none of this had happened, how could the returning South realm be reduced to the tragic state of being refined by Xu Tang's own hands? Xu Tang, you are just too vicious. You're 10,000 times more vicious than a demon. How can you be so inhuman? Lin Yuxuan gritted her teeth and stared at Xu Tang with a deadly stare, saying word by word. At the same time, he secretly built up his strength and communicated with the compass of the 9 states. She's going to let the supremacy of the ancient heavens descend upon her. Let Supreme decapitate Xu Tang. It's the only way she'll be able to get her mind off of it. By the way, he saved the entire returning South realm and made himself the unrivaled great benefactor of the returning South realm. No. Where could Xu Tang not see her little plan? But he didn't care and waved his hand. Since the ancient celestial court wants to intervene, using the gods to stir up time, then one might as well take advantage of this opportunity to go along for the ride. It would be best to completely obliterate the heavenly court, which had not yet fully returned. Finally, he waved his big sleeve. A projection slowly appeared in the middle of the endless black curtain above the sky. The power of time and space flowed on it, making the scene of the returning South realm from many days ago appear on it. Lin Yuxuan, I'd say you're really stupid or fake. Nah, it's not that I'm a devil or inhuman. Wasn't it you who was the root cause of this havoc in the returned South realm? Xu Tang smiled faintly before giving a firm squeeze. Lin Yuxuan looked at the projection and was struck by lightning, only to see that as the power of time works away, a scene on the projection also slowly unfolded. From the initial public trial of Lin Yuxuan against Xu Tang, to the point where she later sends out a landscape diary of the supposed real reasons for moving the Great Love Immortal League away from the, as well as the image of the demon race's sin of slaughtering the cultivators of the returning South realm, all of which were pushed onto Xu Tang, showing one by one. And it was also this series of actions by Lin Yuxuan that, it made the entire returning South realm hate Xu Tang beyond measure, from the elderly to the younger generation. When mentioning the last hidden official of the Great Wall, none of them gritted their teeth and hated them to the point where they couldn't hate them anymore. They could have lived in peace and quiet. After all, I'm not exactly a killjoy. But, it's because of you, Lin Yuxuan. It's because of your 3 times this honored one slandered, rumored. It's what caused the entire returning South realm to be buried with it today. Dao honors are not to be insulted. Unfortunately, in the entire returning South realm, there is surprisingly not a single person who knows this. Until now there are still people cursing the honored one. Xu Tang stood with his arms folded as he looked downward. The eyes were cold and indifferent. Lin Yuxuan, on the other hand, screamed as if she were a cat whose tail had been stepped on. No. I am clearly the bright ruler who led them to rise. I'm clearly the hope of returning to the southern realm. How could I have caused all this? This can't be. At those words, Xu Tang smiled even more cruelly. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the quick sword. Since you don't believe it, then ask the human emperor streamer's grievous spirit. Xu Tang's mind moved. Hundreds of unjust souls that had just been refined from the returning South realm suddenly flew in front of Lin Yuxuan. The moment they saw Lin Yuxuan, these unjust souls, who hadn't had any emotional fluctuations yet, it was a wild ride. One by one, they scrambled to rush forward to tear into Lin Yuxuan, itching to eat her alive. So much so that the resentment in them was enhanced. Lin Yuxuan, you give me back my life. Damned! If you hadn't led us to defame the Taofather, how did we end up like this? Lin Yuxuan, you buried the entire Guinan realm for your own selfish interests. You shall not die. I'll wait for you in the human emperor's streamer. I'll be watching you, all the time. If Xu Tang's previous words, coupled with that image, for Lin Yuxuan, it had numbed her. Then the evil words spoken by these unjust souls from the realm of the returned south, gnashing their teeth. It was just like one steel needle after another, ruthlessly piercing into Lin Yuxuan's heart. She can't accept that she's failing like this. Failed to the point that the entire returning south realm is cursing her up and down. So spiteful of her. Her heart was dripping blood. She regretted it immensely. Why did you treat Xu Tang like that in the first place? Creating this situation today? Why? No. 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 It's not like that. It's not like that at all. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong at all. Lin Yuxuan was in a state of madness, muttering. She was cloaked in hair, and even the divine light protecting her body couldn't hide her insane appearance at this moment. Bang! Finally, under the incomparably resentful curses of countless Guinan realm resentful souls, Lin Yuxuan, who was incredibly proud and boasted that she wanted to be the first female emperor of the ages, finally the heart of the way is broken. Eyes dead wide open. The limbs are stiff as hell. Straighten up in place. A strand of blood seeped down from the corner of her mouth, making her suddenly breathless. He was clearly in a state of being dead at any time. However, at this moment, Xu Tang didn't have to take it lightly. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, pale golden light quickly igniting and flowing through his pupils. The Heavenly Supreme, finally descending? Requests for follow-up reading. End of chapter. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The long river of time manifested around Lin Yuxuan, connecting the past with the present. A power full of ancient flavor, like the Milky Way flowing down to the 9 heavens. From above the 9 heavens, dropping down onto Lin Yuxuan. Meanwhile, just see the other end of the river of time. 33 heavens. Inside the heavenly court of Taiku, a figure that stretches across the universe and presses down on the 9 heavens. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, then took a step towards the river of time. His pupils were all black, and his body was even wrapped in a black color so thick that it could not be melted. A strong aura of death emanated from his body. This aura of death was so strong that the spiritless river of time couldn't help but actively avoid it. Fear of getting close enough to be corroded by it, thus affecting the flow rate. And with this movement of his, within the universe, countless star rivers were pulled. Hundreds of millions of living beings bowed down in unison, and thousands of stars flickered and wavered because of it. The 33 heavens, which resided high above all beings, trembled even more. Numerous channels have been implemented to ring out all of a sudden. The crowd only felt shocked as they looked at that grandiose and incomparable back that they couldn't see straight. The Yin God, one of the heavenly courts supreme. How dare he walk again? What in the world happened? How could you provoke the Yin God to make a move? The only ones who can make the Yin God treat them like this are the great emperors of the ancients. But there are no more great emperors in the present world. Could it be that there is someone else in the world who dares to sing against the heavenly court? Look, he's gone to the time river. The Yin God is actually going to strike across the long river of time? That person will surely die for sure. The Yin God is in charge of yin and yang life and death, which does not coincide with the Tao of time. Surprisingly, someone dared to provoke him to cross the long river of time? Aside from death, I really can't think of a second end. After seeing that the Yin God had actually gone across the long river of time, the billions of trillion living beings in the 33 heavy heavens were even more terrified. The long river of time, that was equivalent to the Yin God's home turf. None of the great emperors of the ancients dared to call the shots with the Yin God at the river of time, exactly from the past or the future. What an unawareness. It's what invites the Yin God himself. Isn't that self-defeating? The 33 heavy heavens shook with golden light for a moment, and everyone felt that the man would surely die. Boom boom, and with the Yin God's foot in the river of time, the aura on Lin Yuxuan's body also instantly swelled beyond measure. It was unknown how many times more powerful than when the 8 divine generals were previously enchanted. The aura of death that made even Xu Tang fearful even appeared on his body. Xu Tang, this is the power breath of one of the heavenly courts supreme, the Yin God. Retreat quickly. You are no match for him. The terror of the heavenly supreme is not something that people of the latter days like you can imagine. In the ancient times, the last true dragon in the world was captured by a heavenly supreme. The moment the Yin God's breath appeared, it wasn't Xu Tang who realized and reacted first. Instead, it was the Dragon King. A fear etched in his bones made him tremble so much that he couldn't control himself, even if he had already stepped into the 15th realm. Even in later systems of cultivation, the 15 realms were already enough to call out to the great emperors in the ancient cultivation system. But he was still scared. It was fear from the deepest depths of the bloodline heritage, the supreme spirit of heaven. It was because of his existence that the ancient celestial court was able to rule the universe and view all beings as pawns. No one knows where the Supreme Court of Heaven practiced from. Their origins are as deep and unknowable as their strength. I don't know where the limits really are. That was why the Dragon Monarch would remind Xu Tang so anxiously. The Heavenly Supreme is not comparable to the other deities or the 8 divisions of gods and generals. But then again, the Dragon King would never have guessed. Lin Yuxuan was actually able to summon the Supreme Court of Heaven. The Yin God to descend? What the hell is she from? He is God, and I am the exalted one. In the ancient times, I don't care how great he was, but this is the present age. I am the strongest in the world, bar none. In the face of the Yin God's aura that gradually awakened and coalesced from Lin Yuxuan's body, Xu Tang's pale golden flowing eyes burned with burning battle intent. Looking at it again today, it all makes sense. The reason why the Lin family had the 9 dragons royal heavenly formation was precisely because of the relationship with the swift deity. And now that Lin Yuxuan was able to utilize the 9 states compass to summon the Supreme Court of Heaven, it must have something to do with her bloodline as well. Is this the backhand of the Heavenly Court's revival? Just like that it was cracked by me by mistake. Xu Tang kindly smiled. Nor did he expect that he would just destroy the Heavenly Court's arrangement in the great desolate immortal region just like that by chance. In that case, even if he didn't fight this Yin God now, at a later date, when the backhanders laid out by the Heavenly Court elsewhere took effect and gradually took shape, again, a fight is inevitable. Might as well have a good fight now and talk about it. Xu Tang grinned, no longer waiting for the Yin God to fully descend, before striking out brazenly, in a fight to the death. Who's going to talk to you about gentlemanly etiquette? It's just a Lin Yuxuan, so what if I kill her? Call the wind and the rain. Xu Tang rushed to Lin Yuxuan, who was wrapped in the Yin God's aura. In a flash, the left and right hands were wrapped in terrifyingly incomparable Daozun realm power, aiming a hard slap at Lin Yuxuan's head. Rumble. Bold, a cold to the extreme, yet majestic voice hung down from the 9 heavens above. It shook Xu Tang directly out. Next moment, the river of time suddenly disappeared. Lin Yuxuan, who had been keeping her eyes tightly closed and should have had her Dao heart shattered, also silently opened her eyes. A haunting black aura of death flooded his pupils. If you don't worship God when you see him, you already have a way of taking your death. Lin Yuxuan's tone was very calm, as if she was stating a fact. Next moment, only to see a dense black aura bursting out of the void all of a sudden. The defenseless Xu Tang was instantly wrapped in a ball. In the distance, the Dragon Monarch was shocked when he saw this scene. This belongs to the Supreme Court of Heaven. Its horror is simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The very next moment when that black aura wrapped Xu Tang in, even a 15th realm existence such as the Dragon Monarch, surprisingly, none of them could sense Xu Tang's aura at all. Even the memories of him in his mind were blurring down. Xu Tang. Is it hard to believe that the first Tao Father, at that time, would fall just like that? The Heavenly Court is indeed still the same ancient celestial court, so strong that no one is able to fight against it at all. When the Supreme strikes, no one is an opponent. Now that the return of Taiga Heavenly Court is imminent, is it hard to believe that I'm going to act as an ox for them again like in my previous life and be a dog of the Heavenly Court? The Dragon Monarch looked at Xu Tang, who had been wrapped and swallowed up by the black breath a little bit, completely unable to sense his breath. Clenching his fists feebly, a feeling of sadness rose in his heart. Lin Yuxuan's godless pupils even flashed a touch of smugness that a deity shouldn't have. It was the very meaning of Lin Yuxuan's own divine wisdom. She wanted to watch Xu Tang, with her own eyes, die in front of her. It's not me that's wrong, it's the world. It was you, Xu Tang, who caused all this tragedy. Lin Yuxuan cried out in her heart. But the next moment, a ghostly voice suddenly rang in her and his ears. So this is the supreme power? TSK, I have to thank you guys for that. It finally helped my father to understand the Taiku cultivation system. Lin Yuxuan is the one who will be killed in these chapters, and then a new plot will open. So don't worry, it's going to get even better later on, guaranteed to be a blast. And then just beg for a little catch-up reading, begging for it. End of chapter. The moment Lin Yuxuan heard these words, she subconsciously raised her right hand. Resplendent and incomparable divine light instantly flooded its right side, forming an incomparably thick barrier. Bang! In the next moment, Xu Tang's heavy fist that carried the force of 10,000 pounds slammed viciously onto his body. The barrier forged by that divine light also shattered in response. It made Lin Yuxuan's figure take a few steps backward. Although this punch did not cause any damage to Lin Yuxuan, the sensation caused a ripple to finally appear on its indifferent and incomparable face. The force of this punch. This is not something you can cultivate with this cultivation system. Lin Yuxuan turned and hovered in the air, looking squarely at Xu Tang for the first time. It seems that the latter-day mole can still pull off some tricks. Bang! On the other side, the black breath that wrapped around Xu Tang exploded as if it had been absorbed to the extreme. Lin Yuxuan looked sideways and frowned slightly. An extremely oozing smile then appeared on his face. Not bad. To be able to underneath this god's Tao of annihilation, using the 15th realm's characteristic of transforming into thousands of bodies to get away. It seems like you still have some brains. Lin Yuxuan spoke casually as if instructing her juniors. But that's as far as it goes. The gods cannot be insulted. Even the great emperors cannot transgress this rule. Not to mention you. A 15th realm Tao father of a mere latter-day cultivation system? Lin Yuxuan had a cold smile on her face. With you deserve to be called a Tao father? Humph. How ridiculous. He raised his hands, and a golden light suddenly shone in his black pupils. An irresistible greatness came across time and space, once again instilling itself into Lin Yuxuan's body. Annihilation. He gave the church permission, and clapped his hands forward gently. Ha! Without any doubt, Xu Tang quickly utilized his entire body's strength to prop up his unbreakable blazed body. Still, his vision was inevitably plunged into a darkness. This darkness isolates everything, past, present and future, or time, space or cause and effect. Xu Tang couldn't even sense it at all. The only thing he could feel was that even if he held open the all-powerful, indestructible, the unbreakable blazed body, one's own vitality was still inexorably draining away. It was a power that could not be explained in words. It's as if water is born to extinguish fire and everything will eventually have a moment of death. His word is such truth. Xu Tang would eventually be annihilated in the darkness and would never be allowed to reincarnate and transcend life. Is this the top battle power under the Taiku cultivation system? Sure enough strong. I'm sure it's tough enough. Strangely enough, in the face of this terrifying and incomparable divine killing move, instead of making a resistance, Xu Tang opened his hands with a face of enjoyment. He let the force consume him, let it take his life away. But at the same time, he was also sensing the power with his whole heart. Hifa is practicing in the midst of life and death. How dare you? How dare you use your own killing move as your whetstone? But you don't think too highly of yourself. The Taiku cultivation system is vast and profound. It's simply not something that someone like you, who cultivates the latter-day cultivation system, can comprehend. What's more, in the latter days, when heaven and earth have changed drastically, not to mention penetrating the Taiku cultivation system, it's just impossible to last through this god's killing move. Lin Yuxuan's face also changed slightly after seeing Xu Tang's movements. He'd thought the other guy might put up a fight, perhaps to use his so-called human emperor haki and utilize that lifelong resentment against himself. For this he had long been prepared. Billions of divine kingdoms emerged behind them, even if they were separated by endless space and time. It is also capable of transmitting for him an immense and incomparable power of faith. There was nothing wrong with the fact that the resentment of all beings was capable of restraining the power of the gods. But Xu Tang's human emperor streamer hadn't even finished refining the returning South realm yet. And how could it cause harm to the Yin god who possessed billions of divine kingdoms? But Lin Yuxuan thought of all the possibilities. The only thing that didn't occur to him was that he chose to practice at a time like this, bathing in the heavenly court's supreme murderous moves to cultivate, even the ancient times, the most glorious golden great age of all time. No one can even toot their own horn to that extent. Is the so-called strongest person in the latter days such a stupid person who doesn't know what's good for him? Lin Yuxuan sneered, no longer looking at Xu Tang, who was no different from a dead man in his heart. After all, at this moment, Xu Tang's even that glazed unbreakable body was corroded, and his life was already hanging by a thread. Lin Yuxuan's eyes were flooded with divine light. He ascended above the celestial dome and looked out over the immortal region of the 9 states. One after another, the figures of the gods that were reviving were reflected in his eyes. Revived with the gods. There were also some desolate ancient lineages that had sealed themselves within the heaven and earth avenue since the age of the ancient world. These bugs were not killed cleanly in years gone by. Nowadays, I can't let them mess up my heavenly court's plans anymore. Lin Yuxuan's eyes were flooded with killing intent, and her green fingers gently pointed. The incomparably huge Kyushu immortal region stagnated at once. All time and space are suspended at this moment. Only then did he take a deep breath and, when he was about to obliterate those draconic ancient families that hadn't completely lifted their seals yet, killing people in the immortal region of the 9 states, with the consent of my father? A voice that could never be. Suddenly it rang out. What? I can't believe you survived. Your breath? You actually cultivated into the saint realm? Lin Yuxuan, looking coldly in the direction of the voice. He was suddenly shocked after sensing the aura on him. Sage realm. The first 3 realms in the ancient cultivation system. When did he fix it? Xu Tang grinned, his lost vitality instantly recovering. With a single step, the breath of the left and right sides of the body were instantly separated. The left half of his shirt, windless, looked free. There were countless small worlds orbiting on their own on it, and the sands of time flowed around it. This was clearly the characteristic of the sage realm after achieving it in the ancient era, while the right half of his body was flowing with Taoist rhythms, and more than before, there is a point of puzzling breath, as if after an eternity of precipitation, truly one with the heaven and earth avenue, the characteristics of a 15-realm Tao exalt became more and more obvious. It's just the sage realm, what's so rare about it? If the shackles of heaven and earth weren't where they are, I would be able to certify as a great emperor right now. Still, it's thanks to your attack on me that I was able to trace the origins of enlighten the ancient cultivation system in life and death. Xu Tang's words caused the shock on Lin Yuxuan's face to intensify. It even made the eyes he looked at Xu Tang involuntarily fill with complexity. To be able to reverse sense a set that existed 10,000 ancient years ago just by relying on your opponent's killing moves, is it an incredibly difficult cultivation system to practice? I've seen countless geniuses, but I have to admit that they are completely worthless compared to you. Lin Yuxuan's heart trembled. As the supreme court of heaven, the one who holds billions of divine kingdoms, who oppresses the universe and is invincible. At this moment, he was equally shocked by Xu Tang's talent. Unbelievable. Without the cultivation environment of the Swift Ages, without those precious heavenly treasures, there wasn't even a single complete Taiku era technique. This guy is relying hard on his kill. Reverse sense out the true meaning of the ancient cultivation system? And it wasn't just a superficial cultivation. It was a surprising step into the saint realm. Scary as hell. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying the talent of this latter-day Taofather in front of him was. Compared to him, those so-called sons of great emperors, first disciples of saints, and demons of all races in the ancient times, it's simply not worth it. If he had been born in the age of the ancients. Lin Yuxuan winced, unexpectedly unconsciously worried about the safety of the heavenly court. I'm giving you one chance to submit to me. With your talent, it is not unlikely that you will be able to sit at the highest position in the heavenly court. Thinking of this, Lin Yuxuan gradually put down her killing intent, intending to recruit Xu Tang. You are a man of the afterlife, and I am the supreme of the ancient world. You cannot kill me, so why wrestle in vain? Lin Yuxuan said, shaking her head. If the people of the Taiku period were to see that the legendary Yin God would actually speak kindly to a person, I'm afraid my jaw will hit the floor in shock. But Xu Tang didn't buy it. He took another step, and the two avatars instantly stepped out from behind him, in a triangular formation, surrounded by Lin Yuxuan. It's true that I can't kill you, but I can kill Lin Yuxuan. End of chapter. Rumble. As soon as the words fell, the three figures of Xu Tang attacked and killed. The reason why I'd just been mediating with this guy for so long, in order to utilize his power. A glimpse into the practice of the Swift system. Now that you've learned, there's no need for nonsense. Call the wind and the rain. Xu Tang's main body, the power of the Taofather surged beyond measure. When he came up, he used the power of calling out wind and rain, which was enough to blow out the flesh and soul. Emperor's falling fist. The second bilocation was wrapped in infinite battle intent. Just by using the power of his physical body and leaving residual shadows in the air, he caused the void to shatter open. He was clearly using the pure martial power that was even more powerful than the martial god after the unification of the three religions. A saint's finger, the last figure, on the other hand, was fully comprehending the Taiku cultivation system. After stepping into the saint realm, Xu Tang struck out. That familiar and incomparable ancient killing move made Lin Yuxuan unable to stop herself from looking sideways. Subconsciously, he wanted to dissolve it first. After all, in his consciousness, the so-called killing moves of the latter-day system of cultivation, it wasn't even worthy of lifting the shoes of the Swire cultivation system. Reincarnation. He looked toward Sage Xu Tang, and with a slight clap of his hands, the billions of divine kingdoms behind him instantly turned into a monstrous sea of blood, surrounding that Sage Xu Tang. However, unexpectedly, the incoming Saint Xu Tang shattered at the slightest touch. In that monstrous sea of blood, the realm of reincarnation, it didn't even last a breath of time. How can a saint be so weak? It's not right. Lin Yuxuan was slightly stunned and reacted. In the next moment, Taofather Xu Tang's power of calling out the wind and rain arrived suddenly. Buzz! The power to call the wind and rain fell on Lin Yuxuan, causing her face to change drastically. This is the power of the Tao rule? How could you possibly comprehend the power of the Tao? The latter days of heaven are in a state of disrepair. How is it possible to still be able to spare the extra power of the Tao for cultivators to comprehend? The answer to Lin Yuxuan was that, after falling on him unawares, it then frantically burned up the power of its divine soul and fleshly body. The wind is the negative wind that blows out the soul. Rain is the bitter rain that disintegrates the flesh. The threat that the two together brought to Lin Yuxuan was no weaker than that of the ancient emperor. Without hesitation, He took out the compass of the 9 states and frantically drew up the power of the heavenly court sealed on it. But just then, the mutation was sudden, only to see that martial god Xu Tang, who struck out with pure wufu power. As she approached Lin Yuxuan, she clenched her palm into a fist and smiled fiercely. Do you really think I don't have a backhand? Ha! Lin Yuxuan heard the alarm bells ringing in her heart. Fuzzy Heart generally instantly threw out the Kyushu compass, but it's still a step too slow. Only on the compass of the 9 states, that side of the indented, otherwise flat, fist print. Surprisingly, the light suddenly erupted at this moment, echoing pure martial artist Xu Tang's killing move. Locked on to Lin Yuxuan. What? When did you lay such a backhand on the compass of the 9 states? It's impossible. With your power it's impossible to swim against the current and come to the ancient age in another section of the river of time. How did you get this one mark on the compass of the 9 states? At this moment, Lin Yuxuan was once again shocked in her heart, just because. That fist mark inscribed on the compass of the 9 states, surprisingly wrapped in a punch that came across a long river of time. That punch was surprisingly from the ancient age. There was no way to avoid it. It's like what happened in the past can't be changed. This punch is thrown. It has already happened in the past. In response to the passage of time, if one's own body is here, certainly one could dodge the blow that was destined by the underworld of karma. But here's the thing. It is only the power of one's own deity that descends. And having come after endless years, it was unknown how much power had been dissipated on the way. Facing this incomparably hidden strike from Xu Tang, there was simply no way to avoid it. Bang! This time, even as the Supreme Court of Heaven, penetrating the heavenly Tao and controlling the Tao, he still inevitably took a solid punch from Xu Tang. This punch, from when Xu Tang was still a 14th realm great celestial father, the strongest power one could exert since this realm that one had condensed. When he delivered this punch, he was swimming against the current, after endless hours of cutbacks, still able to leave a mark on this 9 states compass forged from the bones of great emperors. Swimming against the current is still so scary. Then downstream, unbelievable, how terrifying this punch really is. But, at this moment, Lin Yuxuan's own personal experience gives the answer. I only saw that punch come across space and time. It smashed on top of his head in an unavoidable way. Let its body, enveloped in divine light, be. It was in pieces. Lin Yuxuan even shook her body and spat out a large mouthful of blood. The entire skull cracked inch by inch, and it was clearly to a life and death crisis. And because of the sheer impact of that punch, it made it impossible for him to stop any of Xu Tang's other attacks between them. The art of calling wind and rain was also performed on his body. It made its already shaky body even more transparent. Disrespect to God. You deserve to die. Lin Yuxuan is blind and in critical condition. Rarely does a real fire move. He is the highest in the heavens. When have we ever been treated like this? If it was placed in the ancient times, such a fellow he could crush with one finger. You made me. Boom. In ancient times, in the highest part of the heavenly court, a scream so terrifying that it chilled the entire universe erupted. Xu Tang, you deserve to die. The words fell, and even more majestic supreme deity power poured down once again. Let the Lin Yuxuan injury can be eased. He looked towards Xu Tang, his eyes cold and indifferent. I admit that you're a genius, but if you piss me off, you'll only end up dead. Latter-day cultivation must exhale Reiki, and as long as one relies on Reiki, no matter who, none of them can get rid of the fate of being a pawn of my heavenly court. Lin Yuxuan spoke coldly while pinching her hands together. The compass of the 9 states that had been thrown out hovered at once and erupted in a burst of dazzling light. Now, kill yourself, kneel before me and die. Incredibly angry, he manipulated his aura and gave orders to Xu Tang. However, the imagined scene of Xu Tang struggling in pain did not appear. The other looked at him like a little cutie. Look at him like a little cutie. Had enough? Then it's my turn. Oh. Aha! He was incredulous and stared. Why couldn't he manipulate Xu Tang's aura? It's too late to think about it. Xu Tang's killing move came out of nowhere. How Ranjin Chi, Vajra Glaze, the true intent of the Tao. Again, one Chi transforms 3 clearings, but this time, it was the evolution of Xu Tang's own Tao. 3 religions in one? You're actually following the path of the 3 religions of the desolate ancient era? Lin Yuxuan screamed as if she had seen a ghost, thinking that the shock Xu Tang had just brought him was enough. But I didn't realize there was even one? The 3 religions are united. No wonder he was able to get rid of the aura control. Lin Yuxuan's face was ugly to the extreme, and she was about to summon more power. But then I realized that time and space breaks. The power of the revived great desolate immortal realm obscured all heavenly opportunities. The power of heaven and earth of the great desolate immortal region? You even mastered this? Lin Yuxuan was already numb from the shock. However, next moment, The human emperor's streamer even rose up in the air. The grievances of the countless return to the South Realm human races were monstrous. The countless voices accusing Lin Yuxuan were even louder. Lin Yuxuan, you deserve to die. Give me back my life. Lin Yuxuan, if it wasn't for you, how would I return to South Realm? Have ended up in such a state? Lin Yuxuan, you're a bull ******* empress. You're clearly the eternal sinner of my returning South Realm. You deserve to die. The long river of time was cut off, and the divine power was suddenly without a source. Under endless grievances and blood and tears of accusation, it made the possessed Lin Yuxuan unexpectedly appear shaken. It is this point of faltering that it brought the first real crisis to the face of the Yin god. You punk! Useless piece of trash! What are you afraid of? He cursed, not expecting Lin Yuxuan's mind to be so trashy and so easily influenced. And it is this one point of faltering that, allowing Xu Tang to finally catch that glimmer of a killing chance, he dodged in front of Lin Yuxuan, taking advantage of the moment when there was a mistake in the possession of the two, aiming at Lin Yuxuan's already repaired head. After his face grimaced and slammed down to advance to the 15th realm, a punch that he poured all his strength into. Lin Yuxuan, die for me. Starting a new episode soon. Begging for a catch-up read. End of chapter. When mortal martial artists make comparisons, there is still a breath of fresh air. If you are not careful, it is easy for your opponent to seize the lifeblood and lead to defeat, not to mention fighting with a Daofather. Lin Yuxuan's mind was affected by the grievances of the countless returning South Realm human clansmen within the human emperor's streamer, and it faltered for a split second. It was this moment that separated her in her invocation state from the Yin god for a breath. For Xu Tang, this breath was already enough to kill Lin Yuxuan millions of times. Boom! Although the Yin god cursed Lin Yuxuan in his heart, he also understood that if Lin Yuxuan really died, you won't end up any better yourself. Now that the long river of time had been cut off by Xu Tang with the power of the immortal realms heaven and earth, this body of his own is like rootless water. It was necessary to make sure Lin Yuxuan survived. So, cursing is cursing. The Yin god mobilized all of his divine power to focus on protecting the front of his head at the first moment Xu Tang struck. The divine light was radiant and the pressure was incomparable. It made the entire sky dome shake. Xu Tang's punch, which was infused with his life's cultivation, seemed to be truly blocked, unable to advance an inch. But immediately afterward, he grinned. Fighting with my father. How dare you appear to lose your concentration for a split second? How much are you looking down on me? A Taoist of the 15th realm. Upon seeing Xu Tang's brilliant smile, the Yin god was instantly flabbergasted in his heart. Bad. When he came back to his senses, only then was he shocked beyond belief to realize that Lin Yuxuan had appeared in front of him at some point. In other words, at some point, he himself had been separated from Lin Yuxuan. What kind of tactic is this? The Yin god was shocked in his heart, but time did not allow him to think much. Lin Yuxuan's heart and soul were traumatized, and without his shelter, facing the pressure of the Tao reverence. In fact, he didn't even dare to give birth to the thought of escaping, just standing there dumbfounded and waiting to die. No! The Yin god roared and his divine power stirred. An incomparably powerful pressure erupted from him. He was clearly trying to save Lin Yuxuan by burning the rest of his divine power, but Xu Tang didn't give him a chance at all. With his left hand, he grabbed Lin Yuxuan's incomparably snow-white neck. Her right hand, on the other hand, clenched her palm into a fist and slammed it hard against her temple. Bang! A shocking roar that resounded throughout the entire great desolate immortal region erupted. The Yin god hadn't been able to stop Xu Tang after all. One could only watch as Lin Yuxuan had her head hammered by Xu Tang's punch. That delicate and incomparable body, empty above the neck, looked particularly oozing. Xu Tang then slapped harder. The rest of Lin Yuxuan's body also exploded at once, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Heck! It was dead. Yin god save me. A faint ray of light escaped from the mist of blood. It was the last remnant of Lin Yuxuan's soul. Faced with a moment of life and death, she finally came back to her senses, desperately trying to escape, trying to get the Yin god to save her. I'm the Empress of the returning South Kingdom. I can't die like this. I'm not like those pariahs. They are to blame for their deaths. I will also create a great foundation that has not been seen for 10,000 generations. I will remain famous for eternity. I will be an emperor for the ages. I can't just die like this. Never. Lin Yuxuan's only remaining remnant soul roared madly. When the Yin god heard these words, a puzzled look flashed across his face. What the hell is this, Lin Yuxuan? It's that time of the year and you're still having these unrealistic dreams. After silently spitting out a sentence, the Yin god struck out. It's rather laid back. As the heavenly supreme, his mastery of the divine soul had reached a height that was beyond the reach of others though. With me here, no one can take your divine soul. Divine power surged through the Yin god's body as he aimed a distant point at Lin Yuxuan. Past life, The wheel. Bang! Before the Yin god could finish speaking, Xu Tang unexpectedly dodged behind him at an unknown time. A punch blasted it out of the air. A remnant of divine power. How dare you hold yourself up in front of this father? Xu Tang's face grimaced as his left hand aimed a vicious grab at the sky. Hachiman come! Rumble! The human emperor streamer that had already refined the entire Guinan realm flew in an instant. Countless black threads erupted from it, wrapping Lin Yuxuan's divine soul tightly. Feeling the pain of burning divine souls coming from there, Lin Yuxuan's face revealed a look of despair. No, don't kill me, please, don't kill me. I was wrong. I really know it's wrong. I really know it's wrong. If you'll just leave me alone, I promise I'll treat you like an honored guest from now on. Let you be the chancellor of my returning South Kingdom all you want. Please spare me. Don't suck me into the human emperor streamer. I don't want to stay in the same place as those ES. Please leave me alone. The sense of absorption coming from that black silk thread of the human emperor's streamer became stronger and stronger, causing Lin Yuxuan to cry out in pain, begging frantically for mercy at Xu Tang. The feeling of imminent death enabled her to abandon all dignity to beg for mercy. She didn't want to die like that. She was even more convinced that she didn't deserve to die like this. He himself should have been enthroned. Obviously. Surrounded by countless people. It's only right to create a woman cultivator-dominated age of the ages. How can you just die under Xu Tang, and still sucked into the human emperor's streamer and stayed with the refined pariahs? It must not be tolerated. At those words, Xu Tang smiled. Something that doesn't know how to die. With you dare to bargain with this father? Xu Tang's 5 fingers slightly exerted force. The black silk thread that wrapped Lin Yuxuan's divine soul was suddenly pulled tight, shredding her divine soul into pieces. It's worse than physical lynching. This was the pain that acted directly on the divine soul, and it was millions of times more painful than what the physical body endured. Instantly, Lin Yuxuan's divine soul stared blankly. Faces twisted. The 5 senses are deformed. That extreme pain even made her, who had just begged for mercy, want to end it herself. But how could Xu Tang let her experience death in such a way? With a cold snort, a wave of supremely pure aura was instilled into her divine soul. Let the wounds on her soul heal. Then, before she could catch her breath, that black silk thread pulled tight again. It was already wrapped tightly around his soul, but now it was pulled tight again, and it was as if a tightly wrapped dumpling was instantly pulled by a huge force on the silk thread. Bang! The first to be unable to withstand it was Lin Yuxuan's divine soul's head and limbs. It's worse than a 5-horse race. This was her divine soul being ripped away from her in a hard way. That kind of pain was 1,000 times more horrifying than the physical body could endure. Immediately following, that divine soul body without a head and limbs didn't end up any better. It's like a butcher cutting meat into bacon with a knife. The black silk thread slowly but very powerfully ground that divine soul body bit by bit. Lin Yuxuan's severed divine soul head just watched as her body was sliced into countless particles. The bottom line is that in the process, there had been a channeling of Xu Tang's aura. It allowed her to remain conscious at all times, to perceive this unimaginable pain with unparalleled clarity. Please kill me. Lin Yuxuan's voice at this moment seemed like 2 rusty pieces of iron rubbing together. The extreme pain was so intense that she couldn't even speak properly. It was your own request. I would have said to spare you. Xu Tang sniffed and shrugged. With a thought, the human emperor streamer immediately stirred Lin Yuxuan's residual soul. It did not put it in the bag. Instead, it's a complete strangulation. The soul is in the air. Death without a burial site. There is no more trace of it in the world. Up to this point, Lin Yuxuan, dead. Begging for a catch-up read, begging for it. End of chapter. You actually killed her? The Yin god that was blown away by Xu Tang's punch couldn't help but feel a coldness rise in his heart. The miserable manner in which Xu Tang had just tortured Lin Yuxuan's divine soul caused his heart to palpitate even as he watched. These maneuvers are comparable to infernal hell. I had thought that this was the full extent of Xu Tang's ruthlessness, but what really shook him to his core was that Xu Tang's cold and incomparable killing intent. Realize that. The remnant soul of Lin Yuxuan, who was just tortured like that. The resentment is immense. It could even be said that it far exceeded the current divine soul grievances in the human emperor's streamer. Such a resentful divine soul, if used as the main soul of the human emperor's streamer, one could even be able to raise the quality of even the human emperor streamer by another level. Xu Tang could have done that, but he didn't. Instead, he simply and incomparably wiped out Lin Yuxuan completely. This killing intent, which makes being the supreme court of heaven. He who had witnessed countless wars and killings felt his heart flutter. A talent like no other. The heart is so strong again. If you were born in the age of the ancients, the Yin god couldn't help but shiver. If that was really the case, the overthrow of the heavenly court might really have something to do with him. Hey! Just as the Yin god was out of his mind, Xu Tang, who had thwarted Lin Yuxuan, looked over. The human emperor streamer unfolded once again, blocking off all outlets in the square circle to death. Then, only then did he look at this supreme split, a blazing color in his eyes. Since Lin Yuxuan is dead, it might as well be. You will be the main soul of my human emperor streamer. The Age of Antiquity. 33 Heavens, the heavenly court at its highest point. The Yin God's eyes opened and closed, and the anger on his face gradually dissipated. In its place, calm reflection, and he looked into the long ages of time. The memory lingered on the scene where Xu Tang had utilized the power of heaven and earth to isolate the long river of time. The body that was infused with his divine power had lost its connection, and to Lin Yuxuan's faint and incomparable bloodline sensation that spanned time and space, it was also completely cut off shortly afterward. Let him understand that he hadn't saved Lin Yuxuan after all. It's amazing that such a terrifying figure has come out of the latter days. He stared at the long river of time that had returned to its normal state, his eyes revealing a look of gravity. The pros and cons are being weighed. Should we cross the river of time once again and obliterate it? This person's existence is a major scourge for the return of my heavenly court. The Yin God's eyes twinkled. Xu Tang's terrifyingly incomparable cultivation talent that made his sweat stand on end. It compels him to take such a presence seriously. But he has already crossed the length of time once. Even as the supreme court of heaven, spanning the long river of time, one could not act capriciously. It is logical that for this opportunity to cross the long river of time, he is going to the afterlife to help the heavenly court to return. By the way, after investigating the swastika, how exactly did the 10,000 races rise to overthrow the heavenly court? Divine light flooded the eyes of the Yin God, slightly bowing his head to look down on all beings. Under heaven, 33 heavens, hundreds of millions of living beings in 10,000 tribes are subjugated. There are no immortals in this era. There are only the gods of heaven. The goal of the 10,000 races cultivation was also not to ascend to immortality, but to ascend to heaven and become a god. Heaven. It is the absolute rule of the 33 heavens. Even the names of the realms inherited from the cultivation system of the desolate ancient era were on the verge of being renamed to be related to the gods, not the so-called saints, the great emperors. The more so, the more puzzled the Yin God became in his mind. How could the incomparably powerful heavenly court be destroyed because of the ants of the 10,000 races? Had it not been for that day when he had a whim, together with a few other supreme beings, the future was deduced. It's not really known that there will be a day in the future when the heavenly court will be overthrown and ruled. The matter flows downstream on the long river of time, and there is no way to discover it. However, several supreme beings believed that their deduction results would not be wrong. This is what led to the later series of preparations for the return of heaven and the revival of the gods. Until there is an investigation to find out who actually started this, these backhanders are very necessary. This time across time, descending into the afterlife with the help of the arranged backhand with the meager bloodline power from that stupid Lin Yuxuan. The sightseeing proved once again that the results of the supreme derivation were not wrong. Heaven was really overthrown in the latter days. But who on earth is capable of such a thing? To be able to lead all races and overthrow my heavenly court's rule? The Yin God muttered. And a sudden surge of will overthrow the 33 heavens arose in his heart. The urge to kill billions of beings, with the power of the heavenly supreme. This matter was actually not too difficult, but after much hesitation, he gave up. It's not going to be possible to cross the river of time again anytime soon. Thinking of this, a rare flash of anger appeared on the Yin God's face, because Xu Tang alone wasted this opportunity. He only hoped that his revived self in the afterlife would abuse Xu Tang ruthlessly before he could do so. All things flashed by in the rounds of his eyes, finally fixing dead center above Xu Tang's figure. As if to tell myself to memorize it in this way, recovered in the afterlife. It must be tortured to death. The price of crossing the long river of time is that it will take away one's chi. This was the karma of the underworld, which could not be avoided even if the Yin God was noble and supreme. It is the basic law of the operation of heaven and earth. Just as a large amount of water extinguishes fire, and a large amount of fire evaporates water. Because of this, although each supreme possesses the ability to transcend the length of time, use it but all with caution. After all, only he who is the most high understands that how precious is the chi in oneself. Even splitting off a single strand would allow a pig to ascend to the heavens in place and become a god. Not to mention, sharing away an unknown amount of chi. Although it's not clear where this chi ultimately flows to, but he will never allow that to happen to himself so easily. Or else other supreme beings strike? This thought flickered in the Yin God's mind, but it was immediately dispelled by him. There was no mistaking that Xu Tang was immensely talented. But he hadn't really descended to Taiku after all. Even if one comprehended the Taiku cultivation system with the help of one's own strength, one was ultimately lacking in heaven and earth, the saint's chi, the seal of the heart of heaven. Without these two things, even if he had a high level of talent, he would still be flawed in the end. not to mention combining the cultivation systems of the two worlds to achieve that realm that even he didn't dare to imagine. Furthermore, letting several supreme beings join forces to kill such a latter-day mole. Wouldn't it be a joke if it got out? Thinking about it, the Yin god settled down. Turning around and taking a step, he returned to the heavenly supreme, his Lord God's kingdom. Again, he took on the form of that supreme deity who reflected the heavens and the worlds and was immortal for all eternity, and cultivated in his heart. But somehow it's always quiet. A meditative feeling of discomfort lingered in his heart. Is it hard to believe that it's because of Xu Tang? How can? The Yin god couldn't help but murmur inwardly. Could it be that he had really achieved that legendary status after combining the cultivation systems of the two worlds in his later life? No way. Never. Unless he descends to Taiku. But, the Yin god took another look at the incomparably thick river of time. And let's not talk about whether or not he can descend. Even if it comes down, under the reflection of one's own divine light, one was also seeking death. He believed that Xu Tang wasn't the kind of fool who would dare to appear in the Taiku era. What's more, he didn't feel that with Xu Tang's power, he would be able to completely swim against the current and descend into the Taiku. I was being paranoid. He could never have descended to Taiku. End of chapter. The Yin god's face was ugly to the extreme. It never occurred to him that, it is surprising that he, who is the Most High, has fallen to such a state one day. When the possessed flesh of the world dies, he was also cut off from the river of time by the power of heaven and earth, and lost the source of his divine power. Looking at the entire Taiku era, where had he ever suffered such a loss? Will you behave yourself and come in, or shall I send you in? Xu Tang gave a crooked smile. Meanwhile, the human emperor's streamer, which had already condensed 2/3 of its violet chi, was instantly catalyzed. The crazy and incomparable suction force suddenly rushed towards the Yin god. Along with that comes the endless grievances included in it. In normal times, not to mention this amount of grievances, even if the whole of Kyushu immortal region, the Yin god wouldn't put it in his eyes either. But now he was feeling a strong crisis of life and death from the resentment of the human emperor's streamer. A fallen phoenix is worse than a chicken. It was the first time that a crude human proverb made so much sense to the shades. What to do? The Yin god's body frantically retreated backward, but it soon crashed into an invisible confinement. It was none other than Xu Tang's Downlord power. The Nine States compass was also thrown out in that battle just now. In its current state, the Yin god was simply unable to cross over Xu Tang's barrier manipulation. As the Supreme Court of Heaven, can it be that I really want to go into this human emperor's streamer and be subjected to this kind of humiliating punishment? The human emperor streamer came crashing down on his face, and for the first time, a look of despair appeared in the eyes of the Yin god, and resentment as well as shame. He is the Supreme Court of Heaven, commanding billions and billions of living beings, high above the 33 heavens, overlooking all beings. All the races submit and prostrate themselves at his feet. But now it's even necessary to enter this human emperor's streamer, when this latter-day mole of something less than a pet? The Yin god's divine power surged, but there was nothing he could do. But right at this moment, a figure that was unexpected to everyone suddenly appeared. I will serve the Yin god as a dog and horse. A black robe suddenly came across the sky, holding the compass of the 9 states in his hand. He was incredibly strong, blocking between the human emperor streamer and the Yin god. Xu Tang looked sideways, rather surprised. He had planned to clean up this 12th realm little shadow demon last. After all, if it was counted, she could not be blamed for her own exile. But I didn't expect her to take the initiative to approach the battlefield instead of running away. So it's you. Good. Yes. The Yin god froze at first, but then, in a whirlwind, he sensed in the black robes the trace of a thinness that could not be thinner. A bloodline connection that was a few points weaker than Lin Yuxuan's. A look of enlightenment appeared in his eyes. Come to think of it, this shadow demon was the guy who had been compelled by the will of the not yet awakened deity in the first place. But why were there traces of the divine bloodline on her? Though too thin to be true. But for the Yin god at this moment, it's like a snowball in the sky. Without further hesitation, he possessed the body of the black robe in a matter of moments. Buzz. At once, the divine light was great. Reincarnation. The Yin Shin, or black robe, gently pointed at the human emperor's streamer that had rushed in front of him. Bang! Countless divine powers surged and burst forth, weaving a lifelike picture of reincarnation. Reincarnation is ordered. Life and death are ordered. After refining and absorbing the entire Guinan realm, the infinite grievances within the human emperor's streamer, but it was gradually absorbed in front of the scene of reincarnation. Interesting. Seeing this, Xu Tang's mind moved and withdrew the human emperor streamer. Standing with his arms folded, he looked toward the black robe. I didn't expect that the winner in the end would be a tiny shadow demon like you. Anon. At that moment, a dragon's roar ran through the sky. A stout mountain-like figure then suddenly smashed down, landing beside Xu Tang. It was none other than the dragon monarch who had been watching the battle. He stared at the black robe and couldn't believe that she dared to betray him. Black robe, this monarch is giving you a chance to bind your hands right now. The soul blood of your shadow demon clan is here, and if you do not obey it, this monarch will immediately exterminate your shadow demon clan. The Dragon King was furious and opened his mouth to spit. A cloud of hazy yet black soul blood with an incomparably strong vitality rose from his mouth. It was the soul blood of the shadow demon clan. If this object was destroyed, the entire shadow demon clan would be exterminated. Both Xu Tang and the black robe looked sideways, staring at the soul blood. Xu Tang hadn't expected that the dragon monarch would actually come forward at this time, and it also threatened the black robe at the cost of the entire shadow demon clan. It seems that the influence of the heavenly deities on him, or on the 10,000 tribes of that age, much more than one can imagine. The black robe had a complicated look in his eyes. It was indeed for the entire pack that she had infiltrated the returning realm in the first place, in order to break the 12 realm shackles that had trapped an unknown number of shadow demons. But, Black Robe looks over to Xu Tang and removes the hat that is all about beautiful scent and looks. For the first time she showed her true face to the world. There was undisguised resentment in the eyes that looked at Xu Tang. Why are you so strong? If you weren't so strong, why would I have betrayed the demon race and defected to the gods? Your presence gives me no hope. Even if I break through the 12th realm to advance to the 13th realm, so what? You're the strongest man alive. All you need is a look. A single order could slaughter my demon race. Living in the same world with such a you, even if my shadow demon clan breaks through the shackles of the, and nothing more than a caged bird living in a bigger cage, the only way to rebuild the heavenly court is to defect to the gods. I can allow my shadow demon clan to live. It has been proven throughout the ages that the heavenly court is truly invincible. As long as the gods come out of the world, all races will be suppressed. The black robe growled, uttering words that made Xu Tang laugh and cry. He did not think that the reason for the black robe's defection was because he was too strong. The dragon monarch next to him was slightly silent after hearing this. Why did it always feel like this black robe was pointing the finger? Although every sentence was saying that it was because Xu Tang was too strong, but how he himself sounded just so awkward. As if to say, in fact, the fundamental reason is because he is Xu Tang's defeat. With that thought, Ryukin cleared his throat. A lanky arm grabbed that soul blood. In that case, you are determined to betray my demon race? The black robes were silent. An endless black color then flooded his pupils. The entire person was also instantly covered by a wave of divinity. The breath is even climbing, breaking through the 13th realm, the 14th realm. In the end, it even reached the 15th realm before stopping. With a slight wave of his hand, the compass of the 9 states, which had been suppressed by Xu Tang with the power of heaven and earth, it then instantly flew in front of him. He looked towards the soul blood that was grasped in the hands of the dragon monarch and snorted. A mere sinful dragon. How dare you threaten this god? Even if your true form is here, you will have to address this god as your lord when you see him. Not to mention you, the pseudo-dragon. Having said that, the Een god didn't wait for the Dragon King to open his mouth. In an instant it rushed to his face. Get thee outta here. A slap. The dragon monarch flew directly backwards, his life and death unknown. The soul blood that concerned the lives of the Shadow Demon clan was even instantly vaporized. End of chapter. Bang bang. The next moment the soul blood evaporates. Within the 100,000 Great Mountains, where the Shadow Demon clan is located, one after another, the sound rang out as if fireworks were exploding. From the elders of the clan down to the newly born Shadow Demon, none were spared. All of them burst into flames after the soul blood evaporated. For a while, the sound of exploding bodies resounded through the heavens and earth, around being possessed by the Een god at the moment. The black-robed mind, still unshakable at the sound, looked back. Are you going to learn from that trash Lin Yuxuan too? Don't forget that you got this bloodline power by trickery, and if anything goes wrong, you'll die under Xu Tang right now. The majestic and incomparable voice of the Een god came, calming the shadow demon's mind and readmitting control of his body. As the Een god had said, the black robe's so-called divine bloodline was stolen. It was when she was first ordered to massacre the royal relatives of the imperial city to collect grievances for the Dragon King, stealing the essence blood of those people to hide and refine it. At first, Black Robe wanted to use this essence blood as a congratulatory gift for the return of the great ancestor. However, she changed her mind after witnessing the dragon monarch's crushing defeat at the hands of Xu Tang. There's no one else in this day and age. All there was Xu Tang, the strongest of the human race. With him around, the demon race will never have a chance to emerge. If that's the case, why continue to be loyal to the demon race? That's what led to the defection that happened today. Interesting. After taking in this good show, Xu Tang clapped his hands and praised incessantly. So you think you can defeat me by cooperating with the gods? Then, Xu Tang looked toward the black robe and softly said. The black robe did not dare to be careless, but at least it was much more calm than before. My heavenly court is about to return. The recovery of the gods is also at hand. You are but a lone warrior. How can you be a match for my heavenly court? He spoke. The tone was filled with absolute confidence. That was the bottom line brought about by reigning over the Taiga era for an unknown number of years. In that case, Xu Tang shook his head, then raised his hands. Under the stormy night, only Xu Tang's large sleeves fluttered, and his Tao rhythms flowed. It is so natural that the research is just like the dignity of heaven and earth. Then let's show you the true power of a Tao Father. The next moment, Xu Tang struck out. Quick, 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 fast to the extreme. So fast that he actually matched the flow of the river of time. Before the Yin god could regain his senses, he was hammered into the ground by his fist. Rumble. It ran through almost the entire great desolate immortal region. Fly directly from the return to the South Realm site to the North Realm border. One must know that this was the great desolate immortal region after the current world, and the area had expanded by an unknown number of times. Even so, Xu Tang slammed his fist down with undiminished power, still sending the Yin god flying to the limit distance. Pull out all your stops and face me. The snow was drifting and the night was like ink. Xu Tang condescended to the body that was struggling to climb up and said in a cold voice. He already had an idea in mind before the fight started. Since this Yin god said that he was in the afterlife, no matter how much he penetrated the Taiku cultivation system, he could not be perfected. Then wouldn't it be fine to go back to the Taiku era and cultivate yourself? But before that he had to be ready for a few things. One of them is to appreciate the moves of the so-called gods. You should have just whacked me right in the face with that punch. Black robened out with the half of his face that had been whacked by a punch. Then, he gently tapped on the compass of the 9 states in front of him. Resuscitate. Aha! Xu Tang stared at that 9 states compass, a look of gravity in his eyes. One could only see that the compass of the 9 states had begun to rotate in the opposite direction under the infusion of the Yin God's supreme divine power. Click! As the compass of the 9th state began to turn in the opposite direction, an incomparable aura of greatness, suppressing the heavens and earth, and looking disdainfully out of the corner of the world slowly escaped. It was certainly a great emperor's aura, the great emperor of the ancients. Opposite of yin is yang, opposite of death is life. So it is. The light in Xu Tang's eyes flickered, and his understanding of the supreme power increased a few more points. Across from him, he only saw that the great emperor's aura solidifying more and more. Even under the influence of this aura, the one fist mark originally left behind by Xu Tang was gradually repaired. The compass of the 9 states was originally cast from the corpse of a great emperor, plus the divine power of the Yin god who was now in charge of life and death. Boom! Next moment, the figure emerged. He stood with his arms folded, giving off a feeling of invincibility just by standing there. Even though Xu Tang was a Daozun, he still couldn't help but feel shocked in his heart when he saw that figure. What a terrifying pressure. Is this side a great emperor? He showed a grave expression as his breath soared, not to be taken lightly. The eyes were heavy while filled with excitement. The other side. The Yin god dragged his crippled body and took a step into that great emperor's figure, as if it were the finishing touch to a painting. The figure suddenly opened his eyes and it was as if it had come to life. The great emperor's breath suppressed the world. Unrivaled. You, damn it. The Yin god stopped talking nonsense and rushed to Xu Tang. Life and death reincarnation seal. Bang! A large seal with a terrifying annihilation aura appeared out of nowhere. This item is not to be touched hard. Alarm bells rang loudly in Xu Tang's heart, and without hesitation, he transformed the 3 purities in one breath. But to his surprise, the Yin god grinned. You think you're the only one who knows how? Next moment, this figure with an unrivaled aura suddenly shifted and 2 identical figures came out behind them as well. The same is true of the one chi that transforms the 3 clearings. This time, it's the 3 great ones. The next moment, they struck out in unison. Flood exterminating Tao fist. One of the figures, again, was following the path of a pure martial artist. However, the strength of his physical body was terrifying. Colliding with Xu Tang, who was also a pure martial artist, he actually smashed him with a single punch. Xu Tang had never experienced such a scene before. It was inconceivable that there was someone in this world who was even stronger than his physical strength. He was not allowed to return to his senses in detail, and the other great emperor's detachment also struck out blatantly. I am the great emperor. I am the invincible one in the world. He shouted angrily. He growled. Words out of the law follow. An irresistible force instantly descended upon Xu Tang, stripped him of all his power in an incredible way. For a moment, Xu Tang seemed like a mortal. Confucianism has its own vast and righteous spirit. Xu Tang didn't dare to hesitate and quickly used his power of the 3 religions in one. Only then did he barely gather his aura to resist before that great emperor of pure martial power struck. Bang! But even then, his power only lasted an instant. Then he was knocked out of the air by a punch. 3 religions in one? You think the ancient emperor wouldn't? The Yin god sneered. He then dodged behind Xu Tang, who was still in a state of crashing and flying. The two doppelgangers instantly merged, allowing his power to skyrocket once again. To the Hall of Permission head, gathered the power of the great emperor. A fist smashed down. Bang bang! This punch went down. Actually 1/10,000th of the great wasteland immortal domain. Hard to smash out of existence. It was as if it had been erased out of thin air. The power of a great emperor is far beyond your imagination. The latter-day cultivation system is not even worthy of mentioning shoes to the Taiku cultivation system. He looked toward the sliver of emptiness and coldly said to Xu Tang, who was angry and unaware, "Is this the power of a great emperor?" Next moment, the heavily injured Xu Tang stood up leisurely and shakily. The meaning of enlightenment in his eyes, however, became more and more thorough. The Yin god's heart stuttered. It's broken. He won't be. Again. End of chapter. Can't it be that this kid is going to make another breakthrough? The Yin god couldn't help but murmur in his heart. After all, before, Xu Tang, with the help of his killing move, the scene of practicing in the midst of life and death brought him too deep a memory. But then, in a whirlwind, the Yin god turned his thoughts. This is the power of the great emperor. Without the heavenly heart seal, it was impossible for Xu Tang to obtain anything from it even if he was highly talented. Pretending. Do you think this god is a little cutie? The Yin god snorted, then clenched his palm into a fist. A force of heaven and earth immediately coalesced in him, Herculeanly, with the power of a great emperor, forcibly stripping a portion of the power of heaven and earth from Xu Tang. Immediately following, a vision slowly rises behind it. The God King is in the 9 heavens. A huge and incomparable, holy and extraordinary God King slowly appeared. Between his hair, rivers of stars surrounded him. The entire universe was but a thing in the palm of his hand. Seeing this vision, a strong and incomparable life and death crisis rose in Xu Tang's heart for the first time. He did just have an epiphany, but lacking the mark of the heart of heaven. It was true that he couldn't easily step into the great emperor realm like he did last time. It was only the strike he had just made that gave him the frown of breaking through to the second step of the 15th realm. But what he didn't expect was for the great emperor's vision to be so terrifying. Xu Tang took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the great emperor's aura that was constantly running amok within him. This battle could be life or death. He raised his head and looked towards the God King. The eyes were golden and flowed in cycles. At that exact moment, the God King opened his eyes. Xu Tang, die for me. The moment the God King opened his eyes, the Yin God thundered out as well. Reincarnation, annihilation, life and death, Yin and Yang. This time, the 4 major killing moves of the Yin God came out in unison. He believed that with this divine king vision behind him, he would definitely be able to cut Xu Tang down to size. Call the wind and the rain. Shades of bloom and shade. Edict of heaven and earth. Xu Tang likewise didn't dare to take it lightly, his breath suddenly rising to its peak. For the first time, the power of a 15-realm Taofather was presented so completely to the world. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color. The sun and moon are upside down. Black and white rotation. It was clearly a windy and snowy night, but it gave the impression of a brilliant sun rising. One is the strongest Taoist priest in the world. One is a swift supreme incarnation. This battle between the two. I don't know how many gazes were attracted to the immortal region of the 9 states. A small portion of them came from the current forces of the immortal region of the 9 states, and a large portion of the remaining. On the other hand, it came from those ancient powers that had also awakened because of the questioning of the immortal region of the 9 states. Among these forces, there was the mighty Yaoqi Sacred Land and the Taichu Sacred Land. There was also the legendary White Jade Capital. And there was even no shortage of great emperor families. After the reintroduction, they followed the battle with equal attention. In the past, they were sealed away for various reasons. There are those who choose to seal themselves together with the gods in order to suppress them. Some were sealed by the great emperor of the ancients and kept as the last spark of the 10,000 races. But in any case they had experienced the era when the heavenly court ruled over the 10,000 races. Having experienced that deity on high, they of the unrivaled era knew the fearsome nature of the gods better than anyone else. So, even after learning from the mouths of the powers of the current generation that Xu Tang was the first person in the latter-day cultivation system, these Taiku forces still don't hold out hope for him. The heavenly court to the highest is not something that can be imagined by the later generations. It's a pity that such an embryo with outstanding talent was lost. Yaoqi Holy Land, above the Great Hall, a saint, who had just been revived not long ago, watched the battle through the holy mirror of Yaoqi. Can't help but shake my head and sigh. In the past, he was ordered by the great emperor to use the entire Yaoqi Holy Land as the price for the forcibly suppressing a heavenly court deity that was only one step away from ascending to the supreme. That deity has not yet climbed to the heights. It is already so terrifying that it requires the entire Holy Land to be sealed in order to kill it. Not to mention it being like the Yin God. To the high, a name that couldn't even be mentioned casually in the ancient times. Even if it was only his bilocation, would it be something that people of the latter days could cope with? Shaking his head, he sighed again. Both felt that Xu Tang would surely die. Also because he sensed that the deity who had once been killed by them with a whole holy earthquake that there seems to be a resurgence. Though in the days of the Swift, is the deity really impossible to kill? If he had been born in the ancient age, he would have grown into a great emperor not weaker than my father. It's a pity that one was born into this almost Jedi Tendo's afterlife. White Jade Capital, 12th floor pinnacle. A handsome-looking, extraordinary organized emperor's son slowly opened his mouth. His father was the founder of the White Jade Capital, the mighty Emperor Xuntian from the ancient times. The White Jade Pavilion, on the other hand, was a defense-oriented imperial weapon that retained the 10,000 races fire seed within it. Back then, before the start of the Great War in Heaven, Emperor Xuntian, as a precautionary measure, had. Then he sealed the Emperor's son into the immortal region of Kyushu along with Baiyu Jing. The immortal region of the Ninth State is the ancestral land of Qi refiners' cultivation. It was once a place where countless cultivators dreamed of ascending. Only later, after the rise of the heavenly court and the rule of the gods over all the races, the dream of all beings has also changed from becoming immortal to climbing the heavens and sealing the gods. To be able to make the Emperor's son give such a high appraisal was enough to show the high level of Xu Tang's talent. No matter how talented you are, without growing up, you're still just a seedling. How can a seedling stand up to a raging storm? The Emperor's son muttered, a mournful look appearing on his handsome and incomparable face. As an Emperor's son, he possessed innate divine abilities. Clairvoyance is one of them. Through his clairvoyance, he could see a scene of Xu Tang fighting the Yin God. It is more able to see that there are countless living souls within this Kyushu immortal region that are recovering. It was for this reason that he murmured his grief like this, as you said to Xu Tang. And why not ask yourself? The gods are revived once again, and the heavenly court is restored to the world. This time, there were no great emperors. The future of the 10,000 nations. Where is it? Rumble. The collision between Xu Tang and the Yin God was imminent. The two men fought briefly, using various parts of their bodies as weapons. Thousands of attacks were struck in a single breath. The collision of physical strength alone caused the entire sky dome to burst. Not to mention the fact that outside of the physical body collision, the two were frantically strangling each other with their art techniques and aptitudes. A collision of this level was already enough to make the great Tao tremble. The pinnacle of arts and techniques, the extreme realm of the physical body. Knowing that this great desolate immortal region can't withstand a battle of this magnitude, the two of them were quite tacitly understood to pass in parallel, soaring all the way up straight to the sky. In the 33 heavens that have been extinguished and collapsed, Xu Tang fought against the Yin God with the power of one man, with the God King's void. It was an amazing fight, but again, it's a big, mysterious battle. The 33 heavens were no longer something that could be glimpsed in the current world. No one knew the outcome of the battle, only that it seemed as if a giant dragon had turned over in the vault of heaven. The boom goes on and on. The starry dome exploded. Clump after clump of eye-opening divine light erupted non-stop as if they didn't want money. Until after a dead silence, a blurred body whose face could not be seen, as if a meteor had fallen to the ground. It fell straight down from that 33 heavens, leaving a dazzling and extreme flame in the air. Defeated. That guy is. This moment, all the forces in the immortal region of the Ninth State looked at that figure in unison. Nervous as hell. That silhouette. Could it be Xu Tang? Catch-up reading has plummeted. Please don't feed the book. Click through to the latest chapter. Otherwise, I'm really going to be unable to afford to eat. So I'm begging to catch up on my reading. End of chapter. Just before that figure fell into the 33 heavens. On the ruins of the 33 heavens, Xu Tangjing scores with a 1-2. Although he is the strongest in the world. But the other two, one was the heavenly supreme and the other was the great Emperor Vision. Not weaker than him in the slightest. If I had the heavenly heart seal, I wouldn't have been able to cut you all down. On top of the dusty ground cast by the corpses of the gods, Xu Tang knelt on one knee and laughed miserably. He hadn't suffered such a serious injury since he had been practicing. Not only is it all aura, but it's beating the oil. The power of Dao Zun was even more used up. Even the Taoist rhythms on his body were dusty and out of order. The power of the physical body was even deadened. And it was as if the body was infused with the power of 1,000 pounds. It was a struggle to even lift a finger. The Yin God opposite him was equally no better. A body was hardened and half destroyed by Xu Tang. There was likewise little left of the supreme divine power that had already lost its roots. The only thing that remained standing was the great Emperor Vision behind him. This side is the mystery of the heavenly heart seal. He got the seal of the heart of heaven and became an emperor. Even after his fall, there were still visions of his great emperor left between heaven and earth, indestructible and everlasting, always ready for a fight. If it was one-on-one, Xu Tang would naturally be able to grind him alive with the power of a Tao Lord. But alas, this god has given you a chance, but it's a pity that you don't recognize it. The Yin god spoke sorrowfully. Today's incident is a great shame. At this point in time, it's impossible not to kill Xu Tang, not to mention having seen all of his own divine Tao killing moves. He believes that if Xu Tang is given time, with his demonic and incomparable talent, he would definitely be able to come up with a way to perfectly crack the divine Tao killing move. This was a supreme divine principle killing move, being able to call out the great emperor of the ancients. If it was just cracked by Xu Tang, it would be incredibly dangerous for the heavenly court. It's nice though, that kind of thing only exists in What If. Today is the day you die. Remember, going against the heavenly court doesn't lead to any good end. The Yin god smiled faintly, then burned up what little divine power he had left. It was infused into the God King's virtual shadow behind him. Xu Tang had the intention to resist, but he couldn't even lift a finger. He smiled miserably, secretly brewing the same final move. The world only sees. He fought this supreme deity in a battle that dimmed the heavens and the earth, but not a single person remembered that he, Xu Tang, was a sword cultivator. What is a sword cultivator if he doesn't make a sword? It was a pity that throughout the entirety of the 9-state immortal region, there were very few people who could make Xu Tang use his sword. One might even say not at all. So from the battle until now, he hadn't even made a single sword strike. That was his strongest killing move and the final fatal blow. A sword was handed out, cutting down everything. His sword Tao has long been one with this heaven and earth. In other words, before he could achieve Tao honors and align his destiny with the heavens, his sword, but it arrived at this point a long time ago. This sword is willing to cut down all incoming enemies. Xu Tang murmured in his heart and closed his eyes. He, who had already run out of oil, seemed to have returned to the days when he had initially practiced the way of the sword. Just a simple tease, chop, slash, stab, repeat hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of times. The world all use their bodies to merge with the Tao. Only I use my body to merge with the sword. He opened his eyes. There was clearly no cultivation fluctuation, but at this moment the entire Kyushu immortal region's winds and clouds moved in unison. If one were to look down from the 33 heavens, it will be clearly visible. All the auras of the entire immortal region of Kyushu, cause and effect, gas luck, they all converge at this moment. It gradually took the shape of a long sword, and in the 9 states of the world, there were even more sword cultivators. Only at this moment, all of the sword cultivators were not looking at their swords in horror. Among them were wooden sword toys, which were only used for children's amusement. There are also the swords of the mortal warrior. Of course, it also includes there are 13 realm, and even 14 realm great heavenly sword cultivators with their own flying swords. At this moment they were all uncontrollable, as if they had a spirit, buzzing and trembling in unison. It was as if it was going to be unsheathed the next moment and fly into the sky above. Countless flying swords were waiting for a voice. Xu Tang's gaze gleamed as his sword intent climbed to its peak in this life. Across from him, the Yin god also sensed something fishy. Without any further hesitation, along with the great emperor's vision, he launched his final killing move against Xu Tang. Dying under this god counts as your pust. Just the moment the Yin god rushed towards Xu Tang, a shocking reversal occurs that neither side expected. That god king's shadow, projected from the great emperor's visions. Surprisingly, he was so clinical that he suddenly struck out at the Yin god. A punch went down to hollow out the heart and lungs, directly tearing half of the Yin god's body apart. This can't be. What's going on? The Yin god roared out. And the god king's shadow was a great emperor's vision. And this great emperor's skeleton had been controlled by him. So how could it be on the verge of turning against him? Xu Tang was similarly puzzled, and stiffly swallowed the 2 words that had reached his mouth. He couldn't believe it as he looked at the god king void that had struck out at the Yin god with a cold face. For some reason, after the leakage of his own sword intent, this god king's virtual shadow looks inexplicably familiar? Fruity. Next moment, what should have been nothing more than a dead object, devoid of emotion, not to mention the god king's virtual shadow that spoke. Suddenly, he looked at Xu Tang, then a slight arch, this familiar Tao rhythm and also sword intent. Eldest brother, is it really you? Eldest senior brother, long time no see. Eldest senior brother, since you're in, then we must have succeeded. Aha! Xu Tang was bewildered, completely confused as to what this god king void meant, but the other seemed bound by some rule, and the rest of the words, even if he opened his mouth, Xu Tang couldn't hear it either. He soon realized this as well, and simply stopped talking and, instead, he looked coldly at the severely injured god. The latter seemed to have thought of something and was frantically urging the compass of the 9 states to retrieve the great emperor's aura. Worthy of being a big brother? It's always a supreme nightmare no matter what, that god king's shadow exclaimed in praise. One last look at the body that was getting fainter and fainter because the great emperor's aura had been withdrawn. After letting out a heavy sigh, he once again looked at Xu Tang. I should have thought of that. Being able to chance a punch that hits my corporeal flaws. The person who left the imprint is besides you, eldest brother. Who else can it be? Ha ha, eldest brother. Walk your own path. You are right. Do not change it at any time. Remember, he laughed out loud. Without giving Xu Tang a chance to inquire, he slapped himself hard before completely dissipating. Buzz. At that moment, it turned into a streak of light and vanished into Xu Tang's severely injured body. Xu Tang wouldn't let his guard down just because of the other party's few words about being a big brother. But to his surprise, the other party had actually really given himself the power of the imaginary shadows between the heaven and earth of his topography avenue. Through and through, it was as if a long drought was met with sweet rain, instantly healing all of Xu Tang's injuries. Xu Tang's aura returned to its peak in an instant. Seeing this, the god did not hesitate to push the compass of the 9 states to frantically escape. But faster. Can it be faster than one of the strongest in the world at its peak? With that, Xu Tang took one step and chased after him, followed by punching, punch after punch, the supreme, from the 33 heavens, all the way down to the explosive whack. At the end of the day it's a hard kick in the ass, in the most humiliating way possible. Send the supreme down to earth. The smoke cleared and the sun rose in the east. At this moment, countless cultivators in the immortal region of the 9 states always got a good look at the true face of that falling figure. It was clearly the Heavenly Court Supreme who had been pounded into deformation by Xu Tang's punch after punch. In a flash, all the 9 states are silent. Whether it was the Taiku's sacred ground or the great emperor's descendants, they were all silent at this moment. The shock and admiration for Xu Tang had reached an unspeakable level, begging for a catch-up read. End of chapter. Is it surprising that someone in the afterlife can defeat the Supreme? Looking at the figure that fell from the vault of heaven, at this moment, these ancient powers that were unsealed along with the immortal region of the 9 states were all dumbstruck, shocked. How could the latter-day cultivation system produce such a monster? Could that man have been on the right path back then? In the holy land of Yaoqi, that sage stared blankly at this scene. It took a long time to come back. It wasn't until after he couldn't see the falling supreme figure that he came back to his senses and couldn't help but murmur. It made him think of a legendary figure from the Taiku era. That was an existence that could call out the great emperor of the ancients and stand alongside the heavenly court Jigo. It was also the existence that started the cultivation system of later generations. It is a pity that the latter-day cultivation system was not widely adopted during the Taiku years for many reasons. But who would have thought, in the present age, after an unknown number of years, he was actually able to see someone practicing a later generation cultivation system beating a supreme high-handedly? Previously, if one adopts his path and follows the path of the latter-day cultivation system, will the ending change? The saint's eyes twinkled and he sighed for a long time. He actually defeated the Supreme? With such a battle record, you can almost stand shoulder to shoulder with my father. Can it be that he is the glimmer of hope that father deduced back then? The white jade capital in the sky, 12 floors in 5 cities. The emperor's son, who was originally sitting cross-legged on top of the white jade capital, stood up violently. He was breathing heavily, his eyes wild. As an emperor's son, he knew more secrets that others didn't know. While the supreme beings of the heavenly court were joining hands to deduce the future, the same was true of the great emperors of the 10,000 races. They deduced that in the latter days a god would descend out of thin air, capable of truly killing gods, and the existence of heaven. It was with this deduction that the great emperors of the 10,000 races had the confidence to unite against the heavenly court. It was only then that the immense, sweeping, and the first heavenly battle that broke the 33 heavens. This is one of the reasons why the emperor's son was sealed, that he was coming to the afterlife. Find that being in person. Nowadays, it seems that you, yourself, have found, if he really is that one being. The emperor's eyes were uncertain as he looked toward the white jade capital at his feet, clenched his fists. The last heavenly heart seal in this world. It's not impossible for me to give it to him. The raw material for this imperial weapon of Bai Yu Jing, just before the first heavenly war. The last remaining heavenly heart seal in the world. It was refined by his father, Emperor Xintian, with great greatness infused within the white jade capital, become the centerpiece of Bai Yu Jing. It was also the key to ensuring that all living things within the white jade capital would survive the endless years. The existence of the heavenly heart seal could perfectly integrate Bai Yu Jing with the great Tao, to escape birth, old age, sickness, death, the cycle of yin and yang, and the 5 failures of the celestial beings. But again, once the mark of the heart of heaven has been removed, apart from the fire of the 10,000 races, which had already fused with the white Yujing, the remaining living creatures will all perish in an instant. No one escapes the years. It was fortunate that they used this method to disguise themselves as the heavenly Tao to cheat time and sleep for endless years. If I can truly end the heavenly court and subdue the gods, what's the harm in surrendering my life? TZ muttered, knowing that his mission was for this one thing. Beneath the dome of the sky, the Yin god was frantically fleeing with the help of the compass of the 9 states. A rare look of incomparable panic appeared on his face. It's because he lost the battle with Xu Tang. More than anything else, it was because of that saintly silhouette's proclivity. It made him think of something extremely terrible. A shuddering suspicion grew even more in his mind. This bilocation of mine is dead as it can be, but this matter must be spread to the heavenly court. In any case, whether it is passed on to the principal in the time of the Ancient of Days, or the not yet recovered self of the afterlife, I must inform him of this. The compass of the 9 states was inscribed with the Kunpeng spell formation, which could exert the world's utmost speed under the mad push. Even Xu Tang couldn't catch up. After fleeing in this manner for several quarters of an hour, it was only then that the Yin god stopped at the Sky Spirit Immortal region, which was the farthest from the Great Desolate Immortal region, to rest a little. A grimace and hesitation surfaced on the half of his face that had been hardened and hammered. According to the deduction, the present Jojo Immortal realm is not the best time for the complete revival of our Supreme, but if it drags on any longer, the Yin god hung in the air, gently fiddling with the compass of the 9 states. Instantly, a lifelike projection of the 9 states appeared before his eyes. On top, the red mist representing the cultivation aura had not yet completely covered the crippled heavenly Tao of this world had not yet been repaired to completion either. The sleeping Supreme Spirit of God is like a seed that still need to wait for the right soil before watering to wake them up, but there is no time for that right now. If I don't forcefully awaken the Most High and reorganize heaven, with the character of that murderous embryo Xu Tang, I'm afraid he'll behead the revived deities one by one. Though as long as the Most High is not destroyed, all gods can be resurrected again, but there's no guarantee that this guy won't have any other means. What's more, if he perceives the end of the Supreme, he is afraid that he will even dare to kill the sleeping Supreme. Thinking of this consequence, the Yin god couldn't help but coldly shiver. He himself would die at the hands of a backwoods mole cricket? This outcome must not happen. He took a deep breath, the hesitant look in his eyes gradually firming up. Xu Tang, it's all because you forced me. The Kyushu Griffin would have been able to live in peace for a while, but you had to force me to forcibly awaken the Supreme. As the Supreme comes forth, all races kneel. In that case, the Yin god grabbed the compass of the 9 states as he poured the few divine powers he had into it frantically. It would even forcefully plunder the Black Robe's lifespan when it wasn't enough. And with the crazy infusion of the supreme divine power, the compass of the 9 states was as red as if it had been scorched by fire, and it was hot to the touch. There was a terrifying force within it, as if it was about to get rid of the compass of the 9 states and break through the sky. That power, not yet fully revealed, was enough to terrify Kyushu. Supreme divine power. That saint from the Yaoqi Holy Land rose violently, a look of fear in his eyes. There's more than one type of supreme divine power. Someone is trying to forcefully awaken the Supreme? On the white jade capital, the Emperor's son's eyes exploded with light. He hadn't expected this day to actually come so quickly. The heavenly court is returning. Is the catastrophe of the 10,000 races going to repeat itself again? In the Taiku Taoist sect, which is known as the return of all laws to one, an old man whose cultivation level cannot be seen is sitting in meditation and muttering. Those sad memories of the past came back to mind. At this moment, the Kyushu Immortal region was actually enveloped in a blanket of fear and sadness. It was enough to see how terrifying the shadow the heavenly court brought to the 10,000 races was. Give me, to drive, heaven, return, gods, revive. The Black Robe's lifespan was almost drained clean by the Yin god. Finally, it was at the last moment that he managed to break the compass of the 9 states. A majestic and incomparable greatness that caused all beings to tremble rose up into the sky and went straight up to the 33 heavens. Only after seeing this did the Yin god reveal a look of exhaustion in his eyes and retreated backwards in satisfaction. But unexpectedly just collided with the person behind him. Pretty tired. Want me to give you a break? Xu Tang gently wrapped his arms around the Yin god's waist and lowered his head, whispering softly. End of chapter. Rumble. As the supreme divine power rises to the heavens, the original 33 heavens, which had been reduced to rubble in the midst of the first heavenly court war, suddenly began to change. The endless supreme divine power covered all 33 heavens as if they were an ocean. It's like spring rain. The divine power that contained all the supreme power slowly flowed into a formation that had been inscribed since the existence of the 33 heavens. It was an incredibly complex formation that even a formation witness might not be able to understand. Upon closer inspection, it was precisely the complex version of the formation inscribed on the Kyushu compass. As the power of the Supreme Spirit was poured into the formation, the original dead silence, devoid of life, the first cluster of divine flames finally appeared within the dark and cold 33 heavens. 1,000 years in a dark room. One light is bright. The moment this cluster of divine fire lit up in the 33 heavens, the entire Kyushu immortal region took it in. Likewise, the deities of the great immortal domains, which were originally only in a state of slow revival, after that cluster of divine flames was ignited, it instantly sped up by an unknown number of times. In a split-second's effort, densely packed divine projections surfaced throughout the entire immortal region of the ninth state. Summoned by that divine fire, they slowly opened their eyes. Having read the will of the divine fire, the bewilderment faded, and in its place was an insane murderous intent. By the decree of the Een God, all efforts will be made to harvest the living beings of the 9 states, helping the Supreme to recover and the heavenly court to restart. Here, countless deities responded in unison. The sound emitted shook the sky and resounded through the heavens. In the next moment, it launched an indiscriminate killing attack on the surrounding area. The recently revitalized immortal region of Kyushu had become a hell on earth in the blink of an eye. A resurrected deity is simply a descending blow to a present-day cultivator. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Why can't it hurt them at all? My technique aptitude is simply ineffective against them. They are actually able to control the aura in my body. How is this possible? Escape. Run. Go to the Taiku forces. They have a way to deal with deities. Run away. Wailing and screams resounded throughout the entire immortal region of the 9 states. The current world's forces had no power to fight back under the massacre of the resurgent deities, and as the massacre of the gods began, wave after wave of life force of incomparable spirit rose up and, flying into the vault of heaven, straight up to the 33 heavens, to be the fuel for that cluster of divine fire. Letting it blaze, it instantly lit up the entire 33 heavens. As the divine fire burns, one hazy outline after another was sketched out. They are seated above the 33 heavens, and though only the outlines are visible, and yet, it still brings an endless sense of oppression. It was clearly all the supreme deities of the heavenly court. He is awakening. Not good. These guys are helping the supreme recovery. Everyone in the Holy Land, follow me into battle. Yaoqi Holy Land. That sage's pupils abruptly shrunk after seeing the changes in the 33 heavy heavens. He then shot a spell seal towards the Yaoqi mirror, which instantly changed into a long spear of infinite might. It was only a hair's breadth away from that legendary emperor's soldier. With a short lifespan, he rushed towards the divine spirit battlefield carrying his nailed divine lance. He even burned his own blood during the flight. My subordinate was unable to accompany you during the first heavenly war, great emperor. Now, my subordinates are willing to die for the sake of the living and follow in your footsteps. He growled. He roared. The breath on his body climbed upward. After burning away the last of his lifespan, extremely sublimated, he, who became a quasi-imperialist, subsequently, without hesitation, the quasi-imperial cultivation that, it was infused into this nail god gun in his hand that was only a hair's breadth away from breaking through to an emperor's weapon. Next moment, the earth spirit immortal region where he is located trembles. The deities who were frantically slaughtering the cultivators all stopped their hands. Looked to the glimmering figure. A quasi-emperor with no more than a short lifespan arrived with an extreme Tao emperor soldier. All living beings in the White Jade capital listened to the order. Stop the supreme recovery at all costs. Utilize the heavenly heart seal when necessary, even if it means sacrificing your life and mine. On the White Jade capital, the imperial sun rose violently. The aura of a quasi-emperor erupted from his body. This one didn't make a big splash in ancient times. The emperor's son who left no name in that golden age. It was clearly a quasi-emperor with a terrifying cultivation. A quasi-emperor, yet he was unknown in the ancient age, willingly sealed by his father to this day, for the sake of being one of the last backstops of the 10,000 races, responding to the backhandedness of the gods' arrangement, responding to situations like today's. Emperor's son, why don't you fuse the heavenly heart seal now and instantly become an emperor? We are willing to die for the imperial son. In the White Jade capital, the voices of the 10,000 races beings came out. They plead, sincerely, willing to trade his life for the emperor's son to become an emperor. But, the emperor's son flatly refused. The heavenly heart seal needs to be reserved for use by that one being. The second heavenly war has been fought. Quasi-emperor. It's just the basis for participation in the war. He flew through the air, his quasi-emperor aura oppressing the 8 wastelands within the universe. The white jade pavilion transformed into a luscious little tower that he held in his hands. All the deities in the Xiantian immortal region looked towards Emperor Z. He roared, "I am the son of Emperor Xiantian. I am the son of an emperor. When I subdue the gods, rumble." After saying that, the emperor's son held the white jade pavilion in his hand and went ahead of the others to kill that deity. His roar resounded through the immortal region of the 9 states, and his aura was even more known to the world. It turns out that there is still such an emperor's son who has been hiding so far, holding back for so long, worthy of being the son of a great emperor. My great Qian dynasty, how can I lag behind? In the yellow sky immortal region, another brilliant figure rose into the air. He held the human emperor's sword, stepped on the true dragon, and carried that Song Shang void on his back, the same quasi-imperial aura. Crown Prince Yulong of the great Qian dynasty, begging for death. He held the human emperor's sword and carried that Song Shang void as he rushed towards the divine spirit battlefield. Since the human emperor's sword has been sheathed, how can we, the human empress people, be willing to show weakness? Yan Emperor, Yellow Emperor, descendants rise, with my essence blood, call the human emperor to appear. Yu Shang immortal region, a bloodstained, mottled human skin rushed up into the sky in the chaotic and incomparable battlefield of the gods. Countless essence bloods then rose into the air, nourished that withered human skin. A figure was outlined in the void. He let out a long sigh, then grabbed the human skin and slid it over his face. Heavenly Court, do you really think that we don't have the means to deal with your afterlife? Human Emperor lineage, follow me into battle. Rumble, the lineage of human emperors that preserved the most, did not hesitate to follow the figure of the human emperor and rushed towards the gods. Similar scenes were staged in the 9 immortal regions. The means laid down by the nations in the latter days are equally effective. Even though the great emperors of all parties had deduced that there was that glimmer of life in the afterlife, they were well aware of the terrors of the gods. All have left their backhanders behind. The second war in heaven, the war of the races against the gods. After Taiku, it just rang out without warning, and in the meantime, Xu Tang looked toward this rushing supreme divine force before him. A look of longing appeared on his face. I'm waiting, it's you. End of chapter. The immortal region of Kyushu, which should be vibrant and thriving, reopening its golden age of prosperity. Now it's ghosts and wolves, and people are dying. The nations cry out in sorrow. The revived gods were like scythes, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the living beings in the immortal region of the 9 states. Even the resurgent forces of the ancient world. It also looked exhausted in front of the gods who occupied the superiority in absolute numbers. Ah, I'm the first person to sit down for Yaoqi Emperor. How can I fall here? The old saint held the nailed godlance and killed his way back and forth amongst the gods that were like an ocean. The power of a quasi-emperor swept through the 8 wastelands of the universe, allowing him to kill countless enemies while also becoming a target. The 8 divinities that revived with it even regarded the old sage as a thorn in the side. In the past, even the ancient great emperors we have slaughtered. You are nothing more than a pseudo-imperialist who has survived into the afterlife. Do you really think you can block my divine resurrection? The corpses of those deities that had been nailed to death by the old saint's spear unexpectedly crawled together on their own in a bizarre and incomparable manner. Finally, it assembled in a distorted clicking sound to produce a tall deity with a strange face and a body filled with purple flames. As soon as he asked, his body similarly erupted with an aura not weaker than that of a quasi-emperor. Even stronger. Great emperors are not to be insulted. You are nothing but assholes who have stolen heaven and earth. What qualifications do you have to speak so presumptuously about the great emperor? The old sage hissed, and the nailed god gun in his hand even erupted in a burst of dazzling light, illuminating through the 9 heavens and the sky. It made the fire ministry god generals tremble. Humph. Since we have restored Suzhou to the afterlife, we will surely return to the heavenly court. I'll send you on your way with my own hands. The fire ministry god general roared angrily, then reached out his hand to. The flames of the entire Kyushu immortal region were summoned by him. It then fused into a bizarre and incomparable black and purple thick flame. It was eerie and revealing and gut-wrenching. Next he dragged this ball of flame and rushed towards the old sage. This is the burning emperor cold flame, created by the supreme highness of the heavenly court to set up and kill the great emperor. It's also an honor for you, a paragon emperor, to die under it. The old sage was silent. He could feel the palpitating aura on that flame, but he had to meet it. He needed to stall for time, to stall until the real backhanders came out of the woodwork. Delay the speed of the supreme recovery. Rumble. In the next moment, he heuristically chose to merge his body with the Tao, melting all of his own essence blood into the nail god gun. Finally, he had awakened the Yao Qi great emperor's divine thoughts that remained within the emperor's soldier. Kill. As soon as Emperor Yao Qi's divine thoughts appeared, he didn't say anything, cupped his fists and, straight to the fire ministry god general to kill. But in the next moment, a cold smile surfaced on the fire ministry god general's face. Do you really think that my heavenly court doesn't know about your backstabbing? What? Bang! An extremely deep crack erupted from the nail god gun. Emperor Yaoqi's divine thoughts instantly dissipated in half before he could strike. The old sage was even stepped on by the fire ministry god general who was right behind him with a punch out of the nailed god lance. The sacred land of the remote pool. My heavenly court has long been infiltrated. Worthy of being the imperial son of the Xintian emperor? If you were placed in that era, maybe it can achieve more than your father, but unfortunately now you're about to die. On the miserable battlefield littered with the corpses of gods and the bodies of cultivators, Emperor Zi's handsome and incomparable face was hardened and hammered, and a body was even cut off by most of it. Only the top half of his body was left crawling on the ground. Bai Yu Jing, on the other hand, was being held in the hands of a divine general of the wind ministry and played with it. The fire of the 10,000 clans was just casually pinched in his palm. You guys even managed to tamper with the heavenly heart seal. No wonder my father used to call you assholes. The most disgusting of all. Even if half of his body was hammered to pieces, the emperor's son remained resolute and unyielding. He didn't lose. Earlier, he had even suppressed this side of the immortal realm's deities with the power of one man. However, what he never expected was that the heavenly heart seal in the white jade pavilion had gone wrong. Who would have thought that the heavenly court had tampered with the heavenly heart seal before his father emperor refined it? Throughout history, only victory and defeat have been asked for, and I don't care to argue with you in a verbal dispute. Hand over the white jade capital to catalyze the spell, and I'll give you a chance to cut yourself. The god of the wind section would put his foot on the other half of Tycho's face, slowly applying pressure, rubbing downward and, indifference said, the white jade capital contains the fire of the 10,000 clans, and you want me to be the one who lives and dies? Ha ha, don't even think about it. The emperor's son laughed loudly, but there were tears in his eyes. Father, is it true that we cannot defeat the gods? Such scenes have been staged in the immortal region of the 9 states. The backhanded moves laid out by the ancient forces were actually dissolved one by the deities. The human emperor's sword was stomped into 2 halves and let out a mournful cry. The human emperor's silhouette was divided and eaten by the gods, leaving only 2 eyeballs with blood and tears flowing from them. My heavenly court just can't deduce exactly who caused my heavenly court to be destroyed. It doesn't mean that my heavenly court can't see your so-called backhandedness. There are no secrets before the Supreme. At this moment, the 8 divine generals rose up in the air, looking down on the living beings with indifference. My human race took the lead in soldiering to fight in the first battle, and already lost like this. Even if the 10,000 races awaken and the remaining backhanded killing moves come into effect, is it really useful again? Despair enveloped the entirety of the immortal region of the 9 states, whether it's a sworn power or a latter-day power. At the moment all had to be silent under the might of the heavenly court. Doubtful. The heavenly court just couldn't figure out what led to their overthrow, but that doesn't mean it can't interfere with the backstabbing they've set up. The Supreme had not yet been revived, and the backhand left behind by the 10,000 races had already been dismantled. The human race is supposed to lead the way, delaying time for the rest of the backhand of the 10,000 races to take effect. In the end, it is a complete loss. Heavenly court. Who else can overcome? Not to mention that at this moment, the supreme shadow in the 33 heavens was becoming more and more realistic, and it was clearly about to awaken. Are all beings going to be reduced to heavenly mole crickets again? The beings cry out in sorrow. The blood of all beings weeps. Where is the future of the 10,000 nations? And who will be able to save them? Is it hard to believe that you want to fight the Supreme by yourself? You want to be that savior? Ha ha, delusional. At this moment, the Aim God faced Xu Tang without fear, but was instead pleased. Wanton mockery. Xu Tang did not respond, only looking at the supreme divine power in front of him, a blazing color flashing in his eyes. Then he flew forward. I use my flesh to suppress the divine power. Boom! He braced himself for the Dharma heaven and earth, topping the sky and the earth, and it was clear that with the strength of his physical body, forcefully pressing on the supreme divine power, interrupts it a bit hard. This scene shocked countless people, countless deities, with the power of the flesh body to harden against the supreme divine power. Every breath has to bear incomparable imaginable pain and cost. Surprised someone actually did that? Obstructing the supreme recovery. You seek death. Unconscionable. How long can you block the supreme divine power? Follow me and kill this arrogant man. Soon, all the deities in the immortal region of the 9 states came back to their senses. Without any nonsense, he flew towards Xu Tang to kill him. For a time, it was vast, like countless moths to a flame. Xu Tang, who had forcibly suppressed the supreme divine power with the power of his physical body, only smiled faintly. Then a chi transformed into 3 Chang, and another Xu Tang walked out, facing countless gods, with all beings watching. He sat cross-legged, mumbles, "How could you all forget that I'm a sword cultivator?" Subsequently, He, a sword cultivator who had never made a sword strike since stepping into the 15th realm of Daozun. Finally, to the world's living beings, he uttered the two words that sword cultivators most often recite on their lips. Sword come. On this day, the Dao Father of the day turned from white to black in a white robe. On this day, Daozun's 3 native flying swords hung upside down. The gods fall like rain. End of chapter. The gods fall like rain. And their heads are like mountains. Xu Tang 3 warmed up for I don't know how long. So long that even he had somewhat forgotten his own life flying sword. It whizzed through the air and sped away. Countless deities didn't even have a chance to get close to him before their heads were chopped off by flying swords in an instant. Whether it's an ordinary god or one of the 8 divisions, no one could resist the power of a sword. No. At this moment, all the living beings in the 9 states are not dumbstruck. Fascinated, he looked at the figure in the air that had turned from white to black. Shock. Nothing but shock and awe. Unimaginably shocking. It is said that sword cultivators are the most prevalent amongst cultivators in terms of killing. But no one said the kills were strong enough for that? It was a scene that made one look at it and only feel like they were living in a dream. The gods couldn't even bully their way forward. Then he was chopped in the air. No matter what means they use, no matter what power of the gods they make, it is useless. A sword. It's just a sword. No fancy moves. Without the splendor and brilliance that, there wasn't even an aura of powerful oppression. Even more so, none of the flying swords looked that fast. So much so that ordinary cultivators can see that the flying sword seems to be no different from the mortal iron sword. But it was this flying sword that had become a killing weapon to harvest the lives of deities at this moment. Daozun. It's the Dao Father who has struck. Worthy of being the world's first 15-realm Dao Father. We are saved. I knew that Dao Father's intervention would definitely be able to solve it. Master Su. Is Master Su. It's our great love immortal alliance's alliance Master Su. With Master Su around, nothing can ever go wrong. The next moment, the beings were boiling. Cheers. Crying. The 3 flying swords saved billions and billions of living beings in the immortal region of the 9 states from despair. Having been crushed by the gods in an almost destructive manner, now that I've seen someone actually able to kill a deity, how can you not be excited? How can you not be uplifted? In particular, the major members of the Great Love Immortal Alliance scattered throughout the JoJo Immortal region were in tears. One by one, they're running around. I can't wait to tattoo the words that I am a member of the Great Love Immortal League on my head. Proud beyond measure. Proud beyond measure. After all, the first man in the world. The strongest man in the world. 15 realms of Taoists. The one who kills the gods. But the Great Love Immortal Alliance's alliance leader. Gentlemen, since Master Su has already made his move, what are we waiting for? Why don't you repair my battle sword and kill the 9 heavens, so as to show the Taiku forces that our current generation is not some kind of trash. The latter-day cultivation system can also produce true great powers. At that moment, the Taoist Wu Fei who had forcibly broken out because of the divine spirit cataclysm flew up, dragging his heavily injured body. He did his best to shout to the immortal region of the 9 states. I would like to follow Master Su around and slay the gods with him. The latter-day cultivation system is by no means weaker than the Taiku. Master Su has already proved that, and we can't lag behind either. Repair my battle sword. Kill the 9 heavens. It's also time to let the gods know that the people of the later generations are not weaker than their ancient predecessors either. Soon, shout after shout resounded from all parts of the 9 states immortal region. This was followed by one stream of light after another rising up into the sky, despite the fact that most of them were seriously injured, and some of them were even sparing their roots for damage. The cost of the broken origin strikes. And yet none of them hesitated. They want to fight back and get revenge. When the gods revived, they were powerless, only at the mercy of the slaughter. But at this moment, with Xu Tang's physical body suppressing the supreme divine power, coupled with the blockade of the true intent of the way of the sword, as well as not knowing when it quietly unfolded, enveloping the whole of the immortal region of the 9 states under the human emperor's streamer wrapped in resentment, the weird power of those invincible, immortal gods also faded away. This is not a revenge to be carried out, but a time to wait. In an instant, the sky dome, which should have been sparse and vast, was now crowded, cultivator after cultivator, but all of them who could step into the air, roared angrily and rushed up into the sky, to fight the gods to the death. Among them, some had their siblings abused by the gods, and some of their fellow disciples were devoured. Some families were brutally murdered by the gods. They were unfortunate, becoming the first wave of cultivators to encounter the divine holocaust head-on. But again, they are fortunate, because of the people of the later generations. A 15th realm Daofather came out. Xu Tang's strike brought hope to the immortal region of Kyushu, not just the hope of living. More than that, it's a hope for revenge. At this moment, the gods scattered and fleeing in all directions. Never expected that the ants that had been trampled under their feet and humiliated not long ago had actually regrouped into a force to rise up at them in a counterattack. Is this the strongest person created by the latter-day cultivation system? So horrible? Could it be that once Yaoqi Holy Land, was wrong to oppose it? With only one breath left to linger, the old sage sat frozen on the ground, looking around at the corpses of the gods that kept falling like rain. He couldn't help but mumble. In the past, the Holy Land of Yaoqi was one of the representatives who opposed the cultivation system of the later generations. The reason is also simple. Without obtaining the heavenly heart seal, one could not achieve greatness. Instead, it's just too risky to go the other way. What's more, the cultivation system of the later generations has not yet been perfected, and who knows exactly how far one can go to the first few realms. As one of the representatives of the Yoyogi sanctuary, the old sages had naturally participated in the rejection of later systems of cultivation in former years. It was for this reason that he was feeling so deeply at this moment. He never imagined that a cultivator who had not achieved the heavenly heart seal to achieve the great emperor fruit. Surprisingly, he was able to kill the gods as if they were raining down. He fell silent and looked toward the flying swords that were frantically harvesting the lives of the gods. After feeling it carefully, he was suddenly shocked. This breath, how can that be? What a strong Tao Father. I'm afraid this killing power is not even close to my father's, that divine general of the wind ministry who humiliated the emperor's son by trampling his head under his feet. He then left behind a sentence that said, after removing Xu Tang's head first, and left in the air, but it never came back. The emperor's son was then able to catch his breath, put Bai Yujing in his bag and slowly heal his wounds. He gazed at the contemporary cultivators who braved death and rushed towards the gods. Then he rose and bowed deeply. The latter is no weaker than the ancient. Whether it is strength or temperament, it is all the same. Rising, he looked again at the one who had suppressed the supreme divine power by the power of one man. The entire body was ravaged to the point of no return. Mumbles. It can't be an existence much like that man. Even this way of doing things is exactly the same. Many thanks, fellow Daoist, for stalling for us. After saying that, he bowed deeply to Xu Tang again. Then he shot an incredibly complex spell at Bai Yujing. All races fire. It's time to burn. The second heavenly war has been fought. In the body of the imperial son of the human race, I call for the return of all races. The soul returns. Rumble. Above the dome of the sky, there was chaos with swords and blood. Above the earth, the white jade capital expanded wildly at an unimaginable speed, until it covers the entire Kyushu immortal region. The fire of all nations, thumping to life, one after another. The figures of the various races that had been dormant for 10,000 years quietly awakened. In the meantime, Xu Tang's 3 instinctive flying swords flew back to his side, synthesizing into an extremely ancient and simple longsword. Is it at the limit? Then it won't be absorbed. He sucked the Dharma heavenly elephant earth, which was riddled with holes from suppressing the supreme divine power, into his stomach in one gulp. Then he opened his mouth and spat out, and a golden dam that condensed all the supreme divine power took shape. Seeing that this most crucial thing was finally ready, he nodded. A look of satisfaction appeared on his pale face. Then, 2 fingers flicked on the 3-foot blade and the figure rushed straight to the 33 heavens. What are you doing here, friend of the Tao? I want the sword to cut the supreme. I'm begging for a catch-up read. The heat has really plummeted and I can't afford to eat anymore. So please catch up. New episodes start soon in the back, so catching up on the reading is more of an experience. Please. End of chapter. The battle is known in later times as the Kyushu meat grinder. It was so tragic that an unknown number of cultivators fell in every breath of time. All the clans in the immortal region of the Ninth State are involved in the battle. Almost every sect and faction had taken out all their family treasures. Whether it's a great cultivator of a dozen realms, or a cultivator who has just been able to step into the air, all roared and fought. The dome of the sky is so densely packed that one can feel as if heaven and earth were reversed in a trance. Cultivators and deities fought short-handedly, their fleshly bodies clashing and their arts striking each other. The monstrous rain of blood didn't stop from the moment the great battle began. The broken limbs and arms smashed onto the ground like hail, too many to count. Among them were both human cultivators and divine corpses. The emperor's son catalyzed the white jade capital, and the awakening of the 10,000 races after slumbering for ages also joined the battlefield. The supreme divine power, after not being suppressed, similarly erupted above the celestial dome of the sky, forming a film from which a steady stream of gods climbed out of the. Before opening his eyes, he rushed to the battlefield to kill. Correspondingly, Xu Tang's human emperor streamer was also greatly benefited at this moment. Countless grievances were absorbed by the human emperor streamer to its heart's content, which then in turn enhanced the power of the blockade against the gods. Under the blockade of this 9 heavenly grievances, the deity's terrifying and the bizarre and incomparable revival ability was also greatly restricted, which gave the cultivators hope of defeating the gods. The battle was fought in the sky and the earth. No cultivator was willing to submit to the gods to be the ants that had to be controlled even by their cultivation, and the gods have fought tooth and nail, and they have returned precisely to rule over the nations. It was for the return of the heavenly court and the restoration of the glory of the ancient times that there was no room for error, and as the battle entered a white-hot phase, the blocking power of the grievances gradually weakened. The more powerful deities also came out of that membrane. At this point in time, the heavenly court battle was no longer something that cultivators below the 12th realm could participate in. But no matter how far the war in heaven has started at this very moment, everyone's gaze is still focused on the figure above the 33 heavy heavens from time to time. Everyone knows it by heart. The key to deciding whether to win or lose the second heavenly battle doesn't lie with them, and it lies in the Xu Tang in the 33 heavens. Until the Supreme is removed and the Great Emperor is not released, it is impossible to truly defeat the gods and the heavenly court. The moment, as opposed to the dome of the sky, which has been turned into a mountain of blood and a sea of blood, the 33 heavens remained quiet. Divine light surged and glowed. It made the originally cold and dead 33 heavens look divine at the moment. And above the 33 heavens, one after another, tall imaginary shadows rose up from the ground, though his face could not be seen clearly. But each of the shadows exuded a gut-wrenching power, and at his feet, a sizable, magnificent and spectacular building prototypes were likewise slowly born out of thin air from the void. It was the heavenly court that had suppressed all races for an unknown number of years. Under the infusion of the supreme god's power, the same returned from the void. At this point, a black-robed figure smashed into the 33 heavens as if it was a meteor falling to the ground, raising dust in the sky. He was holding an ancient long sword with 3 words faintly visible on it. The Tao is invincible. This sword signifies the invincibility of the great Tao, and this day, this honored one will use it to behead you supreme beings. Xu Tang crossed Tao Wuxi in front of him, looking coldly in front of him, towering over. The supreme void that was filled with majesty had undisguised killing intent in its eyes, and although those supreme figures had not yet awakened, and had not even constituted a figure, however, at one of its eyes there were bright and extremely bright divine flames burning. It was as if the gods had opened their eyes, looking toward Xu Tang. Those supreme eyes were equally cold. People of the afterlife, don't be delusional. The supreme is with heaven and earth. The great Tao is born and the supreme rises. When heaven and earth perish, the supreme does not perish. You don't know what the Most High is, or what the court of heaven is, and ignorance is blameless. Kneel down now, bind your hands, and you'll still be given a chance to repent and join the heavenly court. A voice that was like a heavenly constitution boomed in Xu Tang's ears. He did not speak, but pulled his crossed sword into a sword flower, making a gesture to strike out. What a lot of crap! In the next moment, he steeped his sword. Ever since cultivation had been possible, it was still the first time Xu Tang had used a sword when he fought with someone. How strong is the world's first man's swordsmanship? That question was finally answered today. Swords rise, dragons and snakes fly. A sword was handed out. The entire 33 heavens trembled. This style was an epiphany that Xu Tang had gained during his first battle with the demon race, and coupled with the battle with the dragon monarch. It was only then that this style was perfected. Along with this sword coming out, countless demonic silhouettes were born, down to the lesser demons that are not as good as the streams, up to the figures of the dragon monarchs that have already stepped into the 15th realm. All accompanied the sword. Monstrous demonic chi appeared on this sword, killing the supreme figure. But strangely enough, despite the terrifying might of this sword, it made the heavens tremble. The supreme void, however, did not block or dodge, allowing Xu Tang's sword to pierce through his bodies. Straight through? Doesn't do any damage. Or doesn't hit at all? Xu Tang held a 3-foot green peak and hovered in the air. Unbelievably, he turned to look. The supreme shadow was unharmed by his sword. Instead, all the space around him was decimated by his sword chi. The supreme is not for you to imagine. I've been told you can't hurt us. It's just a futile endeavor. And the latter-day cultivation system also presumes to ascend to this god? If the great emperor who obtained the heavenly heart seal came, he might still be able to stop us from recovering. But you? Oh, without the great emperor, there is no hope for the 10,000 races. You can't possibly stop us. Xu Tang, how dare you injure my bilocation that came across the long river of time? This god will not spare you when he awakens. The voice of the Most High came out, full of sarcasm. Xu Tang's eyes were calm as he tightened his grip on the scabbard. In an instant, he struck his sword countless more times. The terror of the sword chi even caused the entire 33 heavens to be sliced into countless pieces. But like the supreme void, the 33 heavens, even if they were cut into pieces, It also recovered in moments. It can't be killed at all, unless the entire heaven and earth are destroyed. With Xu Tang's talent where, he couldn't see where the end was. To kill the Supreme, unless the entire heaven and earth are destroyed. But what's the difference between that and letting heaven return? He murmured, eyes downcast. It was hard to see the expression. Just that the grip on the sword tightened a few more points. What latter-day cultivation system is nothing but a loser. It's a pity. If you were born in the Swift Age, you might have been able to play a few games with us. I will kill this man. Don't take it from me. I'm going to make him realize what happens when he angers the Supreme. Is this the sword art of the strongest person in the latter days? How come it can't even hurt a hair on our head? We'll give you time to take your time to think of a way to break the situation. Don't let us down. Seeing him in such a disheveled state, the Supreme void, sneering incomparably. But soon he was stunned again. Panic. Shocker. Because at some point, the Xu Tang in front of him disappeared. To be precise, is leaving the present world. Damn. He actually borrowed our power to go against the long river of time? End of chapter. He actually did go against the flow of the long river of time? Even the Supreme was fooled by him. On the white jade capital, the Emperor's son sat cross-legged in it. His aura was just a hair's breadth away from being a great emperor. Obviously that earlier battle, though tragic, had brought him great benefits. Through his 1,000-mile eye, he clearly saw everything that was happening in the 33 heavens. Naturally, he also saw the scene of Xu Tang going against the flow of the long river of time. At first, he also thought that Xu Tang was going with the belief that he would kill the Supreme and would not return until he did so. But now he realized how wrong he was. Who says that suppressing the Supreme has to be done in the current world? It was not impossible for a sword to cut down the Supreme in the age of the ancient world. But the ancient age was the age when the heavenly court ruled. He's going to behead the Supreme in that era. Can he really succeed? The Emperor's son murmured, his eyes twinkling. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see the reason why Xu Tang had gone against the flow of the long river of time. It's simple. The Supreme kills the undead. Can't kill it at all. Endless years had allowed the Supreme Deity and heaven and earth to become one long ago, especially since it had also experienced a revival, making his connection with heaven and earth even closer. When Xu Tang ascended to the 33 heavens, the first thing he discovered was this matter. That's why he urgently changed his strategy. Seemingly immortal to the Most High, he strikes out. But it was nothing more than the supreme divine power that had been taken out before the fusion with the help of the power of the Most High. There was nothing more convenient than refining the supreme divine power in the 33 heavens that were covered and flooded by the supreme divine power. And it is the supreme divine power, which is one with him, that he flows against the flow of time. One of the underpinnings of the rise in the age of the ancients, since the ancient age was ruled by the gods. Then after Xu Tang, who fused the supreme divine power, crossed over. Is there anything more convenient in the world than this? But anyway, his move ultimately helps the present world, unable to subdue the Most High, but delaying his recovery in this way. Pouring the Supreme had to use the divine power to cross time into and warn his past self. This move is really high. It's fantastic. The Emperor's son let out a sound of admiration. From his point of view, those stored in the compass of the 9 states, the divine power that should have been used for the supreme resuscitation. At the moment it changed direction in unison. He was clearly following the time node where Xu Tang had vanished, against the flow of time. In contrast to Xu Tang, the reverse flow of supreme divine power would greatly attenuate the power. After all, divine power is just power. And Xu Tang, the number 1 person in the world, 15 realms of Tao exalted, the pinnacle of the current world, was never just words. And with the supreme beings having to temporarily divert their divine power and infuse it into the long hours of time, his recovery is also greatly delayed. The 33 heavens, which had just been holy and incomparable, suddenly went cold. The supreme shadow was even dimmer, but he had to do it. Unbelievable. A strongest person practicing the latter-day cultivation system traveled back to the Taiku era. If we then cultivate the Taiku cultivation system to the extreme, the two together, I'm afraid that the heavenly court will really be destroyed by his hands. So Supreme now has to shift his focus. Even if he had to pay a monstrous price, he had to deliver back the news that Xu Tang had crossed over. He believed that as long as his past self received the news, he would definitely obliterate Xu Tang without hesitation. In the ancient age, no one had yet been able to resist whoever the gods wanted to kill. But the most important point is that the message must be delivered as he grows up. Now it's our turn to play. If you want to cross the long river of time so smoothly, you also have to ask us whether we agree or not. The Emperor's son smiled faintly, then frantically urged up the white jade palace. In the name of the imperial son of the great emperor of Xintian, I decree, saints and above realm powerhouses, follow me into battle. Quickly come to the river of time and support Xu Tang. no matter what the cost. We must delay as much as possible the current supreme divine power from flowing backwards. Our mission is to assist Xu Tang. Let him help him stop the supreme divine power that delivers the message before it grows up in the age of the ancients. The imperial sun roared, his voice spreading throughout the immortal region of the 9 states. Bai Yujing then flew up into the sky. With the addition of the quasi-emperor's aura, the 12 floors and 5 cities slowly coalesced into a ladder that reached straight beyond the sky dome. At the end of that ladder was a hazy, radiant mass, unrecognizable in its exact form, a bond that seems to flow like a river. It is the never-ending river of time. And above the long river of time there was a black figure that was extremely noticeable. He was ridiculously fast and was heading towards the unattainable Taiko era. Extremely far behind him, several channels of supreme divine power were at an incredibly slow end. It's equally tough to swim against the current. Above the celestial dome, the saints of the 10,000 races who were fighting with the deities stopped when they heard this news. I honor the royal decree. I'm coming. Fighting on a river of time? Good. Right up my alley. Powerful people above the cultivation level of saints spoke up, followed by a wave of their big sleeves. The saints are like raindrops, and they enter time as much as they can. It was so vast that it covered the sky. Such scenes have never been seen in ancient times. I'm afraid that in the future, there will be no more. When the emperor's son saw this scene, his heart trembled as well. Saints of all races gathered together, hibernating for ages to join hands to stop the enemy. There was even no shortage of quasi-emperor level powerhouses among them. Such a horrible scale, gathered and converged on the river of time like rain at this moment, just to do one thing, protecting the Xu Tang, buy him time. Such a spectacle had never been seen by even an emperor's son before. Father, the backhand arranged by the 10,000 clans has finally worked at this moment. We will definitely do everything we can to stop that supreme divine power from flowing backwards. For the sake of Xu Tang, the last hope. The emperor's son clenched his fist and roared lowly. The final figure similarly turned into a stream of light and flew into the long river of time. And as the cultivators of the 10,000 races moved, the divine spirit's side also discovered the anomaly. Escort the supreme divine power against the current at all costs. The voice of the supreme roar came. Deities above the level of divine generals did not hesitate and similarly flew and stepped into the long river of time. Thus, a tug-of-war was fought with the long river of time as the battlefield. The battlefield of the second heavenly war shifted. There's never been anything like it in all of history. Take the time to learn what is the battlefield. The minimum participants were all saints or 12 realm cultivators. The Kyushu immortal region, where life and death killings continued just now, instantly quieted down quite a bit. The remaining cultivators and deities that did not participate in the battle retreated to one side with a tacit understanding. Only a devastated battlefield with mountains of corpses was left behind. At this moment, both sides know in their hearts that this war is no longer being won or lost here. Nor was it on that battlefield of the long river of time where saints were like clouds. Victory or defeat in the second heavenly battle. Hopefully, it's tied to one person. It's the one that's being watched with countless pairs of eyes staring dead in the face. The black on that was going across the river of time. Him, Xu Tang. It's the only hope. End of chapter. Tianyuan continent. North. One is on a mountain trail for Bullhead Mountain, only to see a young boy in sackcloth and rough cloth hobbling along, the color of loss written all over his tender face. Second uncle had a hard time begging me for this opportunity to participate in the Taishan sex test. But why am I just such a loser? Can't even pass the most basic root bone test. How should I go back and explain to my second uncle and father and mother? It's clear they all said I was promising, and this is more just to say that a banquet has been set up in my honor, just waiting for me to come back. Why am I so useless? Why? Oh, when he thought that he couldn't even pass the Taishan sex most basic root bone test, thinking of the expectant eyes of his parents when he went out, Wang Tieju's heart suddenly passed a sharp pain. He gritted his teeth, his lips trembling, trying not to cry, but when he thought about these things, he still couldn't stop shedding tears. Uncle Tu had heard that he had used up all his favors in order to help him beg for this opportunity to practice. My parents even had high hopes for him, saying that their son had been filial and intelligent since he was a child. I'm sure I can pass the Taishan sex test, and I'll be an immortal in the future. Why are you so useless? He bowed his head and whimpered. Go forward from memory. Not realizing that at some point, a yellow-skinned hurricane stood in front of him. This yellow pelt shines so brightly that it looks as if it's been brushed with oil. A pair of pupils were filled with a strange light, and his standing posture was even more different from that of a human. It stood on the rock and tried to tilt its neck so that it was equal in height to Wang Taiju. Junior! An extremely sharp cry suddenly sounded in Wang Tieju's ears. He looked up at once and looked around, but realized there was no one there. Who's talking? Wang Taiju was startled and immediately asked in a panic. Suddenly, An extremely strong tawdry odor came straight to the tip of his nose. He frowned and followed the direction of the smell. It was a shock. A yellow-skinned man the size of an adult's arm was standing on the rock, and staring at herself with straight eyes. Those eyes were almost indistinguishable from humans. The point is that this is a yellow skin, not a human being. Ghost. Wang Taizhu panicked for a moment and stumbled over his words. The legs that wanted to escape were also trembling non-stop. A hint of murderous intent flashed across the yellow-skinned man's eyes, but he forced himself to press on. Do you see me as like a human being or not? It spoke slyly, giving a smile that it thought was benign. But in Wang Taizhu's opinion, it was no different from demons and ghosts, trying to escape but realizing how his body couldn't move. He couldn't even turn his head. One could only stare straight at the yellow-skinned man. You, looking at the color of anticipation emanating from the eyes that were as deep as stagnant water. Wang Taizhu suddenly blessed his heart. This question cannot be answered. Otherwise you're sure to die yourself. He gritted his teeth, trying to calm himself as much as possible. But the yellow skins weren't that patient. It has been practicing for 400 years. The elders of the clan have calculated that today is a good day. It was specifically instructed to perform this seal-seeking act. As long as it succeeded in its quest for sealing, it would be able to possess a human orifice from then on. It was smooth sailing on the cultivation path, and it was even expected to climb the divine path in the future. Say, what the hell do I look like to you? Like no man. The matter of the sealing should not be delayed for too long, nor should it be delayed for too long. Chance in this world is like the moon in the mirror and flowers in the water. A little carelessness will slip away from the fingertips. Where did Yellow Pie have the patience to wait for Wang Taizhu to come back to his senses? Its originally palm-sized face was instantly propped up, showing its teeth and looking incomparably hideous. The demonic aura on his body even exploded all of a sudden, making Wang Taizhu's two strands warring, almost fell straight down with a weak leg. But the more Wang Taizhu understood within himself at this moment. One must not answer easily. If you lose your life expectancy, you will die a violent death on the spot. But if you don't answer, without waiting for Wang Taizhu to think about it carefully, a pair of extremely sharp, coldly glowing claws had already touched the top of his throat. A strong and incomparable life and death crisis rushed to his heart. I look at you like, you look like. In the heat of the moment, Wang Taizhu opened his mouth indiscriminately, but the words ended abruptly before they were finished. Like this immortal flying over. Aha! The yellow-skinned man frowned with both eyebrows, not understanding what he meant. The next moment, only a black-robed figure was seen falling down from the sky like a meteor. It was impartial and smashed right into the yellow skin. Snap! Directly smashed this yellow-skinned man to pieces on the spot. More so, it left a huge pit, not too deep and not too shallow, in front of Wang Taizhu. Enough to see how hard the impact was. The figure's breath was weak. His eyes were tightly closed and his face was like gold paper. A black robe neither stained with the bloody filth of a yellow-skinned corpse, nor with dust. It was obviously an immortal's item. Extremely extraordinary. Wang Taizhu was also stunned by this scene for a long time. He didn't look back until the smoke cleared. Immortal? Immortal? I've been saved by an immortal who fell from the sky? He gulped. Today's experiences were just too unbelievable. First, I failed the root bone test. Then on the way, I met a yellow-skinned man begging for wind. In the end this yellow-skinned man was inexplicably smashed to death again by a fairy falling from the sky. Whatever. Let's bring the immortal back to the village first. It's the middle of nowhere. It's hard to avoid. Thinking of the big bugs that the old people in the village used to talk about, Wang Taizhu hurriedly covered his mouth, fearful that I would invite it in by saying one more word. Then with great effort, he carried the immortal before him who had fallen from the sky. Immortals are pretty light. I thought it would be heavy. After Wang Taizhu carried the immortal on his back, it was only then that he was surprised to realize that the other was so light that it was as if he didn't exist. Lord Immortal, Taizhu, thank you for saving my life, but I can only take you back like this for now. You don't blame. After gently consoling two voices, Wang Taizhu then carried the immortal on his back and rushed towards the village. What surprised him was that after he had carried the immortal on his back, not only did his speed not decrease, instead, it was as if the wind had been generated under his feet, making him several times faster than usual. Before sunset, he returned to Wangjia village. Most of the villagers are still in the fields at this hour, while the women are mostly preparing fires for cooking, so not many people are out in the village. It also saves Wang Taizhu from worrying about how one villager after another on the way back asked about his root bone test. Only, light as a breeze on the way, he wondered when he was about to reach the door of his house. Don't dare go in. He didn't want to see his parents as well as his second uncle disappointed, but before he could think of what to say, your large, familiar and gentle hand that Then he touched his head. When did my Taiju come back? Why don't you go in? Don't you want to miss your mother? Mother! He looked back, surprised and delighted. Spinning around, he lowered his head again. Mother, I failed the root test. Barta! A few tears fell as he spoke. Seeing this, Wang lowered herself and wiped away his tears. A gentle smile. I remember my family's iron pillar. I'm the man of the top. How can you cry over that little thing? Isn't it just that you didn't pass the root bone test? What's wrong with that? You're tired from the road. Let's go. Mother will go back and make you your favorite egg custard. Wang Taiju immediately broke into a smile and obediently took Wang's hand. Mother, it's good that you don't blame me. By the way, Mother, I met the immortals on the road. The immortal saved my life, so I carried him back. He's on my back. You see, where are the immortals? Touching the empty back, Wang Taiju froze. End of chapter. The night was late and the lone moon was high. The pale-faced Xu Tang slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Is this the ancient age? What a pure aura! No wonder the people of the ancient era looked down on the latter-day cultivation systems. He muttered. Just the quality of the aura in the ancient times alone had left the later generations behind by an unknown number of streets. Not to mention the fact that the Swift Age started a golden age. Countless celestial pride spurted out as if it were a tidal wave. The path of proof. The strife of becoming an emperor. Wonderfully unusual. In this light, it is no wonder that the ancient times looked down on the so-called latter-day cultivation system. He then looked down at his palms again. With an endless lifespan. With the same destiny as heaven and earth. His otherwise young and smooth palms. Instead, it became wrinkled for a moment and then returned to its original shape. Going up against the flow of time has cost me more than I thought. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Even as the strongest person in the latter days, a 15th realm Daofather, it was also a huge price for him to pay to go up against the flow of time. The brunt of this was his lifespan, which was equal to that of heaven and earth. The Tao honors the same life as heaven and earth, and all things die while the Tao honors them. But that's based on the premise of the current world. If it was just a simple reversal of the long river of time, it wouldn't have any effect on him, but now it's his whole being against the current, hardwired to stay in the swift ages. This was tantamount to changing the past and fighting against the entire universe and heaven with one's own strength. Even a Tao Lord would need to bear the cost. Nowadays, his lifespan was less than 3 days left under the compression of the river of time. Of course, the solution to this situation is simple. That is to return to the present world, but from the beginning of the battle with the Most High. In the case of Xu Tang, who utilized his supreme divine power to go against the flow of the long river of time, this is never going to happen. In addition to his lifespan, Xu Tang's cultivation was also greatly affected. He opened his eyes and looked to the sky with the clairvoyance that came with this life. The very high and the very far from the unknowable. The 33 heavens shone brilliantly, illuminating the 10,000 realms of the heavens. The outline of the heavenly court was faintly visible, floating in the 33 heavens, hanging above the 10,000 races, majestic and incomparable. Not to mention the endless divine light that filled the sky, almost sweeping all of the 8 wastelands in the Yu dynasty. Everything is stating a fact. The ancient age is the age of the gods. Xu Tang was certain that the Yin god had definitely remembered himself. The Supreme at this time was at its peak state. Not something that could be compared to the previous doppelganger or that shadow. Being watched by a Supreme being can't be pleasant. He couldn't just use his powers in the afterlife. At least for now. It's also a major pain in the ass. The last trouble was that reversing the flow of the long river of time gave him a Tao injury that was difficult to reverse. This injury is completely unavoidable. It's like water putting out a fire. It's where cause and effect are. Otherwise he wouldn't be so weak. It even crashed to the ground in a comatose state when it first came to the Swift Age. But the unfortunate thing was that the strength of his flesh didn't change as a result. A peak physical body that was comparable to that of a martial god gave him an extra capital. Otherwise, if the physical body is also altered by the power of time, then I'm afraid I'm really going to be the first Tao Father to be dropped dead. Without witnessing and claiming the title of emperor in the ancient era, one will never be able to truly resolve the heavenly court deities. No matter what, I will combine the cultivation methods of the 2 lives. Xu Tang took a deep breath, a look of determination appearing on his face. It was followed by a light point aimed at his dantian, a slight opening of the mouth and a spit, a moment of 7-colored hazy beads, flooded with power that made heaven and earth tremble, suddenly floated into the air. It was precisely the supreme divine power that Xu Tang had refined with the help of the supreme void, reversing the flow of the long river of time. Although it was said to have fractured his lifespan and given him a Tao injury, but it's not entirely without its benefits. At the moment, for example, this supreme divine power had become completely one with him under the effect of time. No supreme aura could be seen on it, and all that was there was Xu Tang's own imprint. Since the ancient age is the age of divine dominance, then wouldn't I, who possesses the power of the supreme god, have an additional unique advantage? Swallowing the supreme divine power into his dantian, Xu Tang's face calmed down. There is no other priority. Improving longevity is the key. Cultivating into an innate can lead to a lifespan of 200 years, but the materials needed for cultivation. Nearby I am not sensing them at all. Xu Tang muttered. The strength of his divine soul had not weakened either. Simply because the supreme deity sat in the age of the ancient world, it made him probe with great caution, but it was still possible to see at least a few dozen miles around. This place is barren, not to mention cultivating immortality. Even practicing martial arts may not be able to provide for it. Unless, Xu Tang's eyes were certain as he locked his gaze on the deep mountains, on a group of yellow skins who were discussing assembling to slaughter the village. What? You say you fought and killed a yellow pipsqueak begging for a seal on the way? Inside the thatched hut came the man's terrified growl. Yes, Uncle too. I didn't kill it. It was that immortal. That comatose immortal fell from the sky and directly smashed that yellow skinny to pieces. In front of the oil lamp that was rarely lit once, Wang Taizhu lowered his head and said timidly. Before him, the well-informed second uncle. On hearing of the death of a yellow python that had begged to be sealed, the face changed suddenly. What about the immortals? Did the immortal leave any message? But soon he calmed down and asked in a hurry. No, the immortals were gone when I got home. Wang Taizhu's head hung even lower. Oops. Bad. It's broken. Uncle Tu slapped his head aching. Brother, what's going on? On the side, Taizhu's father, Wang Erniu, saw this and asked anxiously. Yellow skins are the most vindictive demons, not to mention the death of a yellow skins that begged for a seal. On a smaller scale, our family will be killed by the yellow skins. On a larger scale, it's very likely that they've already assembled now and are preparing to slaughter our Wang clan village. What? When Wang Erniu heard this, he immediately changed his face in fear. That's serious? Then, what should we do? Wang was equally frightened and subconsciously protected Taizhu in her arms. The nearby shrine is broken. The nearest temple is also in town. A trip over would take at least a day and a night. Quickly, immediately have the village headman gather the village's young and strong. Assemble. Wang Dania slammed the table, threw down 2 words and then in a hurry, rushed out. But as soon as he opened the door, he was directly scared by the scene outside and rolled back. Only one eye after another as if it were a ghostly flame flickered outside the door. The unmistakable stench of the tawdry odor was so strong that one couldn't help but gag. The rushing demonic aura was even going to make every inch of blood in one's body freeze. They showed their teeth, and even though their faces were not clearly visible in the darkness, one could also feel the terrifying killing intent on its body. Yellow skin. The yellow skins have come to my door. It's over. It's all over. End of chapter. The night is late. The people who should have been asleep within the Wang family village were now gathered in the open space of the village with frightened faces, surrounding them one after another. Yellow skins emitting a foul odor and demonic aura surrounded them, showing his teeth and eyes. A murderous look appeared on his face, under the pressure of an alpha at the head, twice the size of an adult. It was only then that the villagers were not unleashed on the villagers in retaliatory massacres. Blame Wang Taizhu? He's a damn calamity. Broomstick. Do you have to get the whole village killed before you're satisfied? I don't care if I can't cultivate immortality, but I dare to mess with the yellow fairy on the way home. Just get the whole village killed. A thin figure was tied up and kneeling at the far end of the clearing. Behind him, the villagers evicted by the yellow skin stared at him viciously. All sorts of spiteful things were said. Wang Tieju's body shook like a sieve, muttering under his breath. No, I didn't mean it. I really didn't mean it. I'm not trying to hurt anyone. I'm not. On the side, Wang Erniu and Wang, who were also tied up, saw their son being treated like this. It's also heartbreaking. Xian, you want to kill? You just kill me. My son doesn't know anything. If we had known that that person was your descendant, we wouldn't have dared to do anything to him even if we were beaten to death. Wang Erniu kowtowed to the chief aside with all his might and begged for forgiveness. All he got in return was a hard slap from the chief. Snap. This chief's cultivation was quite small. No claws out, though, but the force of the slap was also enough to cause Wang Erniu's face to instantly swell up high. Bang! Immediately after that, the chief kicked Wang Erniu again, sending him flying. It didn't stop until it hit an old tree in the distance. The sound of cracking bones coming from the body of it made Wang Erniu, an honest and simple man, unable to hold back his low roar. Father! Wang Tieju's heart was like a knife twisting when he saw this scene, but being tied in place to apply demonic spells he couldn't move at all. All you can do is shed tears and yell helplessly. What kind of thing are you to deserve this? Trade your life for the life of my precious grandson? The yellow-skinned leader spat disdainfully before looking at Wang Taizhu. Say, who killed our grandchildren? Dozens of kilometers around are aware of our family's power. I just don't believe anyone would dare to take a shot at it for no reason. If you tell me, I'll still be able to give your whole village a hard time. If not, the yellow-skinned leader waved his finger gently. The yellow skins that surrounded the Wang family village immediately revealed their sharp teeth. It glowed chillingly cold in the moonlight. If you don't tell us, we'll let your whole village die by lynching bit by bit. Let the wailing of your whole village be a dirge for our precious grandson on his way. The yellow-skinned leader screamed, followed by a foul-smelling, unmistakable yellow demonic aura that, rapidly wrapping every single person in the Wang clan village in a death grip. I said, I don't know who he is. I really don't. It was an immortal who fell from the sky and smashed your grandson to death. I really don't know where he went. Wang Taizhu said with tears and despair. You fart. Immortal Taoist sects within a few thousand miles radius can only be opened with the consent of the temple. How many clans are there in the neighborhood? How many cultivation sects? How many cultivators are in the sects? We know exactly what odor each cultivator has on their body. How could any cultivator kill our precious grandson for no reason? This is the most critical moment for the heavenly court to mediate with the demon race. No one dares to go against the will of the heavenly court to cause trouble at this time. Say, who the hell ordered this thing? The chieftain growled and became even angrier. Now is the critical time for the heavenly court to subdue the great desolate immortal region. Human cultivators at this time, not to mention daring to take action against the demon race. It was the fact that there were very few clans left that were able to stay in the great desolate immortal region. This damned guy is even trying to lie to himself, or he doesn't want to tell who the real culprit really is. Taizhu, speak up. Could it be that you've been caught in an illusion? After all, that's so-called immortal. You're the only one who's seen it until now. Taizhu, don't hesitate. The lives of the entire village are in your hands. Wang Dania saw the fierce light in this yellow-skinned eyes getting more and more intense, and hurriedly urged. He knew it was a precursor to the other man losing his patience to kill. This great immortal is so merciful, but you don't know how to behave. In that case, your entire village will go and bury our grandson with us. That chief lifted his finger and was about to swing it down when, buzz, a stone broke through the air and directly pierced his palm. Who? It snapped its head back and realized that a figure had appeared at the entrance of the village at some point. He was dressed in a black robe. His face was like a crown, and his posture was upright. Although there were no strong cultivation fluctuations on his body, but just looking at the way he stood, it was frighteningly strong. Immortals. It's an immortal. After seeing the visitor, Wang Taizhu was the first to roar out. The remaining Wang clan members also looked at the figure. Unbelievable. Wang Taizhu actually met an immortal on the road? What kind of bull ***** immortal? Just a Hotian martial artist at the end of the day. A cold laugh escaped from the yellow-skinned hand, and the demonic chi wrapped the injured palm in a. In the twinkling of an eye it was restored as before. It looked towards Xu Tang, although the other party couldn't see anything underneath. But from the breath sensing, brace yourself for a Hotian realm cultivation. You're the one who killed my precious grandson? Good. Today I'm going to make you understand. Pust. The yellow-skinned leader was still chattering away when he saw Xu Tang's body at the entrance of the village gently sway. In an instant, it arrived in front of it and reached out, directly piercing through its abdominal cavity, and then a yank outward. Jabla. A blood-stained demonic elixir with a warm aura was just taken out by Xu Tang. He then gave it a firm squeeze. This demonic dan immediately condensed into a pure and incomparable but very weak aura. It was sucked into Xu Tang's abdomen. Too weak. He looked at the yellow-skinned man who hadn't quite snapped and shook his head in disbelief. You, how dare you make a move against my demon race at this time? You, heaven will not let you go when they know. You are destroying the great plan of the heavenly court. You, boom. Xu Tang didn't bother to listen to his nonsense and raised his foot for a hard kick. This yellow-skinned man was immediately kicked out of his original form and fell to the ground after crashing through several big thick trees. There was no breath on the spot. I'm not doing anything that doesn't ruin the great plans of heaven. Xu Tang skimmed his lips and looked at the remaining yellow noses again. 2 fingers together with the sword and a flick of the wrist. All the yellow lips around them died cleanly at once. He then walked towards Wang Taizhu, who was dumbfounded by the scene in front of him, and opened his mouth. You and I are destined to be together. I grant you a chance. In the meantime, a few dozen kilometers away, in the town of Mizuki, inside the temple, a statue of an enshrined deity suddenly opened its eyes in anger. Who is so bold? How dare you exterminate the demon race at this time? This is sincerely going against the heavenly court. Don't want to live? End of chapter. Strange. Why can't I see who actually moved? Can it be that it's the nearby Taishian sect? But they're going to move away when they finally recruit one more disciple. How can this time of year be futile? On the statue made of pure gold, the deity's silhouette frowned and spoke. With his cultivation at the late stage of foundation establishment, he couldn't even tell who had actually exterminated the Yellow Skin clan. You have to realize that this is the critical moment for the Heavenly Court to conquer the great desolate immortal region. At this time, not to mention fighting and killing the demon race, or having a conflict with the demon race, a conflict that all can only bite their teeth and swallow. Moreover, the Heavenly Court had long ago issued a decree that no cultivator should start a conflict with the demon race within the great desolate immortal region. Can it be that it's someone sent by the Yaoqi Holy Land or those few foolish human forces? He narrowed his eyes slightly. Thought of that one possibility. After all, right now, among the 10,000 races, the resistance of the human race was still the strongest. Outwardly submissive and submissive. But any power that has produced a great emperor, or has an emperor's soldiers sitting in there, privately, they're all stupid. For all these years, the Celestial Court has been trying to improve the cultivation method, naming the names of the realms therein after the gods, only to keep failing. The biggest resistance is these ungrateful human forces, to try to challenge the Heavenly Court on the basis of a so-called great emperor's inheritance. If the next golden age were not about to begin, where is the turn for you human forces to make small moves? My Heavenly Court is thirsty for talent, and when this golden feast is over, maybe a few more supreme. As for this guy who exterminated the Yellow Skin clan, humph, when this god comes out of seclusion, I will definitely kill you, skin you and bone you. Now was the critical moment for him to break through the divine hidden realm at the late foundation establishment stage. If not for that, he would have gone looking for trouble by now with the edict of heaven in hand. Keep this matter under wraps for now. Anyway, yellow skins have a cheap life. No one will be able to notice being exterminated for a while. When I break through and capture that man myself, I will report it all together then. Maybe even get a credit for it. Having made up his mind, he closed his eyes. The shadows recede and the statue was back as it was. The next day, early morning, the stunned crowd in Wangjia village had a difficult night. First, there was the yellow-skin siege of the village, which made the people walk in front of the ghost gate. Then another immortal suddenly appeared and, with a light touch, they killed this group of yellow-skin demons that seemed incomparably terrifying to them. How can people sleep soundly when their moods are so up and down? Of course it is not really the two things mentioned above that most keep them from thinking and sleeping. Rather, it was the last thing the immortal said last night. You and I are destined to be together. I grant you a chance. Chance? That guy Wang Taizhu actually got the chance to be an immortal? A punk, who couldn't even pass the root bone test, ended up with this kind of luck. It makes a lot of people wonder. Tossing and turning in bed all night. That's all I could think about. Why should this guy get the chance to be an immortal? Of course, in addition to that statement, they are the ones who have more of a statement inside them. Why was it that stupid bastard Wang Taizhu who got the chance and not himself? Why did the immortal give me a chance? Inside the small courtyard surrounded by a mud wall, Wang Taizhu looked at the black-robed immortal in front of him with a cautious face. On the side, Wang Dania couldn't help but slap his head when he heard this. The kid, how come you're so bad at talking? Because of you. Xu Tang wanted to speak. Looking at the simple and honest child in front of him, he laughed. You remind me of a deceased person. I have 2 spells that I obtained from above that deceased person. Iron Pillar. The last name is Wang. Failed qualification test. World of practice. Learning this information, and then looking at the naive little doll in front of him. It made Xu Tang think of the deceased man who had spent his entire life busy trying to resurrect his wife. So, that Taizhu thanks the immortal. Wang Taizhu nodded thoughtfully. Subsequently, this time, without having to be reminded by his parents, he took the initiative to kneel down to Xu Tang. Thank you, immortal, for rewarding the chance. Taizhu will definitely remember it in his heart and repay it like an ox or a horse. On the side, Taizhu's parents and his second uncle saw that the child had finally smartened up for once, couldn't help but smile in relief. Then he also came before Xu Tang, and was about to salute in the same way, when Xu Tang slightly held up his hand and, stopping a few people in their tracks. There's no need for such red tape. Finally he pulled the iron pillar up and gave him a little nudge on his brow. An extremely bright light suddenly flowed out from his fingertips. It instantly spread to all of Taizhu's limbs, probing his roots and bones one by one. The meridians are overly blocked. The roots and bones are of a lower middle stature. The strength of the divine soul can only be described as average. A light flooded Xu Tang's eyes, and the scene he saw through the aura made him frown. Immortals. Me. Perceiving the change in Xu Tang's expression, Wang Taizhu hurriedly opened his mouth carefully. Despite the lack of expression on the childish face, the eyes revealed a look of anticipation. The ancient cultivation system. No, the current cultivation system. If you follow the current cultivation system, you do have poor roots. There is no hope of practicing at all. Xu Tang's words caused Wang Taizhu to be struck by lightning. The last hope was also completely cut off, and his little face instantly turned white. Still, it was a forced smile. No, it's fine. Immortal, I'm self-aware. You. Without waiting for him to finish, Xu Tang waved his hand to interrupt again. I have another set of cultivation methods here. I just don't know if they are applicable. Would you like to give it a try? Xu Tang opened his mouth, as if Wang Taizhu had grabbed a life-saving straw. He immediately kowtowed as if he were pounding garlic and said in surprise, willing. Of course I'm willing. As long as you can practice, anything is fine. However, Xu Tang's words caused a worried look to appear on Wang Erniu and Wang's faces, but looking at the child's happy face, they couldn't say anything. Don't worry, what I said about suitability is not the reason why there is no problem with the gongfu. Just, forget it, I will teach you another set of cultivation methods. Xu Tang wanted to speak, knowing that it would be a lot of work to explain, so he simply stopped talking nonsense, just pulling the iron pillar up, and then gently pointing at two locations, his brow, and his temple. Knowledge of later systems of practice, as well as the accompanying introductory technique, the clear heart technique, instantly entered his mind. This system does not emphasize qualifications but centrality, and preaches that where there's a will, there's a way. How far you can cultivate and how much you can change yourself depends on your own efforts. After Xu Tang bestowed a ray of aura and the resources of pills and spirit stones needed to cultivate the doubt of the third realm, then his figure gradually disappeared from the spot. Only this sentence was left. It lingered in Taizhu's ears. The student honors the teachings of the immortal. Taizhu instantly fell to his knees and kowtowed in the direction where Xu Tang had just stood, saying, the eyes showed a toughness that shouldn't be there at that age. The latter-day cultivation system. Hopefully it will work for him. Not far away within a mountain peak cave, Xu Tang muttered. Then he closed his eyes and started practicing. There are no years in the mountains. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. End of chapter. The cold wind is like a knife, using the earth as an anvil and treating all living beings as fish and meat. 10,000 miles of flying snow. The dome of the sky is a furnace, melting everything into silver. 10 years have passed in a hurry. Inside the silver-decorated Wangjia village, a young man wearing a single piece of clothing, meditate on a rock with eyes closed and knees crossed. It was clearly a cold winter, wearing a thin dress, but his face was flushed, and there was a mist steaming around him. The surrounding aura flowed into his body at the same slow pace. It's been 10 years, and I've finally cultivated to the peak of the chi-drawing realm, the violet air. As the first rays of sunlight struck the young man's eyes, he finally opened his eyes. Slowly, he exhaled a cloudy breath. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes, and the meridian aura surged within his body. A small building was vaguely erected, the white jade capital in the sky, 12 floors in 5 cities. This was precisely the sign of cultivating to the peak of the chi-drawing realm, guiding the spiritual chi of the circumference into the body, opening up 12 floors in the meridians of the body. A heavy floor is a heavy barrier, and only those who ascend to the top of the 12 are qualified to ask for the immortal path. Wang Taizhu, who had already faded his boyish face and looked a lot more mature, slowly got up. There was a crackling sound as if it were a bamboo tube. From now on, I am also a person of cultivation. Feeling the 12 floors of aura in this body, Wang Taizhu did not rush to report this happy event to his parents. Instead, he bowed respectfully to where Xu Tang had stood back then. Immortal Master. Although it took 10 years, Taizhu finally set foot on the path of immortality. I am grateful for the chance given by Mr. Taizhu. Otherwise, with Taizhu's qualifications, he would definitely not be able to step into the path of cultivation. Taizhu dares not forget the immortal master's teachings back then, and practiced with a resilient heart. Nowadays, I have slightly accomplished something. I only look forward to seeing the immortal again to show my gratitude. Wang Taizhu bowed deeply with a long bow for a long time, but after a long time, there was still no movement in front of him. In this way, he worshipped for half a tea, and only then did Wang Taizhu get up, looking at the motionless snow before him. A deep sigh. The eyes are despondent. Is one's karma with the immortal chief broken just like this? Immortal elder, Taizhu will definitely carry forward the techniques you have passed on. After standing for a moment, Wang Taizhu clenched his fists, and the disheveled color in his eyes was swept away. In its place is the tenacity of this decade. He made up his mind. One must carry forward this never-before-seen cultivation system that the immortal master had passed on to him. If all people in the world were able to practice this system of the way, I don't know how many people will be able to embark on the path of cultivation. This is a great merit. The immortal doesn't recognize me as a disciple, but I can't not recognize the immortal as a master. As a disciple, it is only natural to carry forward the master's learning. Son, don't stand there. It's cold. Come in. What if you freeze? Your second uncle is bringing that immortal from the Taishan sect as a guest today. You can't afford to have anything go wrong. Wang carried a fireplace and brought out a piece of thick clothing. While rambling, he put it on Wang Taizhu. Ha ha, mother. Fine, I'll go clean up now. Taizhu laughed, inadvertently skimming over the extra flashy hair on his mother's head. The eyes darkened a few more times. Everlasting life asks for a long way to cultivate. He himself has only just embarked on the path of cultivation, but his parents already have full head of Chinese hair. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but hold Wang's hand and grip it tighter. As long as one's cultivation is accomplished, one can certainly find a way to change one's destiny against all odds. He reassured himself in his mind. Here, try on the new clothes your mother cut for you and see if they fit. This is the fabric your mother specially went to the next door Zhangjia village to buy. I say the daughter of the mayor of Zhangjia village is really a master in women's red. It's nothing like your mother's handiwork when she was young. Inside the house, Wang Erniu, who was already a bit hunched over, smilingly took out a festive red cotton coat and handed it to Wang Taizhu. Hearing his dad's words, Taizhu was silent and just put the clothes away. Unfiliality is a great thing. The ones in the village who are the same age as myself now have grandchildren who can wow and run. There is only himself, indulging in the practice. No lifelong questions. They say you can get away with practicing, but is practicing really getting away with it? There was a bit of silence in the room for a moment, but fortunately, it was immediately broken by a hearty laugh. Ha ha, please come in, immortal. This is my nephew. 10 years ago an immortal bestowed a chance. Wang Dania's bright laughter came. The crowd followed the sound and saw an old man with a Taoist bone and immortal style, arrogantly following him. The snowy season, but he was thinly dressed. Snowflakes less than 3 places around his body disappeared dissolved. The old immortal really owes you too. And today is the last time. From now on you and I are clear. The old man shook his head helplessly. If it weren't for the fact that 100 years ago, Wang Dania's ancestor did himself a huge favor, how could he himself agree to the request of this mundane ant 3 times over? Wang Dania hemmed and hawed, his body bowing even lower, and seeing the Taishan sect elder himself. The people in the house didn't dare to slow down and hurriedly went out. Greetings, immortal. The 3 men spoke in unison, but unlike his own parents, Taizhu used the arching salute commonly used between Dao friends. This action caused the old man to look at him a little more. It doesn't matter if you don't look. You'll be surprised. A peak chi drawing realm in his early 20s? Fellow Daoist, this is a gift. Fellow Daoist's sentence of immortal elder is a real setback for old me. Just now did not take a closer look. The old man thought that this kid was just getting an ordinary chance. Only when he got closer did he realize that the aura on the other party was clearly the peak of the chi drawing realm. A peak chi drawing realm in his early 20s? This kind of qualification, placed within the Taishan sect, was a proper true disciple. You know he's been practicing for over 300 years. It was only just barely able to break through the next realm of the chi drawing realm, the Ho Tian realm. Unconsciously, the old man's address and tone of voice became much more respectful. I heard from fellow Daoist's second uncle that you once participated in my Taishan sect's root bone test 10 years ago? It stands to reason that with your talent you shouldn't have failed. The old man frowned slightly and stroked his beard. However, he did not expect Wang Tiezhu's sentence, which made him almost not drop his jaw to the ground. Fellow Daoist Xian is joking. 10 years ago it was you who was responsible for the root bone test of my team. We even met back then. What? The old man was in a state of shock. How is it possible? How could I have actually rejected a genius like Dao Yu? Peak chi drawing realm in his early 20s. This kind of talent. If one were to enter my Taishan sect, even if you return to the Daqian dynasty, you'll still be a proper dragon and phoenix among men. Was I not blinded by lard at that time? And actually refused fellow Daoist? The old man was quite shocked and said with a contrite face. Wang Taizhu waved his hand. Nonetheless, 10 years ago I was indeed poorly qualified and failed the test. Fellow Daoist rejected me. It also makes sense. 10 years ago I received a transmission of the Dharma from the nameless immortal, and only then did I become what I am today. Passing the law? The old man wondered. A feat that changes the qualifications and root bones? This immortal is really willing to give it up, to the extent that, nonetheless. Wang Taizhu waved his hand again to interrupt him. Then the method taught by Xu Tang was run through the body according to the circumference. Let go of the breath completely. Let the old man in front of him see it clearly. What a poor qualification. With such blocked meridians and root bones that, this root bone is simply as bad as it gets. The moment Wang Taizhu let go of his breath, the old man saw the situation inside him clearly. There was a gasp of surprise. This qualification can't be said to be poor. It's simply poor. Not to mention cultivation. It was difficult to be a martial arts practitioner. Nowadays, he was actually able to step into the peak of the chi drawing realm? He opened his eyes wide and stared dead at the operation of the gong method. The unbelievable color in his eyes grew stronger. Such feats are unheard of. Unheard of. Surprisingly, someone whose way is the same. Someone who designs gong methods according to such meridian directions? Guiding the spiritual chi of the circumstantial sky is actually able to be done in such a way? It's simply unheard of in the ages. The old man was dumbstruck, shaken into a trance by the scene before him. Not to bring him back to his senses, Wang Taizhu also nodded as much knowledge about the latter-day cultivation system that Xu Tang had imparted into the old man's brow. The latter was struck by lightning. It only felt like hundreds of years of cultivation had been completely turned upside down. This system of cultivation was unheard of and unseen by him. Throughout the entire Taishan sect's collection of ancient books one could not find such a cultivation method. Where is this doctrine of simple transmission? This is clearly enough learning to start a sect and pass it on for 10,000 generations. The man who can propose such doctrines is by no means a common man. Fellow Daoist, where is the nameless immortal you have encountered? It is clearly at least a saint's. End of chapter. On this day, the statue of the temple enshrined in Waterwood Town suddenly shone with divine light. The people of the town thought that the gods had manifested themselves and knelt down to pray. Supreme God Lin Feng has manifested. Supreme God Lin Feng has manifested. The crowd gasped in horror at the. One could only see the deity's shadow above the statue gradually solidifying, slowly opening his eyes. There was a divine light flickering in his eyes, and even more visions were clustered around him. 10 years of cultivation, finally breaking through to the divine hidden realm. Lin Feng slowly spoke, clenching his fist. An extremely surging power erupted from both fists, and he just waved his hand slightly. It made the void tremble and gave birth to the golden lotus vision. A powerful person of the divine deposit realm can tap into the divine deposit in his body to further stimulate his potential, and then the initial mastery of various types of arts and magical powers, so as to be able to use them as one's fingers and arms, beginning preliminary contact with the principles of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Man is the spirit of heaven and earth. The body's orifices, meridians, and organs all contain the truth of heaven and earth, and God is hidden in them, not to mention the divine spirit clan. There are all sorts of divine treasures in the body that have yet to be developed, combining the strengths of all races. This was a major reason why the divine spirit clan was able to rise. It's time to find the guy who didn't know better 10 years ago, take his head and use it as a meet-and-greet gift for this god's ascension to the great desolate immortal realm. When a deity cultivates to the divine hidden realm, there are two options. One is to choose to ascend to the highest level of the realm to which this continent belongs, and continue to hold down aside. The second is to choose to return to the heavenly court in the 33 heavens, to cultivate and prepare for the competition for the divine general. But basically the first one will be chosen. Unless one carries the bloodline of an upper god and has many relationships to support them, they will return to the heavenly court. The Tian Yuan continent is under the control of the great desolate immortal region. The place Lin Feng went to after ascending was the great desolate immortal region. Nowadays, the actual ruler of the great desolate immortal region was still the demon race, and since they were going to ascend to the great desolate immortal region, Lin Feng naturally wasn't good at being empty-handed. After all, if we follow the progress of the demon race's cultivation, one must at least cultivate to the Yuanshan realm to be qualified to ascend to the immortal realm. It is said that in the yellow sky immortal region, where that human race is concentrated, even more so, one must cultivate to the transition realm in order to qualify for ascension. I've let you live for 10 years, now it's time to settle the score. Killing intent flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He was about to go away in the air when he abruptly realized that there was a black-robed figure in front of him at some point. That figure couldn't see any fluctuations in his cultivation, but just by looking at the way he stood, he felt that he was frighteningly strong. Who are you? Why are you stopping in front of this god? Lin Feng rose into the air and confronted the black-robed figure. Even though he couldn't tell what the other party's cultivation level was, he didn't have a few moments of fear. He was a member of the royal family of the renowned Lin clan's imperial dynasty in the great desolate immortal region, and he was even the body of a deity. With the two combined, who would dare to disrespect him? It was when he encountered a transition realm powerhouse that was 2 realms above him that he wouldn't care too much. What's more, how could this person in front of him be in the transitional succession realm? I'm the one you're looking for. Xu Tang opened his mouth coldly, then flung out his big sleeve. One dried up demon pills after another were thrown out by him. Well, you. How dare you? How dare you strike against the demon race while the heavenly court is conquering the great desolate immortal region? How dare you run in front of this god to provoke? I see that you really don't know how to write the word death. Lin Feng froze when he saw this. He didn't think that there were people in the world who were so wild, violating the will of the heavenly court, not to mention that. How dare you come forward? With that, he directly struck out. Seal of the heavenly god. A divine light suddenly exploded behind Xu Tang. That divine light intertwined into an extremely complicated great seal, carrying a powerful might that pressed towards Xu Tang. It's still the first time this god has struck out after ascending to the divine hidden mirror, and to be able to die under the heavenly god seal, and an honor for you. Lin Feng clapped his hands together and his body exploded with divine light, instantly blocking off space. This is one of the divine treasures within a deity. Even if it has not been cultivated to a high level, it was also able to utilize the art of space. Is the divine hidden realm, which is the equivalent of the fifth realm's deities, even able to touch the power of space? The divine spirit clan really lives up to its name. Xu Tang ignored the impending attack, just lowered his head and looked at his fists and mumbled. It's just that. Are you sure you want to compete with me in the power of the gods? He whispered. Just at the moment when the heavenly god seal was about to press down on his spine, he turned around violently and the same divine light erupted in his eyes. This divine light was so colorful that it could not be seen directly. It came with a terrifying aura that suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths and the universe. Compared to Xu Tang's divine light, Lin Feng's divine power was simply weak to the extreme. That heavenly god seal was about to land on Xu Tang. After facing the divine light in his eyes, he actually involuntarily trembled and disintegrated. What? In the distance, Lin Feng was dumbstruck when he saw this scene. He couldn't believe that the attacking means of the hallowed divine spirit clan were ineffective against the guy in front of him. Without waiting for him to return to his senses, Xu Tang had already turned his head. The supreme divine power in his eyes was like 2 incomparably grand mountains, instantly suppressing his divine soul. What kind of divine power is this? How could there be such terrifying divine power? Lin Feng's eyes instantly exploded, and the pain that tore through her heart made her wail out. Immediately afterward, a fearful and submissive feeling came from the depths of the bloodline and the root of the soul. It instantly spread throughout his body. His heart wanted to strike, but his body simply wasn't in control of just kneeling straight in front of Xu Tang. When the people of Waterwood Town saw this scene, all of them were scared to death. In no way had it occurred to me that the high, unapproachable gods of is there even a day when you kneel to a mortal? The Supreme. What a Supreme! Xu Tang muttered, the divine light in his eyes gradually fading. The supreme divine power's suppression of deities was beyond his imagination. This was even more powerful than the suppression of the power of the inferior's bloodline by the demon race's superior. He came to Lin Feng, who was bowing down and kneeling, and gently pressed his hand on his head, closing his eyes. Next moment, a feeling of death instantly climbed to Lin Feng's heart. An extremely absurd thought rose in his head. He's going to kill me. How is that possible? Someone dares to kill a heavenly deity? I'm a heavenly court enthroned deity, and I'm even the son of the Lin clan's imperial dynasty. You can't kill me. Can't kill me or you. Click. Xu Tang's divine soul of the Daozun realm rushed into a sea of consciousness with devastating force, and after the soul searching was completed, instantly churning out his divine soul. Then give it a hard twist. Barta! Barta! Dark clouds suddenly gathered over Waterwood Town. A rain of blood, pouring down. Only after the fall of the deity that guarded this place would such a vision appear. The heavenly court is in the middle of a major campaign to subdue the demon race? There's also this great desolate immortal domains Lin clan's royal dynasty. Ha ha, interesting, really interesting. After the soul search was completed, Xu Tang opened his eyes. The information he learned from Lin Feng was far more valuable than what he had gathered. Sure enough, it's still most convenient to kill for treasure. He laughed softly, then picked up Lin Feng's head and opened the passageway with the help of the power of the gods. The figure instantly disappeared into a crack in the dome of the sky. The great desolate immortal region. The great desolate state. The extreme north. Xu Tang, who had been in the chaos for an unknown amount of time, suddenly opened his eyes. Welcome, fellow Daoist, to the great desolate immortal region. A slightly raw word came into his ears, and he nodded his head and the head of this deity was then thrown in front of the man. Take me to the Dragon Lord, and this head will be my welcome gift. End of chapter. Seeing this head that emanated divine power, the cultivator in charge of receiving it froze. The divine spirit. You, how dare you slaughter the gods? Are you insane? How dare you strike out at a deity? He looked incredulously at Xu Tang, so frightened that his face paled and he was trembling. In the era of the heavenly court's heyday, someone dared to slaughter the gods? And it's still so bright and not disguised at all? Is he not afraid of heaven? This deity neglected his duties and allowed the cultivators to slaughter the demon race while he subdued the lower realms. Just deserved to die. Xu Tang spoke indifferently. Killing a deity in his mouth was as if it was the same as stepping on an ant. That cultivator was equally confused by his words and didn't know how to reply. This is the northern domain governed by the Lin dynasty, and I recognize this deity after killing it. He's also the prince of the Lin dynasty. Even if you have heavenly skills, How will you be able to escape the pursuit of the Lin clan's imperial dynasty? As for the Dragon Monarch, what kind of character is that? An existence comparable to a great emperor amongst the demon race. Just you and I can see it whenever we want? A clay bodhisattva can't protect himself, so you'd better worry about how you're going to survive. If you really can't, you'd better hurry back to the lower realm and run for your life. Go to the Yellow Sky Immortal Domain, which is the home base of our human race, and perhaps survive. After a long moment of silence, the cultivator slowly said. Xu Tang glanced at him with a wry smile, not expecting this person to be quite simple. That's very kind of you. I wonder how to address you. In the next Han run. Cannot say what good heart, not good heart. It's just that I am precisely from the Yellow Sky Immortal region, and I don't want to see the human race die at the hands of the gods. Han Run slightly arched his hand at Xu Tang. Xu Tang returned the salute, then stood with his hands in the air. Don't worry, there are people in this heaven and earth who can do something about me, but not many. Han ran silently and rolled his eyes. Good word for a damn ghost. If it weren't for the fact that you're also a human cultivator, I wouldn't bother to say anything. There are manpower from the Lin dynasty, the gods, and the demon race stationed here, and when they arrive, I'll see what you do. With that said, Han ran inside, immediately following. A few breaths after his words fell, 3 pillars of light shot up into the sky from afar. It came to them in an instant. Good guts. How dare you kill a prince of my Lin dynasty? You dare to kill even a heavenly court deity. Are you tired of living? Sinful animal. Disturbing my demon race's grand plan to unite with the heavenly court. Suffer death. The 3 figures were from the Lin dynasty, the heavenly court, and the demon race. The aura was strong, and it was at least a strong person of the cave void realm. The 3rd figure even made a blatant attack on Xu Tang as soon as he came up. The demon race was known for its strong physical body, and the body of this figure was even a mountain-moving ape, which attacked with a punch. Even space was actually shattered by the fist wind, and the ground shook. Done. Seeing this scene, the cultivator responsible for receiving the guide quickly retreated behind him and silently closed his eyes. The heart mourned Xu Tang for a breath. He's just a casual cultivator of the human race. 10 years ago he was thrown into this great desolate immortal region because of a wave of temporal turbulence. It's been hard to use up all my resources to get this position as a guide, but I didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing just after I took office. This is great. The first cultivator to receive the guide is going to be killed on the spot. I'm sure I won't get half the reward myself. How can it be? Just when he thought Xu Tang would surely die, he heard that mountain-moving ape make a shocked sound. Is it possible that you're still alive? He opened his eyes in some confusion, then stared steeply. I only saw this unknowing black-robed cultivator in front of me. Surprisingly, he stood steadily in place to receive this mighty and unparalleled punch from the mountain-moving ape. You should know that the mountain-moving ape has the bloodline of an ancient great saint, and is not yet an adult, but is capable of moving mountains. Physical body strength was a superior existence amongst the demon race. This person looks like he's got no breath and is plain as day. Surprisingly, he was able to catch a punch from the mountain-moving ape without retreating. Not only was this person shocked, the other 2 figures also sucked in a breath of cool air after seeing this scene. It was the first time they had seen someone able to harden a punch from a mountain-moving ape. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come, only to see Xu Tang block the palm of the moving mountain ape's fist and gently push it forward. Too weak. Rumble. Stout. The mountain-moving ape that had transformed into a human form was 3 feet tall was actually pushed out by his palm? I don't know how many mountain pillars he crashed through on this journey before stopping in the distance. The person in front of him was clearly only at the cultivation level of the divine hidden realm. On what basis did he possess such a terrifying power? The 2 remaining figures narrowed their eyes slightly as they looked towards Xu Tang. The color of contempt in his eyes was put away and replaced with a touch of gravity. What? You 2 want to take a shot at me too? Xu Tang glanced at the duo indifferently before taking a step forward. The colorful supreme power condensed within his body instantly exploded. A splash of indescribable red detached itself from the colorfulness, instantly covering his entire body. The moment this flash of red appeared, the heavens and earth changed color. It was clearly a cold winter, but the hundreds of miles around seemed to be scorched by 9 suns. The heat is unbearable. Countless flames ignited in the sky dome, almost burning the entire heaven and earth. And just as soon as the flame was born, among the 3 figures, the deity from the heavenly court directly involuntarily knelt down towards Xu Tang. He had no control over his behavior at all. The feeling of oppression from the depths of his bloodline divine soul caused his physical body to actively choose to submit to Xu Tang. This power. This is. That cave void realm deity raised his head incredulously, shock written in his eyes. Supreme. This is the supreme divine power. This is the power of the fire god, one of the heavenly courts supreme. Upon hearing the roar of this deity, The other two figures instantly froze. These few words sat in their minds. Just the swirling of divine light alone had such earth-shattering might. Except for the power of the Supreme God, who else can do it? Just now they had guessed this one direction, but didn't dare to confirm it. Now that I heard the gods roar, I was finally sure. The person in front of me was actually related to the Supreme Fire God? The mountain-moving ape and Lin clan dynasty's elder Lin Wen didn't dare to be slow, and they hurriedly bowed down to Xu Tang together, respectfully kneeling on the ground. Where was the arrogant appearance just now? Not far away. Han Run's jaw even dropped to the ground when he saw the scene. He completely did not expect that the plain and ordinary human cultivator in front of him was carrying a supreme bloodline? I have eyes but no eyes. I didn't know that it was the supreme bloodline himself. I hope to forgive you. I have eyes that do not recognize MT. Tai and have offended the supreme bloodline. Please punish me. I'm guilty of not recognizing you as a supreme bloodline. I deserve to be punished. The three people kneeling in front of Xu Tang opened their mouths in unison, each one of them sweating coldly and trembling at the tips of their hearts. Take me to the Lin dynasty. Xu Tang withdrew his fire god divine power and spoke faintly. At the same time, he looked at his human emperor streamer. I wonder how the Lin clan's imperial dynasty would feel when they realized that their descendants had gathered in the human emperor streamer. End of chapter. The Lin clan's imperial dynasty was located in the northern realm of the Great Desolate Immortal Region. It was one of the few major human forces within the Great Desolate Immortal Region. It is also the starting point for the Heavenly Court to choose the gods to set up. It is rumored that the Lin clan's royal dynasty inherited a trace of the Yin god's bloodline, which is why it was able to receive strong support from the Heavenly Court. Capture a realm in the Great Desolate Immortal Region under the dominion of the demon race. Of course rumors were just rumors, and the might of the Lin dynasty itself could not be underestimated. There were countless Yuan-Shan realm powerhouses, and Cave Void realm powerhouses even sat in the four directions of the imperial dynasty. Not to mention the transition realm and Dao beheading realm super powerhouses sitting in the imperial city of the imperial dynasty. It was even rumored that there was a living supreme realm powerhouse in the Lin clan's imperial dynasty. Those existences were only a hair's breadth away from saints. And in this era where saints didn't come out and supreme beings were invincible, it can be said that it is the top existence of the war power. Because of this, the demon clan will turn a blind eye to it, allowing the Lin dynasty to flourish in the north. But today, the Lin dynasty, whose status in the north is no different from that of the Heavenly Court, yet it is rare for the whole clan to show up together. From the elders sitting in the imperial capital, to the current emperor, Lin Wushuang, then the sons and daughters of the various royal clans scattered within the northern territory had gathered in front of the gates of the imperial city. The central avenue, which used to be bustling with activity, was also emptied of forbidden guards, lined up on both sides of the, presented to the highest specification. Not long after, two figures descended from the sky. One of the figures was wearing a black robe, with a face like a crown of jade, and no cultivation fluctuations could be seen. But, as soon as he showed his face, the entire Lin clan up and down bowed to him in unison. We pay our respects to the Divine Sun. It's a huge, 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 huge. The one who could make the Lin clan's imperial family salute in unison. Other than Xu Tang, who had displayed the divine power of the fire god. Who else could it be? That supremely pure and incomparable power of the supreme fire god made it hard not to associate him with the divine sun. Son of God. It was an existence that stood shoulder to shoulder with the emperor's son. It was even superior to the emperor's son's status. After all, in this era it was the heavenly court that ruled over the 10,000 races and sat in the 33 heavens. Divine sons who carried the supreme pure bloodline naturally rose in status. Otherwise, why would the Lin dynasty need to be so mobilized? The Son of God, as long as there were no accidents, had a 99% probability of being able to ignite the supreme godhead in the future. It would be foolish not to befriend such a character. What's more, the reopening of the starry ancient path is imminent, and the golden age is about to return. Embracing a divine son's thigh, the benefits were right around the corner for the Lin clan's imperial dynasty. There is no need to wait at all for promotion to the supreme. After all, as a divine son, the cultivation talent was naturally a first-class existence in the world. Be excused and rise. Xu Tang nodded with a bland face. In his heart, he was presenting odd colors. If this group of people knew that they had invited all of their offspring into the human emperor's streamer as guests, and what to call yourself? I've got a good one. In contrast, Han Run, who was behind Xu Tang, was much more nervous. He was just a human casual cultivator who came to this great desolate immortal region by chance, and he spent all the money on his body before he exchanged it for the position of receiving, not to mention the sight of the Lin clan saluting in unison. It was this imperial city that he might not be qualified to set foot on once in his entire life, but now that he's dipped into Xu Tang's light, and is following him in a dignified manner, received a bow from the Lin clan's royal family. How does this not terrify him? It is said that one man gets a government position. Looks like it's not a good time to be a chicken dog. While he was slandering in his heart, he heard Xu Tang open his mouth. You will first send this person back to the Yellow Sky Immortal Realm. He is my closest friend, whom I met during the Red Dust Games. Cut the slack, Xu Tang still said with a cold face, but the more so, the more respectful the Lin clan's royal family became. In their impression, the Son of God was supposed to be like that, lonely and cool, unapproachable. After all, it was the Son of God. Hearing Xu Tang's command, how could the entire imperial clan dare to ask anything more? He hurriedly arranged for his personal attendant to take Han Run away. Ugh, this is. Han Run didn't come back to his senses for a moment, not knowing what Xu Tang meant by this move. The latter suddenly gave him a jade slip. Several voices that only he could hear rang in his ears. When you return to the Yellow Sky Immortal region, go to the Taishian sect of the Dakian dynasty. Seek out a cultivator called Wang Taizhu. There will be a great opportunity waiting for you when you arrive. This jade slip, remember to give it to him with your own hands. You must do it with your own hands. Han Run snapped his head up. Seeing Xu Tang's face remained unperturbed, he only hesitated for a moment before accepting the jade slip. Intuition told him that he was likely to be involved in a big deal that he couldn't even begin to imagine. But it was the same intuition that made him accept Xu Tang's jade slip. See you later, fellow Daoist. Arching his hand slightly, Han ran and left with the attendant. Xu Tang nodded his head before he entered the palace with the Lin clan. He had felt familiar with Han Run when he had first met him earlier. It wasn't until a little while ago that I remembered where I'd seen him. The long river of time. The casual cultivator in front of me, who had exhausted his cultivation resources just to get a position to survive. It was one of the saints who blocked the supreme divine power on the long river of time. If not for this, Xu Tang would not have been assured of handing over the complete inheritance to him. And after entering the palace, Xu Tang acted still cold. Not only did he not even attend the elaborate banquet party, and even more so, as soon as he went in, he asked for a place with the most abundant spiritual chi, requesting closed-door cultivation, and without saying a word, he let the Lin clan prepare the best genius earth treasures as well as cultivation resources for himself. No reason was given, and not one more word was spoken to them, but the more he did so, the more the Lin clan had no doubts about his identity as a divine son. That's the way God's son always does things. Don't be negligent. If he had really nagged us a little more, I would have had to wonder about his identity instead. Inside the Taiji hall, Lin Wuxuang stroked his beard and smiled after hearing Xu Tang's series of demands along with his indifferent behavior. With a wave of his hand, he had the materials needed for Xu Tang prepared immediately. There are ministers around who are worried. After all, he had yet to verify Xu Tang's identity as a divine son, only to be rebuked out on the spot by Lin Wuxuang. What's more, by his later passing down the decree, directly dismissed from the government and went home, sealing off the cultivation of, suffer 100 years of mortal punishment. The mind of the divine son is unfathomable, and if there are any delusions in the court, they will all end up the same way. I am aware of the concerns of all of you, but you have never seen the Most High. I don't know the style of the Son of God. That's the way the divine son always does things. It wouldn't be a true son of God if he wasn't overbearing and indifferent. Lin Yuxuan then patiently explained to the crowd. In this way, Xu Tang closed his eyes to cultivate the Swift system, and 500 years of light passed by in a hurry. During that time, the Lin clan's royal dynasty had smashed an unknown amount of resources onto him, almost exhausting half of the clan's reserves, until 500 years later, the heavenly court rotates and a new god descends. When he came to the Lin clan's imperial dynasty, he was shocked to hear that a divine son was in seclusion here. How? The contemporary divine sons are all in the heavenly court, preparing for the ancient path of the stars. How can you possibly have the heart to hang out? Not to mention the divine son of the supreme fire god. The fire god only has divine daughters. Where would a divine son come from? End of chapter. 500 years. In the cavern, which was built from the immortal spirit mountain range through and through, Xu Tang slowly opened his eyes. Exhale a cloudy breath. The Taiku cultivation system is divided into the Qi-inducing realm, the Hotian scripture, the innate realm, and the foundation building realm, divine hidden realm. This is the first 5 realms, which correspond one by one with the later world cultivation system. Further up is the Yuan Shen realm, the cave void realm and the transition realm, and the Dao chopping realm, supreme realm, and the saints, quasi-emperors, and great emperors behind. The realms in front of the saints also seem to be 5. But they are very different from the later cultivation system. After 500 years of cultivation, I have finally stepped into the Dao beheading realm. But this supreme realm, countless scenes flashed through Xu Tang's eyes in an instant, as if a great Dao was floating in them. This was similar to his body transforming into thousands when he broke through the 15th realm. However, the 15th realm is already the peak realm of the latter-day cultivation of the iron system, and if one corresponds to the other, you can call out the great emperor of the ancients. And although the Daozang realm is also a powerful party, however, it was completely incomparable to the 15 realms of the later world's Dao lords. This was exactly why Xu Tang chose to end his seclusion. If he wanted to, he could step into the supreme realm at any time, or even impact a saint. After all, when he fought with the Yin God's detachment, he was all able to comprehend the true meaning of the Taiku cultivation system by virtue of his battles and briefly ranked in the Sage realm. But now that we're actually in the Swift Age, and after practicing intensively, Xu Tang instead suppressed his cultivation level and did not make a crazy breakthrough. The Dao beheading realm is already a king of a party, and with the lift of a hand you can move heaven and earth, mountains and rivers in the palm of your hand. Own your field. But for me, who came against the flow of the long river of time, to break through the chopping road, crossing into the supreme realm, is risky. It would not be wise to do so, at least at this time. Xu Tang raised his head, and the power of the Dao beheading realm rotated in his left eye, reflecting the living beings of all races. In his right eye, he released a trace of Daozun aura, deducing the ancient and modern future. The two forces collided with each other as if they were entangled in water and fire, and they would not stop until they were separated. The imagined idea of being able to perfectly integrate the two worlds' cultivation systems not only didn't materialize, instead, it proves that these two forces are completely incompatible. Am I wrong? No way. If my Daozun realm's deduction is wrong, nothing in the world is right. Xu Tang muttered, his tone firm. He believed that his decision to come against the flow of the long river of time and cultivate the Taiku system was in no way wrong. This is the absolute confidence of being the first of the latter. As for the reasons for the situation at hand, looks like it's time to set out to find the Dragon Lord. Xu Tang got up. 500 years was just a snap of the fingers to him. The same is true for Ryujin. The discussions between the heavenly court and the demon race continued in the memory. It's hard to produce results in 1,000 years, not to mention 500 years. This was why Xu Tang chose to impersonate a divine son to come to the Ling clan's imperial dynasty. The path of spiritual cultivation requires a financial partner, the Dharma land. 500 years was just a snap of the fingers for Xu Tang, but the resources he had consumed within those 500 years could be countless. He had consumed a large portion of the Lin dynasty's underpinnings. It was enough to see the horrifying demand for resources in the cultivation path. Seeing as you've sent me so many resources, I'll give you a hard time. Xu Tang flipped his wrist slightly, and the human emperor streamer, which was still halfway through its progress of becoming an imperial weapon, quietly surfaced. There are countless souls inside. The residual souls of the Lin clan were even placed in the main soul position and tortured. It's more painful than going to hell, not being allowed to reincarnate for eternity. Day and night, minute by minute, conservative torment. Every moment an endless amount of remorse emanates from them. I regret not judging Xu Tang in the first place. I regretted that I should not have privately denigrated such a worldly Taoist. Sure, the most remorseful thing is still listening to Lin Yuxuan's slanderous words. If it wasn't for her, how could this series of events have happened? Now, Lin Yuxuan died a clean, soulful death. Instead it became a relief in their eyes. After all, they were in the human emperor's streamer, but they could not live or die. Suffered countless tortures. Don't worry, your ancestors will soon come down to be with you. Gently shaking his sleeves, Xu Tang murmured before putting away the human emperor streamer. With a thought, the door of the cave that had been closed for 500 years opened with a bang. A ray of sunlight shone in, causing Xu Tang to squint slightly. TSK. What a great battle. After he stepped out of the cave, he stood with his hands on his head and looked towards the Lin clan who was standing in strict wait before him. Couldn't help but sneer. Impersonating the son of God. You really have the guts of a dog. Tell me who's behind you. And this god can still give you a hard time. Only in front of Xu Tang. The hidden dragon guards surrounded him with their full armor. Countless formations and prohibitions were also in operation the moment he stepped out of the cave, hooking up heaven and earth. Form a large formation on one side. There were even a full 4 cavernous void realm powerhouses sitting in the southeast, northwest, and north, staring at Xu Tang in death, ready to take a shot at him at a moment's notice. Dog thief, how dare you lie to my head, impersonating the son of a god and swindling a large portion of my Lin clan's underlying resources. You deserve to die. Damn you. At the very front, Lin Wuxuan growled at Xu Tang with a face full of anger. The decree to provide Xu Tang with resources for all his needs was issued by him personally. It was thought that Xu Tang was a true son of God, and that was why he had pushed for it. Spend unimaginable amounts of money to curry favor and pull him in. But I didn't expect him to be an imposter. In other words, an imposter had been freeloading in his Lin clan for a full 500 years. Almost most of the bottom half was sent into his mouth by himself. How could this make Lin Wuxiang not angry? He was as good as a clown when this came out. Not to mention the majesty of the emperor is usually in private. Do not know how many times people taunted. Next to Lin Wuxiang, the heavenly court divine general who had rotated in for 500 years was similarly pale. To his death, he couldn't believe that someone in this era would dare to impersonate a heavenly court deity, and the one who impersonated the supreme divine son of heaven. What? Heartbroken? After being dismantled, Xu Tang didn't argue anything. Anyway, he had already used this divine son status to get what he wanted. As for the next, the human emperor streamer in Xu Tang's hand slowly unfolded. Since you're heartbroken, why don't you, go into this human emperor streamer and reunite with your descendants and grandchildren? The words just fell. The human emperor streamer unfolded with a roar, spreading over the sky and enveloping the entire imperial city. Countless unjust souls of the Lin clan roared and wailed above the sky. That connection from the power of the bloodline caused the members of the Lin clan's royal family present to turn pale at the sound of it. Why does this group of wronged souls have our bloodline on them? Whose children are they? Why have I never seen them before? But on the other hand, there is the royal bloodline of my Lin clan? What the hell is going on here? The crowd was horrified, as shocked as if they had seen a living ghost in broad daylight. Xu Tang didn't intend to nag them about anything more, preparing to directly send them into the human emperor's streamer for a reunion. When he first chose to come here to cultivate, he had set his mind on slaughtering the entire Lin clan. However, just as he was about to strike, a strong, scaly dragon's claw, suddenly breaking through the temporal and spatial barriers, quietly on his shoulder. Long time no see, Destiny Man. End of chapter. The owner of this voice, as soon as he appeared, caused the scene to instantly freeze. Whether it's time, space, aura, cultivation, Tao, one after another, they were halted by the arrival of this figure, Xu Tang, who was preparing to use the human emperor flag to send the ancestors of the Lin clan to reunite with their descendants, was even more so because of the arrival of this figure, and involuntarily used the power of a 15th realm Tao Lord. If he were in the ancient age, he would rarely use his Dao Father's power, but at the moment there was no control over himself at all. It was because the strength of the person who made the sound was too terrifying, so much so that it gave him such a sense of oppression that his body couldn't help but do so. It was a subconscious reaction that even Xu Tang himself didn't react to at first. The cultivation of the Daozun realm erupted with a roar, and the power that should have destroyed the heavens and destroyed the earth. However, it only caused Xu Tang's figure to instantly move away from the person who made the sound. Boom! Xu Tang instantly flashed to the opposite side of that person, an incomparably grave expression on his face. It was even more grave than when he fought against the Supreme Void Shadow. The Supreme Void is the unresuscitated Supreme. But the one in front of him at the moment was a true and genuine Emperor of the Ancients. Dragon Lord, I'm not surprised I recognize you. But how did you recognize me? Xu Tang slowly looked at the one in front of him, which was not unlike the appearance of the Dragon Monarch in the latter days. But the Dragon Monarch, whose breath cultivation was 100,000 miles apart, opened his mouth. Oh, heaven forbid. The Dragon Lord smiled blandly, obviously not surprised that Xu Tang was able to break free from his own great Emperor's pressure. Not bad for a man of destiny. The Dragon Monarch scanned Xu Tang up and down a bit, revealing a look of approval in his vertical pupils. I guess this is that latter-day cultivation system. Observing your breath. You should have practiced to the peak of the latter-day cultivation system. The Dragon Monarch opened his mouth and hit the nail on the head. Nice. If I were to be placed in the latter days, I would indeed be the first. Xu Tang nodded. But the first of the latter still cannot obliterate the gods. The Dragon Monarch shook his head, his imperial might surging as if he wanted to crush the heaven and earth avenues. This was the pressure that came with a great emperor, allowing Xu Tang to feel it directly for the first time. How terrifying the great emperor really was. If the 15 realms of the Taoist priests are the highest mountains in the later world of cultivation, then the great emperor of the ancients must be the sharpest sword of all. The great emperors might press down on the 8 wastelands within the universe, and wherever he went, all races submitted. What the Dragon Lord said is very true, otherwise I wouldn't have labored to return to this Taiku era. Xu Tang was not humble, placing him on equal footing as a Taoist friend. The great emperor was worthy of being the first realm in the ancient world, but how weak was the Tao Father? Not to mention that he was confident that as long as he was given the time, he would also be able to prove himself as an emperor in the ancient age. Man of divine order, you and I were supposed to meet 500 years ago, but it is true that no one can count everything in the world. And once you yourself said of the time that, hardly a 500-year delay, the Dragon Monarch stood with his arms folded, his stout stature making him look as if he was a small mountain. An abysmal aura surfaced in him, compared to that 15-realm dragon ruler in the later world. Nowadays, he was what that world's only true dragon should look like. What is the meaning of this? Have we met before? Xu Tang frowned, not understanding what exactly the dragon monarch meant by this. He's been playing dumb from the beginning, and it's really puzzling. That's right, you and I would have met. You are a heavenly ordained man, a pawn and a chess player. Can you step off the chessboard and talk hand-to-hand with the gods of heaven? The great emperors of the world. It's all up to you. The dragon monarch spoke in a deep voice, uttering words that shocked Xu Tang. You and I met long ago? Xu Tang muttered and repeated incredulously. Aren't you a traveler yourself? Why? Did the Dragon King say he had seen himself? Seeing Xu Tang's incomprehension, the dragon monarch did not explain too much. Before you left, you told me yourself to keep the details from you, the secrets of which need to be discovered only by you. The dragon monarch faintly said. He then glanced at the crowd that was frozen in time due to the emperor's might. They can't be killed. At least not now. Otherwise, not to mention proving to be an emperor, you won't even be able to step through that supreme realm. At that time, the two forces will clash. And even if you are the first person in the afterlife, nor can it withstand the greatness of the ancient heaven and earth. The dragon monarch's words were like rolling thunder, roaring in Xu Tang's ears. Since you are the first person in the afterlife, you naturally know how terrifying karmic involvement really is. Destroying the entire Lin clan at this moment will have an unimaginable impact on future generations. The Dragon Lord's words didn't make sense. Just like the butterfly effect spoken of on the blue star in Xu Tang's memory. Everything is related. It's a one-shot deal. Not to mention the extermination of such a thriving family in the Taiku era. Surely it will have an unimaginable impact on future generations. But, I follow my heart. And if I choose to back down because I'm afraid of karmic entanglements, I'll fall short instead. Xu Tang stepped forward. The power of the Dao Zun instantly rippled out, counteracting the dragon monarch's imperial might. The collision of the two did not make any sound, but made the entire heaven and earth tremble. It even startled an unknown number of old monsters that were sleeping in the great desolate immortal region. After sensing the two self-improvement auras, they bowed down. This is a great emperor's aura. A great emperor has revived. The great emperor of the ancients. My goodness. I can actually sense the aura of the ancient great emperor in my lifetime. Majestic and powerful. Pressing down on the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands. Just a wisp of breath makes my heart and soul tremble. Is this the great emperor? The other breath is so weird. Clearly there is no emperor power. Yet it can be on par with the great emperor of the ancients. Leave it alone. We can't afford to mess with the owners of these two auras. Retreat quickly. The dragon monarch looked at Xu Tang and shook his head helplessly. Also, if you can be convinced so easily, and how can you be the chosen one who insists on being a chess player? In that case, you and I will each take a step back. Linus clan, at least for now, you can't exterminate. As compensation, I will help you call a person over. As the dragon monarch spoke, he slightly raised his hand. Rumble. Space was instantly torn out of an opening, and the chaotic spacetime turbulence was forcibly fixed by the power of the great emperor. Forming a spacetime channel. May I hear it? Seeing that the dragon monarch took a step back first, Xu Tang also stopped pestering him and withdrew his Taoist aura. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to activate his Dao Father power. But in the next moment, Xu Tang's eyes suddenly became alert. The Dao Zun power that had just been withdrawn instantly covered his entire body. Ready for battle. Golden light flowed from his eyes, reflecting his even greater indifference. What is this move of the Dragon Lord? To summon a heavenly deity in front of me? He looked towards the spacetime passage in front of him, and a figure with majestic divine power slowly stepped out from it. Ha ha, heaven's mandate man. This is a deity that you personally chose. How could you forget yourself? The dragon monarch laughed out loud and didn't explain too much. After seeing the visitor's appearance, Xu Tang froze. The visitor wore a cap of the flying phoenix of the 3 mountains on his head, and was dressed in wisps of gold boots lined with pandragon socks, and a belt of bouncing flowers around his waist, wielding a 3-pointed, 2-edged knife. The body is erect and powerful. In the center of the forehead, there is a vertical eye. Erlangshan? Xu Tang couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Yang Jian, who was surging with divine power, picked up his 3-pointed, 2-bladed sword after the first sight of Xu Tang. The divine eye on his forehead even opened suddenly. Man of heaven's mandate, why don't you fight with me? Yang Jian. End of chapter. Yang Jian laughed recklessly, his body surging with divine light. An aura second only to that of a great emperor slowly spread out from him. Sage Realm. Destined one. It seems that too much time has passed. So long that you have even forgotten me? Yang Jian looked at Xu Tang, pestled his 3-pronged, 2-bladed sword to the ground, and laughed. But while it was clearly a smile, There was a complexity in his eyes, especially that third eye, which constantly scanned Xu Tang. Mythological characters actually exist. Xu Tang frowned slightly and muttered. He didn't realize that characters that existed in the mythological stories of his previous life actually appeared in front of him, and the image is exactly as the legend depicts it. What the hell is going on here? Shall I call you Erlangshan? Or Yang Jian? Or Qing Yuan Miao Dao Jinjuan? Xu Tang looked at Yang Jian, and the other party was so handsome. The likeness was surprisingly similar to the classic image from the TV series in his previous life. The end is jade-like and handsome. Ha ha. Yang Jian let out a loud laugh when he heard this. Then he picked up the three-pointed, two-bladed sword again and pointed it at Xu Tang from a distance. What about you? Should I call you the chosen one? Shrewd monkeys? The first disciple of Master Bodhi? Or Xu Tang? Yang Jian's words were like rolling thunder, exploding in Xu Tang's ears. He blushed in disbelief. More and more mysteries emerge. Man of Heaven's mandate. Since Yang Jian was the deity you personally chose in the first place, I'm sure you'll be able to find the method to break the realm yourself. What you choose next is up to you. The dragon monarch, who had been observing from the side for a long time, finally spoke, immediately following, only to see Ryujin extend his right hand, then cover it downwards. Anon! A fierce and incomparable dragon roar containing rolling imperial might resounded at once. The power of the Supreme Emperor who looks out of the corner of the eye allows to open up a separate dojo for Xu Tang and Yang Jian. This dojo appeared out of nowhere, and it contained the aura of a great emperor, as if it was a small world. Within the extreme Dao cave, even two great emperors can be unharmed by a full-on blast. Here you two can fight as freely as you like. The dragon monarch's faint voice resounded throughout the dojo. Xu Tang looked at Yang Jian in front of him, and the battle intent in his eyes gradually rose. In that case, let me learn how powerful this fleshly body of yours has become a saint. It's good to come, the heavenly ordained one. It just so happens that there were immortals intervening in the heavenly war back then. Haven't had a good fight with you yet. As the words fell, the two of them instantly struck out. Yang Jian is a saint of flesh, practicing the 9 revolutions of Xiangong. Xu Tang, on the other hand, had similarly cultivated in the physical body realm to the point where he was no weaker than a martial god's body, an existence at the top of the mountain. Therefore, the two of them fought. Both tacitly did not use the art of divine power. Instead, they came up and greeted each other with their fists in the flesh. Bang bang! In just a few breaths of time, both sides had already thrown thousands and thousands of punches at each other. The two of them were extremely fast and struck out swiftly. It didn't take long for the entire dojo to become dissatisfied with their remnants. Boom! Boom! Two fists collide. The force generated by the collision actually caused the dojo, which was capable of withstanding the remaining might of a great emperor, to sway slightly. This is true of the dojo, not to mention the real world outside. The entire sky dome of the great desolate immortal region trembled beyond measure. Thunder rolls in the sky. It was as if there were terrifying demons trampling recklessly above the heavenly dome, treating the entire great desolate immortal region as a plaything. This kind of physical body strength is almost catching up with the same realm as my power. One who is the most demonic cultivator in the heavenly court. One is the mysterious and unpredictable man of destiny who wants to jump off the board. It's also this monarch's luck to be able to witness the two fighting. Outside the dojo, in the 9 heavens, the dragon monarch appeared in his true form. It was 10,000 feet long and swept across the entire sky. A pair of dragon's eyes that are many times more massive than the largest mountain range in the world, was watching the duo's sparring match in the dojo with great interest. Even as a great emperor, the power displayed by the duo still made him quite frightened, especially Xu Tang, obviously following the path of the Jutsu avatar. However, this fleshly power was surprisingly able to be on par with Yang Jian, who had become a saint in flesh, terribly strong. It seems that this latter-day cultivation system has really made Heaven's mandate able to bet right. If he succeeds in breaking the boundary this time, he will have the qualifications to jump out of the chessboard and become a chess player. A flash of contemplation flashed through the immense vertical pupil. Meanwhile, the battle in the dojo had entered a white-hot stage. Thumbs up. The three-pointed two-edged sword was summoned by Yang Jian with a raised hand, leaving an extremely dazzling spark on the void. Immediately after that, Yang Jian lifted it up in a smooth manner, and chopped down fiercely on the Hall of Permission. Unbreakable blaze. Bang! In the face of this Erlangshan's weapon, Xu Tang didn't dare to be slow, and immediately his breath changed. Unleash the power of the Tao. The unbreakable blazed body instantly spread to his entire body, and the moment before the three-pointed, two-bladed sword came down. Hold it in a death grip with both fingers. True gold is not afraid of being refined by fire. Let me try to see if this body of yours can withstand it. Yang Jian exerted a slight force with his right hand and put away the three-pointed, two-edged sword, then twisted his head to grant the hall. One big mouth. Samadhi fire. Hoo hoo. Samadhi true flame immediately erupted from his mouth. The terrifying temperature actually made even Xu Tang's scalp feel numb. Even the Tao of the dojo showed signs of being melted. Call the wind and the rain. Xu Tang didn't dare to be too big, and while his body retreated backward, his left hand called out the wind and his right hand called out the rain, and then a tap forward. Bang! Calling the wind and rain collide with the threefold fire. In an instant, a vacuum was blown out in front of the duo. An extremely terrifying force erupted from this vacuum, without destroying the dojo. However, it was separated from the dojo and hardened, shaking off hundreds of feet of the sky. If it wasn't for the Dragon King's quick eyes and hands quickly stepping in to patch up the fallen heavenly vault, I don't know how many disasters will be created on Earth. 5 Thunder Decision. While Yang Jian's body flashed with golden light to avoid the aftermath of the explosion, his palms opened and he granted the Tang. Rumble. The heavenly minds actually penetrated the Taoist field and converged to Yang Jian's palm. In the next moment, the heavenly landmine calamity that was enough to make all the spirits tremble erupted from his palm. It instantly assaulted Xu Tang. The cloudy moon has a clear sky. The heavenly mind tribulation involved cause and effect, and could not be dodged at all. It had to be fought against. Xu Tang quickly pointed his hands in front of him in the void. Immediately afterward a force of space and time rippled out from in front of him, weakening the incomparably terrifying thunderbolt layer by layer, as if it had taken millions of years to arrive in front of him. Only then was he extinguished with a slap. Good. Worthy of being a heavenly ordained man. Yang Jian laughed and his body flashed with golden light once again. Vertical earth golden light. He instantly flashed to Xu Tang's side, and before the latter could recover, he flashed to his right. The 2 Yang Jians struck at the same time, and the 3-pointed and 2-bladed ones with a cold light instantly stabbed at Xu Tang's head. A stump? No, it's that he's too fast. Xu Tang reacted quickly, twisting his head slightly, and myopia also appears as the strange sight of 2 heads on one neck. A head then shifted again, appearing as another Xu Tang complete from top to bottom. One breath transforms 3 purities. When Yang Jian saw Xu Tang use this method to dodge the attack, the battle spirit in his eyes increased. At the same time the mind was finally sure of that thing, so the figure withdrew and then bellowed. 8-9 Xian Gong. 72 changes. Bang bang. The 3 Yang Jian Su and 3 Xu Tang corresponded one by one, and then struck again immediately afterward. This time, however, Xu Tang sensed that the battle was markedly different. 8-9 Xian Gong. He's transmitting the law? No. End of chapter. Boom. Yang Jian shouted and instantly unfolded the 8-9 Xian Gong. He spread his hands in a topsy-turvy position. The original 3 figures instantly changed into 100,000. Each figure maintained a different stance, striking out at Xu Tang with its unique stance. These figures have weak and strong auras. The weakest is just the degree of mortal flesh. The strongest appeared several auras of fleshly sainthood one after another. Xu Tang, who was able to comprehend the Taiku cultivation system to the saintly realm even in the latter days. Naturally, Yang Jian could tell at a glance that Yang Jian was not fighting, but was clearly passing on the law. Yang Jian, what is the meaning of this? Although Yang Jian's next attack came like a raging storm, it had no killing intent. Xu Tang has 2 minds at once, while continuously receiving his attacks with his 3 bodies, at the same time comprehending the true meaning of cultivation coming from the opponent's attack, asked while opening his mouth. He had no relationship with Yang Jian. Why did the other party want to pass the law to him? Is it hard to believe that it's because you're some kind of heavenly messenger again? Yang Jian did not reply, but gave a low gulp. Pushing the divine power of his entire body, he evolved the 8-9 mysteries. 72 changes to the extreme. Man of heaven's mandate. If you don't wake up now, when will you wait? He drank loudly, and the 3rd divine eye on his forehead opened up. A majestic divine light stirred out from it, shining directly at Xu Tang's brow. When? The sound of ringing bells and worshipping Buddha rang in Xu Tang's ears, and a seemingly real scene appeared in front of him. He saw himself in the western Buddha land, with the great sun Buddha in front of him and Sakyamuni Maitreya beside him. This is. Xu Tang was shocked in his heart, but the scene in front of him suddenly shattered immediately afterward. In the next moment, he saw that he was again within a party of immortal aura floating within the dojo. A hale and hearty, immortal old man in front of him was looking at himself with a serious face, and a ruler in his hand. You shrewish monkey, scratching your ears and cheeks during my sermon. So raw, you deserve a beating. Pop, pop, pop. The old man struck him 3 times on the hand before leaving with his hand backwards, closed the center door again before leaving. Here is. All of this was like a dream, and it kept surfacing in Xu Tang's mind like a walk in the park. He looked at the figure of the old man in front of him, and a touch of affection surfaced in his heart. It was clear that he had never met him before, but he felt close. Division. When the two words master subconsciously wanted to come out of his mouth, the scene in front of him changed once again. I saw a waterfall appearing in front of me at some point, and monkeys, young and old, converging around the waterfall. One scratches his ear and looks at the waterfall and leaps at it. Whosoever is able to drill in and find a source to come out without bodily harm, we shall worship him as king. I don't know which of the monkeys yelled, but Xu Tang saw that he didn't hesitate, and after a little preparation, then he leapt in towards the menacing waterfall. Wow! Xu Tang snapped his eyes open and realized that he had burst into tears at some point. He looked down at his hands. There are hairs on the hands that come and go. Being the traveler that he is, where one doesn't realize that what he just experienced is really the life of the great sage of Qitian. So, who the hell am I? Xu Tang? A traveler? Manifest destiny? Or the Qitian Dishang? Sun Wukong? He muttered, looking at his body again, realizing that at some point his physical body and divine soul had been divorced. As a Tao father, even a great emperor couldn't do such a thing unless he himself was willing, which means that just now, while he was going through that, his subconscious mind had divorced his physical body from his divine soul. In front of the divine soul, a gongfu that glowed with golden light was quietly suspended in the air. 4 words on the top of the book, the 8-9 mysteries. If you want to resolve the conflict of power between the two worlds, the root cause lies in your flesh. Mortals still know where to use the sword of a former dynasty to behead an official of this dynasty. You shouldn't have not thought of it. How can a fleshly body in the latter days carry the laws of the ancient times? A green-clothed dragon monarch quietly appeared, and as he spoke, with a wave of his large hand, an elixir glowing with 7-colored arcane light appeared in front of Xu Tang. The 8-9 metaphysical skills record the method of becoming a saint in the flesh. I believe that with your qualifications it won't take long for you to complete your cultivation. Sainthood in the flesh is exactly the way to break the ice by fusing your two worldly cultivation systems. Otherwise, not to mention witnessing the Tao and becoming an emperor, or breaking through the chopping Tao and stepping into the Supreme Being, it's all absolutely impossible for you. On the side, Yang Jian silently spoke. Many thanks to you two Taoists. Xu Tang glanced at his physical body sitting cross-legged with lowered eyebrows, and his divine soul nodded slightly. There was no skepticism about the duo's words. Tao honors and great emperors were just different in their laws and paths, but both were representatives of going to the extreme. If one wanted to deceive him, it would only be possible to succeed unless one was a great emperor who had proven his path with deception. After thanking the two, Xu Tang stopped talking nonsense. The divine soul closed his eyes. His mind immersed in the 8-9 mysteries as much as he could. Supplemented by the pills given by the Dragon Lord, he cultivated himself. This place was the Dragon Monarch's dojo, and it was surprisingly able to defend against his full-force battle. Naturally, you don't have to worry about anyone sneaking up on you. It didn't take long for Xu Tang to get into a better state, and his fleshly body in the cultivation state evolved the 8-9 Xiangon on its own. On the side, Yang Jian saw the scene and a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. He remembered the monkey. Some say you died on the way to the scriptures. Others say that you will not be him after you become a Buddha. Some even say that you followed the Bodhi ancestor. When the man of destiny found me in the old days, he said again that you were him. Now it seems that the man of God, you are no longer him after all. Looking at Xu Tang in front of him, who was not even close to that monkey in his cultivation posture, Yang Jian murmured. A clear ringing sound as if a glass had shattered suddenly resounded within the dojo. The Dragon Monarch looked at Yang Jian in surprise, as if he was recognizing him for the first time. You finally willing to get past that? Yang Jian did not reply, but nodded silently. It was logical that he was only a saint and should not be so rude to the great emperor, but the truth was that after he passed this hurdle, witnessing the Tao and becoming an emperor was not a matter of concern. From now on, the Dragon King can also be addressed as a Taoist friend. Click and puff. Yang Jian raised his hand and made a move, and the three-pointed two-edged sword suddenly broke through the air and was firmly held in his hand. In the next moment, divine light suddenly erupted from his body. A surging and incomparable battle intent that made heaven and earth tremble burned up. What do you mean by this? Isn't the priority now to find the heavenly heart seal and break through to the great emperor? What are you doing? The Dragon King made a sound and didn't react to what Yang Jian was doing for a while. This was the best time to break into the emperor realm. Not to mention becoming a great emperor in one step. It's to step into the quasi-emperor first. As long as the word God is stained, from now on, it is truly standing at the peak of the 10,000 races, and there is no enemy in the world. The emperor cannot be insulted. This was the case even for the paramount emperors. Ha ha, now that the pact with the man of destiny is complete, it's also natural for me, Yang Jian, to do that thing I've wanted to do for a long time. Yang Jian laughed and his third eye opened up, and the divine light stirred to open up a spatial channel. On the opposite side was none other than the heavenly court that floated in the 33 heavens. He was holding a three-pronged, two-bladed sword, carrying supreme killing intent, and rushing straight towards the heavenly court. Ha ha, to do what? I, Yang Jian, will naturally rebel against the heavenly court. End of chapter. In the present world, over the Kyushu immortal region, the river of time was forcibly fixed above the vault of heaven by greatness. For the first time, the world was able to visualize the flow of time in such a way. For the first time, the river of time was allowed to serve as a battlefield. Here, the saints are just the entry ticket. The quasi-emperor's cultivation was not even able to manage to shock and kill the four directions. It had been 500 years since Xu Tang had gone against the flow of time. 500 years is just a snap of the fingers for a monk on retreat. But 500 years is a long time for two sides to kill each other. Every second was agonizing. At the call of the emperor's son, with the white jade palace running, one by one, the backhanders laid down by the 10,000 races took effect. There were constantly saints and quasi-emperors reviving. There was no shortage of extreme Tao Emperor soldiers among them, but all the revivers were the first to rush into the river of time and join the war. It did not seek to decapitate the heavenly court deities under their horses, but only sought to delay the time when the supreme divine power went against the flow, so as to gain valuable time for Xu Tang to practice. But the 10,000 races have a backhand, as the heavenly court, which once ruled over the 33 heavens and overrode the 10,000 races. And how could there be no backhandedness? The saints don't come out, the gods don't appear. Saints come out of the world, and the upper gods are revived. The upper gods are ranked above the divine generals and are second only to those below the supreme, if they are willing to abandon their godhead and turn to the Tao to become immortal. It is not yet possible to witness the truth on the ground and call yourself an emperor with your eyes open. The original war between the gods and the 10,000 races gradually fell into a kind of equilibrium as time pulled on. On the side of the 10,000 races, on the one hand, there were constantly saints reviving and choosing to join the battlefield of the long river of time. On the other hand, he has widely established sects in later generations, passing on his life's learning to all living beings, replenishing the 10,000 races with talent at an unimaginably frantic pace. Coupled with the revival of the Kyushu immortal realm, the golden age happened to open again. Geniuses continued to emerge from the 10,000 races. There was a young man from the human race who had cultivated for 20 years and stepped into the 11th realm. There is a heavenly pride of the demon race, born in the 7th realm. A short period of several 10 years was even growing to the horrifying behavior of the 12th realm. There is a demon of the spirit race, who lifted up the strength of the entire race and was born with the chance of the ancient era, and was born in the sage realm. Similar heavenly pride demons continued to emerge and be born among the 10,000 races. Even so much so that the Kyushu immortal region had to organize a Kyushu heaven's pride battle to determine the strongest and weakest, in order to allocate resources for cultivation. But just underneath this thriving scene of the 10,000 races, the heavenly deities, however, were suddenly enlightened for some reason. How dare you risk universal condemnation by choosing to abandon the resuscitation of the Supreme Being? Instead, he turned his head and used his remaining divine power to revive the Supreme God, who was second only to the Supreme. The heavenly deities are divided into ordinary deities, guardian deities, 8 divisions of gods and generals, upper gods, and supreme. Of these, only the upper gods and the supreme do not have any minor realm divisions. The divine is the divine, and the most high is the most high. Every upper god possessed the power to crush the lower gods. What was even more terrifying was that they were only one step away from being able to ascend to the supreme godhead. In other words, their divine power was incomparably close to the supreme divine power. This caused the Second Heavenly War, which had originally fallen into a dynamic balance, to be instantly unbalanced. Ordinary gods were still able to be immortal, not to mention being infinitely close to the supreme god. Instead, the primary purpose of the Lord God's participation in the war was not to kill people to subdue the 10,000 clans. Instead, they pushed the supreme divine power with all their might to go against the flow of the long river of time. In this way, it allows the supreme divine power to span tens of thousands of years of time and light in just 100 years. If we let them push it any further, it wouldn't take long at all for the supreme divine power to reverse the flow of the long river of time and return to the ancient age to ventilate the world. It wasn't as if the 10,000 beings hadn't thought of a way out. But without the great emperor coming out, this power that was infinitely close to the power of the supreme god was simply something that no one could suppress. Although a paramount emperor had imperial might, divine power was naturally stronger when facing cultivators of the same realm. What's more, the other guy won't even fight you. One's mind was entirely focused on catalyzing the supreme divine power. If the supreme divine power was allowed to truly go against the flow of the long river of time, then the consequences would be unimaginable. No one could survive the supreme siege of the dynastic heavenly court, not even Xu Tang, who was the first person in the latter days. But the good thing is that as the 10,000 races recover, more and more quasi-imperial saints. Finally an old fossilized level of existence has spoken up. To intercept the divine power of these higher gods, a blood sacrifice is necessary. The higher the cultivation level of the person, the more karma the blood sacrifice brings. Only a great cause and effect that involved endless years at every turn could manage to intercept the divine power of the upper gods successfully. But in that case, the 10,000 clan side was bound to lose an unknown number of strong people. The well-balanced state of war that had been so hard to create was also bound to be shattered. But the lesser of two evils. After the emperor's son conferred with the Dacian dynasty as well as many great powers, it was finally decided that a blood sacrifice would be used to intercept the divine karma. In this way, one saint after another came forward and successively chose blood sacrifice. Using his life's cultivation as a great cause and effect, he frantically intercepted the divine power of the upper gods. Finally, the speed of the supreme divine power was slowed down a lot, but at the same time, as the number of participating saints dwindles, the balance of the Second Celestial War was also momentarily upset. A long overdue bloody storm has come over the length of time. The long accumulated power of the heavenly court poured out. Led by the Lord God, he unleashed an almost devastating massacre on the forces of the 10,000 races. Had it not been for the critical moment when the Emperor's son personally harnessed the white jade capital and merged half of the heavenly heart seal, briefly ranked among the greats, that's what brought the stormy situation under control. On this day, the 10,000 races fell like rain, and the entire immortal region of the 9 states rained down a saddening and argumentative rain of blood. The Emperor's son forced his way into the ranks of the great emperors, holding the white jade pavilion. With the power of one man, he expelled the heavenly deities back to the other side of the long river of time. However, among the heavenly court deities, those upper gods were not panicked. Two magnificent and incomparable walls faced each other at the two ends of the long river of time. At one end was the upper god of the heavenly court, still untamed and untamed, despite the weak breath of his face and his face like gold paper. The eyes that looked at the other end of the emperor's son were even more sarcastic. Even if you are lucky enough to be among the great emperors, what can you do? This isn't the heavenly heart seal from the ancient times. I'll see how far you can withstand its backlash. As long as you fall, the holy spirits of the 10,000 races will still be at our mercy to be slaughtered at that time. In response, the emperor's son on the other end of the long river of time was speechless. He lowered his eyebrows and clapped his hands together. The great emperor is not to be insulted. The emperor's might swept through the long river of time, but not at the gods. Rather, it was hardened by the power of a great emperor, isolating the time of 10,000 ancient years. Let a gap appear between the long rivers of time that had been cut off hard and fast. Where that vacancy is, the emperor's son himself sits. Every now and then, you have to endure the rush from the forces of time. His face was expressionless, and his body was already full of holes. Looking without words to the other side of the river of time, the hope in his eyes grew dimmer and dimmer. Xu Tang, we can't hold out much longer. Where the hell are you? When will you return? The emperor's son was cloudy on the surface, but he was roaring in his heart. If we really lose this time, it will be the layout of the ages that will be nullified once and for all. From then on, the 10,000 races would be enslaved by the heavenly court gods forever. All hope lies with Xu Tang. I also don't know what realm he has cultivated to nowadays. End of chapter. 500 years have passed. During these 500 years, Wang Taizhu had experienced a lot. He had tried everything to prolong the lives of his parents, only to end up watching them die. Even the second uncle, who had the foundation of practicing martial arts Gung, could not escape time and died soon after. After that, everything in the village was also becoming more and more distant from him. Peers are dying one by one, and everything familiar around them is changing. The old people withered one after another, as if they were leaves falling in the wind. Children meet each other and laugh and ask where the guest came from. That familiar Wang Jiazwang he remembered ended up dying in the same way in the river of time. After that he became intoxicated with cultivation, wanting to sharpen his Taoist heart with the pain of cultivation. Seek only to pursue the path of eternal life. In the blink of an eye, 500 years had passed. In these 500 years, Wang Taizhu experienced great ups and downs. From a heavenly pride who could cultivate to the peak of the Qi drawing realm in his 20s. By the time he was in his 30s he had successfully enrolled in the Born Book Academy of the Great Qian Dynasty. Then at the age of 100, he successfully entered the Holy Sun candidacy of the Yao Qi Holy Land. 200 years old, breaking through to the peak of the Divine Hidden Realm. He broke through to the peak of the Yuan Shen realm at the age of 500, become the strongest candidate to compete for the Sunship. By today, the Supreme Elder of the Yaoan Holy Land who was responsible for ruling on the list of Holy Sons had come out of the gate. With a single order, he, the hottest candidate for Saint Sun, was driven out of the Holy Land, a fall from grace. Since then, he has been muddling around in a small town outside the Holy Land. spending his days drinking and going crazy. 500 years have passed. Wang Taizhu was in a trance as if he was back to the day when the immortals gave him the chance. Master, if I had not cultivated immortality at that time, would I still be like this if I hadn't been exposed to the law you passed on at the time? Peaceful town. Inside the dilapidated mountain temple, snow covered the few buildings. A scruffy figure reclined next to the crumbling idol, mumbling as he poured wine. It was cold and snowy, yet he seemed to be unafraid of the cold. A single coat is hot in a snowy day. It was just like that teenager 500 years ago when he sat on his knees in the snow and practiced. But 500 years ago he was spirited. 500 years later, but the Taoist heart was nearly broken. People don't know the color of peach blossoms, but peach blossoms still smile in spring. A figure slowly descended from the sky, and he looked at the former genius in front of him with a complex expression that couldn't help but murmur. He walked in beside Wang Taizhu, without persuasion or comfort. Instead, he took a few sips from his flask to himself. If I had known this, I shouldn't have come to pass on the Dharma myself back then. It's time for that being to come over and at least spare a thought for you. Han ran and poured a few mouthfuls of wine before he said with a reddened face, a strong person of the cave void realm can't even drink wine. Don't be afraid of people laughing when you say it. Ha ha. Wang Taizhu snatched the wine pot back and laughed, looking at the fellow disciple in front of him, who had passed on the complete cultivation system and his insights to himself 500 years ago. A trace of clarity rarely appeared on his drunken face. It's just a fluke to cultivate cave void. If Brother Wang didn't give up on himself, his achievements would definitely be much higher than mine. After all, you are at least the one who personally bestowed the chance. I am merely dipping into the light. A look of reminiscence appeared in Han Run's eyes as he slowly said, he had thought that his qualifications were mediocre, and that it would be a miracle for him to cultivate to the divine hidden realm in this lifetime. But I didn't expect to take advantage of that divine son of a god. The Lin dynasty had prepared a great gift for him before sending him away. It allowed him to cleanse his essence and rebuild his foundation. From then on the cultivation talent opened up, and there was almost no stagnation along the way. At the age of 500 years old, he became a cave void realm strength. This kind of talent, so that even if he didn't advance to the transition realm, still have the qualifications to stay in the yellow sky immortal region, the Dakian dynasty, the Yaoqi Holy Land, the White Jade capital, and the Sage School all threw olive branches at him. But prudence by nature was not his first choice, because he knew deep down that he couldn't have gotten to where he was today without the help of that Lord, though that Lord never directed a single word to him from the beginning to the end. Whether it's the resources of the Lin dynasty that he indirectly received because of that Lord's existence, or was it the chance when he passed on the Dharma to Wang Taizhu and the latter invited him to join him in comprehending the arcane mysteries, none of this would have been possible without that Lord. Nowadays, even if what Han Run practiced was still the method of the current world, but he had to admit that the law passed on by that Lord had had a major impact on him. It was for this reason that he did not dare to choose easily. That Lord's law, though esoteric and incomparable, calls itself a school, but it is also the reason that led Wang Taizhu to this situation today. That old sage from the Holy Land of Yaoqi, a being who once served as the Lord of the Holy Land for 3,000 years, and who abhorred this law. Disdain. It is considered to be a crooked point of doctrine, reversing the principle and the end of the practice. That's what led to the scene of Wang Taizhu being expelled. It's a pity. Now that I look like this, how can I have the face to see immortal master you again? Hearing Han Run mention that one, Wang Taizhu quickly straightened his body. The drunken face also steeped up, but then a look of despondency appeared in the whirlwind. If the immortal was here and saw me like this, he would have disliked it. That's not true. In fact, if you can follow the advice of the old sages and switch from this law to the law of the present time, it may not be possible to fight for that saint son position again. With your talent coupled with the help promised by the old sage, you will definitely be able to achieve great things. Han Run deliberated for a long time before finally deciding to say so. The law passed down by that being was certainly subtle and incomparable, but almost no one agreed with it. If no one agrees with the law, it will not spread, not to mention being disparaged by that old sage congregation. If he continued to cultivate this method, it would just be a road to nowhere for Wang Taizhu. Just can't see the end of it. What does Brother Han mean by that? Wang Taizhu suddenly got up and flung his sleeve robe. It looked exasperated. I'm doing this for the sake of the king's brother. The reopening of the starry ancient road is imminent, and the golden age is about to begin. With your talent you shouldn't be buried like this. At least, think of it as getting a little more leverage for my human race. Han Run spoke in a serious tone. The words were only half spoken. Some things can't be said, because it's so amazing. It was so shocking that he thought he was hallucinating when he first heard it. The great secret of the human race. That's all he can say right now. One more strong person in the human race would be an additional bargaining chip. Wang Taizhu was silent. Who doesn't want to seek immortality? Who doesn't want to witness the great Tao? Not to mention that the old sage promised to personally help him change his cultivation again, moving to the next level. This matter is a great opportunity that would move anyone in his or her position, Wang Taizhu asked himself. When he heard this, he also had a moment of faltering. But Wang Taizhu's eyes gradually became firm. Looking at the snow falling outside the house, his memory went back 500 years. At that time, my parents were still alive and my family and friends were sound. At that time, there was an immortal leader who passed on the law. If the immortal doesn't take me as his disciple, how can I not take the immortal as my teacher? He spoke, his tone firm, as it was then, in the heart of the matter. Just after his words fell, the exact same black robe as 500 years ago, come on the snow. Ha ha, when did I say that I would not take you as my disciple? End of chapter. 33 Heavens, Tai Huang Heaven, a place where the mountains and the water are beautiful. The spiritual qi was abundant and the divine power was surging, so it could be described as the best place to cultivate in the entire Tai Huang Heaven. It was quite a bit more precious than the Supreme God's residence that rotated in the Tai Huang Heaven. However, no deity dared to hit this mountain range. Even the rotating superior gods did not dare to show any covetousness for this place. It's only because of this place called Gujianku, where 200 grasshead deities stand guard. There are the 6 monsters of Plum Hill, no less than the gods and generals, who have settled. What's more, the owner of Junko is Yang Jian, Erlang Xian Shangzhen Jun. Listen to the tone and not the pronouncement. A terrifying existence that had become a saint in the flesh, and a close relationship with a heavenly supreme. Not to mention the upper gods, even some supreme beings would have to sell him some face. And just today, Yang Jian broke through the air and went somewhere, and after he returned back, immediately ordered all the mountains above and below the mouth of the irrigation river to be closed. No entrances or exits are reserved except to receive incense from the lower world. The 1200 grasshead deities immediately received the decree, and in the name of the decree of the true Lord Erlang Xin Shang, set up a 30,000 mile ban. No deities are allowed to appear within a 30,000 mile radius centered on the entire Fujianko mountain range. Violators will be killed without pardon. The 6 monsters of Plum Mountain are even sitting in the 6 directions of southeast, west, north, central and upper, their cultivation exploding, killing. Such an overbearing behavior caused an unknown number of gods to be displeased. After all, although the Tai Huang Heaven was vast and boundless, which deity's abode was where the place of cultivation is again? It has all been set long ago, with a range of 30,000 miles. It was unknown how many deities were affected. I don't know how long Yang Jian is going to blockade it. No one could make up for the delay in their cultivation progress, but grumbling aside, none of them really dared to object. There are even some ungrateful ones who run to the gods who rotate here to complain. However, he was directly slapped out by the latter, almost causing his soul to fall apart on the spot and his godhead to collapse. Ungrateful thing, Erlang Xian Shangzhen Jun's affairs are also something that you and I can control as well. I'll ask around to find out who's behind our Erlang Xian Shangzhen Jun. That's the Supreme Court of Heaven, Tai Huang Tian, the abode of the upper gods. After a green-clothed upper god slapped the deity who had come to complain and flew out of the room. Using divine power to catalyze his voice, he angrily rebuked. Let the entire Tai Huang Heaven hear his words. Words have meaning. Not a little cutie. Both could hear his words. It's taking the opportunity to. Yang Jian, the god of Erlang, was just mocking the power behind him. As expected, after hearing the words of this green-clothed upper god, the entire Tai Huang Heaven was in an uproar. This was the first time I heard a deity dare to openly mock Erlang god Yang Jian. Not to be outdone, Xing Yi, who was the latest to be promoted to upper god, had made a grand wish not to enter the supreme and not to take a name. Surely there is courage and boldness, knowing that this god is on duty on this day. How dare you still act so foolishly? Think this god is as afraid of you as those old things before? This god ascended to the throne of God after 4,000 years of cultivation. What I despise the most is people like you who are relying on the power behind them to do whatever they want. Inside the residence of the upper god located above the highest mountain dome in the Tai Huang Heaven, Xing Yi remotely looked at the 30,000 mile restriction set up at the river irrigation river mouth mountain range, and coldness appeared in his eyes. A sneer. In his opinion, this Yang Jian is just relying on the fact that he has a supreme uncle. If not, he could have hammered this harebrained dude with one hand in a minute. But as he laughed, the expression on Xing Yi's face gradually solidified. He looked towards Mount Gujianku and suddenly changed color when he felt the aura that was infinitely close to the supreme. The scent is. No, it can't be. How is this possible? This kind of guy even reached that realm? His eyes widened and his body involuntarily took 2 steps backward. The next moment his body suddenly erupted with monstrous divine power converging above his eyes. Looking towards the 30,000 mile prohibition of the irrigation river mouth mountain range, he wanted to see what was going on. But the imagined scene of easily seeing through that prohibition did not appear. On the contrary, waiting for him was an erect eye in the sky. That day's eyes were cold and indifferent, looking at him as if he were dead. It made Qingyi feel as if he was returning to how he felt when he first worshipped the Supreme. Get out! A domineering and incomparable chortle came from within the 30,000 miles of forbidden prohibitions. Accompanying this was the terrifying divine light that stirred out of that heavenly eye. That divine light was unparalleled, shaking the starry heaven realm. Even the Tai Huang heaven, which claimed to be immortal and everlasting, shook, compared to the divine light that vibrated out from the heavenly eye. Although the divine power of the upper god on Qingyi was powerful, but it's simply as if the firefly is more than the moon. Qingyi hurriedly withdrew his divine power and closed his eyes when he saw this. The mind was horrified. Next time you can't be so adventurous. I didn't realize that guy was pust. Before Qingyi could return to his senses, the divine power that erupted from the heavens eye had certainly coalesced into a 3-pointed, 2-edged blade. Without any further ado, the overbearing and incomparable directly pierced through his chest. A steep twist followed. No! How dare you! I am an upper god. How dare you kill! Qingyi's words came to an abrupt end as his body was directly stabbed through by the 3-pronged, 2-edged blade. A body of divine power that doesn't even have a chance to be used. It was then burned by the immediately following samadhi fire and directly exploded itself. Boo! A loud sound that made even the Tai Huang heaven shake violently followed. And it was the very moment that Qingyi was killed that the present world after endless years, a green-clothed upper god who is the most oppressive to all living beings of all races, is fighting the emperor's son on the long river of time. He was seated beyond the breath of the great, though not allowed an inch into that blocked river of time. It went with the flow and, surprisingly, he used the aura of a great emperor from the emperor's son to sharpen his body. This made the emperor's son anxious. He was aware of how terrifying the green-clothed upper god talent in front of him was. If he were to make a breakthrough by mistake, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, just as the emperor's son was worried, just see the figure of the green-clothed upper god. It actually dissipated steeply, so fast that even he himself didn't react to it. Then it completely disappeared, and was vaporized between heaven and earth. This scene left both the beings of the 10,000 races and the heavenly court deities with their jaws agape. Then the only other possibility came to mind. Xu Tang finally began to act in the Taiku era. Heavenly ordained one, this ruler is giving you a great gift that I'm sure you'll love. Inside the 30,000 mile confinement, Yang Jian slowly opened his closed eyes and smiled faintly. Meanwhile, within the yellow sky immortal region, was answering Wang Tieju's questions about cultivation. Xu Tang, who was simultaneously helping him silently adjust his Dao heart, suddenly paused. The body sitting cross-legged stood up abruptly. He felt something in his heart and looked to the sky. The innate aptitude clairvoyance was instantly activated. All the past events that had occurred within the Tai Huang heaven suddenly surfaced before his eyes. He was stunned at first, not expecting Yang Jian to really dare to take a shot at the heavenly deities. And one kill was a supreme god. Then, with the same smile on his face, Xu Tang, a slight bow to the sky. On behalf of the 10,000 races of the future generations, I thank true Lord Erlang Xianshang. End of chapter. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the heaven of the emperor, countless deities looked in the direction of the divine abode in horror. Beat them to death they didn't expect. Yang Jian dares to kill a god, and the one who killed it was also a supreme god. That was an upper god of unparalleled talent. It is even a being that carries the will of the Most High and rotates this heaven. Say kill and give it away? The gods were abruptly horrified. And then they couldn't help but shut their mouths. When they thought about how they dared to complain about Yang Jian just now, each one of them couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. And at the place where Qingyi had died, the 3-forked, 2-bladed sword hovered silently. The killing intent on its body didn't cut down though, but instead grew stronger. Killing the supreme god is nothing. Resolving the wrath of the supreme after killing the upper god was the next key. Fruity. It was only a few breaths after Qingyi's death. An incomparably terrifying pillar of light instantly landed here from outside the Tai Huang heaven. This pillar of light carries with it an aura of supremacy that, the moment it appeared, it caused countless living beings within the Tai Huang heaven to kneel and submit to it. This pillar of light was white all over, a color so white that it was indescribable, as if it were the beginning of all things. The beginning of chaos. It was the divine power of the supreme Yang God of heaven. Greetings to the Yang God. Ho ho ho. Kneeling and welcoming sounds that rose one after another like an endless ocean resounded one after another within the Tai Huang heaven. With the arrival of the Supreme, Yang Jian's good days have finally come to an end, killing an elder god in a dignified manner. This time he would be punished for whatever he said. Within the Tai Huang heaven, countless deities knelt in submission, their hearts stealing joy. But I didn't expect the Yangshan divine power that came tearing through space and time. Upon seeing this silently hovering trident bifurcated blade, he collected the grumpiness he had just landed with. A hazy silhouette emerged from it, looking in the direction of the 30,000 mile ban. After frowning for a long time, he sighed, and with a flutter of his great sleeve, he speak words that would cause countless gods to plummet. Yang Jian's testimony is imminent. The gods hear the word. Congratulations to the Erlang Haiyan Shangzhenjuan. What? Instead of being held responsible for killing an elder god, you'd be praised? What kind of world is this? Is the goddess of gods something very cheap? Just kill it? Seeing that the gods had not even obeyed the decree in the first place, the figure personified by the Yangshan divine power immediately let out a muffled grunt. Put. A mere thought caused countless deities within the Tai Huang heaven to vomit blood on the spot. Then, not daring to do anything else, they all got up and paid their respects in the direction of the 30,000 mile ban. We congratulate true Lord Erlang Xianshang. The figure personified by the Yangshan also looked in the direction of the 30,000 mile ban. I didn't expect this nephew of his to be of some use, to break through at such a critical time. The opening of the ancient road to the stars is imminent. At least it gives my heavenly court another bargaining chip, the young god figure muttered. The other day the Yin god told what he had experienced in his bilocation. He had wanted to travel across the long river of time to see just how far the 10,000 races of the latter days had gone. The young god is different from the Yin god. The latter is in charge of the power of extreme death, and he is in charge of the extreme life force. Going across the long river of time, instead of weakening his power, it would grow infinitely. It is for this reason that the young god is the only one among the many supreme. Whether it is against or with the flow of the long river of time, it is not affected, but rather greatly benefited by the existence. After all, whenever life evolves, from something to nothing, from nothing to something, birth and death, back and forth, as long as there is a cycle of life and death, there is his Yangshan. However, what all the gods did not expect was that the signs of the opening of the starry ancient path were actually 10,000 years ahead of schedule. For some time now, the Supreme had observed that the suction between the immortal regions of the 9 states was intensifying. As the suction force strengthened, a hazy and vague path gradually converged in you. No one knows what's at the end of that road. Some say there is the end of the way, the end of the law, the end of everything. Some say that there was the beginning of everything, the birth of the word, the birth of the law. No one has ever made it to the end of that road, but someone always manages to leave a trail on it. Existences that left traces were at the worst quasi-emperor level. Among the gods, it was at least an upper god that was qualified to leave a mark. The origin of the starry ancient path is too mysterious. Even he, the heavenly supreme, was unable to deduce its origin and end. I only know that this starry ancient path is the greatest opportunity in the world. How big is it? So great that the Supreme Court of Heaven, after joining forces to deduce it, found that if he had let other races explore the ancient paths of the stars and not fought for them themselves, the heavenly court will be at risk of being overthrown. And that's not normally a high risk. That's why the gods were so attached to the ancient path of the stars, until after it was about to be opened. The Yangshan also had no choice but to hold down the decision to go across the long river of time for the time being. Listening to the Yin god's description, that so-called first person of the later generations hadn't even obtained the heavenly heart seal. That means it's not a great emperor at all. How strong can it be? Rather, this starry sky ancient path is a chance that must be fought for. The opening of the starry ancient path was related to the immortal region of the 9 states. Only when the 9 states' immortal realm merged would the ancient path of the stars open. This was one of the reasons why the heavenly court had not dared to completely destroy the 10,000 races so far. Such a mysterious and unpredictable starry ancient road, but it was related to the Kyushu immortal region. Not to mention whether or not the starry sky ancient path would produce a difference after the living beings of the immortal region of the Kyushu were slaughtered to death. But the starry ancient path disappeared because the Kyushu immortal region was shattered. It was an unacceptable loss for both heaven. Because of this, the heavenly court and the 10,000 beings maintained the delicate balance they had today. Yang Jian, I hope you'll do well in the next starry ancient path. Do not fail this god and your uncle. Returning to his senses, the young god incarnate said to the 30,000 mile ban from a distance. It's rather like an elder urging on the younger generation. But what responded to him were Yang Jian's icy words. And you're worthy of teaching me how to do my job? The young god incarnate's face changed abruptly. Not waiting for him to continue speaking, the Erlang Xianshang True Lord then broke through the air from the middle of the 30,000 miles of restriction. The three forked, Two-bladed blade moved with his heart and instantly flew back into his hand. It then aimed a violent swing at the countless deities in the lower sky. I've been putting up with your heavenly court for a long time. From now on, I tell you, Yang Jian, against out of heaven. What? Within the Tai Huang heaven, countless living beings hadn't even had time to react yet. Yang Jian killed an unknown number of people with his sword. For a time, the entire Tai Huang Tian, the whole of heaven. There was pandemonium. A message instantly exploded the 33 heavens. Erlang Xian Shangzhenjuan. Reversed. When I'm done with this side of things, I'll come and join Brother Yang. Xu Tang withdrew his clairvoyance. After looking at Wang Taizhu, who had already recovered more or less, or at least his Dao heart was no longer crumbling, he made a casual move. The ice and snow in the heavens and earth instantly solidified, and finally madly converged in his hands, until it formed the shape of a 3-foot blade. So that's where the sword I used in my later life came from? Looking at the somewhat familiar sword, Xu Tang muttered. The next moment, he took a step. The whole Yaoji sanctuary, the entire yellow sky immortal region, it was more than a momentary agitation. This moment, countless beings heard a word that vibrated in their ears. Hidden official Xu Tang, ask the sword for the holy land of Yaoqi. End of chapter. This voice was like ancient thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. The entire Yaoi Holy Land was even shaken to the point of stimulating the sect protector formation on its own because of this one sentence. Wang Taizhu and Han Run, who were on the side, were even more dumbfounded when they heard Xu Tang's words. It had occurred to them that Xu Tang might seek out the Holy Land of Yaoqi for an explanation, but never expected it to be in such a domineering and arrogant way. Immediately following, after Xu Tang's words fell, the one with skin as white as lotus root, the veiled woman led a group of disciples to ascend from amongst the Holy Land of Yaoqi. Yaohe Holy Maiden? Surprisingly, it's the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi. Who in the world is the one who spoke out? How dare he be so arrogant? This is great. It's pissed off the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi. The Holy Maiden has already cultivated to the transitional realm 500 years ago, and I don't know which heavenly. How dare you ask the Sword Yaoqi Holy Land like this? Seeing that splendid and eye-catching light figure in the sky, voices of discussion rang out. The people were all curious as to who had the audacity to do this. Dare to ask the sword in this way to the Holy Land of Yaoqi? One must know that the Yaohe Holy Land was one of the top forces within the Yellow Sky Immortal region. It was the only power that didn't have a great emperor but dared to call out the power that possessed the inheritance of the great emperor of the ancients. Little rat, with you you're also worthy of asking the sword Yaoqi Holy Land? Yaoqi Holy Maiden's cultivation at the peak of the ferrying realm was naturally able to sense that the person who made the sound was none other than Xu Tang. At that moment, without saying a word, he activated the lotus magic weapon on his body and smashed it fiercely against Xu Tang. This lotus spell was a crippled imperial armament, incomplete but still possessing the might of a great emperor, not to be underestimated. At first in the hands of the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi this lotus magic weapon was only the size of a palm, but with the infusion of aura, it's rapidly and insanely getting bigger. Wisps upon wisps of imperial might sufficient to suppress all things also surfaced on it. This lotus dharma artifact, although it was only the size of a shard, but in its surroundings but instantly up many flames. Baking space are melting. The avenue are at this moment nearly get. Looking at its might, it wasn't in the least bit worse than the flames Xu Tang summoned when he displayed the power of the supreme fire god. Surprisingly, it's the broken ancient lotus of the blue sky. The Holy Maiden of Yaohe used this the moment she struck. It looks like it's moving. The ancient lotus of the green sky, rumored to have been created by an ancient great emperor who practiced the origin of fire. It has the power to burn the sky and boil the sea. Even if it's just a remnant, it's still not to be underestimated. This is the end. Once the ancient lotus of the blue sky strikes, absolutely no one will be able to survive. Let's not talk about asking the sword about the Yaoqi Holy Land. I'm afraid it's a dream to even leave a whole body. Many cultivators rose up in the air and looked this way with considerable curiosity. However, after seeing the appearance of the green sky ancient lotus, all of them could not help but vanish into the distance. Obviously don't want to be affected. While speaking, the crowd's eyes did not leave the direction where the green sky ancient lotus smashed into. They were curious as to what kind of arrogant person could have caused the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi to be so angry, but most people just took a quick look at it and planned to withdraw their gaze. In their opinion, no one could survive the attack of the green sky ancient lotus. It was also his own fault that he ended up in a life and death situation with no burial place. But the next moment all the cultivators retreating outwards stopped in their tracks. Each one was frozen in the air, as if they had been immobilized. Everyone was dumbstruck, looking dead on in the direction that the ancient lotus of the blue sky had smashed into. Incredulity and shock written all over his face. Only a black-robed silhouette suddenly rose into the air. Next moment, he actually stretched out his hand. just so easily to catch the Qingtian ancient lotus, which was surging with imperial might enough to suppress all things. This is certainly catching the emperor's soldiers with his bare hands. Before he was a great emperor, he received the emperor's soldiers with his bare hands. The air was filled with sound after sound of cool air being sucked out of the air. The crowd stared dead on at the figure that had easily taken down the emperor's soldiers. For a moment, he actually forgot to even breathe. Receiving the emperor's soldier with his bare hands, the last person to do so had long ago stood at the top of the 10,000 laws. At the end of the way. Who is the peak at the end of the immortal path? He was talking about the existence that had received an emperor's soldier with his bare hands when he was young. Now that time has passed and the years have changed. I don't know how many years later. Even produced a demon who caught an emperor's soldier with his bare hands? Ha! The holy maiden of Yao Qi's figure also hovered sharply at the sight of this scene. A pair of eyes like autumn water were filled with shock. She had thought that this was the help that Wang Taizhu, the guy who had been expelled from the country, had found. Subconsciously, he thought that his opponent was not powerful enough. But I didn't expect to come up here and receive the emperor's soldier with my bare hands? What kind of demonic talent is this? What kind of physical strength is this? My disciple, is it not for you, Yao Qi Holy Land, to expel him just because you say so? Xu Tang caught the ancient lotus of the blue sky with one hand, and then without waiting for the holy maiden of Yao Qi to react, he fiercely pinched it. Bang! 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 Put! After 3 terrifying booms that resonated through the heavens and the earth, the holy maiden of Yaohu spat out a large mouthful of blood in front of all the attention he received. The delicate body then even involuntarily fell backward dozens of steps. Then only reluctantly did he look up and, deadly staring at that green sky ancient lotus that has become extremely unfamiliar to her. To death she could not believe that the emperor's soldiers that she had warmed up for thousands of years. Surprisingly, the connection was cut away in an instant by the person in front of him. One grabbed it and refined it in an instant. Xu Tang was not slow and threw his hand after turning the green sky ancient lotus into the size of a palm, letting Wang Taizhu, who was already looking on behind him, catch it. Seeing this scene, many cultivators even felt like their world had been shaken. It was an imperial soldier. Even if it was crippled, it couldn't change the fact that it was an imperial soldier. But it was just so easily refined? When the crowd looked at the black-robed figure again, they were suddenly creeped out. If it weren't for the fact that your old saint had the credit for the today, Mr. Su is not simply here to ask for a sword, Xu Tang coldly voiced out. He didn't expect this holy maiden of Yao Qi to be really ruthless. The moment he came up, he was greeted by the emperor's soldiers, and I'm afraid that if he were an ordinary person, he would have died long ago. Master! Behind him, Wang Taizhu finally came back to his senses. Somewhat incredulously, he opened his mouth, thinking that Master would take himself to reason well with the holy land of Yao Qi. I didn't realize it was really so dominant. This was the first time he had seen this way of protecting a child. Call your family's old sage out. You're not qualified enough for Mr. Su to make a sword strike. Xu Tang instantly dodged to the front of the holy maiden of Yao Qi and said in a condescending manner. However, he did not see a touch of very hot color in the eyes of the Yaohe holy maiden who lowered her head. It turns out that Wang Taizhu was so rampant because he found a master like you. What the disciple practiced was an incestuous method, and what the master did was crude and reckless. It's really not a family. It's not a family. The holy maiden of Yao Qi coldly opened her mouth, not waiting for Xu Tang to reply. She closed in and struck suddenly, a rusty looking. However, the blade that made even Xu Tang feel that his life was in danger instantly broke through the temporal and spatial prohibitions and stabbed him in front of his forehead. This is the supreme divine power? So that mole was you? End of chapter. Shocking news came from the 33 heavens on this day. First, a superior god who was on duty in Taihuang Tian was killed by Yang Jian blatantly. There was also the heavenly news that Yang Jian had broken through the realm of saints and was about to witness the Tao. In the end, it was even rumored that Yang Jian, with 200 grasshead deities and the 6 monsters of Plum Mountain, rebelled against the heavenly court, stirred up the Taihuang heaven and killed an unknown number of gods. There were even a few disbelieving nearby superior gods who went to check it out, and they were also chopped down by Yang Jian in one go. The heavenly court was immediately enraged, and several supreme beings even sent down decrees. They demanded that Yang Jian be captured at all costs, regardless of life and death. Shortly afterward, the entire 33 heavens was even more crazily wrapped and swept by the supreme divine power of the Yang God, in order to find out the trace of this Erlang Xiansheng Jinjun. But what the Yang God didn't expect was that even if he toured the entire 33 heavens, surprisingly, I didn't find a single clue about Yang Jian. He's only just certified as an emperor, and he hasn't even obtained the heavenly heart seal. How can you possibly escape me? Above the 33 heavens, of the Most High Godhead, the Yang God's figure which was more brilliant than the great sun by an unknown number of times, spoke in an unning voice. He frowned, not believing that Yang Jian had the strength to be able to evade his search. The few supreme beings around him frowned similarly, but did not speak. The strongest ability to trace in the Supreme is the Yang God and the Yin God. After all, as long as the life and death will have a soul and body, there is a Yang and a Yin. There is no escape from the word Yin and Yang. It was naturally impossible to avoid the sight of the Yang God and the Yin God, but now Yang Jian has made a mess in Taihuan Tian. After killing an unknown number of gods and several upper gods, he disappeared into thin air. This is truly mind-boggling. The Yangshan even looked towards that figure that was sitting on the throne of the Heavenly Court Emperor, hesitate to ask him to step in and help. That figure sits on the imperial throne in the Heavenly Court, and between his eyebrows is the projection of all living beings. Lift feet up and down the billions of millions of living beings, incense lingering. Around is suspended in an unknown number of thousands of small thousand worlds. This figure is not named after a single word like most of the other supreme. He has a more common name. Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor, who sits on the imperial throne, is the master of the three realms, as he is known in the human world. That heavenly assassin thrower stirred up the Tai Huang heaven. The guy who made the entire 33 heavens worried was the nephew of the Jade Emperor. But after much hesitation, the Yang God gave up on his intentions. Being the same supreme, the Jade Emperor had very little dealings with him, plus the Yang God couldn't pull that face. On the other hand, the Jade Emperor, who had sensed Yang Shen's visual gaze, lifted his eyes slightly. A sigh that only he could hear followed. A friend is ashamed to make friends with you, a nephew does not take you for an uncle, a sister does not take you for a brother, a mother does not take you for her son. Yang Jian, it's true that you've been living too hard these years. Taking this opportunity to be an easy emperor is also considered adding one more bargaining chip for the human race. After the Jade Emperor let out a long sigh, he closed his eyes again to dive into cultivation. At the same time the fingers moved imperceptibly. Thought I needed to erase your karma for you, but forgot about that. There's also Neza, the heavenly Antipodean, helping you. Sage brother Neza, I'm afraid that my brother will have to stay here with you for a while this time. The Cloud Tower Palace. Yang Jian, who was dressed in a long black suit, sat across from Neza and laughed as he sipped his wine. Ha ha, where are your words, elder brother? That Tian, I've long been displeased with him for a long time. This act of my elder brother has really relieved the anger in my heart. Neza looks like a child, but his words are crisp and clear. The killing intent in his eyes when he mentioned the heavenly court was even more solid. In all the years since he was ordained as the great god of the three altars of the sea, he has become more and more composed in character on the surface. But just like Yang Jian, it's just a matter of learning to hold back for a while. If he was not afraid of the Linglong Pagoda in the hands of his father, King Tota Li of Heaven, I'm afraid he'll have to rebel against the heavenly court one step earlier than Yang Jian. Against going out of the heavenly court, only Sage Neza here can shelter me for a moment or two. I can't thank you enough. Here's a toast for my brother. Yang Jian filled a cup for himself and then drank it all in one go. All living things in heaven and earth. There is life and then there is death. There is a physical body. There must be a divine soul. Only Neza. It was clear that he had cultivated the realm of a saint. But he was a lotus root body. There is no yin nor yang. No life nor death. Jumping out of the three realms. Not in the five elements. Over time, this led to the blessed land where he lived being similarly characterized by the properties of the lotus root flower's body. The Yangshen had taken in the 33 heavens, and how could he not have imagined that the Yang Jian surprisingly gave himself a lampshade, right under his own nose. He stayed at the Cloud Tower Palace next to the Heavenly Palace. Elder brother is doing this to help the heavenly ordained, and this kind of behavior is making me itchy. Neza toasted Yang Jian and then looked to the sky with some longing. The eyes eased up a lot after the mention of the heavenly ordained man. Thinking back to that year, I don't know who gave the three of them a name, calling them the three pricks of heaven. By now, the earliest to go against the heavenly court, that first prick has become a heavenly ordained man. The past has become a memory. The second stinger was made to fulfill a promise with the man of destiny to help relieve him of the pressure of the afterlife. Finally the humongous strike against the heavenly court. And I wonder when it'll be my turn for Naja to make a move. Oh heaven's fate. Heaven's fate. You left it easy and made brother Yang and I wait in agony. Neza let out a bitter smile and drank another cup to himself. As if he was drunk, he came to Yang Jian and asked again, Brother Yang, with your divine eye that can see through illusions, is there really no way to take that Linglong Pagoda? Yang Jian didn't expect Neza's wish to remain unchanged after so many years, but all that could be done was to shake his head. Linglong Pagoda is a gift from the Buddha himself. I don't know the Dharma. Even if the divine eye can break through the illusion again, there's nothing you can do with Linglong Pagoda either. Instead, it's the man of destiny. I observe that he has reached the peak of his cultivation of that latter-day cultivation method. There is an aura of the unity of the three religions on his body. Go back to him when you've done that thing you agreed to do with him. There might be a way to take that Linglong pagoda. Yang Jian slowly opened his mouth, and the words he uttered caused Neza to be instantly shaken. Chest Qian Kuan circle. Body beside the mixed sky Aya. Similarly spirited up. Unfortunately the time has not yet come, and is not the time for me to strike. Neza spoke silently, narrowing his eyes slightly. It was like going back to the night when he made the pact with the divine order. In the blink of an eye, endless years had passed. That day is finally coming. So you're the one who became a traitor to the gods. After feeling the Yin God divine power on that blade, Xu Tang immediately burst into a rage. How the old saint of the revived Yaohe Holy Land fell in defeat when in the latter days. He naturally saw it all. It was because there was a mole in the Yaohe Holy Land, but he hadn't thought of it in 1,000 ways. The Holy Maiden of the Holy Land of Yaoqi was willing to be a traitor to the gods and become a mole of the Holy Land of Yaoqi. Thinking of this, Xu Tang's killing heart immediately rose. Since it was an inside job, there was no need to sell the old sage short. Kill it before it's too late. Several types of supreme divine power erupted from his body all of a sudden. In an instant, it devoured the Yin God's divine power. The Holy Maiden of Yaoqi showed an unbelievable look in her eyes. The next moment Xu Tang slapped at her with a palm with all his strength. Slow! Don't kill me! The old sage who hurried back was enraged out of his eyes at this scene. End of chapter. The old sage's voice was like a great bell. Accompanying the voice was a majestic force. That power is infinitely close to the great emperor realm. It was clearly a power that could only be possessed after the peak of a saint had settled down for an unknown number of years. Wherever it passed, space shattered and time and space were disorganized. Bang! This strike that the old sage used to block down Xu Tang collided with Xu Tang's power. A shocking roar erupted instantly. Bam! Centered on the collision of their powers, an invisible yet strong and incomparable cyclone instantly spread out. I don't know how many of the surrounding cultivators who were watching were sent flying backwards by this cyclone. Ahem. Good. Strong. Is this the power of a casual strike from an old sage? It's truly terrifying. I should have known better than to watch what's going on here. The aftershock of even a casual strike by the old sage nearly injured me seriously. Many cultivators, covering their chests, got up with difficulty. Looking towards the figure of the old sage that was galloping in the sky, the look of awe in his eyes deepened. In the past, I only heard that this old saint was the C-pin of the Yaohe Holy Land, and was said to have had a great emperor's chance, but somehow missed it. Nonetheless, the old sage's power was still a peak existence in the sage realm. Even when he was young, he dared to call out the ancient great emperor. It's better to hear about it than to see it. Now after being swept away by the aftermath of his fighting power, it was only then that everyone realized the significance of the words old sage. Thinking of this, the crowd couldn't help but look at the black-robed figure again. Catching the emperor's soldiers with his bare hands, Guinan said that this person has a demonic talent. But there is never a lack of geniuses in this world. All that's missing is the growing genius. How could he still be safe and sound after angering such an old sage? In the sight of the crowd, the smoke and dust gradually dispersed from the place where the two's powers collided. The imagined scene of that black-robed genius being beaten by the old sage's blow did not appear. He was only seen standing in place with a bland face, with no injuries visible on his body. Like a nobody. If the space around him hadn't been constantly shattered and repaired by the power of the saint's blasts, the crowd had to wonder if the old sage had just made a move. Master, save me. This ungrateful fanatic has defamed our Yaoan Holy Land. He's the guy who passed on Wang Tieju's crooked ways. This kind of person will surely cholera the cultivation world. We must get rid of him. Seeing the old sage finally arrive, the Yaohe Holy Maiden immediately changed her face. Pearly and daintily, she ran to the old sage with a resigned face. Without realizing it, she removed her veil as she spoke. A tenderness that made people's hearts grow fonder was written all over that overwhelmingly beautiful face. There must be no mistake that the Holy Maiden is so beautiful. To cause the Holy Maiden to look like this, that black robe is truly detestable. How dare you bully our saintly daughter? Bully her into this, old saint. You must do the right thing for the Yaoqi Holy Land. Seeing the legendary Holy Maiden, who only reveals her true face once in 100 years, actually revealing her face in public. A lot of people sighed in awe while fighting for her at the same time. The old sage also frowned when he heard this. You're the guy who created the crooked cultivation system haphazardly, and the bullying of the Holy Maiden. I'll give you a chance to explain to me. Otherwise don't blame me for taking a shot at you. At that time, don't say I'm bullying you. With a wave of his large sleeve, the old sage protected the Holy Maiden behind him and looked at Xu Tang and said coldly. He had expected Xu Tang to give some kind of explanation, but he didn't expect the latter to suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha, ha ha, either exile or slander. Don't you women have any other tricks up your sleeves? Logically, I should explain, but the point is, Xu Tang slowly spoke while raising his right hand and then he violently pressed down on the holy land of Yaoqi, which covered an unknown number of miles in front of him. The point is that I am reason. Explain? Who are you to ask me to explain? My father is the reason. My father is the rule. Rumble. As Xu Tang pressed downward with one hand, the cultivation of a Daozun instantly erupted in him. At this moment, he no longer concealed his cultivation, and his power at the peak of the 15th realm was straight up against a great emperor. This power is so weird, but so powerful. It's clearly not the power of a great emperor. Why? Why does it give me the exact same pressure? The old sage had the highest cultivation level and had the deepest feeling for the power of the Taofather. In the next breath after Xu Tang completely exposed his cultivation, his eyes widened instantly. Unbelievably, he stared at Xu Tang. The body even involuntarily retreated backward frantically. The power of a 15-realm Taofather. Even the old sages could only choose to avoid the front line for the time being. Not to mention that he needed to protect the Yaoqi holy land behind him. Rumble. As Xu Tang pressed down with one hand, a huge and incomparable golden palm was likewise slowly taking shape in the middle of the sky. That pressure was incomparably huge. So huge that even the holy land of Yaoqi couldn't help but tremble. The Holy Land has existed for an unknown number of years and has long since given birth to spirituality. According to instinct, it will spontaneously form a protective formation in the face of an attack to protect the holy place. But at this moment, in front of the power of the Taofather, even the spirit of the Holy Land, which had been born from an unknown number of years of existence, trembled. The first thing that came to mind was not protection, but begging for mercy. How can that be? Behind the old sage, the holy maiden turned her head to see that the spirit of the Holy Land actually trembled and a pair of beautiful eyes had shock written all over them. She knew that someone who could catch an emperor's soldier with his bare hands must be very strong, but she didn't expect it to be as strong as this. It was at this moment that she finally realized what kind of existence she had messed with. After realizing that she had kicked the iron plate, her heart was flooded with regret. But before she could admit her mistake, she realized that Xu Tang had already arrived in front of her at some point. I'm going to kill you. And not even the Supreme can stop me when I come. Xu Tang reached out his other hand to tap on her brow. No, this senior, never. It was only then that the old sage was startled to realize that Xu Tang had circled around behind him at some point. It was about to lay a death sentence on the Holy Virgin. He growled, trying to do something, but realized he couldn't get anywhere near Xu Tang's square. The Tao is not to be insulted, and the last person who exiled me has gone up in smoke. And now you dare to slander me? Then go stay with her. Xu Tang cocked out his finger, and the power of a 15th realm Tao Lord was like a dragon crossing a river. One bite swallowed the holy maiden's divine soul cleanly. In the latter's beautiful eyes, the divine color suddenly disappeared, leaving only an empty shell without a divine soul, accompanied by Xu Tang's ringing finger strike. This empty shell also turned into flying ash. A generation of Yaohe holy maidens fell. He then withdrew his Taofather power, looking towards the old sage. His expression returned to normal after narrowing his eyes slightly. On account of your old sage's meritorious resistance to the heavenly court, this father spares your life with the Yaoqi Holy Land. Hearing this, the old sage was struck by lightning. He seemed to have thought of something, and stared dead at the black-robed figure in front of him, his lips trembling. That's the word. That's the word of the year. You, the heavenly ordained man. You're the heaven's destiny man. You're finally back? End of chapter. Near the heavenly palace, inside the cloud tower palace, Neza is all in his Dharma form, practicing in a subtle way. The three-headed, six-armed elephant loomed on his body, and his lotus-white root body was flooded with gusts of divine light. The cultivation at the peak of the sage realm was becoming more and more apparent, and it was clear that he was only one step away from breaking through to the emperor realm. Yet there was always a film holding him back. Not far away, Yang Jian silently watched all this, and then opened his divine eye without moving. The can break through the delusion, and his gaze fell on Li Jing, who was in charge of drilling the heavenly soldiers and generals. To be precise, it landed on his Linglong pagoda. Even if you're leading a drill, going out on the town, this totally heavenly king didn't even dare to let the Linglong pagoda in his hand leave for a moment. This object helped Li Jing, but it harmed Neza. Yang Jian retracted his gaze and muttered. Neza also happened to finish meditating at this time, and opened his eyes with a burst of divine light in his eyes. Its aura was actually on par with Yang Jian, who had been promoted to the quasi-emperor realm, but there is always that disconnect, if any, between the two. If the Linglong pagoda is not broken, you have no hope of advancing to great emperor in this life. Only after seeing Neza finish practicing did Yang Jian speak. At those words, a fierce light flashed in Neza's eyes. A helpless sigh followed. When I transformed into my lotus root body, my cultivation was still shallow and I couldn't influence this matter. I thought this Linglong Pagoda was just to prevent me from killing Li Jing. I didn't realize that even my path to cultivation would be cut off altogether. Neza recalled as he spoke. At that time, he cut his bones to return his father, and his flesh to return his mother, and if he hadn't had his master behind him, with the help of the lotus root to help him remodel his flesh. And where did the present-day great god of the three altars of the sea come from? But everything has its own destiny in every drink and every pack. He regained his life, but as a result, he had to be locked out of his cultivation by the Linglong Pagoda. The person who gave the Linglong Pagoda was a hidden great emperor of the Buddhist sect, and no one in the world could break its spell. Perhaps the Supreme Court of Heaven can crack the Linglong Pagoda, but the price for doing that is becoming a complete traitor to the Heavenly Court. If you really made that choice, you wouldn't be my Neza virtuous brother. Yang Jian took over the conversation and slowly said, "Ha ha, it's still elder brother who understands me. I'd rather be free than a dog in heaven. If I hadn't had no choice in the first place, I wouldn't even care to be a great god of these three altars of the sea meeting." Neza laughed out loud, and his already youthful appearance made him laugh even more spiritedly. Don't forget the divine order, people. The fact that no one in the current generation can crack the Linglong Pagoda doesn't mean that no one in the future generations will be able to. I just don't know when I'll be able to wait for either. As Yang Jian was talking, his face suddenly straightened. The divine eye in the center of his forehead opened instantly, breaking through the illusion and looking in the direction of the yellow sky immortal region. Neza was first stunned, and then as if he too had realized something, his face instantly became serious. The wind and fire wheels under his feet burst into flames, and the mixed sky eye and Shankuan circle on his body even involuntarily bloomed with golden light. The body with 3 heads and 6 arms is even more visible. It indicated that this 3 altars of the sea great god was entering his strongest state at this time and could strike at any time. This is, Yang Jian muttered. This was the first time he had really felt the power of a heavenly ordained man. He looked at Neza, who also happened to look at him, and the two looked at each other before. Uncharacteristically, he said, "This is the aura of power of the first of the latter days, the man of destiny. He has finally done it, and Neza is not the only one who behaves this way." 33 heavens. The Een god, who was painstakingly deducing the direction of the starry ancient path, suddenly opened his eyes. A look of disbelief first appeared on his face, then turned to ecstasy. The aura of the Taofather that had infuriated him so much that it was engraved in the depths of his memory appeared once more. What a way to get to the top. It's just as well to provoke my bilocation in the afterlife. But how dare you come against the flow of the long river of time? Since you're seeking death so much, then this god will fulfill you. The Een god was ecstatic. He hadn't expected Xu Tang to be so rampant no matter what. Coming to the ancient times when the heavenly court reigned supreme, not to mention that he also had the audacity to dare to expose his Tao Lord aura. Since he had to seek death, he himself would fulfill him. The Een god rose, and as he moved, the countless stars around him rippled out at once. The starry river rippled all around his body. He was about to strike when he suddenly heard a miserable scream reach his ears. Een god, help! This is? Hearing that voice was quite familiar, but not being able to remember who it was for a moment. It made the Een god frown, but the next moment, he saw an armored and helmeted general frantically fleeing toward his palace. He is totally Tianwan Li Jing? How is it possible that someone in the heavenly court dares to chase after him? The Een god was a bit surprised. Totally Tianwan was at least a heavenly deity who had cultivated into a proper position, only one step away from the divine. Even earlier, they worshipped him and were blessed by him. Is there such an ungrateful character in heaven? He frowned as he looked away, and that's when he realized the end. Totally Tianwan's tower is missing. That was a Linglong Pagoda built by a Buddhist great power, and it was gone? Oops, the Linglong Pagoda is gone. That Neza. As he looked fixedly, he saw a young man with 3 heads and 6 arms. His eyes were filled with scorn, and his face was teasingly staring at the direction that Li Jing had fled. And in his hand is the Linglong Pagoda. Only the Linglong Pagoda, which was once used to suppress Neza, is now in a state of disrepair. It was as if they were being smashed alive with punch after punch. This is the Linglong Pagoda. If our supreme does not make a move, there is still someone who can break it down at that time? This can't be, the Een god murmured, his voice suddenly coming to an abrupt end after sensing the breath that remained on the Linglong Pagoda. The scent on it was all too familiar to him. It was none other than Xu Tang's Daozun realm power. The fact that no one in the current generation could crack Linglong Pagoda did not mean that people in the future generations could not. Not to mention the power of the first man in the latter days. The Een god suddenly felt that it was all clear. One linked to another. Everything was connected. But it always felt like something was missing. He frowned, intending to settle the matter of Li Jing first when, just then, a divine light was seen breaking through the 9 heavens. That divine light contained the aura of a quasi-imperial emperor, causing an unknown number of deities in the heavenly court to tremble upon seeing it. It was precisely Yang Jian's breath that had disappeared after a killing spree in Tai Huang Tian not long ago. Yang Jian even popped up at this time too? The Yangshan who had been searching Yang Jian also instantly got up, incredulous. It didn't occur to me that Yang Jian would dare to expose himself at this time? He looked to think of the Yin god, but the latter frowned. Xu Tang shouldn't be so reckless. He must have something to rely on. One ring to rule them all. But I always feel something is missing. Yang Jian's not coming out enough, either. What's missing? The Yin god temporarily pressed down the urge to strike down Xu Tang at this moment, just as he was perplexed. There was another miserable and incomparable cry for help that pierced through the 33 heavens. It made countless deities come before the Supreme with horror upon hearing it. The great desolate immortal realm had plotted a rebellion, and the demon race, led by the dragon ruler, had slaughtered the gods, and were on the verge of breaking through the first heaven. The Taoist priest is present. Neza unbanned. Yang Jian strikes. Dragon Lord regicide. One ring to rule them all. One big event after another came one after another, and the heavenly court was in complete chaos. End of chapter. Where the hell did that damn power come from? To be able to destroy my Linglong pagoda. Damn it! In the great Luo heaven, Li Jing was frantically fleeing after losing the Linglong pagoda. Who would have thought that the commander-in-chief of the 8 divine generals, the totally heavenly king, who had an unknown number of heavenly soldiers and generals under his command, had actually had such a wretched day? He frantically pushed his power, wishing he could grow 2 more legs. The whole person was so fast that he turned into a beam of streaming light. If I run to the nether gods, I'll survive. I'll survive. I'm totally Tian Wang. I'm in charge of the heavenly soldiers and generals. How can I die here just like this? Or death at the hands of your own son? Li Jing frantically fled while looking back from time to time. However, every time he turned around, he was met by Neza's pair of cold and indifferent, like looking at a dead man. After the destruction of the Linglong pagoda, Neza was in no hurry to chase after Li Jing. Instead, he teased as if he were a cat catching a mouse, letting him run towards the Yin god and giving him time to escape. When there was the Linglong pagoda, I could still call you father, but without Linglong pagoda, you are totally Tian Wang, and I, but the god of murder Neza on the heavenly dome of the great Luo sky, Neza stepped on a wind and fire wheel, his hands encircling his chest as he looked down coldly at the bottom. Mumbles. That look of looking down on anyone made the heavenly soldiers and generals that kept converging feel their hearts tremble beyond measure, as if in Neza's eyes. I've been through this ordeal with great difficulty. The heavenly soldiers and generals, who ascended to the sky and became gods, are no different from the mole crickets. Don't panic, heavenly kingly. We have come to help by the decree of the Yin god. Neza, don't be wild. To kill your father with your son. Do you really want to be this unfaithful, unfilial, and unrighteous person? Quickly bind your hands and maybe you can keep your position as the great god of the 3 altars of the sea. While the heavenly soldiers and generals continued to gather, several figures brushed past Li Jing, going in the opposite direction. They were emanating majestic fluctuations of divine power, and they were clearly one supreme god after another. It was at the behest of the god of the underworld that he came to capture Neza and protect Li Jing. There were 4 elder gods in all, but their faces were raw and, apparently it's only been promoted in the last 1,000 years. Seeing that there were a full 4 supreme gods assembled, the heavenly soldiers and generals below also stabilized their minds. Relief. Neza, even if he was more powerful, it was impossible for him to fight against the 4 superior gods with the strength of one man. TSK, a mere upper god dares to snarl and bark at my face. Looks like this Linglong pagoda has been locking me up for too long. It's been so long that even you don't know what my god's name is. Facing the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals who had already assembled, with the 4 superior gods lined up in a row, not only was there no fear on Neza's face, on the contrary, Neza, who always looked like a teenager, laughed out loud, and that laughter was wildly unrestrained. It didn't seem to put everyone in front of him in the eye at all. Hearing Neza's nonchalant words and reckless smile, the faces of the 4 supreme deities were also instantly gloomy, but after glancing at each other, their gloomy faces soothed again. Both saw the look of thirst in the other's eyes. The heavenly court divine numbers and divine positions are extremely difficult to come by. Even the 4 of them, who had already attained the position of supreme god, were still referred to by their mortal real names, like Neza and Yang Jian. There are very few deities in the heavenly court who have divine titles and positions, and the easiest way to get the divine name and position is to replace them. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's just another 10,000 years. 100,000 years. It's not even their turn or to be ordained to the godhead and the godhead. Neza, since you're so ungrateful, I'll take the divine name of the great god of the three altars of the sea. Then I want his position as the center altar marshal. I've heard that his physical body is a lotus root jade body with no yin and no yang. Think it's more than enough to be my second incarnation. I won't argue with a few of you, but the soul heaven Aya, the Qiankuan circle, and the wind and fire wheel on his body. I'm a glutton for punishment. The four gods spoke up, and in a few words, they treated Neza as if he were a piece of meat. Divide the spoils up. When he looked at Neza again, he realized that the other party's face did not show the imagined look of fear. Instead, he cocked his head at the four, his eyes as if he were looking at a little cutie. Like, ha ha, he grinned immediately afterward. A bunch of dumbass. You guys haven't even started practicing yet. I'll have one of the loudest godly names in the heavenly court. At the same time as he opened his mouth, Neza's body exploded with power. The three-headed, six-armed body slowly emerged, and an immense and incomparable Dharma projection also stood up behind him. Rumble. An extremely terrifyingly strong sense of oppression slowly diffused from his body. The pressurized heavenly soldiers and generals kept retreating. The faces of the four supreme deities under pressure instantly turned serious. In the beginning, all of you in heaven could call me God of Kill. Bang bang. As the words fell, Neza was the first to attack. 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals didn't even see his face. It was instantly broken through the formation by the Qiankuan circle grabbed by one of his arms. Any deity that was knocked down by the Qiankuan circle, their divine soul and flesh instantly dissipated. There was no chance of going to the heavenly pool of past lives to be resurrected to fight again. It must be realized that the words soldiers and generals of the heavenly soldiers and generals do not refer to their positions. Rather, it refers to their role. Those who could become heavenly soldiers and generals were all the best geniuses in the lower realms. After going through an unknown number of trials and tribulations to cultivate the right fruit, climb the sky to become a god, and then, only then are they qualified to become heavenly soldiers and generals of the heavenly court. The so-called soldiers and generals refer to becoming the weapons of the heavenly court, not the real positions. That is to say that after these dazzling geniuses in the next session have gone through an unknown period of hard training, finally a chance to become a piece of heavenly weaponry, God's soul was poured inside the silver armor, never to be reincarnated. When you are mortally wounded, your soul returns to the pool of the dead to be resurrected. Then once again, after an excruciatingly painful pour back into the silver armor, it becomes a weapon of heaven again. Having immortal celestial soldiers and generals is one of the reasons why the heavenly court is so powerful. But at this moment, the mythological legend of the immortality of the heavenly soldiers and generals was shattered. There are no survivors under the dry circle. Neza killed an unknown number of heavenly soldiers and generals in just one look and died completely. The divine soul was completely annihilated, and it was simply too late for the back-to-life pool to capture it. There were celestial soldiers and generals with a look of relief on their faces, having cultivated themselves for an unknown number of thousands of years, finally ascending to the heavenly realm to become one of the 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals. He realized that death is also a luxury. There were also older heavenly soldiers and generals who had a look of fear on their faces. Looking at Neza, who had a murderous aura on his body, they then remembered that 8 words that were once very popular in the heavenly court. Neza, the god of killing, only kills and does not cross over. It was then that they remembered the fear they had been subjected to by the god of kill. Neza, during that time, if not for the suppression of the Linglong Pagoda, I'm afraid that no one in the heavenly court except the Supreme would be able to stop him. And today, the Linglong Pagoda was destroyed by a force from nowhere. This killing god was finally released. If you want my divine position and divine number, it depends on whether you have the life to take it. In the blink of an eye, Neja arrived in front of the 4 supreme gods, not before one of them reacted. He flipped over and kicked the wind and fire wheel at his feet, and then opened his mouth and spat. Hoo-hoo! The terrifying power of the wind and fire wheel coupled with the burning of the Samadhi flame, it made this newly promoted superior god not even have a chance to make a move before he was instantly knocked out of his mind. Dead or alive, only killing and not crossing over. There is no chance of surviving at all. And in the same instant that this supreme god fell, 10,000 ancient years later in the present world, on the long river of time, on the side of the gods, there was yet another upper god that died a violent death in a strange manner. All the races and gods were shocked. This is Xu Tang, Daozuan scheming in the ancient times working. End of chapter. Inside the holy land of Yaoqi, Xu Tang sat opposite the old sage. Next to it was placed the headless body of the holy maiden of Yaoqi who had her head hammered off. The old saint was open-minded enough to know that he deserved to die, knowing that the following had violated his superiors, not to mention slandering thee in the sage realm. To defame a senior with insufficient cultivation is not worthy of death, let alone the fact that she's a traitor to the gods. I won't let her go even if you Daoist, don't make a move. The old sage coldly glanced at the headless body of the holy maiden of Yaoqi and returned. But this matter is up. And there's one more thing that's not clear. Xu Tang picked up his teacup and took 2 sips, then looked at Wang Taizhu, who was standing behind him, seemingly casually. He said, "Fellow Daoist's cultivation system is indeed extraordinary, I admit. But I, Yaoqi Holy Land, am a great clan of the ages, and the current world's cultivation system is the only law that cannot be changed." The old sage naturally knew what Xu Tang meant, but his tone didn't change. "Since that's the case, then I have no choice but to ask old Mr. Sword about this cultivation system." Xu Tang put down his teacup. The sash on his body flew without wind. Hair flew, and a light golden color gradually flowed out of his eyes. "Oh, I recognize that you, Taoist friend, are certainly gifted with such talent that, it's just that it's not even comparable to the great emperors of the ancients. But is the matter of the cultivation system not subject to the nonsense of one family? You're still young. You have no idea how difficult it is to create a cultivation system. Still less do we know how many years a cultivation system has to go through before it is qualified to be passed down. Since you're obsessed and want to use this so-called self-created cultivation system's true intent to ask for the sword with me, then let's cut a deal. It's not good to grow up too soon with too much talent. Just the right opportunity to give you a taste of frustration." The old sage spoke indifferently, and in the next moment the cultivation between the saints rumbled and enveloped the two of them. "The sages say that I am heaven and earth." He opens his mouth and his words follow. It's clear to the outside world that the duo's positions haven't changed. However, Xu Tang only knew that he had entered his Tao rhythm world. The power of the saints condensed under the Taiku cultivation system was like a majestic dragon, and the pressure was incomparable. It crushed over Xu Tang, impinging on his latter-day cultivation system at all times. It's not too late to admit defeat, or else the Tao will be damaged later, and the old man will be embarrassed. Word gets out that people say I'm bullying you. Seeing that Xu Tang was being suppressed to death by his saint's true intent, without even the ability to break open this side of heaven and earth, the old sage raised his eyelids and voiced a reminder. "I have a sword, old sir, and take it and try it." Xu Tang clouded over and finally made a move. He's a little far away. The power of the 15th realm on his body suddenly converged on his fingertips. In the beginning was the first realm, which the old sage disdained. "This so-called first realm of yours is somewhat interesting, but it's nothing more than following a crooked path. The path of body hardening must be grounded." Then the second realm, the third realm. The expression on the old sage's face remained unperturbed, and in his opinion, this was not fundamentally different from one's own cultivation system. It's just hanging on to a sheep's head and selling dog meat. Soon it was the fourth realm, the fifth realm, until the 11th realm. The expression on the old sage's face changed abruptly. "No, how come here? Is completely different from the current world cultivation system? Where the hell did the change start? Surprisingly able to replace aura with other forces from here? How is this possible?" The old sage exclaimed in shock. Shocked, this cultivation system was able to find a substitute for aura cultivation? That's not all. Waiting for the 12th, 13th and 14th realms, until the 15th realm of the Dao Father's power is completely condensed. After an extremely ancient sword intent appeared on Xu Tang's fingertips, the old sage lost his color abruptly, and his body even retreated backwards uncontrollably. "This power, ancient great emperor? But you're clearly only in the sage realm, and besides, you haven't even obtained the heavenly heart seal. How is it possible to have such power?" What answered him was Xu Tang gently passing his sword. "Dao Zun Xu Tang," asked the sword old man. "The present world, on a long stretch of time." A touch of relief finally appeared on the taut face of the emperor's son, who was barely among the great emperor realm. "He sits on the river of time. On the left are the beings of all races who are doing all they can to prevent the supreme divine power from returning to the age of the ancient world. On the right are the gods of the heavenly court whose battle power soared after awakening the elder gods." However, the atmosphere on the heavenly court side at this moment was unusually depressing. At this moment, not only was it that one after another of the supreme deities that had just recently resurfaced had inexplicably died, some of the heavenly soldiers and generals who had been revived not long ago likewise disappeared out of thin air, dying in a strange and incomparable manner. Just what kind of great power strikes? To be able to kill people invisibly. Even the great emperor of the ancients couldn't manage to obliterate so many deities without a sound. What the hell is going on here? Damn it, can't it be that the so-called Tao Father struck in the ancient times? But how is that possible? The ancient age was an age ruled by gods. So how can a bull ***** Dao Zun make such a big wave? That's right, we've already lost several elder gods, and with that so-called Tao Father, I really don't believe that he could kill so many of the heavenly court's superior gods by himself in the ancient age. For a while, All sorts of rumors spread on the heavenly court side. Even if they were noble immortal deities, they were terrified at this moment. It's the unknown that's scary. What's more is that this horror is capable of literally obliterating their lives. But thinking about it, no one has come up with a source. All these phenomena dealt an unimaginable blow to the morale of the heavenly courtside. What frightened them the most was not the fall of the supreme god, but the reason for the fall. It's like there's a big, invisible hand at work, erasing the traces of the existence of these upper gods out of thin air in general. The heavenly courtside had no choice but to sound the retreat for the time being and slow down the offensive. Can it be that it really has something to do with that so-called Tao Father? Ridiculous. With just his power alone he wants to kill the heavenly court superior god in the ancient age? Delusional. On the side of the heavenly court, an elder god said, but just as the words left his mouth they were retorted with a snort of laughter by another more profoundly qualified elder god. In his opinion, it was simply impossible for the so-called first person of the later generations to make waves when they arrived in the Taiku era, not to mention slaying the upper god. The heavenly courtside's withdrawal of troops also gave the emperor's son and the 10,000 races living beings time to catch their breath. The setup of that latter-day first person worked. Otherwise the heavenly court wouldn't have been so passive. What a legend! To think that he was able to put to death all the heavenly court upper gods in the ancient age with his own power. If such a character had been born in the Taiku era, he would have been able to stir up an unknown amount of storm clouds. The saints of the 10,000 races who had gotten a chance to catch their breath also spoke up. For the first time, he felt admiration for that Tao Father he had never met. And from this moment, too, feeling in his heart of hearts that he was right in intercepting the supreme divine power for him. It's worth it. The saints present were all existences that had experienced the rule of the heavenly court in the ancient age. It was because of this that the terror of the heavenly court in that era was better understood. Even the ancient emperor couldn't guarantee to kill so many elder gods, but a latter-day Tao Father who had gone against the flow of the long river of time had made it this far. It's unbelievable. And just as these many saints spoke out, one thing after another that surprised them even more happened again. End of chapter. My dark wound has actually healed. How did this section of my spirit race's lost cultivation method for an unknown number of years appear in my mind out of nowhere? This, my Clanstown treasure, has been automatically promoted to a quasi-emperor soldier? Another section of the long river of time. Many saints cried out in shock. Various changes are revealed in them. There were dark wounds in the cultivation of the demon great saints, and it was unknown when they would be healed. There were great saints of the spirit race, and the cultivation laws that had been missing from their memories were suddenly replenished. There are some big clans, too. It was discovered that the sect S treasure, that was originally only one step away from being able to be promoted to a quasi-emperor soldier, was unknowingly really promoted successfully. All sorts of changes happened suddenly to the crowd, causing all the saints to be puzzled for a while. Just like the inexplicable deaths of the gods on the divine side of the family, the saints of the 10,000 races, on the other hand, were inexplicably given more or less chance. The same is true of the old saints. When he was young, he was only one step away from becoming an emperor. However, because of the lack of perception of the power of a great emperor and the number of encounters, it caused him to be delayed in advancing to a great emperor. Not even a quasi-emperor had ever set foot in it, even though there were paramount emperors who commented on the old sage, saying that his power was no weaker than their own. However, not having possessed imperial might in his life was still an obsession in the old sage's heart. But today, Dao Zun Xu Tang, asked the sword old man, with a stream of memories appearing out of thin air in the mind's eye. The little bit of obsession in the old sage's heart also gradually dissolved. At some point he finally remembered. Himself, in fact, had fought with the exact same power as the great emperor. That power made him memorize it deeply. And it also made the realm he had been stuck in for I don't know how many years finally loosen up. And when he thought of the source of that power, the old sage's face instantly filled with shock. Xu Tang? He was baffled. Subsequently flipping up the memory, it was a revelation. This latter-day first Tao Father is actually that being? That existence that created the cultivation system of the later generations is actually Xu Tang? The old sage muttered, the shock in his eyes growing stronger. So it is. So there. Only after saying I see 3 times in a row did the old sage's voice gradually decrease. Still, his unusual behavior drew sideways glances from the other saints. Old saints were highly respected existences even amongst saints. Usually it's a steady look. Seeing him so excited now, it naturally aroused curiosity. But, before the old sage could speak, the emperor's son who had rigidly separated the long river of time with the power of his flesh was the first to speak. All of this has something to do with Xu Tang. Whether it's on the side of the heavenly court, from the supreme being down to the heavenly soldiers in general suddenly dying violently and disappearing into death. And say what more or less chance you have got now. It's all connected to Xu Tang. Or, everything is due to Xu Tang. The Emperor's son opened his mouth, and his voice shook the immortal region of the 9 states. He was also influenced by Xu Tang at the moment. Far back in the ancient times, the underworld had gained a wisp of his father, Emperor Xintian's imperial might. This wisp of imperial might helped him stabilize his realm, which could be said to be a timely reign that was enough to save his life. As an emperor's son, he naturally reacted at the first moment that this must be Xu Tang's doing, so he opened his mouth to explain. Hearing the emperor's son say this, the crowd of saints were even more shocked. One would have thought that Xu Tang had already been extremely impressive in killing the heavenly court deities in the ancient age. I didn't realize that it would help them perfect their flaws. Across an unknown number of years of time, the underworld gifted them with the chance they needed for themselves. Xu Tang going against the flow of the long river of time would have been a part of his calculations. Xu Tang is the heavenly ordained man, and the heavenly ordained man is that mysterious existence that reigns over the age of the ancient world. I finally get it. I finally get it all. It was only after the emperor's son had finished speaking that the old sage then spoke. The entire river of time trembled involuntarily as he spoke. The stars swayed at his voice, and the Milky Way surged as if it were a ripple. The saintly aura on the old saint's body grew dimmer and dimmer. However, there was a wisp, if any, of imperial might that arose from him. Seeing this scene, the rest of the saints did not cast envy and admiration in their eyes. Who would have thought? Old saints who hadn't even been certified as emperors during the golden age of the ancient world. Surprisingly, in the present world after an unknown number of years, after the great war of the gods, the being seriously injured, is expected to become an emperor? It's unbelievable. But the old sage did. How can one not admire this? It's true for all the old saints. Not to mention the attitude towards the real helper in all this, Xu Tang. Even if they were noble saints, at this moment, they were still convinced of Xu Tang, and they were all over the place. The name of the heavenly ordained man. Why do I remember Yang Jian of the heavenly court is familiar with him? And Neza, that great god of the 3 altars of the sea, the number 1 hitter of the daily. It is said that he also had some kind of agreement with that heavenly ordained man. Xu Tang is actually that heavenly ordained man? No wonder it can do so many unthinkable things. I didn't realize that the heaven's destiny man's layout spanned endless years. It's truly terrifying. It's a good thing he's not our enemy, or the consequences would be unimaginable. The sages of the 10,000 races opened their mouths one after another, thankful and celebratory at the same time. If such a person who had laid out endless years was one's opponent, that would be called despair. Luckily, he's not an enemy, but a friend. So it seems that victory over the heavenly court and the complete eradication of the gods, not a thing that is ever impossible to do. Taiku, the great Luo heaven. Neza was situated above Li Jing, his arms wrapped around his chest and his eyes staring at him with an icy stare, like looking at a dead person. Beside Neza lay the corpses of 3 upper gods. Neza, I'm your father. What do you want? You, don't mess around. Don't you do that treacherous thing. Li Jing, who was already at the end of his rope and realized that the space around him was blocked by Neza. In desperation, he pulls out the father and son card to stall for time. I don't know. It's fine if we don't mention father and son. But as soon as we mention this, Neza's originally cold and indifferent eyes instantly became murderous. Father and son? And you deserve to be my father? I've been fatherless for a long time. Neza shouted angrily. Then the wind and fire wheels under his feet instantly powered up, propelling him to kill Li Jing. Yang Jian, why don't you surrender quickly? Now tie your hands and you'll still be spared. Outside the imperial palace of heaven, another 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals surrounded Yang Jian. This time, it was the 5 elements gods of gold, wood, water, fire and earth who personally led the army to capture Yang Jian. However, in the face of this general battle, Yang Jian just touched Erlang Dog's head. I heard that the Dragon Lord passed down the cultivation method to you some time ago, so that this lord could see how well you're practicing. The snarling dog immediately let out a long howland. He then stomped on both legs and took human form, coming before the heavenly soldiers and generals. Seeing that a dog even dared to be reckless in front of him, both the 5 elements divine generals and the heavenly soldiers and generals revealed disdain. But soon their disdain turned to shock, to fear, only to see the originally well-behaved snarling dog under Erlangshan. At this moment, however, his body was suddenly erupting with an aura not weaker than that of a great saint. Roaring Dog. Hara is also a demon saint. Before the true Lord, the world calls me Roaring Dog. Beyond the true Lord, what should you and others call when you see me? Looking at the figure of a great demon that had almost broken the entire heavenly dome, the heavenly court deities were horrified beyond measure. 4 words instantly popped into his mind. Sun swallowing divine monarch. End of chapter. Bang! Bang! 2 figures descended from the sky, falling like meteors within the Yahoo sacred ground. A figure holding a 3-pointed, 2-bladed sword, with a divine eye gleaming in the center of his brow, and a handsome appearance that, the end is sacred and extraordinary. The other figure stepped on a wind and fire wheel and held a Qianquan circle, his eyes cold and murderous. It was Yang Jian and Neza who had killed all the way down from the 33rd heaven. Erlang Xian Shang Jinju and Yang Jian. Neza, the great god of the 3 altars of the sea. The old sage opened his mouth in shock when he saw the 2 deities descending from the sky. The names of these 2 are as good as any other. It can even be said to have strengthened the influence of the heavenly court to a certain extent. But in any case did not expect that today these 2 great gods came to Yaoqi Holy Land. The old sage narrowed his eyes slightly, secretly building up strength. But just then, Xu Tang gently pressed his shoulder. It's not fun to have a guest. Guests? The old sage glanced back at Xu Tang with an odd expression on his face. Since when could the gods of the heavenly court be guests? The heavenly soldiers and generals have been killed by me. Heavenly orders, are you satisfied with this reward? Nezet ignored the old sage and instead took the lead in speaking to Xu Tang. He was about to kill Li Jing, but Yang Jian suddenly appeared and took him away. The appointment of the heavenly ordained man is at stake, plus the Yin god's power is coming soon. It was not good for him to delay, so he had to let Li Jing live some more days. So he followed Yang Jian all the way to kill his way through the heavenly court to the holy land of Yaoqi. Neza has gotten out of the trap, and the heavenly court has been greatly wounded this time. The agreement the 2 of us made with you in the beginning has finally been realized one by one. Yang Jian took over the conversation and laughed. The old sage's heart shook when he heard this. He knew that the heavens mandate people were special, but he didn't realize that they had made an early pact with even the gods. Moreover, the agreement was made by Yang Jian and Neza, who were both considered top deities within the heavenly court. Actually, Xu Tang then opened his mouth, somewhat puzzled. I don't quite understand what you're talking about with the Chosen One and the Covenant, or, am I forgetting something? And you're not from the same era as me. How could I have made a pact with you guys earlier? Xu Tang frowned and spoke slowly. This matter of the Divine Order's pact he had heard more than once, but never knew exactly what it meant. There had been multiple guesses in his mind, but he wasn't sure until he got a substantial answer. Seeing this, Yang Jian and Neza exchanged glances. A chuckle followed. Another look at the dome of the sky. There, above the 9 heavens, the Yin gods that had already searched for traces were mobilizing their power and coming at them. Just in time. You're really calculating. Divine destiny. Since you don't know anything, let's tell you the truth. After withdrawing their gazes, Yang Jian and Neza spoke one after another. Subsequently, only a ray of 7-colored light stirred in Yang Jian's divine eyes. The moment he saw this 7-colored light, Xu Tang's unbreakable glazed body unexpectedly operated involuntarily. This is the power of a 15th realm Tao Lord. How did you get it? Xu Tang instantly sensed the power of this 7-colored light that, it was surprisingly the same as the power of the Tao after he had united the 3 religions. But the problem is that this is the power of the latter-day cultivation system. And Yang Jian is a deity of the heavenly court. How is it possible to have? Ha ha, this power is exactly what you put in my place in the first place. Yang Jian laughed out loud and then poured power into that 7-colored light. At the same time Neja also quickly struck out. His hands slammed together, and the Dharma image of a 3-headed, 6-armed body appeared behind him, topsy-turvy. And at this moment, Dharma phase and Xu Tang were exactly face to face. Yin and Yang reversed. Life and death reappeared. Neza let out a low roar. Endless rays of light flooded out from his Dharma phase. The old sage's pupils were shocked to see this scene. Neza's fame resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, one of which was because of his jade root body. No Yin, no Yang, there is no life or death. This physical body gave Neza too many special abilities. Legend has it that this great god of the 3 altars of the sea, who was extremely murderous, there was also an extremely subtle spell mastered. This spell can remind reincarnated people of their past life memories. It was even able to restore its previous life's cultivation, which could not be described as not perverse, but that's all legend. Until today, in person, it was the old sage who knew how terrifying Neza's spells really were. Only light was seen shining from the phantom, and then it suddenly poured into Xu Tang's body. Boom! The 7-colored light in Yang Jian's god's eyes also instantly merged with Xu Tang. Boo! As if a drowning man was rescued and opened his eyes. One memory after another that had been dusty for an unknown number of years restarted in Xu Tang's mind. He saw a monkey pop out of a rock. Having seen how that monkey sought immortality, fought his way up to heaven, stirred up hell. Again, he was taken in by the Buddha. He traveled westward to obtain the true scriptures. He also saw how the heavenly court scorned that monkey. Having seen the monkey attain the fruits of Buddhism, his great wisdom and inner cultivation, gradually step into the way of deduction. He saw the heavy killings set up by the gods and goddesses of the heavens against that monkey. The also saw the monkey trying to save himself, or one setup after another laid to save the nations. Yang Jian, I'll come to look for you against the flow of time at that time, and I hope you'll hold back for a while longer. Wait until I come for you and then rebel against heaven. That's when you'll have the best chance of winning. Remember, in Gongjianku, the monkey, who had already called himself the heavenly ordained man, plotted with Yang Jian. Neza, I have a way to crack this Linglong pagoda, but not now. If you want to be truly free of your bondage and kill whoever you want, you must wait until I return. Definitely. Inside the Cloud Tower Palace, the heavenly ordainer, whose death was becoming apparent, barked at Neza. At last he saw the manifest destiny go from place to place. Going through round after round. He had participated in the Starry Sky Ancient Roads battle for supremacy, and had also marched alongside the great emperors. He fought to kill the enemy in the first heavenly battle, and also reclaimed a piece of heaven and earth with his last strength. There he experienced another reincarnation. He was on that planet and people initially called him the Great Sage. Later, he called the monkey the Great Sage that way, too. He changed his name then. It's not called a monkey, and not called Manifest Destiny, and it's called Xu Tang, an ordinary Blue Star man. Xu Tang, after an accident comes to another world. Back then, he was, or until now, both thought they were traveling to another world. To this moment after recalling some memories, he just realized, he was merely meeting the truth of the world, come to the wider world. In other words, travelers never leave home. That blue planet that's always been there for me, Xu Tang muttered, not knowing when he had burst into tears, and a power belonging to the heavenly ordained man quietly blossomed in his body, unconsciously with the power of the Taoist priests of his latter-day system of cultivation, gradual integration, and just as the fusion, the power of the Yin God, too, slowly killed. End of chapter. Rumble. An extremely bright light burst out from the 9 heavens above. It caused the entire 33 heavy heavens and the immortal region of the 9 states to be shocked. That power was so strong that there was no way to ignore it. From the common people up to those who were strong enough to prove themselves as emperors, all were shaken by the power that descended from the heavenly supreme, especially with that trademark thick aura of death. It's more like you don't even have the courage to look at it. It was as if just one more glance would be hardened by that power and suck away the lifespan. This is the power of the Yin God. He actually took action himself? In an era where great emperors are not present, how could someone be able to induce the Yin God to strike? Just what kind of God is it that is so bold as to even dare to mess with the Supreme Court of Heaven? It's over. It's over. Locked by the power of the Yin God. I'm afraid I won't even last some time before I turn into a pile of withered bones. At this moment, countless divine thoughts gazed at the Yin God power that had descended from the highest to the highest. That power formed a pillar of light that ran through the 9 ghosts of the sky. It was slow, but that's what gave it an unrivaled sense of oppression. When the people of Liming saw this scene, they all knelt down and kowtowed, shouting for the gods to rest in peace. Among the cultivators, even though there was no lack of quasi-emperor level existences in the powerful, after seeing this power, it's also heartbreaking. After secretly comparing them in his heart, he actually realized that he was powerless in front of this power. I don't know which unlucky person was able to provoke the Yin God himself. Such thoughts come to the minds of many. In the end, everyone unanimously turned their gaze in the direction of that power lock. The Yellow Sky Immortal Region? Someone from the human race even dares to challenge the Heavenly Supreme? Crazy? What is the human race doing? Is it possible that they want to go to war with the Heavenly Court at this time? Where is the great human emperor? Why don't you make a move to stop it? How could there be such a reckless existence for the human being, the spirit of heaven and earth, to provoke the Heavenly Court at this time? Among the countless divine thoughts, some powerful people with the aura of a quasi-emperor saw the place where the Yin God's power was locked in place. Surprisingly, after the Yellow Sky Immortal Region where the human race gathered, he could not help but voice out his indignation. These quasi-emperor powerhouses were the underpinnings of each of the 10,000 races, and some of them cut themselves down to A. Some are sealed to this day, all in preparation for a conspiracy that spans an unknown number of years. Prior to this, all forces had secretly agreed not to provoke the Heavenly Court in non-essential situations, but now someone had actually provoked the Yin God himself. No one could afford to pay for this if it spoiled the Vanguard conspiracy. Wait, why did the aura of a deity appear in that Yellow Sky Immortal Region? Those two figures. That's Erlang Xian Shangjin Junyangjian? Santan also knows the great god Neza? And that black-robed figure. His aura is so odd. Clearly there is no emperor might. Yet it gives me a sense of oppression no less than that of a great emperor. Right after the crowd got a good look at the figure locked in the Yellow Sky Immortal Region, they immediately cried out in shock. Just to the left, The Erlang Xian Shangzhenjuan stood horizontally holding a three-pronged, two-bladed sword, his three eyes glowing with divine light. The battle spirit was high, staring at that Yin god power to death. Look to the right again. The great god of the three altars of the sea will have the Qiankuan circle in one hand and the mixed sky eye in the other, and the wind and fire wheels whirring under his feet. The scorching void was distorted, and the three-headed, six-armed body loomed, and the eyes that scorned everything made people shudder at the sight. And in the middle, the black-robed figure's face was flat. In the face of the strong attacking Yin god power, he was without any nonsense, surprisingly the first to meet the crowd's incredulous gaze. It was the first to collide with the Yin god's power. Is this person crazy? Surprisingly, he's fighting hard against the Yin god's power. What arrogance! The power of the Heavenly Court Supreme can only be resisted by the ancient great emperor. If he doesn't die, I'll write the Taoist name backwards today. The moment Xu Tang and the Yin god's power collided, incomparably bright light instantly covered the entire heaven and earth. It makes it impossible to see what's going on. Even so, the crowd watching the battle subconsciously thought that Xu Tang was dead, but immediately afterward that incomparably bright flash of light disappeared instantly. The crowd fixed their eyes and were horrified, only to see that Xu Tang, who should have gone up in smoke in their eyes, was not only unharmed. There was even one hand strangling the human form that the power of that Yin god had taken shape. The people watching this scene were dumbfounded and could not return to their senses for a long time. To not use your real body against me even at this point. You're really arrogant. A pale golden light slowly flowed from Xu Tang's eyes. With one hand in a death grip on the Yin god's doppelganger's neck, and the other hand clenched his palm into a fist. A fist was aimed at its head and blatantly blasted away. Swish! At the same time, Yang Jian and Neza also instantly struck. The three-pronged, two-bladed blade immediately stabbed this doppelganger through and through. Neza even kicked out the wind and fire wheel, ruthlessly smashing it into the body of the doppelganger. Bang bang! One after another. A voice like a great bell resounded between heaven and earth. Those with low cultivation were shaken to the point where their organs bled just by hearing this sound. How dare a latter-day mole cricket clamor in front of me? And you two traitors, do you really think that being close to a paragon emperor makes you a match for me? Even though this doppelganger had suffered such a heavy blow, it still opened its mouth without changing its color and roaring angrily. Then he raised his head to the sky and let out a long whistle. The power on his body immediately surged at an incredible speed, instantly bouncing Yang Jian and Neza away. The true form of the Yin god is coming down. Now they really are dead. To think that they could provoke a Yin god true god to descend. The three of them are quite something, but that's as far as it goes. Perceive a power that crowns the ancient world and oppresses time slowly descending. Even the bottom of the 10,000 clans, the old monsters who had lived for an unknown number of years didn't dare to pry into it so easily. The thoughts were withdrawn. Fear of attracting the attention of the Yin god. The ending of this battle was already doomed in their opinion with the descent of the Yin god's true body. But they never thought that they had just withdrawn their divine thoughts not long ago. A supreme power not weaker than the divine power of the Yin god rushed up to the sky. How is it possible for you to possess so much supreme divine power? This is impossible. The Yin god's shocked voice resounded through heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, we saw three Dharma heaven and earth hierarchies taking shape. Surround the Yin god. Yang Jian and Neza took the lead, but instead of launching an attack on the Yin god itself, they waved their big hands. It directly tore apart an unknown number of thousands of miles of space in a circle. Under the attack of the two, the Yin god was also caught off guard. Follow the three of them as they fall into nothingness. It was immediately afterward that Xu Tang struck out, his fist wrapped in multiple supreme divine powers blasting away at the Yin god. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Bang bang. In less than a breath, he didn't know how many times he had thrown punches at the Yin god, and the Yin god was no less supreme, facing a frantic attack from the first of the latter. Just a few steps backward in body, not a hair out of place. You want to kill me with this much power? Should I say you guys are childish or naive? The Yin god smiled coldly. His aura was too powerful. It even increased rather than diminished under Xu Tang's repeated attacks. But, Xu Tang sniffed and responded with a smile all the same. Who says we have to kill you? The Yin god did not understand. Only the next moment the bucket's turn end. A power that terrified the world's races beyond measure slowly diffused from the starry sky. So that's what this is all about? Damn it! End of chapter. The vastness of the stars and the waves. Even the ancient great emperors, the supreme court of heaven, did not dare to pat themselves on the back and say that they had explored all of the star realms. Above all things there is a heavenly way of operation. There are also ancient paths running through the starry sky. This is called the ancient path of the stars. It's a mysterious and incomparable ancient road that countless great emperors of antiquity used to set foot on this path before they proved themselves. On this path, he suppressed the pride of the 10,000 races and became a stunning jolt of an era. Even nowadays, when the heavenly court reigns over all races, the prestige and mystery of the fall still hadn't disappeared by half. Instead, it was made more and more difficult to figure out because of the Supreme Court of Heaven's attention. The Heavenly Court is concerned about the opening of the ancient Star Road. The Yang God, the Yin God, all of them are projecting in their own way where this ancient road actually lies. When was the exact landing time for this one? However, all the gods did not expect that the starry sky ancient path would descend at this time. The stars are turning in the universe, and a great force, coming across the long river of time, connecting the past, the now, the future, using time and space as a bridge, turning countless stars into a roadbed, invisible to its beginnings, nor can you see where it ends. One figure after another emerged from this vast ancient road, rose and, despite not being able to see their faces, it was obvious from the way they stood that they were frighteningly strong, because each one represents the absolute pinnacle of an era. At this moment, all races trembled, countless beings were shocked, surprised, and thousands of emotions surged through their hearts. In this life, the starry sky ancient road is actually opening at this time? Now that the 10,000 races are in decline and the heavenly court rules the 33 heavens, do we still have a chance to set foot on this ancient path? That's the great emperor of my family's holy land. Great Emperor Liang, where are you? I wish you were still alive. How could we be so oppressed by a human deity? I see the figure of my ancestor, taking care of the foundation that my ancestor entrusted to me like this. I have no face to face my ancestors. At this moment, unlike the previous scenes of trembling excitement of the 10,000 races when the ancient road of the starry sky opened, in this life, the vast majority of people grieve and argue, cry bitterly, and only hate themselves for having submitted to the heavenly court. Nowadays, even whether or not one could enter the starry sky ancient path was a problem. While the beings wailed, a few figures emerged from the direction of the heavenly court. He was simply dressed and standing in the 33 heavens. When he appeared, on the ancient path of the stars, one great emperor figure after another actually seemed as if they had a sense. All of them turned around to face those few heavenly supreme beings. The clash of the ancient and the modern. The duel between the supreme and the great emperor. You are dead things, after all, already disappeared into the long river of time, and you still want to exert pressure on us? A supreme spoke, his voice cold, and the entire 33 heavens trembled as he spoke. The time of the 10,000 races has passed, and now it is the heavenly court that rules. Not to mention that your figures are hostile to us. Even if your real bodies descend, you are only destined to be servants to us as oxen and horses. Another supreme has spoken, and his voice is like thunder. It was even louder than the heavenly tribulation during a cultivator's breakthrough, clearly reaching the ears of every living being of the 10,000 races. Hearing this heavenly court supreme insult the great emperor in such a manner, I don't know how many people secretly clenched their fists, teeth clenched, but just hearing this supreme coldly humming, he shattered the divine souls of an unknown number of living beings. Let it go up in smoke in a moment. It is foolish for a pig or dog to dare to be displeased with its master. Is it really possible to think that these figures will help you? At that moment, the Yang God then spoke, representing the ultimate pure Yang. After he finished speaking, he dragon walked and took the lead to walk in front of the starry sky ancient path. The figure was even more eye-catching than the brilliant sun, and under the blazing divine light, it caused many great emperor figures on the starry sky ancient road to unexpectedly show signs of dissipation. When the living beings of all races saw this scene, their eyes were wide with anger, but they didn't dare to make any movement. A lot of people had just died. Some of them were even struck down right in front of their eyes by that supreme with a cold snort. Gave them a great shock, but right at this moment, the starry sky ancient path abruptly condensed. The original figure of the great emperor that was almost dissipated by the blazing divine light also abruptly solidified. Rumble! The emperor's might was vast, suppressing the universe and the stars. One ancient great emperor after another appeared, standing on the ancient path of the starry sky and confronting the heavenly court supreme from afar. It was as if, gathering the peak power of the 10,000 races, they were facing off against the heavenly court. Bang bang! The moment the Yangshan divine power collided with the emperor's might, the stars in the universe were merely shifted, but high above the heavenly court, which governs all races, has been hardened and smashed to a corner. Although the heavenly court, as a supreme artifact, repaired this damage in an instant, but this invariably made several supreme highnesses blush. For their part, the 10,000 races beings were dumbfounded at this scene, and after a long time, they excitedly waved their fists wordlessly. That burst after burst of figures, still powerful despite having faded into time. Won't bow down, great emperor, not to be insulted. The supreme anger that just uttered a voice that shocked countless living beings to death wanted to make a move against the starry sky ancient path, but the moment he raised his hand he realized that he couldn't even move it. How is it possible to be bound by the ancient path of the stars? We are the supreme court of heaven. It's not affected by the laws of the universe at all. Besides, we have been projecting this starry ancient path for so long. The inheritors of the starry sky ancient path had been killed off long ago in this life. The inheritors were equivalent to the power base of the starry sky ancient path. And as long as no one carried the power of the starry sky ancient path, its supreme law wouldn't be able to. So it's you. You're not from this life. The other supreme was surprised to find that he couldn't move either. And his divine eyes flickered and, non-stop mumbling. The fact that he had been projecting the existence of the starry sky ancient path could not only be for the purpose of determining when it would open. Even more so, it thus seeks out the inheritors of the ancient path of the stars in each life. And as long as they are killed, the starry ancient path's power of laws that spanned the universe and bound everything was just floating on water. Without roots, what is the power to bind? But that was when he realized that the binding force of the starry ancient path still existed. Looking in the direction of the binding force that carries the gazes of several supreme beings were deadlocked on the figure of a person. It was none other than Xu Tang who had come against the flow of the long river of time. He's not from this world. He's a Taoist priest after endless years. It was naturally qualified to carry the power of the starry sky ancient path. The only thing I missed was this variable. Seeing the gazes of several supreme beings looking at him, Xu Tang grinned. Can't count. Can you? Can't figure it out right. I don't even know what I'm going to do with myself. Let alone you guys. You deserve to die. If it were any other day, a single look from me is enough to kill you ants 1,000. The Supreme is angry and wants to strike. But there are not many powers in the world that can restrain him, and this moment is the heyday. Though it could not harm him, it was more than enough to bind him. Opposite Xu Tang, the Yin god of one god battling three was equally furious, and the power of death flowed through him. It's literally going to bury the entire universe. But being bound, he could only stare viciously at Xu Tang. Xu Tang, on the other hand, spread his hands, and the power of the bindings worked on him as well, keeping him in this position. The ancient path of the stars will judge the celestial pride of its, and all beings who wish to participate in it bound ahead of time, followed by the opening of a teleportation that send the crowd into another world. But no one knows exactly what to do. Even the great emperor doesn't have this memory. He only knew that in order to win, he had to be superior in talent, Tao heart, and cultivation. You deserve to die. As the ancient path of the starry sky flickers, representing the being chosen by it will be transported. He stared at Xu Tang dead in the face, gritting his teeth and leaving behind only these words before completely disappearing. Xu Tang was still smiling, his memories awakening quite a bit more with the opening of the starry sky ancient path. He knew that the ultimate killing move against the Heavenly Court Supreme was hidden in the starry sky ancient path. The Heavenly Court is jealous, projecting the ancient paths of the stars. The creator of the ancient path of the stars, from the moment of its creation. How could it not be similarly extrapolated to the Heavenly Court after 10,000 lifetimes? End of chapter. In the starry sky ancient road, Xu Tang slowly awoke. This is the 999th reincarnation I have experienced. Finally penetrated the mysteries of this starry sky ancient road. Xu Tang slightly clenched his fist as two supreme peaks of power flowed within his body. It didn't create any conflict. On the contrary, it blended in nicely. One of the forces belonged to the peak Dao Zun power of the latter-day cultivation system. Another strand. Then it is the pinnacle of the ancient cultivation system. The power of the great emperor. What he couldn't do in the outside world, Xu Tang managed to do in the reincarnation of the starry ancient path. The mysteries of the starry ancient path were also discovered by Xu Tang. This place was created by the first deity in heaven and earth and the great emperor. The deities and great emperors mentioned here are not the gods of the heavenly court or the results of later generations' cultivation. Rather, they are innate beings, two bodies and one birth, going to two extremes. At the beginning of the world, both were born at the same time. At first, the two existences coexist in harmony and brotherhood. The birth of the starry sky ancient road was also at that time. The two existences only felt that the heavens and earth were vast, but there were very few living beings. With the idea of creating a land of the living, pouring out his life's training in flesh and blood, scattering all the power. Use your own bones to pave this side of the starry ancient road. And with the starry ancient path as its foundation, it evolved countless worlds. 3,000 avenues, the law of infinity, all are born here. It's just a shame that the development of the latter, contrary to the initial idea of two-bit existence, as time passes, gradually, the worldly races and the divine one emerged. The nations are weak, but he inherited that great emperor's bloodline, to be able to penetrate the practice of cultivation, to start the path of cultivation against the heavens with a body of flesh. After generations of sages who have devoted their lives to the cause, and who have gone before and after them, Finally a complete cultivation system was created. And the end and pinnacle of this cultivation system was the great emperor. But at the same time, inherit that side of the bloodline of the born gods, self-esteem. They are born ageless and immortal, not suffering from the 5 evils of the celestial beings. Nor will they understand the struggles of the 10,000 tribes in their agonizing practices. In his eyes, the 10,000 races are just too weak and humble, no different than a mole cricket. Surprisingly, there is a need for so-called cultivation. So, as time passed, the gods sought to demonstrate their distinction from the 10,000 races, proceed with the establishment of the heavenly court. Meanwhile, some of the gods were curious as to why the 10,000 were weak, so they walked the time and unintentionally sowed incense. Gradually a huge number of firm believers were born. It is the presence of this vast number of believers that, however, it has caused a crisis to the deity clan, which has been carefree since its birth. He found that these mole crickets believe in themselves only to steal divine power. His divine power was stolen and divided. By the time they reacted, there were very few innate deities left. For this reason, the divine spirit clan had to put the matter of the heavenly court on hold for now. It took an unknown number of years for this to regather the divine power, subsequently creating these several supreme beings who are now in charge of the heavenly court. The 10,000 races have also gradually grown after this period of time. When the supreme returns, this is how heaven came out, sweeping across all races with a strong stance. He confronted the great emperor. To this point, then the present situation was created. The breakthrough is happening to me, Xu Tang murmured, collecting his memories. Next moment, suddenly hard, 2 peak forces poured out from his body. It made the ancient road of starry sky tremble. Rumble, break me. Xu Tang let out a low gulp. The power of a great emperor to awaken the bloodline of that existence remaining in the starry sky ancient path. The power of the later system of cultivation is then interspersed with the previous supreme divine power of the. Similarly, the residual soul of another innate deity was awakened. After arching his hand slightly, Xu Tang explained the situation. After the 2 remnant souls understood, they turned into streams of light and entered Xu Tang's body. Little friend, I'll help you. Rumble. With the help of the innate origin bloodline, Xu Tang completely controlled the starry sky ancient road. After a sigh, a big hand, the heavenly deities went up in smoke. All of it was turned into divine power. It was made into a side of the great wall of heaven beyond the sky, which he personally sat on. Those who are the elite of the 10,000 races may come here to practice. Those who have regained their spiritual intelligence can also pass the test and leave. Henceforth, I am the hidden officer of the Great Wall, guarding the heaven beyond. The end. End of chapter.